Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League East Asia leg as we are ready to jump into playoffs today. Yes, you've heard me right, it's playoffs day. Today we're going to find out the top 3 teams that's going to be representing East Asia at the offline finals in Thailand next month. My name is Danelie and of course joining me we have a new wonderful guest on the show. We have Permasneeze. Welcome to the broadcast. Really excited today. How are you feeling?
It is an honor. It is an honor to be back. I haven't casted these teams in a hot minute, but I think the bracket itself, star-studded lineups, been watching the past few weeks as well. I think we are really in a place of competitive Unite where anything can happen. Even though the meta's all there, you know, there's still room for surprises, room for innovation, and that's what we're all here for today.
Absolutely, and I think the storyline for today's going to be pretty interesting as well for people that have been following the East Asia leg for the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League, with the champions last year actually having to go through a really tough run in the tournament. But before that though, for anyone that might be new to the broadcast, we do have a quick recap of what happened in the past 2 weeks, so let's have a look and get you all up to date.
上のドードリオのゴールをアップクリーンが止めました。さあレックゼンタッチしたのカピちゃんズ、後ろからロンマルのさあ豆が入ってきた、上からさあそのレム、後ろから超突防止撃に入っていった。リンピアがロンマルの1点を落とした。ドードリオがビトップ、カイリュウも KO まで持っていっている。ユナイトオリックが
资源就到此为止。
太阳一部的招开得很好，他刚刚也是阻止了 SAR 想要进攻的心啊。
另外一边1打1的对阵之中，还是可以看到 BKD 十字斩
打得过吗？摔龟壳，
攻击，但对面的招式要好了，逃开剑躲了对面的一个水炮。
Mechanic
Unfortunately going down to the Sylveon, and it looks like the Fable is going to go down here to this extremely annoying invading combo from MYS, the Lucario and Sableye. Great body blocks there from the from Lapras, but Pikachu's still going down. The Unite's being used there. Ice just flexing his Lucario. He must be having so much fun.
20 วิครึ่งหลอด 30% มีคนลอยปิกาจูรออยู่แล้วดิฟเรียกเก็บได้ไหมเป็นบูทางด้านของโรดดิ้งได้ครับเป็นทิซ่าที่ได้ไป 19 8 7 พิกซี่ข้างล่างลอยแต้มมา5 4โอเวอร์ไหมไม่เอาโอเวอร์98 แต้มด้วยเลี้ยว
Now that you're all up to speed, I hope you're ready for this weekend because we are in for a really exciting one as we find out our 3 representatives from East Asia and our 3 representatives from Southeast Asia, but that's going to be happening tomorrow. So East Asia today, Southeast Asia tomorrow. But before that though, let's do a little bit of housekeeping here and just give you guys a quick rundown on the tournament format so you know roughly what is happening.
Yeah, so as you can see here, beautiful little graphic makes things so simple. Today, we're covering East Asia, where we'll figure out the top 3 teams that will be joining us at the ACL 2024 finals. That's going to be in Thailand just in a couple of weeks, so everyone's very excited for that. Of course, tomorrow we'll be finding out the remaining 3 teams. There already have been 2 teams from Thailand and India, as you can see in the sort of right side of the graphic, that have qualified. They are none other than, if I'm not wrong here,
I think it was True
Gravity
Gravity
from India, and it was E-Arena from Thailand. So these 2 teams teams are already locked in. We have 6 remaining, and that's what we're about to find out today.
Yes, we'll find out 3 today and 3 tomorrow. So we've got 2 days of action-packed Pokemon Unite. Super excited though. And I think especially for India and even Thailand, they'd be watching these games today for sure. Trying to see what the competition is going to be like. But moving on, let's take a look at our top teams that are going to be competing in the tournament. Now, as you can see, we have East Asia, Southeast Asia, and India. I just want to let people know that the India qualifiers have already concluded. They concluded, I believe, somewhere in December last year. So if you would like, there are some VODs online. You can catch up and find out what the journey was like for India. But we are going to be focusing our attention to East Asia today. So we still have all 8 teams in the competition, but only 3 of them are going to make it on through, unfortunately.
It hurts, it hurts. I mean, there are already so many promising names. A lot of the notable players split up across these different stacks as well, so it's always going to be interesting how they try and edge out over each other. And we'll just take a look at our schedule for today. Of course, we're going to be starting the day out with Mosquitoes versus Joe is Love Unite. 2 teams, I think it'll be a very big clash of styles there, followed by Shin and Rude. I think you mentioned it already, Danelie. Starting out in the lower bracket, a little bit of a surprise for us here. Up against 2 Easy. Should be a bit of a regional battle. Taiwan Open first, up against the second. Of course, that's where we sort of whoever moves on from there will face off against MJK, and KS, of course, will be our last match of the day.
Yes, and this is just our first 4 games because we're going to have more after this because, of course, we need to find out who the winner of those matches in 3 and 4 to find out who's going to play matches 5 and 6 because, of course, the champions of our 2 groups are waiting. So we have Unite Holic as match number 5, and then for match number 6, we have Zora Tigers Gaming, which I think surprised a lot of people.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think seeing how dominant they were just coming out the gates, it looked clinical, some of the gameplay. So I think I'm really excited to see whether there's anyone who can actually match up to that. Now, in case you guys are wondering why we have 8 matches, if you're sort of a bracket math magician and you're just like, okay, how
what
does
is
this work out? Yeah, what is this? Why are we, if we got 3 teams going on? It's because the first and second places still have to be decided because it's very important not only for the prize money but for the seeding coming into the finals.
Yes, and then match number 7 will also be the 3rd place match. So this is for the 2 teams that actually lose match number 5 and 6 to have their chance of actually qualifying, but unfortunately we're only going to have one of them.
That's
so
painful.
Moving on, we're going to take a look at the brackets just so you get a visual on what these brackets look like because sometimes looking at the previous brackets is a little bit confusing. This might make a little bit more sense for you guys. If you're watching from home, you can take a screenshot just so you guys know where we're going to be throughout the day. You can keep up if you are following along with those rounds. But Mike, I gotta ask you, like, which of the 2 groups you kind of worried about here? Are you worried about the top group or the bottom group?
I just kind of feel like with the games that we've seen from Unite Holly and Zora Tigers Gaming, I think I already mentioned it briefly, they look clean, man. Like where some of these other teams have looked a bit scrappier, some of the strategies have not quite hit that same polish as we would have hoped to see. I'm just wondering, even if your Mosquitoes, Joe is Love, or Too Easy, you make it all the way up there to the semi-final, do you have the sauce to take on these squads? So that's kind of what I'll be looking at because it almost feels like they're gatekeepers in this sense.
Well, yeah, they're gatekeeping and it's a long road for these teams. So I hope they have a lot of strats up their back pocket, up their sleeve. I don't know where you want to store it, but you gotta have something.
You gotta have something,
Unite Holic, Zora Tigers, they're gonna be watching these games. They're gonna be so well informed. I think you kind of have to come out of the gates with a surprise to really throw them off guard. But yep, this is going to be the playoffs for East Asia. I hope you are all very excited for this as we do move along throughout the day. We have our rule set, just so you guys know what is happening. It's pretty standard across the board, not much of a change here. We are looking at a single round robin format. This was for day 1 and 2. This was for the qualifiers, for the seeding for playoffs. This is what we're working with for the playoffs. So again, single elimination. Best of 3 games all throughout today. There will not be a best of 5 final. It will be best of 3.
Correct.
We have 8 teams participating, and only the top 3 teams will qualify to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 finals.
Yeah.
Really excited.
Other just very sort of regular stuff. I think you guys will be used to this at this point, but there are a couple of bans that we need to go through. So of course, usual match timing 10 minutes, 5v5 in tournament mode. We're going to get draft pick, which, you know, if you've been following ACL at this point, it's
pretty
something
standard.
that, yeah, you've seen it, you know, all the bans coming through. It's always interesting to see what teams opt for. Hell items, there's no use limit or no level limit, but you know everyone's going to have those maxed out. No boost emblems available. Zacian, Mewtwo, X and Y ban, those are all the EX license on the picture. And today, just like day 2, Metagross is in the pool available for picking. We'll see whether any of these teams decide to go for that, but Gyarados is not, right?
Unfortunate.
Just came out. You'll see him in the finals, just not yet. No more Magikarp flopping around, you know, being useless for 2 minutes. We ain't having that.
It's okay. He's going to have 2 weeks to figure out what he wants to be, because I think at this point Magikarp is kind of like, am I ready for competitive?
I don't know. Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's a bit early to say, but I am really excited to see Gyarados when he is going to eventually be available in the pool. But draft pick format, for anyone that is new to watching competitive Pokemon Unite, both teams will be given an option to ban a Pokemon each. Now, once they ban their Pokemon, our team's going to take turns picking their Pokemon. So the team on the left side will get 1 first pick, and then on the right side, they will get the next 2 picks, and then both teams will continue on taking 2 picks until the last pick, which will only be a single Pokemon for the team on the right-hand side. After they've picked your Pokemon, the players will be allowed to swap their Pokemon. So even though your favorite player might be playing a Umbreon, they can swap with their teammate and possibly play Masquerada if that was another Pokemon that they drafted.
Yeah, you never know how that's going to shake out until the very last phase where they start switching around. You might be like, oh, why is Ice on Lucario? You know, he might pick it, he might not again. That's a different story. But that's Southeast Asia shenanigans. We're on East Asia now. And man, this is going to be an exciting opening match. I think I caught some of the Mosquitoes matches as they were coming out. They definitely look...
Actually, I just got an update from production here. So, our first matchup of the day is actually going to be Shinarude versus 2Easy. We just got the update, so it was going to be the Mosquitoes matchup, but we are going to go for a quick swap here. So, apologies for anyone that has been looking forward to Mosquitoes. They'll be playing it next, but we are going to be going in for the elimination match here for Taiwan.
Ooh. Oh, that's
it's a
tough.
pretty big matchup.
Yeah, pretty big is an understatement. You take a look at these names right here. These, Shin and Rude, don't be fooled by the team name.
No.
That is literally our previous champions. Or at least, you know, 4 out of 5 of them.
Almost all of them.
4 out of 5, right?
The other one is on the other
yeah,
side.
exactly. It's a little bit of a Z. Look, at the end of the day, we know these guys. They're all good friends. But at the same time, Z-Ray, he's recruited a couple of, you know, little different individuals across Southeast Asia, East Asia to help him out in this endeavor to try and overthrow his former allies here. Shanxin is going to come in that sort of support role where Wuchuan was playing it back in High 5. And I mean, Shin and Rude, they've always brought that ingenuity, always brought that level of excitement with their picks and their play. And I don't know, too easy. Do you think they got what it takes?
They have a lot of promise. I mean, we've seen this team play, and I do like the style that they've been rocking. It's just, I'm not sure if it's going to be enough to take on Shin and Rude now. There is a bit of a caveat here for both sides, right?
Yeah.
So Shin and Rude, they know Z-Ray. They know this man like the back of their hand because they played with him for the World Circuit last year. But the same thing can be said for Z-Ray. So both teams, they are pretty well aware. Z-Ray in particular, he's going to understand the majority of Shin and Rude's Pokemon pool. So he's got them on lockdown when it comes to Pokemon. The question is, I want to know, is he the one in charge of drafting? Or is it going to be someone else on 2Easy that is in charge of drafting? I presume it's going to be Z-Ray. For Shin and Rude, I believe it was Ikura that does the majority of the drafting. It's always been Ikura, I feel like. Yeah, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure. I do have to say, though, this version of High 5, if you want to call them, or orangutans or Shin and Rude, really, I'm really a big fan of how they play. Like the team synergy, it's really there. I'm really impressed with Wuchuan actually stepping in to be the attacker for the team. He's done a fantastic job. Shanxin, I think he's been integrating pretty well into the team as well. He has actually been getting better for the past 2 days. If you think about the 2 play days, and I'm keen to see what he's got to bring for today in particular. But I want to know, are there going to be any surprises for this team? Because it's been more or less the same stuff for Shin and Rude. Nothing out of the box, more or less very familiar picks for this roster. 2Easy though, I'm still not 100% familiar with Snake and 77. They're still new to the roster, they're still new to the competitive scene. We know Solo, we know Froggy, we know their Pokemon pools, but I feel like 2Easy might have the element of surprise here.
For sure.
But there's also the factor, how often do these 2 teams scrim?
Yeah, I mean...
100% they must be scrimming, so...
They have to be. I mean, for me, the biggest surprise factor is going to be none other than Solo, right? Solo, he's always been that big name. On the biggest stage, he always pops off, has those crazy moments. He's always that player that you look at as, okay, the rest of the squad is down, but behind, he 1v4s on Serena. That kind of thing, that is such a Solo move. And I think to go up into the coordination that Shin and Rude will have, they're going to have to come up with some crazy individual plays as well.
And I think Solo is going to be a pretty important aspect to 2Easy's lineup too, because the signature playstyle for Shin and Rude is practically 4 versus 5. What they like to do for Shinrude is that they tend to leave BKZ to his own devices in the top lane. BKZ doesn't really contribute for the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
He's up there, he's farming.
He's chilling.
He's chilling, he's trying to get big. He wants to get ready for that late game. I think the only exceptions to that is if he's playing something like Machamp. He does tend to contribute to the team. But if he's playing something like his Urshifus, if he's playing his Garchomp, his Blastoise, he likes to stay up there and get those levels. And so 77, Solo is going to play a very important role in actually shutting down BKZ. And I do think Shinrude are aware that Solo is a really strong player. They have to respect him.
You gotta know.
So I'm expecting both teams to actually clash in the top lane for that first flank from both of our central laners. And I'm keen to see what these drafts are going to entail for both lineups. Is it going to be very fast-paced? Is it going to be slow? Are we looking at ramp? Are we looking at the mid-game? So there's a lot of things to consider here, and you know, these teams, they've got everything to lose. You lose here, you're out of the competition.
It's a heartbreaker. It's going to be tough. I think especially for Z-Ray now, we already mentioned that we're sure there's no bad blood or anything. They're all friends at the end of the day.
They're not.
They're all homies, man. They've all been
Shingdi's been tweeting Z-Ray as well. Like, they're publicly communicating, so they're friends.
But I think there has to be a certain element of bitterness is not really the right word, but heartbreak isn't either. But when you sort of lose to that squad that you decided, okay, you know, maybe it's time for me to move on. Maybe it's time for me to try new horizons with new teammates. Let's see whether we can make this work. And then the person the team that knocks you out are your former allies. That's gotta hurt. I'm sure that, you know,
I mean, everyone's gonna have that spout of jealousy, right? Like, you want to go, but someone else makes it, and it's your former teammates.
That's the spirit of competition,
it's
man. It's painful. It's painful, and I think especially for Z-Ray, I will say though, on that point that you mentioned, I do have a bit of a counterpoint. You're saying, okay, as we'll go into the draft very shortly, but look, BKZ wants to be left up there. Solo's like, let me have him.
Well,
let me have him one-on-one.
Okay, but the thing is, what is Solo going to play? And also, what does BKZ play? Because the flavor of the month for East Asia has been Buzzwole in that top lane. And actually, look at this. Stealing away the Blastoise from BKZ, that's going to actually limit what BKZ can play in that top lane. Because from what I understand, BKZ does have a pretty small pool of Pokemon that he's very comfortable with. Now look at Xingdi, he's playing with us. We can't play Gyarados.
He's just picking it just to remind everyone, look at this guy, he's in the game now.
BKZ generally is the last pick for the team, so I don't expect him to go for a pick. But usually for BKZ, you're going to see him either on the Machamp, the Blastoise, sometimes the Dark Urshifu, and he doesn't really play Buzzwole. We've seen him play it on and off, but it doesn't seem like it has been his Pokemon to play. But he might prove us wrong. He might pick it up here and he'd be totally fine. But the compositions here are looking pretty good here for 2Easy. So they're going to grab the Hooper here for Snake. Z-Ray's going to be playing the Leafeon here, so very aggressive, very early game oriented Pokemon. And actually, I just realized Cynthia is going to be standing in for 2Easy. So Cynthia is the stand-in for the team. Oh, is it?
Yeah, Froggy's not in now.
Okay, pretty interesting. So they've actually changed their lineup as well, because Snake was the central laner for the team.
Yeah, so we don't know how it's going to pan out until we get to that stage. But BKZ on that Machamp again. Look, you know, if I don't know if you guys were watching that highlight video, the day 2 recap, but if you saw that super play, BKZ out-man fighting 1v1 up against Blastoise, right? This is something that he's already been confident on. He knows what he can do.
But look at the matchup. It's actually going to be Goodra versus Machamp in the top lane. Now, that's not the thing I'm looking at here. I'm looking at the Metagross on Xingdi. Now, this is actually really new to me because Metagross is the complete opposite of what Xingdi is as a player. Xingdi is a central laner that loves to play super aggressive from the get-go and assist those side lanes. But he's actually decided to go for a Pokemon that does require a little bit of ramp, a little bit of experience. So I'm really interested to seeing how Shin and Rude utilize this Pokemon. Can they find the full potential of Metagross and actually turn him into something that will be viable in the meta? Yeah,
and the thing about Metagross that we've been seeing, especially if you just kind of play your own pubs, right? It's always about having that dedicated healing. Everyone's complaining about comfy Metagross because you get to a point where you're basically unkillable. It's tough because you just keep getting heals. It's a bit of a switch of ideology as well, because BKZ, like you mentioned, he's fine flourishing in his top side on his own, but with this Machamp, he might just have to get a bit more active, start showing up to these objectives. Maybe they won't play in the top side. Maybe it'll be Xingdi who goes up there, grabs all that EXP, right? And BKZ starts coming down, gotta chop down those Regices, you know what I mean? That would get into the mix.
That could be the play. That would be it would massively throw off 2Easy. But I think the thing is, like, do you want to also put Metagross in the side lane up against a Goodra?
That's true. I mean, eventually, when you're just trying to sap some EXP. But look, let's talk a little bit about this Gudra, right? I think, for my money, this guy can stand up to a Metagross 1v1 easy, especially without any backup.
I don't think it's the Metagross that you're worried about. I'm looking at Shinobrude and I'm wondering, like, how are you going to get rid of the Gudra? Because Gudra has amazing self-sustain, and now you're also going to have a Hooper that's going to give the resets for that Gudra. So I just don't see Solo leaving these fights.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the Curse Bangle coming out from Shingi might come into play there, just need to cut that healing down to size. We'll see how it pans out as Shinobrude versus Too Easy. It's a bit of a Taiwanese, simple battle here. Yeah, you gotta really sort of prove your spot. I mean, if we just go by how they played in the open, so early KOs already, and look at that, Cynthia might be the stand-in, but not scared about a thing. Just start him beat on Shingi and challenge him in some of these bot moves.
I mean, Cynthia's doing the right thing here. There's not really much a Beldum can do up against that Hooper, but I have to say, though, quite surprised that we did lose Z-Ray in that bottom lane on that Leafeon. It's pretty unexpected for him as a player. But they do have the Glaceon in that central area going into the top lane. So just wanting to make sure that Solo is going to be A-okay. And a quick punish here onto BKZ just to deny him any more experience. No more scoring for you, they say.
Yeah, you always want to try and stack those up in early stage as much as possible, because the later it goes, more people are going to show up in defense. I assume that Z-Ray probably just got caught out by that rock tomb here.
Like this.
Yeah, just going to get sliced down. Ikura lands there perfectly and locks Leafeon in place. The second KO already in his bot side for the Leafeon.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that play happening in the bottom lane though, because that's 2 KOs right now on Z-Ray already. That's going to set him back quite a bit. And this bottom lane is not necessarily that strong because you're running a Squirtle with your Leafeon. You want the Leafeon to really pop off. Top lane though, we are seeing a little bit of pressure as we are looking at the Machoke here for BKZ. It's going to be level 5, and this Goomy has evolved. It's also level 5, and they're going to try and turn this around the slow. Here comes that Glaceon Snake trying to dish out that damage. Can't quite cut down that Clefable. BKZ then turning around and attacking the Glaceon. Probably thinking he wasn't going to get out anyway. So
yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a hero move, but it was already that, that Clefable was out of there. I'm a little bit worried about the Leafeon, like you mentioned. He's going to have to rely on this camp in the central area. Yeah, and that just gets mopped up easily by most of the side of Shinobrude. They're going to try and aggress forward, and Rock Tomb not going to connect though, but last touch of Snake is able to start his way out of there, trying to get the last touch, and you'll be able to find it. I mean, this Metagross, or rather Metang, he's just all over them right now. He's starting to line up. He's able to get out there with the eject, but the spin finally gets answered by the Gudra, just wobbling around. But 4 members of Shinobrude up in this top side. There doesn't seem to be much that Too Easy can do to defend.
77's coming to assist as well, but all those boosted attacks from Muse really cutting Z-Ray down. He's just not happy to jump into these fights. He's just too low, but this aggression coming in from Shinobrude, I have to say, really impressed with the execution so far, because it's really catching Too Easy off guard. They're not prepared for all this aggression coming in from a Metang.
Yeah, I mean, not just the Metang, right? You're always trying to create that distance between yourself and that Metang. Rock Tomb says no. Rock Tomb says stay right there, you ain't going nowhere. Too Easy. They lose quite a bit of pressure up in this top side. They've even brought 77 up here to try and relieve that, but they haven't really got much done. Now, the points, they are pretty even, but already starting on the Regirock is Too Easy.
Yep, and also looks like we are looking at the war total, denying Mew any opportunity from trying to get that potential last hit steal. We've seen that a couple of times in the previous week, so 77 doing a great job making sure that Too Easy has that opening to get their objective. Now the next objective is going to be that Regieleki in the top lane. Now Shinobrude, level-wise, they're doing pretty well here. Xingdi is level 9, so he is a fully evolved Metagross. He is ready to go. He's got a Unite as well. But look at this though, Solo actually being a bit of a nuisance in that central area, pushing away that Clefable. Top lane breaks here, so this is going to be fantastic for Too Easy, denying the speed boost. And look at that, actually, it's a Shedinja doll on Xingdi of all things. He's trying to run away with that. Levitate is so close. They will get that basic attack. The Glaceon denying Xingdi any hope of leaving. But hang on a minute, though, Whoosh one coming in. They actually deny Z-Ray. They send him back to base. There's no Leafeon. So now it's going to be Shinobrude thinking, is it worth contesting for Regieleki? No, we're going to let it go.
That was such an awkward and scattered extended engagement. It felt like, it started as Solo trying to poke in, and then suddenly Leafeon's on the wrong side of the picture, but he does manage to wipe out both the Metagross as well as the Clefairy. Really fancy footwork from both of those Pokemon to try and weasel their way out of there, but the connections, you just can't get away in time. Regieleki will go over. Very even game so far, all things considered, and I want to point out the Gudra's build here has gone for the Muddy Water, so he understands he's against a lot of Pokemon that want to get up close and personal, and he's going to to try and take advantage of that.
And you also had the attack reduction as well on that Muddy Water, so maybe this was the play here for Too Easy, just to prevent Shin and Rude from dishing out the damage that they want. Keep giving them that debuff and just being a nuisance, right? Just stick to them, keep them away your evolutions, because that's the firepower for Too Easy's composition right now, the Leafeon and that Glaceon. I do have to say though, Shin and Rude are not really addressing Snake. They've been really focusing on Z-Ray up until this point, but Snake has had a relatively free game, and I'm kind of wondering, could this potentially be a mistake for Shin and Rude to not really also focus on that Glaceon, because Snake is dishing out a ton of damage for the team. He's left uncontested, he's getting his levels, but he could be the backbone for this team, and Shin and Rude are not addressing him.
Yeah, I mean, you could say the same for Wushan, who's done a great job with those booster autos, like you mentioned. Fight's gonna break out though, Unite moves being popped, and this Akura, look, Russell still manages to get the shields out. It's a huge bit of control from Cynthia and their Koopa, but they will be able to clean up most of the side of Too Easy. They're dropping low. It ends up being in the favor of Too Easy instead. Like you mentioned, Snake on the backside there, but I didn't see him. I thought he was gone, but he was over there chucking out Ice Crystal after Ice Crystal. Now it's Wushan being blasted back by that jet of water. The side of Too Easy, they completely dominate in this bot side fight.
Yeah, I mean, Yololee did his job. He was there, he absorbed the majority of the damage. Yes, he was the first KO'd, but at the end of the day, his job is to ensure that both attackers are going to be there to do their jobs, because you lose the evolutions, you've lost your damage.
Yeah.
And we have to consider, Shin and Rude is running a very tanky composition, very fat Pokemon, and being supported by a Clefable. You want to burst them down, you don't want sustained fights. But look at this though, Xingdi actually going to be soloing solo there. So the front lineup for Too Easy is out of the picture. We still have that Blastoise, but no Hydro Typhoon on the board here, so they don't really have access to that crowd control. Glacial Stage though being popped there by the Glaceon. Great Ninja Doll to deny the Icicle Spears from connecting. Look at this, Too Easy. They're going to try and go for the Regieleki, but remember, Shin and Rude could absolutely go for the steal, but Glaceon gets it again. Snake is on fire this match.
You gotta watch out for the grass. There's a deadly Glaceon slithering through it. Every single time we lose track of this Glaceon, feels like Shin and Rude do as well, and suddenly 1 KO, 2 KO, Ice Crystals flying left, right, and center. You just can't stand up against this man, and I like you mentioned, you got your Machamp, you got your Metagross, you even got your Rubber Tubes, but nobody's stopping this man from dancing all over you. It's tough. You gotta get the touch on the Snake.
Well, looks like up top we did get a KO there onto Z-Ray, who tried to push with the Regieleki, but this also slowed down Shin and Rude because they are forced to now deal with the Regieleki, meaning Glaceon is going to continue on with that, with the central area experience. Just keep getting those levels. We are 30 seconds away from this Rayquaza Permasneeze. I'm really excited, but 5 seconds away from this Reggie. We could be looking at a really big battle here with 2 Pokemon from Too Easy in that bottom section, and they're going to lose solo again, so no Goodra. But is this going to be problematic? If Too Easy can, they want to either deny or slow down this take of the Regice. They're considering their options, but Ikora doing a fantastic job with the zoning on that Crustle, threatening with that Rock Tomb. And it's going to go in the way of Shin and Rude. It's not an attack or defense buff, but it is still experience.
Absolutely, absolutely. And coming into this final stretch, every little shred is important. Get yourself towards those boosted second stage of your moves already around the Rayquaza. Now, Too Easy, they do have the point advantage, but they are still holding on to their tail 1 goal zones. Sneaky scores coming out from Ikura, coming out from the Machamp. These aren't unheard of. They can definitely make it happen. My eyes are going to be on Cynthia, because in that bot fight that Too Easy crushed the mat, it was his Hyperspace Fury that locked up 4 members at the same time, allowing them to have the space. He's going to have to pull off that kind of performance again to try and win this race fight out solo. You got to watch yourself here, buddy. You're up against real menacing fellas who have shown that they can just KO you.
Yep, and it looks like Shin and Rude are going to start poking that Rayquaza, so they're taunting Too Easy into this fight. Too Easy are in a position to defend. They don't want to fight, they want to defend. If a team fight breaks out, though, they do have a lot of tools to slow down Shin and Rude. If their moves do connect, we have a backstab potential here for Solo. Blastoise constantly there with the Surf. Hydro Typhoon, they almost got the connections, but they weren't able to get it as of yet. So both lineups are still up and running. We still have the Goodra coming in from the backline. BKZ trying to go for the Hooper. Cynthia's out of the picture. Typhoon, though, connecting onto Shin and Rude. Now Too Easy needs to collapse if they want to do this damage. But look at Solo being such a nuisance, sitting on top of Wushan, forced to use that Mystical Mirage to survive. But beautiful X's are coming in from that Crustle, connecting onto Z-Ray, and the Glaceon is gone. I think Shin and Rude have done it. They have broken through Too Easy's defense. We're still looking at Solo here, who is now finally out. And we have 77, but he gets punched down as well. BKZ finishing everything off. Shin and Rude after a brutal match, was able to break through True Easy's defense, get the Rayquaza, and will now score their points to secure game number 1.
I just want to say hello to the future because that play right there from BKZ, that's going to be in some sort of highlight reel. That was insane. Him alone on that Machamp, single-handedly zoned out both evolutions. You saw Z-Ray trying to approach from the left side on the bottom. You saw Snake trying to play his way around the grass as he has this whole game. Absolutely not. Chopped down to the ground. And Shin and Rude, what a showing in this game number 1 in that final team fight.
BKZ, one-man show. I think that's probably the best way to describe him.
In one hand, he grabs the Leafeon, in the other, he grabs the Glaceon and slam them together. All right, no more Ray for you guys. You guys ain't playing anymore. That's literally what happened in that game.
Oh, man. But I have to say, though, props are Too Easy for just such a terrorizing early game. I would hate to play up against this competition in my pubs.
Yeah.
But Shin and Rude, though, I think they did a really great job combating all of this pressure that came from Too Easy, because Too Easy could have snowballed much faster, much harder.
Yeah.
But the fact that Shin and Rude, they showed a lot of resistance, they did the best that they could to try and minimize the damage, minimize the bleed, but still continue to get that experience and keep up with them up until that late game. They knew their objectives, they knew their targets, and for BKZ in particular, he hit his targets.
Dude, chance in on the recovery, that number is ridiculous. I mean, I guess that's to be expected when you're playing around with so many Pokemon that are just gonna stick right by you as that Clefable, but 130k, that negates so much of the damage coming out. Now, props to Solo though, we did mention this Gudra pick. It seems like there's some semblance of an idea there, right? What it does, buys so much time for Snake and Z-Ray to find their timing as they usually do. But Solo, he was tanking so much damage, it didn't even matter. BKZ was just able to instantly burst these evolutions down. You can buy all the time you want, but when your damage does out of the picture, it's what are you gonna do?
Yeah, and it also just shows the potential threat of that late game Machamp, right? You can't afford to be hit by that barrage, because the barrage does so. If a full connection on an evolution, I think that's basically curtains for you. You got to go back to base and think about what happened.
Yeah.
So going into this next game, so I think Too Easy, they do have a really good idea coming into this game. They just have to solidify how they execute that late game, because it all came down to the Rayquaza. So let's look through Too Easy's perspective. What are you fixing here?
I think, okay, to be honest, it all started going wrong for me in that top side when they started bleeding out a little bit too much. You know, they were running forward, trying to aggress, and then suddenly they had to bring even Blastoise up to the top side. He wasn't even fully evolved yet.
Yeah,
right?
let's show the highlights as well so people get a quick rundown.
Yeah, we can run you through it with some visual aids. We have that ready for you. But yeah, that's kind of where it all started going wrong for me. And Ikura, he was just able to do so much work in the early stage with his Crustle. The Rock Tomb is not something any of these Pokemon are equipped to deal with. I think, apart from the Blastoise just struggling a little bit in the levels department, that's something you need to worry about. Take a look at that again. It's always the Rock Tombs locking you in. Any sort of engagement that you're looking for just completely gets broken apart. I don't know. It was... What do you even do against a Crustle? Especially when, you know, he's not even a Crustle yet. He's Dwebble at level 2 and he's getting a KO on your Leafeon in like, what, 30 seconds in?
Yeah.
That's not a good look.
Look, I really love the Crustle picks because I think it's a fantastic counter to Hooper as well. Because you can't come out of that Hooper hole thinking you're going to be fine. You either might be Rock Tombed or you're going to be X-Scissored as you come out, because you're basically setting up for that kind of move for a Crustle.
Yeah.
I don't think Cynthia needs to change though. The Hooper pick itself is totally fine.
Yeah.
It's just trying to sort out trying to figure out what can you do to help that Glaceon.
Yeah.
Give it that space so that it doesn't get caught out, because we saw just then, right? The eject had to be used because the Glaceon almost got caught out. Even the Glacial stage had to be used to jump over that wall. So with both defensive moves used, that was when BKZ realized, you're not getting away from me this time. I'm going to get you.
I think it really just comes down to positioning, because if you take a look at how the members of Too Easy were kind of scattered around the Ray Pit, they were trying to hit from 3 different angles. I can't help but feel like if they went on in a full-on straight linear 5v5 situation, they would get the better edge of that, because the Blastoise would actually be able to put to use his Hydro Typhoon. We saw in the end that Unite move coming out, but it was controlling members who weren't even pressuring your evolutions. They were already being taken down by BKZ. You know, you're looking at the evolutions, they're trying to find an angle into the fight, but there's no front line there in front of them. The front line's busy to an off angle, so I'm not really... I understand they were trying to play around with some of the Hooper resets and whatnot, but it really felt like the execution or the idea of how they were going to approach that final fight fell apart.
Well, I think if you're using a defensive Hydro Typhoon, you're kind of in shambles already, right? That was the thing that I was thinking of, because I saw the Typhoon. It wasn't really there to connect with his teammates. It was there to stop them from getting towards the team. So like once that happened, that was the green light for Shin and Rune to be like, oh, it's gone, let's go. They have no crowd control that we're worried about. Solo's not an issue anymore. We've got ways to jump on top of you. And with the Typhoon gone, the setup for the Leafeon and the Glaceon is practically gone.
Yeah,
because that's just the nature of the composition.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned crowd control. If we were really thinking back to the 2 easy lineup, you got Vinewit on Gudra, and you got Hydro Typhoon on the Blastoise. As long as they're keeping an eye on the Blastoise, they don't need to be worried about a thing. Wuxuan's just in there pumping out move after move after move. This means, we talk about Snake not being touched, that Mew is just chilling the whole time.
Yeah, they didn't really have any divers on their comp, right? Like the diver was technically Z-Ray, but Z-Ray was shut down from the get-go. So how could you expect Z-Ray to be able to do his job? When he's been effectively shut down for the majority of the game.
Yeah, and I mean, the only person who's in there is Solo, but Solo's trying to take you down, which would be fine if you were alone and not next to a Clefable. One of the highest healing supports in the game right now. He's just there like, hey, you enjoy the nighttime, hey, moonlight, buddy, you know, that's rough. I don't know what you're gonna do about that, but you better figure it out. And that's kind of what 2EZ need to do. Now, I don't necessarily think the draft needs to change. It really feels more like an executional thing for me. I think that as much as we're praising Cynthia for some of the Hooper plays, there were a couple of the key hyperspace hold decisions that it's not questionable. You can understand why he would go for them, but it felt like it wasn't the right move in the fight. I think particularly there was a bot Reggie Rock fight where instead of saving Solo, who was there alone, he had tossed the hyperspace hole on his goal zone to try and bring more allies in. Right? You can understand that. Fundamentally, you know, okay, we realize it's going to be a full-scale team fight. We got to bring the buddies. But what about the buddy in front of you? You gotta take care of that guy first.
There's 4 buddies. You can only pick one.
You can only pick one. It's like the train situation.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty tough situation. It's a split-second call to make the decision. Like, do I save Solo? Do I bring everyone else in? Do we have the firepower to come into this fight? So.
Especially as a stand-in being the one to make that crucial decision. So often we see it's captains who are on that because they're the ones making the calls for what moves to make.
I'm kind of wondering if that was actually Cynthia's call as well, right? You have to think like, was it Cynthia that made the call or was it them?
Or maybe it was, yo, bring us down, bro.
Could be Z-Ray, could be Snake, could be anyone from the team, right? Saying like, okay, maybe it's better we bring the entire team rather than just saving that one person because you try and spend that time to walk down the bottom lane. I think that Reg Ice is done, so. So yeah, but weighing it out, it didn't really work out in favor of 2EZ, unfortunately. So it's going to come down to that game number 2 here. I think the composition is fine. I would actually like to swap out the Gudra. I'm actually surprised that Solo didn't pick Buzzball for that top lane.
It's available, right? And I think, I don't know, we as soon as we saw the Blastoise, we thought it was going to be Blastoise, right? Solo, because Solo, Blastoise, we've seen that before, right?
I didn't because I saw so 77 picked it. So in my mind, I thought, okay, it could be Blastoise and it also could be 77 Blastoise. 77 also plays Blastoise.
That's fair.
So I kind of wanted to wait for that second defender pick before I made up my mind. And then I saw the Gudra. I was like, yeah, that's definitely not a support Gudra. that's a top lane Gudra. I really would have swapped out the Gudra for something else. The concept behind the Gudra, I think it makes sense. It's just like overall with the kind of attackers that they were running, these are attackers that need assistance in case they do get jumped on. They don't have self-sustain. Like if, for example, let's say we swapped out the Glaceon for something like Inteleon. At least Inteleon has some kind of way to jump out if you get dived.
That's kind of what they were thinking about.
And then Glaceon doesn't have that unless you're committing a Glacial Stage. Like that's it.
And if you Rock Tomb and then you need a Glacial Stage, it's like that's your fight. It's the same thing with the defensive Hydro Typhoon, right? We're talking about like this is supposed to be, you pop that Unite move as Glaceon, you're melting the whole enemy team. Right? And then you don't stand a chance.
And then once you've already shown that you've used your Unite, that's your get out of free card gone. You know, it's like, you might have eject, but we saw in that situation, Glaceon eject was definitely on cooldown, and Glacial Stage was both on cooldown. BKZ was like, you're mine now.
It kind of felt like at that point in time, they had no business approaching from that angle. Especially since it already happened to you once, right? You got caught in there, you're like, uh-oh, this is a tough situation, I need to pop my ult. It's already a bad move, and then you still walk back up there. It's gonna happen to you again. It's textbook, right? Ikura's just kind of waiting to see a little bit of slither movement, bam, there goes the Rock Tomb. It's easy. Okay, so you talked about changing out the Gudra. I think I agree, because I think at the start of that game we said, look, how are you gonna take down this Gudra? This guy, he's gonna be right as rain, you know, he's just gonna walk up in there, and sure, they took a lot of time, but he also kind of didn't get much done, right? He can't really threaten the right line in the way that we were hoping.
Yeah, but I also think there were times when Solo went really deep and his team wasn't really with him either. right? We saw a couple times in the bottom lane. I think it was also top in the Rayquaza pit. Like the team just wasn't. The team was just scattered. But you can't blame them too because they had to defend both tier 1 top and bottom. So it was a big mess overall, and they had to like weigh up their options. But yeah, there were a couple times where solo just got picked off solo, and I just thought that's pretty dangerous because you're opening the doors wide open for Shinnerude to just go in there.
That's like the typical solo conundrum, right? Some games, you see this guy, he's alone up there in that top side, he's 1v3, he wins you the game because you're taking objective, he's taking KOs. The other time, you know, you bring 4 members to try and save him, he's already gone, and suddenly you're playing the fight 4v5. I mean, even in some of those engagements, they're like you said, too deep, but you know, it kind of felt like he didn't really have any other option. Like if you approach with his team, it's not like he provides much assistance to those attackers like you mentioned.
Yeah. Well, we are here for game number 2 for Shin and Rude versus Too Easy. Now, Too Easy are on the back foot with after dropping game number 1. If they don't win these next 2 games, this team is out of the competition, out of contention for getting a slot to the offline finals. And our 2 bans are going to be Clefable and Umbreon. This has been 2 very popular Pokemon that the East Asian teams have been banning out. And that means Inteleon was left in the pool, meaning Shin and Rude are going to have access to this for Wushuan.
Yeah, that's a really, really sort of stable and comfortable pick for this player here. I think when I think of this name now in this attacker sort of role that he's really molded into, it's a couple of Pokemon, right? It's Inteleon, it's Mew, and sometimes the Espeon. Right, this is what he's the most comfortable on, and when you have someone doing a bit of a role switch, sure, you know, maybe he's already been playing this attacker role for quite a while, more so than we know, but you always want to make sure you're on these Pokemon that you're very comfortable on. You know exactly what the game plan is, you know how to maneuver with your teammates, and yeah, Ikura, no surprises that he goes back for that Crustle after that amazing performance, and Xingdi going back to a favorite of his as well, snapping up Glaceon.
Yes, so no more Metagross here for Shinnerude. Going to pick up that Glaceon. It's a signature Pokemon as well for Xingdi, so he's going to be super happy. But hang on a minute.
No.
Snake and Z-Ray.
Snake?
They are going all out with these next 2 picks. Decidueye of all Pokemon, and Z-Ray is going to be going back on his classic Mew. This is a Pokemon that we saw a lot last year at the offline finals for 2023. But look at this though, even more signature picks.
Let's go!
BKZ going to be on his signature Urshifu. This is something we saw a lot last year. And Sanshin going to round out the composition here with Eldegoss. But Solo will get Buzzwole.
Give us the Buzzwole.
Yep.
No more shenanigans of the Gudra. Don't give me that slimy nonsense. You know, just muscle them to the ground. This is backs against the wall. You need all the help and muscle you can get. They're gonna lock that one in. Siggy's across the board. Snake, you know, the previous game he was popping off on the Glaceon, and then the final fight he's like, man, you know what I really need? Some range. And he just decides, look, you gotta pick a sniper. I can meet you right there.
But I do like this. I really, really love the Buzzwole pick here for Solo because I think this was what the team was really missing in the original composition. That really strong frontliner that you don't just sit there and you're muddying water. At least with Solo, he will actually be able to throw down with Shinnerude in the front line and maybe even cause some issues for Ikura because I felt like Ikura also had a relatively free game last game. He wasn't really pressured at all. He was free to throw his rock tombs, free to do whatever he really wanted. We saw multiple X-scissors as well, connecting on some backliners.
He's just getting in there and X-scissoring and nobody's doing anything in the Crustle. And it's actually a bit of a flip of the script because now that I'm looking at the lineups, it feels almost like Shin and Rude, they don't really have a dedicated frontliner other than Ikura. And this kind of feels like one of those traps you can fall into when you're drafting a tank and your tank really is the only person who can stand there. Similarly to how we saw it happen to Too Easy last game, it might be very easy for them to just weave their way around the fight and get the connection onto Wushan and Xingdi and just take those 2 out before he can do anything.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Alrighty, game number 2, Shinnerude versus Too Easy. Now, if Shinnerude are able to take this game, they will move on through the bracket and get 1 step closer to potentially qualifying for the offline final. But for Too Easy, though, they're going to have to win 2 games back-to-back and eliminate their brother team. It'd be super unfortunate. Painful. I mean, it's painful to see any of these teams go, but it is the nature of competition here. Both of our central laners going to be farming here as we have Glaceon for Xingdi for Shinnerude, and then we have Decidueye for Snake on the side of Too Easy. I'm kind of interested to see what Snake is capable of actually pulling up with the Decidueye. It's not a popular Pokemon at all. Does tend to struggle due to mobility issues, but I've seen some fantastic Desies in the past.
Oh, absolutely. And Desi, it's a Pokemon that really just nothing but style, right? You're always just lining up those crazy perfect shots for the objective secure. You know, they have that in spades on both Easy and Shinrude, so it's really going to be just a firing range to see who can land that last connection. I'm a little bit worried though, because one of the weaknesses of Decidueye is right before he gets that Spirit Shackle, which is right about now. We're seeing both central laners make their way down to the bot path, and this is where Xingdi is going to have a lot more impact if they start squaring off. So, you know, you got to really watch yourself as that Dartrix. You don't want to overextend and get caught out.
Look at this though, we have 3 Pokemon for both sides in that bottom lane. They're going to try and contest for that central farm. I think the majority of it did go in favor of Shinrude, unfortunately, so too easy. Not going to be too happy about that one, as they would have loved to have gotten that experience. And Xingdi, he's just spending time farming this game now, heading into the top lane, maybe wanting to pressure solo here. Now, here's one of the things with Buzzwole. This Pokemon can absolutely snowball, but if you pressure him early enough, he can hinder the pressure he throws in that top lane. And most importantly, if BKZ can evolve into that Dark Urshifu, which I presume is going to be the path here for him, he will be able to square up with that Buzzwole.
I'm actually wondering whether he's going to go into these Surging Strikes instead, because that's going to help him get that connection, perhaps on the Bio and the Decidueye on the backside. We'll have to see what he decides for. Still kind of struggling a little bit at this point, because realistically speaking, as the Kubfu and the Eldegoss, you're not really going to be able to render this Buzzwole all by yourself. You know, they're going to start trying to throw out just some warning punches here. Yeah, like you mentioned, it's a dark style Urshifu. Just trying to lay in some of those heavy hits.
Yeah, it's the signature BKZ Urshifu. As you see this man play Urshifu, it's always going to be the dark version. But he has surprise in the past though, so it's not too bad. But he is evolved here, and he still has the Eldegoss support, so unfortunately for solo, he's really not going to be able to bully this bottom lane. Cynthia's still sticking around, but actually Snake making an appearance and actually showing off a Spirit Shackle. So I think Shinrude, now aware that Desi is here, going to play a little bit more on the defensive side. Down bottom though, still a 2v2 skirmish. We've seen Z-Ray really dish out some damage on that Mew. Now, here's the thing, Z-Ray, he is on a signature Pokemon of his. We saw him play this last year at the finals. Fantastic. Although we do get a KO solo, unfortunately getting KO, but BKZ also getting KO. Both top laners being eliminated. Decidueye, full Icicle Spear charge onto the Decidueye. There was no chance for Snake to escape, and poor Cynthia, I mean, there's not much you can do when you don't have a hyperspace hold. Xingdi just going ham in that top lane.
Yeah, I believe BKZ went down there. That was what Too Easy were committing for, but they paid the price in dividends there. I mean, Xingdi, you know, we talk about this Urshifu, but this Glacium can really pop off. It's a signature for a reason. Ooh, 77, you gotta get out of there, but the snipe lands him right on the back of his head. Now
Have to respect the Inteleon here.
They still managed to secure it onto Too Easy though, with the auto from the Mew, but that looked dicey for a moment, a little bit of stuns coming through. So trading out the Reggie, Lecky for the Reggie Rock, I believe. And yeah, it's just going to be a bit of pressure that Too Easy now have to answer this top side.
Yeah, and also speaking of top side, they're going to defend with both of their supports, but Eldegoss just being thrown down by that Buzzwole. Xingdi though, looking to cut down Decidueye again, so Snake taken out of the picture, and Mew copping a massive snipe there from the Inteleon. Mystical Mirage to continue to chase Xingdi and provide that Vision Surf. Is this enough of a combo? It's not. The body blocks not going to be able to survive at all. Cynthia trying to help his teammate, but Z-Ray going a little bit too ham there, and Cynthia tried to go for the teleport, but too late. The deny there from the Inteleon, and Sholo again getting cut down. Shin and Rude really executing this early game.
They are getting punished so hard on Too Easy. I mean, when you pick that Decidueye, all you need to do is keep your distance. You can't get caught out scoring on the goal pad like that. Xingdi's just going to land those ice crystals on you. It's easy. I mean, even with that Mystical Mirage, I thought the Mew was going to get out. Ends up going aggressive, swaps in the Surf, tries to go for that KO in the midst of 4 opposing Pokemon. They just turn around and grab that Tier 1 goal zone. Too Easy, it almost feels like they're overplaying their hand in this early stage a little bit here. They need to chill, need to get those levels up. Decidueye is doing a decent job, but you need to keep your distance on this Mew, on this Desi. You can't be playing like that.
It's kind of feeling, it's giving me vibes that the team is starting to feel a little bit desperate. It's because a play like that from Z-Ray, I think there are a lot of circumstances where I would totally understand. But that play in particular, it was so close. I think under normal circumstances, he would never have made that play, because he was basically challenging Shin and Rude, saying like, I'm going to get this KO, but I'm going to be in the middle of your team. If I don't finish this, you're going to finish me.
Yeah.
There's no way you get out of that, because Mystical Mirage had already been committed. So I think objectives here are going to be changing for both teams. Shin and Rude are going to be sending Xingdi and BKZ to the bottom lane, but Too Easy going to be sending their forces all up into that top lane. Now, Z-Ray, he's a little bit low, got to be super careful. We're actually going to be seeing the Unite being committed there by the Hooper as well. They're going to try and go onto Ikura, but remember, Ikura is a defender. He is incredibly tanky. He will finally be taken down here. Too easy, looking to break this goal zone. They will be able to get it here. Xingdi, though, dishing out the damage with the Ice Crystals. But BKZ, beautiful damage coming out from Too Easy. 2 Pokemon down for Shinrude. There's the reset. Oh, big snipe there onto the Hooper. Cynthia needs to be very careful just so that they don't get caught out yet again. Regieleki going in favor of Too Easy. Shinrude, unfortunately, not able to get a foothold in that fight.
A bit of a weird one there because Wushan, he was landing killer snipes. Every single little snipe shot, man, a whole chunk of HP blown off, but nobody was really there to connect. We saw it kind of come out in layers instead of one coordinated attempt, and I think that's kind of what went wrong there for Shin and Rude. We saw Ikura go in first, pop his Unite move, suddenly BKZ's late to the party, but he's into the control of the Buzzhole and the Surf. You're not going to be able to fight past. Yeah, it was a very weird situation. It still leaves them in a really good spot because take a look at the levels. The Glaceon is at level 13. Xingdi is still farming away, was able to get that basement Reggie as well. And Too Easy, they just need to hold that formation, right?
Oh, they found BKZ.
BKZ, I mean, almost seems like he's looking for them, but not really what he was looking for sure. He just gets obliterated.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too overconfident there, Shin and Rude, thinking a 3-man assault was going to be enough. Now, we do have Wushuan there on the Inteleon, but look at this, though, Solo looking to try and go for the KO onto Xingdi. Can't get the connections and the return KO there. Bye-bye, Solo.
Oh,
now, the bottom goal zone does break, but it's going to come with a very high cost as they lose the Mew, and they're going to get 77 here as well. There's not much Snake can do. He can throw Spirit Shackles from a distance, but, I mean, this man, I think at this point he's like, guys, I'm just going to try and get experience here. There's no way we can win this.
Dude, we talked about this in game number 1. Rock Tomb is the problem, you need to figure it out. They have yet to figure out the Rock Tomb. Ikura, every single one he throws out sentences and opposing Pokemon to return back. Yep. They just don't stand a chance. There's no way of fishing you out of there. I mean, Cynthia, he's trying his damn best. But, you know, Hyperspace Hole is in limited supply.
It is in limited supply, and Crustal makes that supply a little bit more risky to take as well.
Absolutely.
Right, so we do have the Regirock being taken by Shinrude. They have the defensive buff, so if a fight breaks out, it might be in favor of Shinrude, as they will have those extra defenses. It's up to Too Easy to come back in this game because they are behind in points, and 77. Got to be so careful when he goes into this fight. These Rock Tombs from Ikura can cut the team off if necessary. Cynthia coming in with the pokes as well. Both teams just sniping from a distance, and you can see Snake is just so scared. He is at the very back of his team trying to get those snipes in, but this also limits his range because he just doesn't feel confident enough to go any closer. Oh my gosh, Z-Ray taking so much damage, and Xingdi with those ice shards does so much damage with the Icicle Spears. If you let him connect, he just does so much damage. Shinrude, they're just camping the Rayquaza pit now.
This is so awkward. This is so awkward, but BKZ! A solo onto solo, and oh no, not another 4v5. Now they feel pressure, now they need to go the Surf in from the Blastoise. The Typhoon, it's a big one, starts to connect with the healing Xingdi. He's able to just weave his way out of there, and he's the safety. Too Easy, you're in trouble, you gotta retreat. Buzzwole's not back in the picture just yet, but Snake already eliminated. And look at Wushuan, he's an agent on a mission looking for the hunt onto the Blastoise. Won't be able to find him, with the Hoopa chased out of the mix as well. Shin and Rude take control of the central area.
Yeah, and we still have the Unite there on the Crustal. Now, Solo also has access to his Unite, but him all alone up against a full angry roster of Shinrude, and also no Hyperspace Hole. Again, Solo is gone. 77 trying to buy time. It's going to come down to Z-Ray, but the fact of the matter here is that Shinrude, they know what Z-Ray can do. They're going to deny him any opportunity of getting a potential snipe onto the Rayquaza. Shin and Rude have locked in the Rayquaza buff, will score their points, get their 2 wins, and move on in the bracket. And unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Too Easy. They put up a valiant effort for this matchup, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough for a potential Game 3.
The Decidueye, man, I don't think that pick was the answer to the Crustle. Ikura had their number every single time. When it gets split up like that, Too Easy, when you have these 2 backline snipers that need so much care and concern, you need bodyguards by their side. You just don't have anyone that fits the bill. You see how they approach the fights from both games, right? It's Cynthia and 77 Chin. Same thing. You know, 77 Chin, he's the only one dangling in front, only one risking the Surf, only one looking for an initiation. But as soon as he goes in, Cynthia is right behind him with a little Hyperspace Hole trying to get some recovery in. Snake and Z-Ray are wide open. And the fact that Solo got KO'd solo in the top side by BKZ, subsequently in the Ray pit, parks himself right against the wall. Ikura's like, hey, you know what I can do to you if you're right next to that wall? Slices him down before the Hoopa hyperspace hole can even come through.
Yep.
This was not the Buzzwole performance that we were expecting.
No, but I have to say though, big respects to Shin and Rude because they also respected Solo,
Oh,
right?
absolutely.
I think everyone here understands the power of that Buzzwole and it requires a lot of attention to take down. So they focus their attention, eliminate Solo, and that just left the entire team wide open. I think if anything, MVP for this round for me, it's got to be, for this game in particular, MVP to Xingdi. I think his early game pressure, really winning those side lanes for Too Easy, right? We saw multiple times as well, Too Easy diving to counter KO Xingdi.
Yeah.
And I think he dodged like 2 or 3 of those dives. It was absolutely insane. So for him to be able to not only avoid those potential KOs, but to actually get the KO back and turn the fights around, massive win there for Shin and Rude. I think if anyone is watching, don't give Xingdi Glaceon.
No. But at the same time, now we're looking at this lineup, there's so much to be concerned about. Wuxia and the amount of damage he was dealing with every single snipe shot. And Ikura, I mean, we talked about this crossing so much already.
He's so annoying.
It's so annoying. And it's not even like, can you imagine in 2024, you go into draft phase, you're like, guys, we gotta ban the crossing. Statements dreamed by the deranged, but now anyone who's facing up against Shin and Rude, you need to make that consideration. If you want to play any of these traditional attackers, we're thinking about, you know, the Espeons, the Decidueyes, the Inteleons. They don't really have a way to get out of that. Yeah, you're gonna fell Stinger back into the same Rock Tomb wall. Cool, you're gone. You know, it's we've seen these Crossel picks come out in the past. This is not something that's crazy new. But this level of execution, this level of precision with the Rock Tombs and the capitalization that the rest of the team is taking of it. I mean, Shin and Rude are bringing this to the next level.
Look, I mean, we also have to remember they are the defending champions. They have a lot to lose.
True.
You want to fight for honor and you want to fight for that trophy. So for Shin and Rude, they will be able to play another match later today. We're going to take a look at them a little bit later on, but we do need to focus on the second round 1 match, which is going to be the Mosquitoes match. I think a lot of people are excited. And also for Joe is Unite, because that is now the last remaining Taiwan team in the round 1.
Yeah, it's tricky. And I mean, if you think about the sort of Taiwan teams, Joe is Love. They okay, we're gonna just look back at that. Maybe a little bit of a parting goodbye to, unfortunately, Z-Ray fans. This was rough. I think I could count 3 to 4 times that Decidueye was just soloed out 100 to full from Aisha's alone. And look at that. I mean, yeah, you have the Phantom Force. Okay, cool. Bye-bye. Right? It's just such smart plays, capitalizing off of those Rock Tombs every single time. You're coming through with the Too Easy Pokemon and you're not really getting as much done as you want because of these very coordinated plays.
Yeah. I have to say though, I'm also not really a big fan of the Decidueye pick as well coming in from Snake, because he really struggled to do much for the team. We didn't see too many snipes come in to secure some of those KOs. We saw multiple knock-knocks that didn't really connect, even with the Hydro Typhoon in the late game. Do you remember that one Hydro Typhoon by 77? We had a knock-knock from the backline. I think it only hit Ikura.
Yeah, I mean, literally look at that clip. He knocks from such a far away distance because he has to. If not, he's such an easy pick-off. But actually, now that you're looking at it, you look at the Blastoise, Surf is going to push them away. You look at the Buzzwole, he's always going to chase in and slam them forward.
They're pushing them back.
You're not really setting up for the Spirit Shackle, right? It feels like Snake has to think 4 steps ahead into the future to even know where to place that. And time again, we just see the Spirit Shackle fly completely wide, not landing anything. On the flip side, you have Wuxia just targets on the back of every single Pokemon on Too Easy.
So is it a sign for Too Easy for 77 to actually learn how to play that Crustal? Because he got that Rock Tomb set up, but that's not something that we're going to really look at anymore, unfortunately, as we do say goodbye to Too Easy, unfortunately.
Yeah, painful stuff. But
painful stuff. But look, they've got plenty of time now to worry about the World Championship qualifiers coming up later this year. So, if anything, they're going to be watching the matches, learning from the teams as well, and I guess enjoying the matches just like us.
Yeah. I mean, I do hope this roster sticks together, because I think when I first saw it, you know, for the longest time, we're looking at the High Five, Orangutan, you know, all those different iterations.
The original roster.
Yeah, the original roster, and you're thinking, okay, you know, these guys are good. Are they going to level up as a unit? Or, you know, you always think about that. The successful boy band, you know, one of them branches off to a little solo career. That's what Z-Ray is doing right now. Maybe the first album, not really a hit as much as he wants to, but, you know, you always hope for this person to be able to reach that pinnacle that they did in the past. And I think that's a lot of the community sentiments towards Z-Ray, a very well-loved player in the Taiwan scene and the Southeast Asia and East Asia scene altogether.
I'm actually glad you brought that up too, because I saw on Twitter last week, Z-Ray tweeted, I think it was something along the lines of like, being a captain isn't easy.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah.
And he actually got a little bit of support from Shingdi by his teammate. He was saying like, you know, I think something along the lines of like, you're doing a good job, or you know, maybe we'll reunite. I don't remember the tweet 100%, but it was just, you know, the players, they're also learning some valuable lessons. You know, when they split off, they do their own thing.
Yeah.
So honestly, best of luck to 2EZ. Really excited to see where this team goes, whether they move on to the World Championships together or not. But if anything, I'm pretty sure the players learned a lot of valuable lessons participating in the league.
Yeah, for sure.
With all these other very strong teams. Like, let's be realistic.
When else do you get this kind of opportunity before you like, you don't just, when it comes to scrims are a whole different thing. This, where there's stakes on the line, where you're fighting for a chance to go to Thailand to play live LAN, that's every esports player's dream.
Exactly. All right. Let's have a look at the brackets to see what is happening here for the East Asia playoffs. And we have concluded game number 1 for the league stage.
Yeah, and of course, that's gonna be, once again, one final sad goodbye to 2EZ. Like we mentioned, it'll be a roster that we'll be keeping our eyes up for coming to the World Qualifiers, but for now, they will be out of the tournament and lose their shot at qualifying. Shin and Rude continue on, so the defending champions still have their chance and making a crazy run. It's gonna be tough. They still have KS coming up, but for now, we will be watching Mosquitoes versus Joe Is Love Unite. A bit of a clash of styles, honestly, because Joe Is Love, I was watching some of the previous weekends, the drafting style's a little zany. On the flip side, Mosquitoes, they have that grit, but they have that what feels like more stock standard textbook play. Well, I know what I think about this matchup, but you know, I have another very brilliant, seasoned individual joining me at the table right now, Mr. Yololee. Pleasure.
Of course, glad to meet you, Permasneeze. Salutations, everybody. And of course, it's great to be back on the air here, to be casting some really great games. And guess what, Permasneeze? We are finally done with the group stages.
That's crazy.
We're enough with the kids games. Now we're here with the big boys. Exactly. That's what we're trying to look for.
True.
Because we are trying to look for the best of the best.
Absolutely.
Each of these teams are here to offer.
Yeah.
But first things first, let's quickly bring up the head-to-head teams here, because I just heard for as well, there is going to be a player switch here for the side here for Joe Is Love Unite as they bring in Sing Kong while they subbed out Shao.
Yeah, and I mean, Joe Is Love Unite, if you've watched any bit of the ACL so far, you'll know that these guys can get a little bit zany. Some speedsters, you know, Shaw, he loves his little Snorlax, not really a Pokemon we see at all, but that's the beauty of going for these crazy drafts.
Correct.
Have that pop-off potential.
Correct, and the best thing about this as well for them, particularly, they're definitely one of the more newer teams to come into the lineup as well.
Yeah.
Not a lot of competitive experiences on their belt. However, the fact that they are here to try to represent, right, that says a lot.
Yeah.
However, according to from a lot of the games we've seen during the group stages, there is a couple of setbacks on some of their games as well. But then again, that just shows the fact that they are learning a lot. They're getting a lot of experiences and a lot of opportunity. At the same time, like you said, like what you mentioned to Danelie just now before I came in.
Yes.
This is an opportunity for them to actually get that kind of experience which you just can't get from scrims. The real thing is here and now here. And including for our dear friend Z-Ray, unfortunately, kudos to them as well, who we unfortunately had to say goodbye. However, him starting off as a team captain here, I don't think it's something too sad about it. Yes, it's unfortunate, but I think both teams really gave it their all, because I felt like the biggest respect that they can actually give to an ex-teammate is to literally show no mercy. It's just to give their best and say, like, because we are giving our best because we know for a fact you deserve
This
best.
is the classic. Look, I gotta put you down now.
All right,
I gotta put you down now. But right, like you look at Z-Ray, you're like, you're not there yet, but I'll wait for you. And we'll meet each other again back on the stage when you're at that level.
Exactly.
And it's like, that's an impressive journey. Now, on the side of Joe Is Love Unite, I do agree with you. Very new names to the picture, especially when you talk about Sing Kong coming in as a sub. Winstar, I'm aware, is the captain, but I've seen Mai Tan Lao in previous seasons and previous tournaments. So I think as much as there is that dynamic there, we talked about a bit about it with Z-Ray and Ikura with the captaincy and all that. Mai Tan Lao, I mean, I always think about him, I always think about Koopa. right? It's a lot of these decisive calls about the flow of the game that I think his experience might help a lot on. But on the flip side, Mosquitoes, some world's attenders, some crazy, accolades across the board. We got S4. In my head, I always call him Sal. I always just say Sal.
That's what I say Sal.
Yeah, okay, we can go with Sal.
Yeah.
Don't tell Danelie that. She's right there, but
I know.
we pretend she doesn't hear it. But actually, there's enough being said about those two players already. I want to point out Epic, because I think he's really impressed me with his play so far, specifically on the Lapras, specifically on the Buzzwole.
Yes.
I think he's popped off with some pretty significant individual performances.
Although yes, a little bit late to the party coming for Epic, but he was also somewhat running alongside with Sal and First Blossom here at the same time. Although yes, Kala and Penchumo, a little bit relatively new to the team here, to the roster here, but when you're running alongside with great seniors like Sal, Blossom and Epic, I don't think you really have to worry too much. You have such great seniors, great mentors to really lead up the team. However, sure, the group stages, when you have a new, definitely, although yes, you are able to run it with 3 new members, 2 new members here as well.
Yeah.
The synergy is definitely going to take some time to get used to, especially when you're in such a high-stake game like this in this competition here. But so far, they're able to get a really good position in the group stages. I'll be honest, their group stage was pretty hard. It was pretty hard to try to go through it, but he's still able to weather out that storm here. But then again, just like most of the team here, it's not a sprint anymore, ladies and gentlemen. It is a marathon for these guys, as they had to go through multiple teams to get to that top.
Yeah, and I think specifically for me, for Joe is Love, you talk about a brilliant group stage coming out from Mosquitoes. Bit of an opposite case for Joe is Love. We like to talk, because it's fun, right? We like to talk about the speedsters, we like to talk about the crazy picks. Yeah, the thing about crazy picks is they don't work out for a reason. There's a reason why people like to trend towards what's currently strong. It hasn't really, they finished bottom of their group to find themselves in this position, and it's not really, especially when you're now trying to integrate a stand-in in Singkong, I wonder whether there's enough preparation there, because Mosquitoes, they've shown they can bring you the distance in these decisive sort of best of threes.
Yes.
They have the grit. They're not just going to get caught off guard by off-kilter stuff and just get slammed home. You're going to have to put up a fight, and an extended one at that.
I mean, that's pretty much what Team Mosquitoes currently are ahead of the game when it comes to between both Joe is Love Unite at the moment. Although yes, but if you think of it from another point of view, right? Yeah. Joe is Love Unite came to this stage with the picks that they have, which normally not many people like to go for as well. Can you imagine that the fact that they're able to get this far is absolutely insane.
That's something. Props to you. All these crazy Leafeons, Talon Flames, what in the...
Although yes, it is comes out to a theory that Danelie and I have, which is the fact that there could be a limitation into their pulse, and like their Pokemon pulse.
That's true.
Which is a little bit of a limitation as well, but especially when you're playing a team battler, right? Yeah. You sort of have the capability to just constantly like adapt to the situation, switch things up if necessary here. Although yes, we do have teams still going back to their comfort picks, which is a little bit more confident. They know exactly what's their timing, what's the perks and quirks. However, I think it's a little bit, I guess that will be the ladder for Joe is Love Unite, because they are playing, a little bit off picks like we have seen.
A little bit off is putting it lightly.
That for sure, but that just means it is their most comfortable pick. Yeah. Although yes, having a little bit more Pokemon pool would be fantastic, but we cannot put them aside the fact that with this kind of unique picks that they have, they managed to get all the way here when most teams was not able to.
Yeah, and I think that kind of goes to show really that more than anything, there's a lot of potential there, right? Exactly. Because these individuals, they've you talk about the typical sort of story in these kind of situations, right? You've sort of grinded it out in sort of smaller competitive scenes, maybe local sort of groups with playing this Pokemon, and that's a Pokemon you're really known for. You've made it this far into a tournament of this level, this prestige. How often do you get to face off against different regions like this? And who knows? Maybe like we're writing them off really early, because I think anyone who's coming into this, all the Gyarados fans, gotta love them. They're having fun, they're having a good time, and that's all you can really ask for. But I don't know. I'll be honest with you. And this is not to doubt Joe's Love straight off the bat. I don't know whether this is their tournament yet. I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but the potential, it's definitely there. It's just whether they hit it within this short round or not.
Definitely, for sure. And honestly, I love the fact that they actually all 5 started off with the Gyarados selection, because mainly because of the fact that I know this is Pokemon Unite, it's not the Pokemon video game competition. However, if you do know, Gyarados has an ability called Intimidate, which reduces the attack abilities of the opposing Pokemon. So maybe they thought they used it as a starter, right?
Yeah.
Just reduce the amount of attack damage so they get that edge in this fight.
Nice. Yeah,
but
I mean, that's a VGC shot right there.
But of course, coming back to the with Bustle being one of the few bands alongside with the Slowbro. Slowbro is somewhat understandable, but that just means there's the option of the Umbreon coming in. But on the other hand, there is still an advantage for Team Mosquitoes, mainly because of the fact that they did enough research to understand that Joe is Love Unite. Pokemon pool is not relatively large, so in other words, taking that as an advantage, they can actually opt to select Pokemon which they know for a fact that they would not actually go for.
Yeah, I'm just wondering whether, because Girl God, we've seen her bring out some talent, not talent flavors, it's Leafeon.
That's her exclusive one.
Yeah, that's an exclusive. That's Leafeon coming out from the bot path. And yeah, I mean, they're switching things up right here. And Windstar, yeah, it's going to be the Gardevoir. So they're going to try and capitalize on this overwhelming area of effect team fight that they have between the Lapras crashing into you with the waves, between Syncone perhaps coming out with a crazy Hydro Typhoon, Pop Up Fairy Singularity, and a couple of damage bits on top of that. Ooh, these guys are going to get spit. This is just spit out.
I honestly, I'm a big fan of it as well. Instead of him going for the Gardevoir instead of his usual Neoscarada, it's a lot more better because remember, there's a lot of these areas in the entire stadium, right?
Yeah.
Where it's a lot of close quarter combat. It's very compact areas, perfect timing to set up those Unite moves, especially coming for the Gardevoir. However, I'm a little bit concerned because Team Mosquitoes, if you look at it as their competition as a whole, there's a lot of range damage here. And although yes, I don't think it's going to be the Solar Blink coming in from Epic here because of the items. Yeah, it's going to be the Petal Dance alongside with the Giga Drain. So that helps him answer a lot of situations where you not only have that sustain, but you can also like just front like he's like. Venusaur is just one of those few attackers where they don't really have to worry about those contact plays. Unlike Decidueye or Chandelure.
You stand your ground, right? You stand your ground.
Yeah, he just stands his ground. Like if the situation calls for it, if it comes to a range battle, no problem. Bring in the Solar Blade. Swap out the item, bring in the Slick Spoons a little bit, the Choice Specs as well. But of course, this will be the final selection for these two teams here. I am a little bit concerned because so far we need to get to see a lot of Salzor about when he gets it.
Yeah.
There's really not much options for Joe Isla to Unite to really stop him, except for that Hydro Typhoon.
Look, my main concern is that this feels like a direct answer to Windstar on the Gardevoir. At any point in the game, there isn't actually anything that you can do the Zoroark gets on top of. And that's kind of what we'll be looking out for as we get into our game number 1. Joe is Love Unite Mosquitoes elimination from this tournament on the line. Windstar, he'll get a little bit of support setting up some of these first few central area wild Pokemon. You know, the routes, the clear speed is just abysmal if you don't get a little bit of assistance.
Of course, and it's understandable as well. It's pretty difficult for the Squirrel to actually get picked up from the top side as well. So they're totally fine giving that additional support. Bottom lane, I think it's going to be a little bit more slow until we hit that level 4. Because Evolution is going to be starting to pop off, and it gets a little bit more scary for them. A couple of pokes here and there. Let's be honest, Water is one of the few best secure moves into the round here, so they're going to have a little bit more casual so far.
Yeah,
nothing
and
too crazy.
I did want to point out this was a very old school combo from one of the first few seasons. It's always that Venusaur Eldegoss, right? You get Leaf. I don't know whether this is the game for it, but if there was any Leaf Tornado, that was always the move. You just amp up the move speed, let that Venusaur get in there, Giga Drains and Pedal Dancers about. There's so much there.
Don't even get me started with the Night move as well. But of course, Massive Secures comes into the mix as well, trying to get the nice Shell Claw, but not going to be able to get any connection on top of it. However, they do have the range advantage. That's where we see Joe is Love Unite, trying to pop them out to submission. But they did manage to secure those a bunch of EXP.
Yeah, I think Joe is Love Unite. You're already seeing some of the initial recognition come through, the slices, and some backup from the Umbreon as well. Maidal now on a last sliver, but they bring the whole squad. Nice eject button over that cliff. Very, very tense situation. But yeah, the point I was making is Joe is Love. You're already seeing that they know how to address these speedsters that want to come into the backline and take you out. They're speedster specialists themselves. The Delta Split allows the Zoroark to only go for one target, and from there, the rest of them pepper him with damage and force him out. So I think if they can keep this up, Joe is Love, they'll be in a good position for the rest of this game.
Definitely for sure, but they do need to keep their eye on the Umbreon though. If he gets on top of it, gets that control, that rolls, then it's going to be a really tough time for him to find an opportunity to drop those skills. But most importantly, if you think about it at the same time, Mosquitoes, they have a lot of experience on the ground. Their team captain is always giving them really good calls as well. Now, when you see a situation where Unite moves, team ability moves, that can somewhat decide most of this 5v5 situation, they're going to be able to space themselves out. I think this is where Joe is Love Unite need to try to make that decision right there. Big call. Can we be satisfied with getting off with 2 Pokemons here, or can we get a couple more?
Yeah, I think, look, so that's true. I'm just concerned because you're talking about the Unite move. We still have a War Auto on our radar. Huge set of combo plays. Zoroark springing out the gates. And looking at the other side, it's a Venusaur already at level 7. That experience disparity might come into play here. The fact that the Venusaur could just kind of stand his ground in front of U10. In a way, Venusaur isn't really the frontliner that you think about, but up against this Joe is Love lineup, it's gonna do just fine.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm actually loving the fact that they actually had a lot of it, they have actually more multi-evolution compared to the side of Joe is looking at.
Yeah,
and they're still ahead of the level.
yeah, that's the scary thing, right? The Zoroark has really done a great job in terms of guiding them through this rather risky otherwise stage. Still got under some trouble here, but Sal won't be able to make the full commitment as they are still tussling for the Regice, an advanced position being held by Mosquitoes, but with the numbers advantage now, they're trying to secure it with that Curlier, able to get the last touch, and this Umbreon most likely gonna go down, just buying a little bit of time. I say that, turns around, pulls him all back, and beautiful eject button. Yeah, unreal. I can't believe he gets out of it.
Yeah, Painchubo was just waiting it out, right? Because he knows how to fight. Like, the only massive damage in that whole situation was just mainly just a Solar Blade. He just needs to look out for that one skill alone. And since that missed, he's like, you know what, I'm fine. I got an eject button. I can get out of this at any time. Well, good control, was able to deny, but then again, Point still was able to go into it at the same time.
Yeah, surfing through. Just trying to get out of here. They get that Solar Blade.
Not in Sal's face.
And look, I mean, Joe is Love. They are getting quite a bit of success in this bot side. That's the Emerald 2-step, pressuring back the Inteleon. The defenders can't really hold this goal zone, but oh, Blossom, he'll try his best, toss out whatever auto attacks he can. He's still holding on for now, but as the dunks come through, they will take that tier 1 goal zone ball. It's a huge Ignite move coming out from that Umbreon, but you can't stand up against that damage, especially not against the Clefairy Bolt. But meanwhile, in this top side, this is what I'm concerned about. They have such an overwhelming advantage through this Venusaur right now and through this Zoroark.
I love the delegation of roles, right? Like, the Umbreon is going to be the aggressive one alongside with the Zoroark. They're always trying to find ways to open up the map to try to get enough EXP for everyone to share. Because, like I said, a lot of multi-evolution, the Venusaur and the Inteleon, they need that extra amount of farm, but so much space is being created as well. And now also popping out the Unite move, completely bursting out the competition. And the poor Lapras, no way you're gonna be swimming out, my friend. You're gonna be picked off for sure.
Dude, the Gardevoir lands a really nice Shedinja doll to dodge out that last slice from Zoroark. But then Epee just comes in like, hey, you know, that's a very clear target for my Verdant Anger, pops the C's right on top of his head, and nothing you can do.
You couldn't ask for a more better setup.
That was clean. That was like, oh, you gotta stand right there for 2 seconds and allow me to get into range. Thank you very much. Mosquitoes up 100 points at this current juncture as Pengchubo still very much able to act as that annoying frontliner, allowing its team to get these objectives. But it will be Joe is Love coming through with the steal. Beautiful stuff from Shaw, but they might be losing some Pokemon on their side here. Blastoise trying his best to buy the time, but they're just dropping. It ends up being advantageous towards Mosquitoes for now, but they're coming through. This Blastoise is just holding all of Mosquitoes back. They're still healing up on Epee, but the last Solar Blade cuts him down to size. And brilliant stuff. The Blastoise, Sing Kong, that's the stand-in too. Had a very rough early stage, but really redeemed himself in that engagement.
They had literally no way to really melt it down as fast as well. Benjamin did a phenomenal. Him along with the Umbreon hold back 3 people, although yes, they did lose out the Reggie, but it's still totally fine. Kept them at bay, then next thing you know, when he finally fell, that's when the Venusaur came.
Yeah.
And that was in a 1v4. He didn't care, he was just like, you know what, I can't get out, but it just means I will not try to take someone down at the same time.
Yeah, I think you gotta be careful about those situations though. Maybe a bit of a keener eye looking towards this Blastoise, because if he's able to just hold that front line, allow my now to get heal after heal, moonlight after moonlight. Windstar remains untouched, you're gonna have a major problem now. They're trying to aggress out in this top side with the help of the Regieleki, and the Umbreon already takes down the Fable. That is a very difficult objective to defend now without your routine healing. Windstar will pop the Fairy Singularity, but it does absolutely nothing. Mosquitoes, they're here to slam this one home, and they mean business.
This is really the clear difference between the Reggie fight at the bottom and this one is Cobos.
Yeah.
The only difference is literally the fact that whether Team Mosquito decided to, whether they want to commit the full force or not. That's the only difference, right? Bottom decks, although he has 2 KOs on both Venusaur and the Umbreon, that was great. But it was not a situation where Team Mosquito really wanted to take that fight as a whole.
Yeah.
They say like, you know, the rest of the team go and farm, we're just gonna have a couple of fun here, there's no way for us to escape either way.
Yeah.
Don't even try to save. But now, we're coming down to the final wire. 23 seconds before the Rayquaza pick is going to be spawned. Team Mosquito, of course, is ahead of the curve in terms of points, EXP-wise, and objective as well here.
Yeah, you need to be so careful because the fight that went wrong was Maizan now getting caught out first.
Correct.
You can't afford that, especially when you're dealing with a Lapras on your left and a Blastoise on your right. You need to keep these guys healthy so they can continue to engage forward. At the same time, Maizan now, a lot of the impact healing is going to come from him being right beside them. You're going to be very subjected to all of this pedal dance damage, all of the snipes coming out from a distance. It's a tough thing for Joe is Love Unite to navigate, but that's their success path right now. They need to get this Ray or at least a team fight win to break things even.
Trying to find nice time. Lapras, of course, doing good all the way to the back line. Unite was also committed there, but take a look on top of both Umbreon and Zoroark. Was able to get all the way to the back line. Ninja committed, but that's not going to last for too long. Drops down. That's going to be the first takedown alongside with the second. All four will fall simultaneously as they get flanked from both sides. They thought they had the initiative. They thought they got to the back line, but no. They got hit from all sides and they could not expect that at all.
Yeah, Sinkong, he's trying his best and managed to hunt down that Inteleon, but it's not going to matter. Epe, he's just making a move onto this Ray and there's nothing they can do about it. Mosquitoes further cement that advantage. Beautiful stuff, Shaw. You knew what he was trying to do there with the Lapras Express straight into Inteleon, but it's an easy eject button to the other side.
Correct.
And suddenly all your chase is gone, all your hope in game one is gone, as even though there's 1 minute on the clock, I don't see a way for Joe is Love Unite to really come back from this. They're just getting too many points in.
It was this whole round was so much tailor-made for teams. They really knew exactly what was the strengths. They knew who was the priority. They knew what was a threat to them. And pretty much, let's be honest, I think there was also a lacking of damage coming in from the side of Jovi's Unite. And even if they do have the damage with the Gardevoir and the Leafeon, they just kept getting distracted by both the Umbreon and the Zoroark. Their presence in this round was too significant for them to literally ignore.
I was very surprised that Zoroark was able to get so much work done, especially with the initial responses Joe's Love Unite were putting out. But S4L, Sal rather, he just absolutely, he sold me on it. It's a great pick, especially up against Windstar. And honestly, a very quiet game from Girl God on that Leafeon. We talked about it being a signature, but she just couldn't get in any position to do meaningful damage. Every time she popped out of the grass, bam, met with one Inteleon snipe shot and half her HP's gone.
No, that's what I'm saying. Team Mosquito just understands how to prevent. Like, they're really great at countering divers. And are really aggressive speedsters. They just know how to keep it on arm's length, especially with the lineup which they had, where EXP is somewhat the name of the game for both Epic and Kala. So they just say like, you know what, fine, we'll do rotation, we'll be aggressive when necessary. But the main goal is still try to get the levels out for both Epic and Kala. Once we get those Unite moves, once we get those max evolutions, that's when we can be as aggressive as much as possible. And Girl God, let's be honest, that last fight the Rayquaza played with the Lapras Express, I felt like that was a little bit of a desperation, right? Because there was also the problem with the lack of intel of how many people were currently present in that round. They thought that maybe if we were fast with it, since we got to
can catch them off guard, right?
Exactly. But what happens was, when they decided to jump for it, they fell for the trap. And Kala was like the biggest bait thrown out towards them. While the rest of the team, both Umbreon and Sal, came in from bottom and top side to the back line.
Kind of felt like a huge pincer maneuver.
Correct.
I mean, you can't really do anything against that. And honestly, big kind of question mark for me, because as much as you have the Lapras and the Blastoise, a lot of teamfight control, your cherry on top of the cake is you need to throw Fairy Singularity. You need to get some side shots. As soon as Windstar shows his face, we saw what happened, right? They just Epe just walks. Epe just like walks towards him, and he has the Shedinja doll. And when you do that, you're gone. It's over. The fight is done.
That's why I'm saying that it was just one of those winning conditions that Team Mosquito has. But the fact that you're able to, if they're able to force out like certain defensive abilities, with just or Unite move by just showing yourself, it's like, hey, you know,
it's over.
That is over, man. It's like,
I mean, we'll see what exactly happened in that fight. Right? We'll see many instances of that. It started off pretty nice and nifty because as much as S4L was able to get a couple of KOs and really cement up in this top side, there were moments of hope for Joe's Love, especially this bot side fight where they were able to muscle out their opposition. I must say that for a stand-in, I think Sinkong did really well on the Blastoise. Right?
I think so.
He had a really rough time. He was being focused in the top side. Windstar was just clearly focused on the bot instead. And he held his own zone was able to greatly impact this fight in particular. To keep an eye out for the Blastoise as he comes in later on. You're still breaking away with your initial front line, but look at that beautiful Hydro Typhoon to break up the fight. But it just, you know, in the later stages, it just wasn't enough. Epi, he's tanking so much on that Venusaur top side, which is not really a pick that we see often, but it works out perfectly in this game.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's like you have this Venusaur with the muscle band and everything, right?
Yeah.
So suddenly out of the blue, you no longer have a range attack that you're facing against another all-rounder.
Yeah.
That's currently in your face sustaining. That's the thing is phenomenal job coming from Singapore, and I think everyone really did their part, including the Clefable with the support with necessary amount of heals. The problem was just an opportunity to dish out the necessary amount of damage here.
Yeah.
And like you said, Fairy Singularity was somewhat of like one of their winning conditions for them here. They just couldn't find it because Team Mosquito just read this game a little bit too well. They just knew what was the win condition for their side and just tried to avoid it as much as possible. You know how much their positioning, how spaced out there are?
Yeah.
It's like he has no choice but to force that Fairy Singularity on top of either one person, or his teammates has to really set up so perfectly for him where he can get at least more than one.
It's not the combo attack that you're looking for, let's just put it that way. And honestly, even in that last fight we saw in the replay there, it almost looked so easy.
Yeah,
they
so
just,
good.
okay, you're gonna crash into me with a Lapras Express, Eldegoss Unite out, eject button, and then suddenly your Blastoise is surfing into just absolutely nothing. He pops into the picture, he's like, yo, where's everyone? Like, I thought I had an initiation right there.
Which is why I felt like everything was so tailor-made, because like Inteleon and everyone positioned.
They
The
knew.
spot exactly. He was positioned in a way like, you know what? I'm the bait. And it happens to me. I check over the wall. What are you gonna do about it?
Yeah, I mean,
What
even
do you
if he wasn't intentionally baiting,
Yeah.
he had the evacuation
plan.
measures planned beforehand. He knew exactly what he was gonna do. He knew he was gonna fish himself out of there. That's exactly what happens.
It's so
and
crazy.
yeah, I mean, Mosquitoes, even though they are kind of in the first round, it's gonna be a long slog ahead. They might have just fished themselves out of trouble. Now, one game up against Joe is Love. And Joe is Love, backs against the wall now. I mean, you bring out the Talonflame. We saw it considered just now, but I mean, when you already have one of your signatures, Girl God on that Leafeon, that wasn't a very convincing showing.
It really was. I felt like I don't think it was too much of the Leafeon. I felt like it was just like they need a little bit more options. Someone to really set things up for it. Lapras is really great for me, don't get me wrong. Lapras is a really great defender, but you really need someone to really get into those situations. Really try to set up those opportunities for your team, especially when you're going with those damage attackers that requires like as many people grouped up as much as possible here. You just don't have that much opportunity, especially against a team who's very experienced like Team Mosquitoes here.
Yeah, you know what you needed? You needed an Epe Venusaur. You needed an Epe Venusaur. I mean, that's literally what he did, right?
I've been telling the Danelie for like the entire time. We need more Venusaurs coming back.
Venusaur is sick, okay? You heard it here first. But okay, let me introduce you to a little bit of scale, okay? When it comes to Pokemon Unite, there are two sides. I'm sure you're very familiar. There are people who want to stay on the back, right there. People in the back, people in the front.
Correct.
The problem is, with that lineup coming out from Joe with Love, you had 3 people who were very dedicated to staying in front.
Correct.
And you had 2 people at the back.
Yep.
Who's in the set? Who's joining them together? There's no us. Like, you know, you're all the way in front over there. You're trying to get an engagement. These guys, they need to move out of their comfort zone to follow up with you.
Yes.
There's no one linking that up, right? How you want to play with the Lapras and the Blastoise is you get your first initiation and then you keep chasing forward.
Correct.
Keep pushing anyone else who could hamper that entire situation away. But you're just held there, and then suddenly Epe's back there. You're like, wait, why is there Venusaur behind me? Where did he come from? He's picking off your important targets, and this entire structure that you want to have with your team, it's just gone.
It was a really tough situation for Singapore to make that kind of decision, right? Yeah. You're a Blastoise with a Hydro Typhoon, which is great for both initiation and counter initiation, right? Especially when your team is currently at the back of the wall, you don't really have much choice during that split-second decision, right? Do I want to jump in on this Inteleon? Do I want to be the guy that plays back? Because let's be honest, of all the Blastoise plays we have seen so far, the one that ends up playing defensively with that Hydro Typhoon always doesn't really have the best option for themselves here. That's pretty much why when we see a Blastoise paired with like either a Trevenant or a Crustle or another all-rounder here like a Buzzwole or a Yoshifu or a Machamp or a Garchomp, we'd be like, you know what? You want to be defensive with the Blastoise? That's totally fine.
Yeah, that's fine because we got another guy.
Exactly.
We got another guy who can fit that bill.
That's why I said the middle guy, which you're mentioning, is usually the all-rounders, which is very commonly seen by most teams as well. They bring in an all-rounder who has enough pressure like to literally tell them like, alright, this guy is gonna be a nuisance.
Joe is Love is unironically allergic to all-rounders. Like these guys, they can't. I mean, it's weird because on one side of the coin, as we'll get into the next game here, we'll find out exactly what's going on. But Mosquitoes, right? They basically flush out an attacker into an all-rounder with their Venusaur. On the flip side, you see Girl God, who would be an attacker, kind of get even weaker with the Speedster because you can't even get in there. We've seen a lot of Leafeons, a lot of power coming out from that Pokemon, its ability to reposition and get those snipes off, get in the mix. That never really happened with Girl God.
I think mainly because of the fact that it's more like the team. It depends on what the team really wants to build around, right? That kind of thing. We have seen teams who draft according to how the game they would like to be at the end towards the rock constantly. We also see teams focusing a lot on counter picks, but at the same time we see teams just building towards that speedster, their one core player. They say, hey, you know what, we're gonna go all in for this one player. If Sal wants to go Zoroark, fine. We'll bring in another all-rounder. We'll bring in the Crustle. We'll bring in the Blaster. We'll bring all the picks to really just set this
get him in
Zoroark.
there. Get him in there. Let's get this guy. I mean, as for L, I think that Zoroark pick was genius. Right? There really wasn't anything that you could do against him. Who was going to stop him? And unless you throw all your Unite moves on him in like what, 6 minutes into the game, he's like, cool, okay, I'll take a KO, and then I come back and I dominate you for the next 2 minutes.
And besides the pick being a pressure for them already, like instantly when they see that pick, they say, okay, that's a pressure already. But his action throws around, just creating space, just constantly invading.
All the focus was correct.
Exactly. Because they had Intelligent Venusaur, they needed that EXP.
Now, they will switch things up here as we get into this game number 2 draft. We didn't really mention a lot of the selections just yet, but it's the same formula here so far for the Mosquitoes. They will snatch that Leafeon their way, though. So not seeing the Gardevoir will go back for comfort of theirs. Girl got back to something that she likes as well. That's the Espeon. So a lot of similar components. Are you liking this, Leonard? Do you think this is good?
The thing is, I'm fine with the Talonflame. I think Talonflame is like one of those picks where whether it works or it doesn't, that kind of thing for me. But Espeon here, I felt like it's more like a situation where where this is more like Girl God picking Espeon is more like a statement towards the team Mosquitoes. Like, you know what? It's like, you want to dive with this, fine. I'll commit my Psychic Solari to displace you guys at any time, and I also have a get out of jail free card. But I feel that may not be the right direction because you just need damage. You're already confident. You're coming in with the Lapras and Blastoise. You have people that can frontline for you. You have your heal coming from Maitanla with the Fable.
Look, I don't mind this because I think that the one thing Espeon is great at is consistent, sustained damage. Every single star power comes up, bam, bam, bam. You're just rolling in alongside Sinkong, alongside Shaw. That's kind of what I felt like they were missing. Girl God, funnily enough, I think in this game can play that middle. Can be right there, and if anything happens, Psychic Solaire sets up for the other ultimates as well.
It works both ways, right?
So now the big question mark for me is going to be these last few picks here. Windstar on the Talon, like you mentioned, a bit of a hit or miss, or fight or flight, quite literally. And Epee on that Urshifu. We already saw BKZ pop off with that one on the Dark Style. What are we thinking for Epee here?
Epee has been one of those few, like I think it's like one of the more dedicated either all-rounders or the attackers here. But however, he has been showing great prominence when he plays the all-rounder roles. But him bringing in Urshifu is a little bit off the books for me. This is definitely a little bit unique for me at the same time. But then again, if you think about it as well, only one single, does have multiple evolution, pretty fast, good timing, that can actually play off with a lot of their lines of here. Remember, we're talking about 2 EV evolutions here. If you drop the Urshifu, you have 4 players able to run alongside each other for any objective fights, any of the central area control, while buying up enough time for that intelligence to actually get to that final stage.
As well, copping a bit of harass here, but nothing that he can't deal with. Now,
of course,
I like that you mentioned the early game prowess because we saw what happened with that early Umbreon evolution. Ooh, he was all up in their faces. They could not get anything done.
Which is something the Talonflame is going to have a tough time to deal with. With multi-evolution as well. These guys are going to be quite aggressive as much as possible. Look at that, he's a Kufu. He's already timing onto their own lines here. Quick rotation coming in from the sidelines here. You want to try to go for a couple of pickup. We'll get it onto the Glossifer, but it's still totally fine. But it is a beautiful prize for Joe Is Love Unite, as EXP is some of the name of the game for him.
Windstar, you want to get to that point as the Fletcher there and eventually the Talonflame where you're not too scared to dive in because you know you can burst them before they can get you. If you can't get them in that first win, it's kind of curtains for you because you don't actually have the HP. Like if they turn around and just, the Urshifu just punches you, you're gone. so you can't really allow that to happen. S4L guessing a little bit wrong with that Solar Blade, but doesn't seem like Joe is not interested in fighting at all, I'd say that.
Yeah, definitely for sure. Now with the Squirrel for sure, maybe with the Wartortle, there is still somewhat of an opportunity, but here it comes with S4L. Always ahead of the curve in terms of decision. Mostly trying to go for a couple of evasion here. They know for a fact they can't really melt down the Umbreon, but they can try if he overstays his welcome for a little bit too long. Dives back into the mix as well, and instantly snipes him away, and he still gets out with it.
Dude, how does he doing that? Dude, I thought Kala was toast. I thought this man was a flattened lizard, but he manages to get out with a nice eject button. This is the second time that this guy has perfectly used that to bait out his opposition, and Joe is love. They're falling for it again.
There's just not enough damage. They really need that Espeon to come in, but the Espeon is also playing around on the bottom side, so there's not enough follow-up. However, here comes their own personal invasion, but it didn't really work out as he hoped for. A Squirtle in the face of a Solar Blade, the very weapon that got forced in the light of the sun. I don't think he's gonna get out of it, and of course there was a tight advantage, you know, leave cuts water every time.
Yeah. You ever put a turtle out in the sun too long, you get wrinkly in the sky.
I know, I had a tortoise and I could never do that.
Yeah, you gotta keep that man moisturized. You can't be solar blading him. He's not gonna have a great time. Meanwhile, Joe is love. Once again, the beautiful setup from Benkubo. Mosquitoes, they're just buzzing all over the opposition here. You might be a bird, but you gotta run. The air is mine. And Mosquitoes, they're gonna take full control of this bot side. Not even break the tier 1, just head straight for that bot Reggie.
And the worst part is there is no Unite moves available from side of the SPM as well. There's no way he can save his team. All he can do is just watch from the sidelines and just be like, I will find a way to avenge you. And speaking of avenging, they were able to get a really nice punish on an overextension. But this is a level 10 S4L, a level 10 Leafion we're talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, that for what it's worth, I mean, with that KO, you get a lot of nice EXP, much needed if you look at the levels of Joe's love. They are lacking in that regard. This poor Clefable likely just gonna be run down, punched down, doesn't really stand a chance here. This game is looking so one-sided in this early juncture.
Yeah, it's really difficult because Talonflame is one of those few speedsters where you have a lot more conditioning compared to most here. Yeah. So it is a really tough time, especially that's why most teams try to build around that Talonflame, but with the lineup that you have, it feels a lot more defensive than offensive here, which allows Team Mosquito to really get the role and initiative here.
Once again, coming through the Umbreon Unite, he's used it to perfection this entire series, and Mosquitoes, they're just collapsing over Joe is love. The nice pushback from the Talonflame will buy their goal zone some time, but there's no one left to defend, and they'll just crack this one wide open.
Actually, he was very happy. He just went so far away from his teammates and the defense opportunity from the goal post. He's like, hey man, you literally sighted yourself so far from your safety line, man.
Yeah, this is so odd because every single time Benkubo on this Umbreon comes in, he's getting so much support from First Blossom. All these little puffs are perfectly placed right on his head. So much healing going the way of the Umbreon, and there's nothing Joe is Love Unite can do. They just don't have the damage to just KO him.
I think this is one of the few setbacks of having speedsters, right? You're just not as durable to take those fight head on. But Kala able to get out of this really casually, really safely as well. And let's be honest, Joe is Love Unite, with that opening, just need to get an OCXP out. Objective's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. That's going to be pretty great. Talonflame finds an opportunity on top of the other guys. Pops the Unite as well. All that was here shall be seen. But guess what? The rest of the crew wheels coming in to try to buy the next amount of time. Umbreon trying to deny as much of those points.
Dude,
one by one, they're coming in. Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation. They do manage to break the goalpost. That's really great. But then again, instantly traded back with the KOs. He wants the Clefable. He doesn't care. He wants to get that break off. Lapras, no choice. But to be the one to beat the rare guard here to buy the rest of the squad time. But more will fall a KO for the goalpost. Is that a good trade? Is that the right call? I'm not too sure. Because that just creates enough space for them to get this ready steal without much confrontation.
I'll answer that question for you easily, Leonard. That was not a good trade. All they did was overduck like, what, 20 points? They are still 220 points behind.
And he's still alive.
And Benkubo, this man, I don't think he knows how to be eliminated. He just doesn't. It's not in his skill set. He's lacking that. He's just around, sustaining for what feels like forever. Joe is love. They just can't get the connection on him. I don't think he's been KO'd a single time.
Let's be honest. I think everyone knows Peichibu is a naughty boy, but he just doesn't know it. He's just absolutely having an absolute ball.
Yeah.
Although unfortunately for the usual getting picked out, that's going to be a nice set of EXP. Now it feels like the level race is going to be somewhat even out, except of course with the man at S4L. He's just
we can't talk about it,
constantly
this
falling.
man's farming. This man's farming. A storm right now.
However, because of the fact they are able to slowly catch up to the level race, I think there is still an opportunity for that Rayquaza period that's going to be coming in a minute's time. However, it's going to be a very conditional fight, a very situational fight.
Yeah, it kind of feels like once again Golgod hasn't really been able to come in and do the damage that he needs. Nice
good
flame
attempt.
sweep into hindrance resistance. Welcome to Umbreon Pokemon Unite. What a ridiculous ability. He just stands there in the face of your Unite move. You spend 2.5 minutes charging. He's like, yeah, first time here, buddy. You know, literally nothing done. That was just a Unite move for nothing. And you know Windstar's going to desperately be trying to get that one back up because he needs it for the final fight.
Right. And now, especially since now we're slowly getting to that situation, no Unite moves seem to be coming in. Everyone's just going to try to farm up, always trying to find an opportunity. However, I think Team Mosquito still had enough damage and time to actually try to clear out those objectives if they want to try to opt to go for it. But however, playing a little bit in the brush, trying to be a little bit sneaky as much as possible, see if you can able to catch anyone on top of it. Does manage to get spotted into the face brush. Moonlight also coming in as well.
No!
And that Solar Blade absolutely cutting him down the sides without mercy or relent. Still trying to go for a couple more pickups here because we're talking about 20 seconds before Rayquaza. FOL will be able to spawn up back in time, but I don't think he will be around to help them to defend against this Regieleki.
This is a big problem because it's going to apply so much pressure to that goal zone.
Yeah.
You can just sweep up in there with S4L. Poor Clefable. We talked about Maitan now and that experience coming into play. Well, you know, maybe he got a little bit over eager. They're not expecting the positioning from the Mosquitoes. They come in and sting right at the most annoying spot. Losing your support means that you can't even fight there. But Ray, they're trying to rush it down. Joe is loved. But in comes the Mosquitoes. They're ready to fight. Nice Hydro Typhoon though, knocking up 4. But the Umbreon, he's hindrance resistant as well. He dashed through, but your Talonflame's already dead. 4 members out of the picture. And the Lapras is the only one remaining. He can't get anything done. Shaw just has to watch as all his allies are gone. One more Solar Blade, one more dash through. And the Umbreon gets it done for the squad Mosquitoes. They absolutely wiped the floor.
They thought they did everything right. They felt they had it right. They had the Lapras on their talent. They say, yo, it's fine. We took out one of their main attackers out of the picture. But guess what? The Leaf S4L lost the threat. He was the one who's doing so much damage in all of this situation. Although yes, the Hydro Typhoon was fantastic. 4-man pickup, I think that was great. But he just couldn't find an opportunity to pop out even more of those Unite moves to displace them here.
Quick check with you as well. One that will level into the game. These guys are inching towards the 1 point lead. Kubo has not been touched at all this game.
I know, he
can't
hasn't
even. We know why the Umbreon's always banned, but the fact that you know you can't give it to this team. They know how to play around it. You didn't learn your lesson from first game. Every single fight, the setup, it's just there. Just disrupting everybody. You're supposed to be doing that with the Blastoise and the Lapras, and you're the one getting slapped around like a little boy.
Dude, you know the worst part about it, he's so much pressure, right? Like even towards the Rayquaza pit, right? They all try to position himself, and then you see this playthrough was so casual.
He just walks in.
Yeah, he just walks in from the front. Not even from the front. Not from the front.
No.
He walked from their lane, from their very opponent's lane.
Comes
He
from the
just
back.
walks in, he's just like, hey guy, he's like walking to the farmer's market trying to get that fresh milk, and he's definitely gonna be coming back.
You imagine the doorbell rings, it's your enemies at the door. You open the door and then suddenly some guy comes out of your room, it's an enemy, he's like, hey yo, what are you doing?
It's free real
You
estate
ready to
for
lose?
him.
You ready to lose? And that's exactly what happens. Joe is Love, they do not stand a chance in this series. It feels that way. I mean, they come out with some of their picks that we've seen them succeed with in the past, the middling results, you know, didn't really do the best in the groups. We're kind of seeing why. Now, we did mention that this team has potential, but clearly they weren't really able to hit that stride here.
Okay, so now here comes the real challenge for us, right?
Okay.
We had to pick which one actually had the most impact. S4L had a lot of damage, had created a lot of space, totally understanding around the defense. But we're also talking about first game. We're also talking about the first game.
It's obvious for me. I don't know about you.
I as a defender will always opt to go for Peng Chubo. I think him with the Umbreon is absolutely.
No, see, I was gonna say the same thing, but now that you picked him, I feel like I can't just bandwagon on your answer. So I'm gonna go with Epe because I feel like as much as we're cracking up S4L, S4L was able to farm so much of the entire Sky Ruins because Epe's in there punching everyone that comes out. Imagine you just walk out the door, you get punched in the face. They couldn't even. There was no real estate for them.
You know, it's so hilarious, like because like both Epe and S4L just play off each other so well, regardless of what role they're playing. Whether it's the speedster all-rounder, or the attackers and all attackers and speedsters, or basically the combination is endless between these two guys. I mean, except for defenders. I don't think we'll see defenders from both these guys, unfortunately. I mean, except for Epe. But these two guys, I feel like they're more flairier in the sun, right? I mean, especially since they're both from Korea, right? So they definitely love their time in the sun. They really get that energy in these kind of moments, right? When it gets high, when the situation or their allies is really setting up for them, they're getting out pickoffs, they're getting a lot of control. They just love in that moment. They garner the power to push forward here.
I think it's a bit of a shame because once again, this does mean that with this 2-0, we do have to say goodbye to another team. Now, I think
the nature of the competition.
It is the nature of the competition, and I think that at the start of this series, I did say something already about this. That it doesn't feel like it's Joe is Love's Unite time just yet. Right? They still very much the feeling that I get from now. This could be wrong, and this is no flame, but the feeling that I get from them, it really feels like pop stars, right? A bunch of pop stars who are really, really good at some specific Pokemon coming together, shocking and awing, catching a couple of people by surprise. They've made it this far, we got to show the respect there, but this is also where it ends, unfortunately, as we just take a quick look back at just exactly how Mosquitoes just dismantled their competition.
No, I totally agree with your statement as well during your first opening, right, as well, because like think of it this way, right? Even the strongest or largest mountain started off as a storm. Everyone has a beginning for them. Shin and Rude also had a chance. They got to the championship. They became champions last ACL. But guess what? This year, do not put them down, ladies and gentlemen. Shin and Rude is not. They did not perform bad. Let me tell you something. Everyone just got better. Newer talent.
They are so much better.
They got stronger, but other teams also are not behind them in that race. Everyone is getting better. Pokemon Unite has done this well and will continue to do well for us, and more new talented players are coming into the lineup out of the comfort zone here.
Yeah, I mean, for now we're looking at some of the replays, and we'll just notice that every single time you're trying to get a connection onto anyone, it's just Pinkubo. He's up there. Look at him. He's full HP. He doesn't care. Just having a whale of a time. Look at, he's half HP, he's still running forward, not a care in the world. He knows that there's nothing that can threaten him. And I feel like that's a feeling that he had for 10 whole minutes.
Don't just look at Pengchuba, right? Look at Epe, right? He just waltzed past the defenders. He just goes straight to what he wants. Just like, you know what? All this damage,
I don't care
great.
about you, buddy.
But I don't care about you guys. You guys are not doing massive damage to me. You're no Glacier. You're no Alolan Ninetales that's with the Avalanche that can actually create space between you and me. No, there's really nothing that can really hold this guy in place except for Unite move. But to commit, like I said, to commit Unite moves defensively will mean you will lose that initiative that you normally have, especially if you're the only initiative in your team.
Yeah, it's so awkward because honestly, if you didn't tell me the players, you didn't tell me the teams, and you just gave me the Pokemon lineups, right?
Yep.
My assumption is that the Talonflame is gonna give Inteleon a hard time.
Usually that would have been the
right?
case.
But
that
Windstar, I don't think he even saw the Inteleon one time that entire game, except for the one moment where he was just kind of doing a drive-by, I think Unite move to his own KO, to his own elimination. Like he's like, oh, Inteleon exists in the game, snipe shot.
To defend his goal post, that was the only time he ever went face-to-face with the guy here.
Exactly.
The only best friend, like his top #1 fan that he always seen the whole time was this Pengchuba.
Yeah, it's just like, hey, at this point it's like, oh, okay, meeting for another sort of morning coffee situation, except it's not so much a morning coffee, it's more so Pengchuba taking the beverage, splashing it on your head, you're getting burns. Yeah, it's not a fun trade.
It really was, and the worst part about it, because this is Talonflame we're talking about, with multiple evolution stages here, there is not enough space for the farm, not with Asphalt just constantly roaming around the place here, creating so much damage. He did so much damage alongside with Pengchuba to the point where the rest of the team had no choice but to forsake their farm. He had to forsake the farm to try to at least give them a little bit more of a breathing room. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we got the updated bracket after that first series. Kudos to both Too Easy and Joe is Love Unite. Can't wait to see you guys the next time, better and stronger for sure. But now, let's quickly move on to the agenda ahead.
The games only heat up from here on out. KS versus Shin and Rude, defending champions. A very long road ahead. The opponents get harder as well. KS or Tiger Gaming, that is painful. Meanwhile, MJK will face off against Mosquitoes. I mean, they've got to be feeling good after that 2-0 win against Joe is Love, but MJK, no schmucks.
And it is an opportunity for Team Mosquito to actually face to MJK because they were both placed in different group stages. So they didn't really have an opportunity to face off head-to-head with each other.
Yeah.
So it is not only an opportunity, but also at the same time a wall that both these two teams have to overcome.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, we still have those matches, but we need everybody to be warmed up. You know, you take a little bit of a snack break, take a little bit of a chill pill.
Yep.
You know, they need to just rest those hands. Like, yay, Pokemon Uniting is tough.
I mean, it is, but
You know,
it's
you
a
don't want to
console
get,
mobile.
yeah, you don't want to get some, you know, early onset arthritis or anything like that. You know, you gotta avoid that. Gotta take some appropriate rest, and we'll do the very same. We'll be right back for your round 2 matches after a very short break. So don't go anywhere.
They will get that basic attack, the Glaceon, denying Xingdi any hope of leaving. But hang on a minute, though, Wushwan coming in. They actually deny Z-Ray. They send him back to base. There's no Leafeon. So
It's a huge bit of control from Cynthia and Koopa, but they will be able to clean up most of the side of Too Easy. They're dropping low. It ends up being in the favor of Too Easy instead. Like you mentioned, Snake on the backside there, but I didn't see him. I thought he was gone, but he was over there chucking out Ice Crystal after Ice Crystal. Now it's Wushwan being blasted back by...
we still have the Gudra coming in from the backline. BKZ trying to go for the Hooper. Cynthia's out of the picture. Typhoon, though, connecting onto Shinarude. Now Too Easy needs to collapse if they want to do this damage. But look at Solo being such a nuisance, sitting on top of Wushwan, forced to use that mystical Mirage to survive. But beautiful X's are coming in from that Crowdstone, connecting onto Z-Ray. And the Glaceon is gone. I think Shinarude have done it. They have broken through Too Easy's defense. We're still looking at Solo here, who is now finally out. And we have 77, but he gets punched down as well. BKZ finishing everything off. Shin and Rude, after a brutal match, was able to break through Too Easy's defense, get the Rayquaza, and will now score their points. Another hyperspace hole. Xingdi just going ham in that top lane.
Yeah, I believe BKC went down there. That was what Too Easy were committing for, but they paid the price in dip. It's a signature for a reason. Ooh, 77, you gotta get out of there, but the snipe lands him right on the back of his head. Now
Have to respect the Inteleon here.
They still managed to secure it onto Too Easy though, with the auto from the Mew, but that looked dicey for a moment, a little bit of stuns coming through. So trading out the Reggie and Lecky for something like that.
It's kind of feeling, it's giving me vibes that the team is starting to feel a little bit desperate. It's because a play like that from Z-Ray, I think there are a lot of circumstances where I would totally understand, but that play in particular, it was so close. I think under normal circumstances, he would never have made that play because he was basically challenging Shinarude, saying like, I'm going to get this KO.
Attempt, and I think that's kind of what went wrong there for Shinarude. We saw Ikura go in first, pop his Unite move, suddenly BKZ's late to the party, but he's into the control of the Buzzwole and the Surf. You're not going to be able to fight past. Yeah, it was a very weird situation. It's
in points, and 77, got to be so careful when he goes into this fight. These Rock Tomb from Ikura can cut the team off if necessary. Cynthia coming in with the pokes as well. Both teams just sniping from a distance, and you can see Snake is just so scared. He is at the very back of his team trying to get those snipes in, but this also limits his damage. Shinarude, they're just camping the Rayquaza pit now.
This is so awkward. This is so awkward, but BKZ! A solo onto solo, and oh no, not another 4v5. Now they feel pressure, now they need to go the Surf in.
Who wins and move on in the bracket, and unfortunately...
I'm just concerned because you're talking about the Unite move. We still have a Warp Auto on our radar. Huge set. Yeah, surfing through. Just trying to get out of here. They get that solo pick. Really hold this goal zone, but Blossom, he'll try his best, toss out whatever auto attacks he can. He's still holding on for now, but as the downs come through, they will take that tier 1 goal zone. It's a huge Ignite move coming out from that Umbreon, but he can't still very much able to act as that annoying frontliner, allowing this team to get these objectives, but it will be Joe is Love coming through with the steal. Beautiful stuff from Shaw, but they might be losing some Pokemon on their side here. Blastoise trying his best to buy the time, but they're just dropping. It ends up being advantageous towards Mosquitoes for now, but they're coming through. This Blastoise is just holding all of Mosquitoes back. They're still healing up on Epee, but the last Solar Blade cuts him down. Windstar remains untouched. You're going to have a major problem now. They're trying to aggress out in this top side with the help of the Reggie Lecky, and the Umbreon already takes down the Fable. That is a very, very difficult objective to defend now without your routine healing. Windstar will pop the Fairy Singularity, but it does absolutely...
but nice Lapras, of course, will do good all the way to the back line. Unite moves also committed there, but take a look at the top, both Umbreon and Zoro was able to get all the way to the back line. Shen Ninja committed, but that's not going to last on too long. Drops down. That's going to be the first takedown alongside with the second. Oh!
Epe, he's just making a move onto this raid, and there's nothing they can do about it. Mosquitoes further cement that advantage. Beautiful stuff, Shaw. You knew what he was trying to do there with the Lapras Express straight into Inteleon, but it's an easy eject button to the other side.
Correct.
And suddenly all your chases. Yeah, you gotta keep that man moisturized. He's gonna be solar blading him. He's not gonna have a great time. Meanwhile, Joe is loved. Once again, the beautiful setup from Benkubo. Mosquitoes, they're just buzzing all over the opposition here. You might
That offensive here, which allows Team Mosquito to really get the role and initiative here.
once again, coming through the Umbreon Unite. He's used it to perfection this entire series. And Mosquitoes, they're just collapsing over Joe is loved.
From your safety line, right?
Yeah, this is so odd because every single time Benkubo on this Umbreon comes in, he's getting so much support from First Blossom. All these...
Joseph Unite. With that opening, just need to get an OCXP out. Objective's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. That's going to be pretty great. Hello finds an opportunity on top of the other guys. Pops the Unite as well. All that was here shall be seen. But guess what? The rest of the crew wheels coming in to try to buy the next amount of time. Umbreon trying to deny as much of those points.
Dude,
one
he's
by one,
them.
they're coming in. Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation. They do manage to break the goalpost. That's really great. But then again, instantly traded back with the KOs. He wants to Clefable. He doesn't care. He wants to get that break off. Lapras, no choice but to be the one to beat the rare god.
Not even fight that, but Ray, they're trying to rush it down. Joe is loved, but in comes the Mosquitoes. They're ready to fight.
Oh.
Nice Hydro Typhoon though, knocking up 4, but the Umbreon, he's hindrance resistant as well. He dashed through, but your Talonflame's already dead. 4 members out of the picture, and the Lapras is the only one remaining. He can't get anything done. Shaw just has to watch as all his allies are gone. One more Solar Blade, one more dash through, and the Umbreon gets it done for the squad Mosquitoes. They absolutely wipe the floor. KO already in this bot side for the Leafeon.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of that play happening in the bottom lane though, because
And you'll be able to find it. I mean, this Metagross, or rather Metang, he's just all over them right now. He's starting to wind up. He's able to get out there with the eject, but the spin finally gets answered by the Guzra, just wobbling around. But 4 members of Shin and Rude up in this top side. There doesn't seem to be much.
that actually, it's a Shedinja doll on Xingdi of all things. He's trying to run away with that. Levitate is so close. They will get that basic attack. The Glaceon denying Xingdi any hope of leaving. But hang on a minute, they Whoosh one coming in. They actually deny Z-Ray. They send him back to base. There's no Leafeon. So
it's a huge bit of control from Cynthia and their Koopa, but they will be able to clean up most of the side of Too Easy. They're dropping low. It ends up being in the favor of Too Easy instead. Like you mentioned, Snake on the backside there, but I didn't see him. I thought he was gone, but he was over there chucking out Ice Crystal after Ice Crystal. Now it's Wuxuan being blasted back by
running. We still have the Gudra coming in from the backline. BKZ trying to go for the Hooper. Cynthia's out of the picture. Typhoon though, connecting onto Shinarude. Now Too Easy needs to collapse if they want to do this damage. But look at Solo being such a nuisance, sitting on top of Wuxuan, forced to use that mystical Mirage to survive. But beautiful X's are coming in from that Crystal, connecting onto Z-Ray. And the Glaceon is gone. I think Shinarude have done it. They have broken through Too Easy's defense. We're still looking at Solo here, who is now finally out. And we have 77, but he gets punched down as well. BKZ finishing everything off. Shin and Rude, after a brutal match, was able to break through Too Easy's defense, get the Rayquaza, and will now score their points. Of a hyperspace hole. Xingdi just going ham in that top lane.
Yeah, I believe BKZ went down there. That was what Too Easy were committing for, but they paid the price in dip. Off. It's a signature for a reason. Ooh, 77, you gotta get out of there with the snipe. Lands him right on the back of his head. Now
Have to respect the Inteleon here.
They still managed to secure it onto Too Easy though with the auto from the Mew, but that looked dicey for a moment, a little bit of stuns coming through. So trading out the Reggie and Lecky for something like that.
It's kind of feeling, it's giving me vibes that the team is starting to feel a little bit desperate. It's because a play like that from Z-Ray, I think there are a lot of circumstances where I would totally understand. But that play in particular, it was so close I think under normal circumstances, he would never have made that play because he was basically challenging Shin and Rude, saying like, I'm going to get this KO.
Third attempt, and I think that's kind of what went wrong there for Shin and Rude. We saw Ikura go in first, Hop is Unite Move, suddenly BKZ's late to the party, but he's into the control of the Buzzhole and the Surf. You're not...
Points and 7. Damage. Shin and Rude, they're just camping the Rayquaza pit now.
This is so awkward. This is so awkward, but BKZ! A solo onto solo, and oh no, not another 4v5. Now they feel pressure, now they need to go the sub in.
2 wins and move on in the bracket, and unfortunately...
I'm just...
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League East Asia playoffs. So just finished up our 2 best of 3s of the day, and we have unfortunately had to say goodbye to 2 teams already, meaning we are down to 6 competitors for these 3 spots to the offline finals. Now Leonard, giving our audience a wonderful message.
Of course, it's important because like what our dear Permasneeze used to say as well. Make sure you guys are hydrated. Also have your food as well, because we have a lot of heated games coming to us here today to decide who's going to be our top 3 to represent East Asia here for the ACL finals here. But of course, don't forget to drink your H2O, because let's be honest, a healthy body is a healthy mind, and a healthy mind is a happy person. But even if you guys forget to drink H2O, especially you, Danelie, because
wow, okay, I just live on coffee. So.
I know exactly, right? But even if you forget, you guys are still 10 out of 10 to me.
Oh, okay, thank you.
But enough with the cheesy comments, right? But Danelie, we have a game on our hands here, possibly one of the most exciting series that we have continuing towards the day. But honestly, with the brackets that we've seen so far for day 3, it feels like we're in a game, right? Like every stage is like a final boss battle for some of this team as they make their way up the ladder, including Shin and Rude.
Well, speaking of Shin and Rude, that's actually going to be our next matchup of today. So Shin and Rude still on their way up on that leaderboard, and unfortunately having to start from scratch. They do win their first series 2-0, but the thing is, can they win this next one? And their opponent is going to be KS, also known as Kabi-chan, the 2nd place Japanese Open team. This is going to be a really tough one here, Leonard. And the question here I think people are asking is, who is the better team?
Let me tell you something, right? Kabi-chan, they came into this competition relatively fresh. Maybe some of the players had a little bit of a competitive experience, but a team as a whole with this roster didn't really get to see the light of day until they came in. They flew in like a comet. Danelie, an absolute shooting star, completely surprised everybody. During their first games against Team Mosquitoes, I think everyone already suspected, like, oh, okay, Team Mosquitoes had 3 players, had a lot of competitive experience, they had the records, they literally had the proof to show why they're here. But who was Team Kabi-chan though? That's the real question. So everyone thought that game was going to be one-sided, but guess what? It did not turn that way. And Kabi-chan still continued to prove us wrong as they make their way up the ladder here. Unfortunately, they couldn't really get to that top spot in their group stages because it was a really heated group stage in the first place. But I think they're in a phenomenal spot right now.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really formidable matchup. I think regardless of who wins and who loses, it's going to be very sad to just see any of these teams go home. We've seen them play some phenomenal games for the past 2 days, and on this 3rd day, elimination is practically a possibility for either team. I think if I had to sort of look at the 2 teams and make a prediction, I think I might be leaning a little bit more to Shin and Rude because they are in... They understand that they're in a dire position.
Yes.
So I feel like this is where hunger, that feeling of really wanting something starts to kick in. Yep. Something that happens in esports is that a lot of teams, and even this is coaches as well, they sometimes use that feeling of hunger, of wanting something to really stimulate the players to actually play beyond how they usually would. And so with Shin and Rude, with a lot on the line, it's not just qualifications for finals, but also them to defend their title. I think it would be pretty devastating if we had to say goodbye to them so soon and not be able to defend that title. So they would be pressured to want to play better.
Absolutely, but however, I actually had a different thoughts about this. I don't think they actually feel that much pressure. I felt like it's a very fresh experience for them because remember, they were the champions from last ACL, right? So now this time, it's a little bit of a different turnabout for them in this year's ACL. And it's like a little bit more of a fresher experience for them in a way where they're like, hey, you know, this is the first time we're having our backs against the wall. We're not only defending our title, but we're meeting new players, experienced players.
Well, Kabi-chan in particular, I think there's not a lot of data on this team.
Yeah, so it's like,
Yeah.
everything is relatively a new challenge for them. And that challenge is something which they do not mind taking it on head on. They take it on with a smile, not with nervousness, not with jitters. They take that challenge head on with pride and the fact that we are here to show that we're going to be representing us, East Asia, in the finals itself and hopefully get back that back-to-back championship title.
Yeah, but Kabi-chan's isn't a pushover either.
Yeah.
This team has shown a lot of potential during the first 2 days of group play, so I'm really excited to see what's actually going to come out of here for Kabi-chan's because everyone here is playing for that top 3 spot.
Yep.
And so I think this is when you're going to start to see some of these cheese strats, some of these new strategies come out. I mean, the first one was the fact that Shin and Rude pulled off the Metagross for Xingdi. Like, nobody saw that coming. So for them to be able to have something still in that back pocket and to feel pretty comfortable playing it. Now I'm looking at Kabi-chan's, I'm thinking, okay, what do you have that we haven't seen yet? Because you're going to have to pull it out soon. You're not playing up against a team that's a pushover. This is not, I don't think we're going to see a 2-0 here. I do think we'll see the full 3 games.
Yes.
But what does Kabi-chan's have that we haven't seen yet?
But that's what I'm saying. It's so difficult, even for Shin and Rude to try to put a pin on it, right? Because of the fact that if you notice from all of their past games, all their selection they have been utilizing in a lot of this series, it has been pretty flex. Everyone could pretty much play any required Pokemon, whatever they're choosing. They want to play Crossover, go for it. They want to go Lapras, go for it. Anyone can play whatsoever. And at one point, we thought Vitopo could only play the Buzzwole, but guess what? He brought in the Blastoise. Suddenly out of the blue, there's double defenders in the composition.
Okay, hold on a minute. I don't think he wanted to just be a Buzzwole one trick. I'm pretty sure everyone can play other top
Yeah,
laners,
exactly.
But it's just that, like, if it's available,
Yeah, why not?
Pick it, right? So.
And I believe it was also them who actually first brought in the very first Venusaur into the ACL as well, and it was being played by Vitopo. So he came in with the Solar Beam one, and I know we had that debate because I said, like, I saw the Idle Stick Spoon and
Yeah,
everything.
was it Solar Beam or was it going to be Pedal Dance? Yeah.
I said Solar Beam, then you reminded me, like, you don't let it, and you could also play Pedal Dance with that same Idle Dance. I'm like, oh yeah!
I don't know. I'm actually just really excited for this matchup to start. I think
I'm
it's
excited
look,
too.
it's going to be great.
I want to.
Okay, hold on. Predictions.
Okay.
What do you think it's going to be?
Oh, you mean, okay? Are we talking about like who takes the series or like what's the lineup?
I will start since
Okay.
you're a little shy. So
I've
going.
been trying to figure out which one
okay.
we're trying to go for.
No, it's up to you. But I think just looking at the 2 matchups, I kind of feel like it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Shin and Rude. They're warmed up. They're good to go. Kabi-chan's hasn't played yet today, so they are probably going to come into this matchup cold, but they will have information on how Shin and Rude played. But I do still think it's going to be a 2-1 in favor of Shin.
I feel in particular it was actually going to be Kabi-chan 2-1.
Oh, you think Kabi-chan's will take this?
I actually feel it's going to be Kabi-chan because there's one thing that Shin and Rude may not, like the only advantage that Kabi-chan had over Shin and Rude is 2 things. One, the element of unknowing, right? Because there's not a lot of force, except from last week's group stages here. And not a lot of intel for you to play off about it. Because let's be honest, like you said, anyone can play the Blastoise, anyone can play the Buzzwole, right? So in other words, they still don't know, like for Shin and Rude's side, they don't know Team Kabi-chan's in full essence here. Like what's their true style here?
Yeah.
Because they have been able to play aggressive. They also been able to play counter divers. They also able to play diving composition as well. So nothing really fixated for the side here for Kabi-chan. So I think it is that off strats here, or I guess you could say very flexible variety that Kabi-chan's playstyle has is going to be putting Shin and Rude on their feet in what type of composition they want to play against that.
I believe the draft is ready, so as soon as we're good to go, we're going to jump right into that game #1 draft. It's going to be super exciting. I think we have to talk about some of these Pokemon that are going to potentially come out on both sides, and I think for Kabi-chan's, they have to understand that Inteleon is going to be a no-go, and I also think Glaceon might have to be off the table here if you're Kabi-chan's, because we already saw what Xingdi is able to do with the Glaceon. Wushuan is crazy good on the Inteleon, but it looks like it's going to be Umbreon being the ban here for Kabi-chan's, and Shin and Rude going to get rid of that Blastoise, so not having to worry about that top matchup. I kind of wonder, right?
Yep.
Does Shin and Rude want their opponents to pick Buzzwole? Because it's not something BKZ plays, it's not something that Shin and Rude play in general, but a lot of other East Asian teams are really adopting the Buzzwole pick. But Inteleon is actually going to be swiped away here by Kabi-chans as they had that first pick, and we're going to be seeing the supports on the side of Shin and Rude get their first 2 Pokemon. So Ikura back onto that Crustle. I hope Kabi-chans is ready for this because we saw what this man was able to do on the Crustle, and Sanshin going to be on the Clefable. Great support.
I knew it was coming as well, especially since with Akura coming in with the Crustle. That just means that the fact that Traveler is going to be available for them because there's really not much defenders for them to play around unless you want to play Greedent, but let's be honest, Greedent is a very weird spot right now.
Look at this comp
so
here.
that's not going to happen. Oh, I love how the set are coming from Kabi-chan, right? Because
they're drafting so fast as well. So we've got great attackers on Shin and Rude. Now BKZ is limited on options here, and it looks like Garchomp is being highlighted, and that might be the objective here for Shin and Rude. Right. Oh, hang on. It might be Marchamp. Okay, we're going to go for Marchamp. So Shin and Rude, a little bit more of an aggressive lineup. They're not going to go for the full late game comp with the Garchomp. I think Marchamp, great option here. It's actually, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting lane matchup here because that means Marchamp is going to be going up against Trevenant up top, or is this... Yeah, it should be Trevenant.
Yes, Trevenant top. It's going to be the Trevenant top.
So is that central lane Venusaur?
This is...
It's definitely not Inteleon.
This is Kokota, right? I believe this is Kokota. So Kokota...
Actually, no, I think it's top Urshifu. It's, support defender Tomato on the Trevenant.
Because if I'm not mistaken, that's actually Kokota picking up the Venusaur, right? So I believe... Or is it the Vito? No, actually, no, yeah, that's Vito.
Sorry, guys, we're trying to find the romanizations for these names.
So, no, correct. Kokota is playing the Urshifu, so Urshifu is actually...
So top lane.
Yeah, so Urshifu is actually going to go to the mid lane. What?
Oh, mid Urshifu?
Yeah.
We will double check, folks.
Yeah,
we are so sorry. We're trying to get the
because, like I said, right, they do have definite roles, but depending on what they pick, they always end up switching up those roles. That's what I'm saying. So it gets relatively difficult for their side here, but think of it this way, right? I'm concerned when it comes to range damage department, right? Shin and Rude has a little bit more of an edge because with both the Mew and the Glacier, and also with the early game advantage, that's where they're going to be coming in.
I kind of feel like the early game is actually in favor of Shin and Rude because we know what Shindy is capable of doing, right?
Yes!
And then Kabi-chan's a little bit more ramp. You've got a Venusaur that does need to get to that level 7 at least. Urshifu needs level 5.
Yep.
And then you also have the Inteleon that also needs levels. So Kabi-chan's job is to make sure that they're able to stabilize their lanes. Do not let Shindy snowball. And if you can, try to win these lanes up against BKZ and Bushuan because these side lanes are actually pretty menacing.
Yeah, literally in this hand right now, in this game, Kokota has a very massive role to ensure all to bring them the same amount of space. And looking for the Hell items coming from the side here for the Venusaur from the side of Kabi-chan, does it seem like it will be the Solar Beam here? It's going to be the Paddle Dance one.
We've got our first KO on the map there, so unfortunately for the Phantom, going to be KO'd by the Mew on the side of Shin and Rude. So lots of aggression already happening in that bottom lane. Now, our central laners, they haven't rotated as of yet. They are still trying to finish up their central lanes before they assist those side lanes. I'm kind of wondering, is it going to be that Water Urshifu here for Kabi-chans, or are we going to be looking at the Dark variant? It's going to be the Wicked Blow Urshifu, so it's the Dark variant. Lots of threat, especially with the possibility of that Wicked Blow.
It's a lot of damage, but I'm concerned whether he can really get to that back line. We're talking about like range attacks too in particular here, and you have to go through quite a lot of, including through the Machamp as well. There's a lot of damage and a lot of wall, and I don't think you have the necessary durability to go through both Xingdi's, Glacier, and the Machamp at the same time.
Yeah, well, that's assuming they can get their levels right, and so far in that top lane, BKZ is struggling a little bit, unfortunately. He is lagging behind, and oh no, he actually gets KO'd. This is going to be pretty bad for Shin and Rude because BKZ, he really needs those levels. He's a very experienced, hungry player, and to be KO'd and to lose against that Venusaur matchup, it's going to slow down his progress. It might even force Shin and Rude to force Xingdi to really assist that top lane and leave bottom by itself.
He really took the advantage of the level advantage for himself.
He needs that last hit. Can BKZ get it? He can't.
Yeah, he's been level 4 for quite a while. Until the point where the Ivysaur is already level 6 here. He's still level 3. He's 3 levels apart. He still hasn't get the Clefable too.
Look at that. Great steal coming in from the Drizzle, just denying Xingdi that experience. I have to say, Kabi-chan's doing pretty well with their side lanes. They didn't get shut down at all. Sure, we got a couple KOs here and there, but They're doing really, really well, slowing down the progress for these side lanes. And once again, we're going to be seeing some more pressure here. Macho going to be struggling. He is able to get out of there. BKZ going to be A-okay. Blissey might not be in such a great position. And hang on a minute, they went for the dive. Big wicked low, eliminating BKZ from the equation as well. So 1-1, I'd say that was a pretty big win there for Kabi-chan, getting the bigger priority target. And Inteleon, beautiful snipe shot, getting rid of Xingdi from this fight. And now Ikura and Sanshin need to get out of here, otherwise they're going to be losing more bodies on the floor.
The intel was a little bit uncertain for them as well, whether the rotation was happening because of the fact that he was not really shown in the ball lane anymore. Now too sure, but a big massive fight coming in the sideline. A massive KO as he was able to get the video shot onto the ball. Like big smackdown, but not gonna matter. The Rock Tomb actually it felt more like he really sealed his fate and his route of escape. There's gonna be a really nice Reggie Dicky and an objective securing coming from side here on Team Kabi-chan.
Yeah, trading objectives. So Kabi-chan's going to be focusing on that Reggie Aleki, whereas Shinarude really want that experience, and they also get a defensive bonus as well, getting that Reggie Rock. Now, I think for Shinarude, they understand there was no point defending that top lane. Let's just take the experience. Let's try and push that bottom lane as well. And it's just an Inteleon. With Ikura here, if a Rock Tomb connects, that might just be the setup that Xingdi needs to get that counter KO, but that doesn't seem to be the case. Just a 1-to-1 goal zone trade by both sides. Here we go, Rock Tomb doesn't quite connect on any of the Pokemon, unfortunately. It just hits the wild ones. And we see another peace treaty by both of these teams.
They just really want to keep to their lanes and to the central area as well. They don't want to take too much aggression. Not when everyone's not fully online. So, they need to get those Unite moves, get those SML levels. But I think at this point, everyone's currently maxed out here. Just need to try to find an opportunity to go for that ambush here. But then again, as he wants to try to secure that Altaria family towards the middle lane, not going to be having a tough time here. It's all going to be casually secure the hand of the Venusaur.
There was no damage there because he actually didn't do anything. Oh my goodness, this is not a game for him. I mean, he's level 9, so he's not behind at all, but he would ideally like to be able to keep pace with our front runners. Get at least to level 10. Just get ready for that late game, because that's the goal with this man. BKZ loves being that really big late game clutch. We have an aggressive push coming in from Kabi-chan. Actually looking to take that central area away from Shinarude to deny that experience. Wushwan is there with the Electro Ball, but hang on a minute, BKZ! Big barrage connecting onto the Inteleon. The attacker is gone for Kabi-chan, and this Venusaur gonna go for the Verdant Anger, connecting onto 2 Pokemon so far. Bliss Assist as well. We've got 1 KO, not yet. Trevenant coming in with the Unite as well. Shinarude double KO with a wicked blow. Kabi-chan's managing to salvage this fight in a very significant way. But while that's all happening though, we see a big 40-point dunk in the bottom lane done by BKZ. He's being chased by the Inteleon. Luckily for Wuxuan, able to get away from that fight. But oh my goodness, Kabi-chan with the retaliation. Fantastic play from the Japanese team.
Absolutely, and now here comes the counter initiation as well. Glacial Icicle Spears not going to be able to fully connect. Solar Beams to try to zone them up as they want to try to secure the second Reggie, their second objective for their side here. Although, let's be honest, BKZ as very crafty player. He understood that that central area fight was not really ideal for them anymore, especially with the barrage off cooldown. Decides to take an opportunity, especially after getting hit counts, go to get more points in. Now they definitely are ahead in terms of points. Of course, not too significant, but this was somewhat pressure coming down, particularly especially for the Rayquaza fight, because let's be honest, they have both sides pretty much have decent amount of way to secure the Rayquaza, but the Inteleon just does it a little much more better.
Oh, BKZ, they're really pressuring that Blissey, trying to actually zone him away from that Venusaur. They don't have anything to really keep them connected. Unfortunately, Ikura a little bit too far from the team. Beautiful X's, although Trevenant is out. Oh, but the steal! Oh, that wasn't a steal, that was from the Mew.
Secure!
Wuxuan with the secure. Fantastic play from that Mew. That should be able to get into the goal zone. Inteleon, Electro Ball shutting down Inteleon. They're going to keep on fighting though. Kabi-chan's going in for the commitment here, and it looks like the entire team may just fall. They've lost the Blissey. The Inteleon is down. Tree is here though. Venusaur coming in with the damage. They've lost, unfortunately, their Dark Urshifu. The Wicked Blow not having access. And even the Trevenant using the Unite again. That's not going to be available up until the final Rayquaza fight. And they couldn't score. Poor Ikura being denied by the tree.
But there's just so much KO. Pick up Shinarude just eat the level. Just completely outran the competition here in terms of leveling here. And Machem and even the Glacier and Mew, both level 13 and level 12 respectively as well. But the rest of the squad trying to quickly catch up to it. However, It's not really the end of the game just yet,
No.
Danelie. There's still a couple of more minutes. There's still an opportunity in the Rayquaza pit here. Then they, like I said, Inteleon, one of the few best Pokemon to really secure that Rayquaza itself here.
We've got to keep our eye on the major players here for both of the teams. We've got to watch out for Ikura if he's able to land any great rock tombs. At the same time, we also need to watch out for BKZ. His barrage blows have been saving graces for some of these fights, but that's assuming that they're able to get the connections off. On the other side, though, for Kabi-chan's, got to watch out for that tree as well as the Urshifu. They are going to be the big initiators, especially coming into these fights. But if Trevenant whiffs the initiation, he might just put himself in a very dangerous situation because Kabi-chan's ideally want to keep the Blissey Unite for that Venusaur, so you're able to dish out the damage alongside the Verdant Anger buffs as well. But we'll have to see who starts this fight. It's Kabi-chan's on the back foot here. They are behind on points and they don't really have anyone in position to go for any kind of back caps.
I'm looking currently at BKZ, right? He hasn't been shown, he hasn't been seen so far. Maybe shortly as well once the Urshifu slowly walks forward. I think Kokoda finally spots him out here. All very casual, but then again, time is of the essence here. It's slowly calming down here. We're seeing a little bit more aggression coming from the side of Kabi-chan here as they want to try to find an opening for this initiation, but none will happen and none will allow it here. Rock Tomb going to be coming as well, but the Slowly is slowly poking them out. They're getting outranged and possibly out damaged as well.
Oh, here comes the initiation. And Ikura, beautiful play from Tomato
that's
with the
the
Horn
one.
Leech.
BKZ!
That's the front line of done and dusted, but BKZ,
He missed!
doesn't get it! Oh no, and I think he's going to be taken out by the Inteleon with the basic attacks. No, he's able to get on out, but Ikura is down. They've lost the Clefable as well as Xingdi. We're down to 3 Pokemon here for Shinarude. Now here's the thing, they do have potential to potentially go for a steal,
That's the Mew.
but does Kabi-chan let them get it
no.
though? They've lost BKZ. Where's the Mew?
He's
Can
in
they get
there.
the steal? Oh my goodness, they don't get it! Kabi-chan's securing the Rayquaza with that Venusaur, and Shin and Rude just weren't able to defend the main objective.
Oh, everything felt so right until that one moment. That one
Mirage.
crucial moment. And he had everything, right? He had the positioning, he got to the top, got the surprise as well. But absolutely just didn't really gauge the distance well enough. Barely, but just maybe like a couple of centimeters. And it could have been a totally different story here for Team Kabi-chan. I can't believe it.
Oh man, this is going to be such
It
a tough
hurts.
matchup. Look, I think BKZ, he's going to feel that.
Yeah.
Right? He just misses it by a centimeter. It was so close.
But it was also a very calculative engagement coming from Kabi-chan as well.
Well, Kabi-chan's expected it because they've seen BKZ play this Machamp before.
Yep.
They know he loves coming in from the back lines and coming in with the backstab barrage blows. So positioning-wise, they understood the assignment.
Oh, yeah.
They knew he was going to be a big threat.
Yep.
And so they were constantly watching out for him.
I don't know.
But I think the first thing, though, that really set that fight up, though, was the fact that Tomato got that Horn Leech onto Ikura.
That's
You
what I'm
remove
saying,
Ikura from that fight, you don't have the ability to come in and protect BKZ in the, when he tries to go for the barrage.
That's what I'm saying. It was such a calculative engagement,
Oh,
right? They just went for Ikura, who was a little bit out of sight for the rest of the squad here. And I think they got the initial intel from Kokoda, right? Because initially they couldn't find where BKZ was. He overextended slightly, he spotted him, he was guarding the goalpost. Then they said, you know what, guys? He's not here. The main threat is not here. We can burst down somebody and hopefully we can get something out of it. And they got something massive. They got Ikura out of it. That's literally the calling card. And it's like, call in the cavalry! Because literally there's nothing that's going to be holding them back. That's where BKZ came in. He thought, I'm not sure whether I don't think it was overexcitement or pressure. I think it's just more the fact it's more like a follow-up was necessary to create the space, to create the necessary presences. They did lose out Ikura relatively early.
I don't think Ikura expected to be caught out by Tomato either.
So much damage.
I mean, they Horn Leeched him into the entirety of the team, so I'm not sure what you're kind of expecting. Luckily, he's not wearing the cake outfit, but could have been something a little bit worse. But it was a really great game from both sides, though. Kabi-chan's really responding to that early game aggression that Shin and Rude are just that have basically popularized.
Yes.
And going into that late game, just amazing calculative plays. The coordination as well. I mean, like, look at this. The fact that they were able to set up that beautiful Verdant Anger into Bliss Assist Venusaur. You do have to remember as well that Venusaur did 100k damage that game.
I know.
That is incredibly rare, and especially considering that this is actually a pedal dance Venusaur as well. It's a Giga Drain pedal dance. So he's got a lot of sustain going for him, and you kind of don't want to be fighting right next to that Venusaur.
Yeah. I was concerned because when it comes to the range battle, it didn't seem Kabucha had a foothold on that in that 1v2 scenario. Because remember, they're dealing with both Mew and the Glacier. Sure, you have the Inteleon, but there's only so much you can do in that kind of positioning as well. Not with the existence of BKC, who's always trying to find an opportunity to get to that backline. On top of Ikura, who's also trying to create space.
I think we might see the moment in just a second, because this was the fight around Rayquaza where Ikura got caught by Tomato. Tomato was just hiding in the bush, so I think Ikura was pretty far out from the team. And then you're going to see the wraparound there. He just dashed a little bit too much there from BKZ. He was just inches away from getting that connection.
It's so unfortunate. No, I've been saying this from day 2 until now. I'm still going to say it again. I am Tomato is an exceptional defender. And
He's a great defender. He's playing Trevenant as well. This is not a popular defender in the current meta. A lot of teams
which
are
I'm actually very surprised, actually. I'm really surprised that Trevenant was actually not much of a go-to for these guys. Like, if you check out towards the any region and everything, you see Trevenant at least popping out at least a couple of few times. More than usual, actually.
Maybe it's a Tomato special.
Man, I love it.
Back to his roots.
Oh, I love what you did there.
That was awful. I'm sorry. I have to subject you to my horrible jokes. So
back to the Phantom Forest, I guess.
oh my gosh. Right, we are getting ready to jump into game number 2 because we are not done yet. We've got a game 2, and I think this is where you have to sort of think, we are on the back foot here for Shinnerude, so we need to talk through their perspective. I think Kabi-chan, they did great that game. I don't think there's anything that has to change. Execution was great. They didn't have a lineup that really relied so much on the early game. They stabilized their lanes. But Shinnerude, they have to keep it clean at those Ray fights, because we saw what happened. You know, two mishaps. And the game was over.
That was really unfortunate. Like seriously, like in terms of picks, like you said, don't think there's anything wrong with for the side of the team. Kabi-chan, Shinnerude, I also don't think there was anything wrong with it either, because they had a lot of control. They're winning out a lot of this majority of the fight. Although yes, it seems pretty even at first, but eventually you start seeing like getting ahead of the curve here, especially with the restriction on range, just mainly range damage, right? Something that both Mew and Xingdi and Wu Xuan was doing so well in that round. And Ikura, phenomenal with the frontlining. You have Shanshin keeping everyone alive and sustained, and BKZ. That's literally the unexpected variable which literally Team Kabi-chan cannot calculate or keep control of.
I want to say props to Blissey this game as well, getting 112k healing. That is
so insane.
It's insane, but it's also pretty difficult to pull off those numbers as a Blissey nowadays, because you generally get outshone by a Clefable, but we saw so many eggs during those standoffs, like keeping the team topped up, just making sure that everyone was ready to go. And this is also with a team that had a lot of self-sustain, like Tomato's going to be able to heal himself up a little bit. You've also got the Venusaur who's running Giga Drain, so also can actually provide some kind of self-heals. And even all through that, Blissey doing God's work with all the eggs.
Which is why I really like this kind of, because I believe this is a policy that they somewhat set for themselves, right? They went for the Venusaur in a way where they know for a fact that they cannot control the all-rounder pick that's going to be selected for the side here for Shinnerude, right? So they decided, instead of bring up two range attackers against another 2 range attackers, they decided to bring in one person who's able to be durable enough to frontline a lot of these fights here. Venusaur somewhat fits that description as well.
I mean, you can. The great thing about Venusaur is you have options, right?
Exactly.
If you need a long range attacker, there you go. If you need to go for the Pedal Dance Giga Drain, that is also an option. I love the fact that you're able to flex a Pokemon like this.
Yes.
I want more, but not all Pokemon are able to flex.
I know, and then best about it, especially since there's no Umbreon for this round. The Bliss Assist just comes in even more prominent than usual here. And you give Bliss, you saw that, right? You give Bliss Assistant on top of the Venusaur, he just ran right in. He's like, you know what, fine, you have the range advantage, that's fine, but it's only temporary. That's only temporary. Once he got the Bliss Assist,
I think it kind of depends.
Ran right in.
It kind of depends as well, right? Because sometimes the Bliss Assist is not just with the shielding, but it's the attack boost, right? You want to boost your teammates. So if there was the Umbreon, they'd have to change the way that Bliss Assist ends up being used.
Right.
Although I think we are going to see another Umbreon ban here as we are jumping into game number 2. And Shinnerude, because they lost game number 1, they've opted to go for first pick this game. So they're going to try and deny something from Kabi-chan's, or they want to lock a Pokemon in for themselves, which very possibly could be that Inteleon, because that's what Kabi-chan's locked in for game number 1 for their first pick. They denied Wu Xuan his Inteleon.
I agree with you. definitely they might actually opt to go for the Intellion first for themselves here. That just means that the Glacier will fall into the hands of Team Kapichan if they choose to opt to go for it. Intellion is being selected here, but are they thinking about it? Oh wait, no. Okay, calm down.
Very excited.
Yeah, for a second I saw Gengar and I'm like, okay, calm down.
Okay, I mean, Gengar has appeared a couple times.
I know.
But look at this though. Respect pick here from Kabi-chan's. Maybe going to steal away the Crustle, and that's going to happen here. So poor Ikura is going to have to play a different Pokemon this round. Although maybe he's not sad about it. Maybe this is what he wants.
This is exactly what he was hoping for as well. Although, like I said, not much really quality defenders left in the pool. There's still the Gudra, but I felt Gudra really isn't there. But Slowbro. Here's a Pokemon who, although yes, he may not is not really great for team combos. However, he individually able to lock the capability to lock it down.
Single target, yeah.
Single target pokes, and also with the telekinesis as well to try to force fight if necessary. He definitely is one of those S tier defenders that, by his own right, he has that ranking.
Yeah, and it looks like Mew and Venusaur is going to be the options here for Kabi-chan. So Venusaur coming back into the game. And remember, this is also going to be a Bliss-assisted Venusaur too.
He's going to have this really beefy guy running
BKZ though, coming in with the big bad Buzzwole. So he's coming out to play. He's like, all right, guys. I wish I could crack my knuckles on stream. I can't, but he's coming into play with the big bad Buzzwole.
This is so scary because you have this guy that's like, he's going to be able to like displace you, at the same time displace you further back alongside with both the slow beam and the telekinesis. There's just so much control into this one person. I feel like, and it's really crazy that this Buzzwole can just with one combo destroy any attack. Oh man, this is tough.
Now there is a bit of a issue here on the side of Shin and Rude.
Yes.
So Slowbro is a great defender.
True.
But one of the things that's going to set him back is the fact that he's going up against a Blissey. Blissey's Bliss Assist counters the slow beam because you get such a big influx of shields. Now here's the thing, there is a possibility that Xingdi and Wushuan can burst it in time, but you're asking for a lot of skills to connect when it matters the most. And can you actually out-damage that shield that's coming up on the Blissey? Because if, for example, they catch out the Mew, maybe possibility, because Mew's base health is incredibly low. Venusaur, on the other hand, much tankier. Same thing with the Urshifu. So the only one you can really burst is that Mew. So the question here for Ikura is how is he going to utilize that slow beam? Is he going to wait until the Bliss Assist has been used? Is he going to wait until Blissey is out of position?
Yep.
There's a lot of things that Ikura has to think about. He's a great player, he's a smart player. I trust in his decision, but I'm a little bit worried about this Slowbro pick.
No, that's where the Buzzwole actually comes in, right? Because like no longer do Ikura have to worry about like frontlining most of the time when trying to initiate this fight. You have this player playing the Buzzwole here, just trying to set things up for the rest of the squad. Seriously, the fact that you're able to displace any players, and also at the same time, Buzzwole itself, like even for us, the minute he gets locked into the drafting pick, we're already like worried. We're already concerned, like, wow, that's a strong pick. So the same concept that we have is also applied to the opponent's side. Now the fact that Ikura wouldn't have to worry too much, sure. He might have to think in that situation where if the Buzzwole is getting cornered a lot, then sure, he might have that kind of thoughts. But now if BKZ is able to pop off, that concern disappears entirely. Now it's a lot more.
But that's the question. Could, right? Yeah. That's the word. Could.
That's I think that's one of the few beauties, right, between when you have a very well coordinated team fighting another coordinated team. It's pretty much like you're just watching it's like watching these two chess players going head to head with each other.
Yeah. Also the factor of Ikura, I'm just thinking, does he want... I mean, the usual build is going to be that Scald Amnesia, but I'm wondering if he ever considers Telekinesis this game. Because we've seen a couple times he has run Telekinesis, and being able to just catch somebody and pull them in, that's enough for Wushuan and Xingdi to actually come in for the finish off. So maybe threaten with the Telekinesis, but to do that, you are giving up Amnesia, which is your sustain.
Yes.
Because sure, you're going to have access to Scald, but Amnesia is like a whole different beast.
I know, like, that's what I'm trying to figure out, like, do they are on the side here or Kabi-chan? Is there anything much to debuff here with the Amnesia here? That's how I'm trying to think about here. Anything that's more of a priority for their side here? Because if there isn't really that much, then Telekinesis could be the go-to for them.
Amnesia can be pretty helpful going up against the Mew and the Venusaur because they're both special attackers.
Yes.
So it does actually increase your defensive stats when they're attacking you during the Amnesia animation. And in some cases, you can actually dodge certain disables as well.
Yes.
So there are a lot of things you can do with the Amnesia, but I'm not sure if Ikora can afford to go for the sustainability build. Maybe he's going to rely on Sanshin to actually keep him topped off.
Yes.
And he's going to play a more offensive Slowbro. Catch Pokemon out with the telekinesis, pull them in so that Wushuan and Xingdi can actually do their thing. And heck, even BKZ can be a factor here. He'll be able to get those Pokemon finished off.
I believe that will be the better call, because a lot of these times here, because Team Captain is very objective with their combat.
They're very aggressive too, actually. Quite
So
surprising.
and it's even without the Bliss Assist, you see the Venusaur already diving on with the backline. So them getting an additional bit to try to control this Venusaur, just to create enough space or enough opportunity for the Buzzwole to actually try to pick them out, or even on the side here of Wushuan or Xingdi. I think this will be a lot more better. But you know, who's to say? Because in the end, the final call will be made by our professional players here. And let's see whether it be a beautiful 2-0 for Team Kabi-chan on an absolute roll, or Shinnerude coming back from such a round.
Yep. Obviously for Shinnerude, they want to tie the series up 1-1, and with the choice of Pokemon, they really want to be aggressive, but yet again, surprisingly enough, just this duo in the top lane for Shinnerude, they're just not able to dish out the damage to pressure this Chansey and Bulbasaur lane, which is really surprising. They're playing super aggressive as well. They don't manage to get the steal off on the wild Pokemon there, but I have to say this Venusaur pick is coming in super clutch for Kabi-chan.
I'm very happy actually. I mean, I know I've been talking to you about this from a couple of group stages where I would have loved to see Venusaur, because it feels like he fits in a lot of scenario and a lot of cases. He's pretty flex as well, depending on the situation. But of course, you know, everyone's just like that flat damage, of course.
That Wicked Blow, big secure coming in for Kabi-chan's getting the majority of the wild Pokemon. They won't be able to get BKZ. The damage isn't there, but the damage has been done, really. Just steal that experience away, prevent the snowball, and I think this might just be it. No, it's a peace treaty from both teams, respecting one another, not wanting to overstep their bounds, because Xingdi was about to come in. But because it diffused, he's going to head back into that central lane, go back and pick up his buffs, and get ready to help push that top lane, because yeah, Shinnerude, they definitely need help up here. And if anything, you want to pressure the Ivysaur while he's still an Ivysaur. Do not let him evolve to that Venusaur to get that big stat buff. And here we go, big damage coming in, big zone. Great body blocks though coming in from that Blissey, so denying a lot of the damage to the Ivysaur. And it's going to be the mid spawns here. Looks like most of them might go in favor of Shinnerude. And actually it's going to be the Surf Slowbro. It's not Scald at all, so prioritizing Disable over the slow as well as the health recovery. And the attack reduction, excuse me.
No worries, but of course Buzzwole taking the fight until the goalpost. A little bit over aggression there, but here comes the reinforcement. The cavalry's arrived. As Team Kabi-chan will be planning to take a couple more KOs. 2 for the counter. They don't know for a fact there's not going to be anyone else coming for the safety here. They will be able to break in their first goalpost and even get the Venusaur final evolution here. Objective's going to be spawning in a couple of 20 seconds here, but more control towards the central area. Now they're currently maxed out. They're trying to look for even more opportunities here.
Yeah, looking for so many opportunities. And Kabi-chan's, their timing for when they go in for these rotations has been on point up until now. They've been so good at retaliating to everything that Shinnerude have been throwing at them, always having an extra body compared to Shinnerude. But now coming down to these objectives, there's only 4 players here. There's no BKZ trying to come in with the Buzzwole. Now Xingdi going to come in with the Icicle Spear, going to dish out enough damage to get a single KO. But the buff is still going to go in the way of Kabi-chan's. It's a defensive buff as well, but here comes BKZ wanting to catch out this Venusaur. Almost surviving, but just not enough health. Too much damage from Shinnerude, and are they going to continue with the aggression? BKZ doing so much damage and also pulling Pokemon back. Yeah, Kabi-chan's going to have to be very careful around that Buzzwole, because if he displaces you, he's going to displace you right into the middle of the fray.
This is what we're talking about, right? Like during the drafting, the ability to just constantly pull someone back to really uncomfortable positioning is not really mostly ideal. And they have the burst damage, they have the snipe shot, they have the Icicle Spears. Although thank God, like really thank God that Clefable or another Wajiro just able to sustain a body with all this damage. But who's to say how long can he sustain those? Because for now, it's just one ability. What happens if it's 2 or stacked upon? I don't think he's able to really live up towards those kind of carnage.
No, maybe not at all. So far, looking at the level progression for both of these teams, they're looking pretty even across the board. Not too much of a difference. Both teams rocking level 10s and level 9s, couple level 8s as well. So both teams still in position to potentially snowball once they're given that opportunity. It can all come down to a single objective, a single fight. And that includes something such as simple as that central area buff. And Kabi-chan, they have been so good with these ambushes. They're going to be planning another one here as well. Now the question is, can they catch anybody? They do reveal themselves to Xing Di, so they are aware of this beautiful snipe catching out the Mew. And now Kabi-chan's going to have to back out because they are at a numbers disadvantage now, losing out the Mew. Although maybe coming in for a surprise attack from the top side. Going to try and break that goal zone with 40 points, but they're not going to give them any opportunity to do so. Trying to jump onto the Inteleon as well. And it looks like they immediately lose their support. No more healing on the side of Shinarune, but does it really matter? The team is still hanging on. They're still pretty tanky. Buzzball going to be eliminated there by the Urshifu. And it looks like Xingdi trying to do some damage, but Mew getting on top of him, trying to go for the cutoff, and actually it's going to be the Shedinja doll just setting up for that wicked blow. Unfortunate there for Xingdi, no way to get out.
Really great trade.
It could have been worse for Shinarune.
Yeah, I totally agree. Because they had the opportunity, but a lot of time has been wasted. Enough time for the rest of the squad to come back in.
Coming in.
Regice getting relatively low, but they have a better way to secure it. But guess who's at the back line? Forcing the eject button. But what about the other two squad? They have no way to get out of it. Slowbro has no choice but to beat the rear guard. But guess what? Another flank from the sidelines, but not going to be overcompetent. Not going to overcommit for those pickups, not for those kills, not when it's just close towards their base as well.
Kabi-chan are monsters with the way this team is rotating. They are fighting as 5 consistently, and they are slowly starting to pull ahead in those levels as well. So if things continue to go the way they are, this game might just be in the bag for Kabi-chan. Now, of course, BKZ, he's trying to get on top of the Mew, but now he's the one that has to back on out of here. Glaceon, in the meantime, though, trying to dish out some damage onto this pairing in that top lane, caught by the X's are on that Crustal. Unites as well with the stun. The team is lining up. Can they get a big KO there with the wicked blow, the cancel? They do get Xingdi though, and look at this, the Rock Tomb, the X's are again. Tomato is on fire with this Crustal. 3 KOs, and Kabi-chan looking to break this top goal zone. They're starting to run away with this game, and I fear this might just be it for Shinarune. They might be eliminated, and they won't be given a chance to defend the title as champions.
I Am Tomato is a very happy crab, a very satisfying crab. You could not ask for a more better situation to combine your ultimate on all 4 members without having to really risk too much or utilize a lot of your abilities at the same time here. Although, oh my god, that snipe shot just instantly healed back.
Jeez, is Crustal going to be the new pub meta? That's the thing I'm kind of worried about here, because for the longest time, people have said Crustal has had an identity crisis. This is one of the worst defenders in the game, and then all of a sudden, yep, Ikora and Tomato coming and saying like, hey, you kind of have to look at this crab now. It's kind of good.
I think the reason why like Crustal is just thriving in all of this competition because there's just too many people to be the priority here. There's too many people to focus on, too many people to pick off here. Although nice Egg Bomb does displace the Basel temporarily, or manage to regroup with the rest of the squad. Now the team is just playing a little bit more safe here. Because coming in a couple more seconds here.
To Reggie steal, and this is right before the Rayquaza. I think Shinarune understand that if they give this away, this is going to put them so far back in this fight. And BKZ gets the steal. That's going to be a huge asset to Shinarune coming into this late game, because Rayquaza is here, descending from the sky, ready to bless somebody with its buff. And is it going to be Kabi-chan's yet again, or will Shinarune take this buff for themselves and tie this game 1-1 on the brink of elimination? Can they hang in there? Or is it going to be Kabi-chan's? They do manage to pull back that Crustal. They're done with Tomato, and Tomato is gone. It's a repeat from game number 1, but it's a twist of team. Inteleon, though, caught by that Mew. Shinarune, though, we do get that slow beam. I think this might just be the comeback that Shinarune are looking for. This Buzzball. BKZ going to be taken down by that Venusaur. It's Mew and Venusaur. But Shinarune going to turn onto the attackers. Venusaur is gone. Mew standing all on its own. But this poor Mew can't do everything by itself.
He still managed to sustain a decent amount of trade, but then again, Glaceon is still around, but Iron Tomato comes in. Round 2 for the mix. He needs to just keep that Glaceon on, check and in check. Can he get picked up? And he will! Iron Tomato completely sandwiched by the massive Hermit Crab.
But look at the top.
The Inteleon slowly getting picked up on the top side. There's no one ready to get into it as well. But the Mew getting ready for the Electro Ball, but they want to try to go for the pickup. Buzzwell
he got it!
They secured the Rayquaza! I can't believe it. Now they're making their way. A turnaround. This feels like forever here. but no one was able to get the dunk though.
Someone has to dunk. They are behind by 200 points. Shin and Rude, do they have anyone left? They've got BKZ with a 50-point dunk. It's going to be 100. They need another 100. And Ikura actually has a buff left, but here comes the Aishifu. He's broken the shield. 25 seconds to go. Shin and Rude, they need points, but who can do it?
They're trying to find a way, trying to find an opportunity. Bottom is
BKZ has no
like the
points.
call. Can he get some down? Not enough. Need a couple of more. They need to allow Wu Shuang to go for it, but he's not able to find an opportunity for it. Gets a nice pick up. Counter ball 7 seconds. Wu Shuang. He gets in 14. Do we see another one? No. He still couldn't. He gets KO'd. Somebody stop him. Gets cancelled again. Gets denied. They need to buy the time, but time is up, ladies and gentlemen. Kami-chan brought back the win from a scene of disparity.
So close, Shin and Rude. They were able to get the Rayquaza, but Kabu-chan's breaking the shields. Wushwan, he so desperately wanted to throw those 100 points. But you're an Inteleon, you are squishy, you need to be defended. He was not expecting Urshifu to be there to break his shield. Fantastic retaliation from the Japanese team. Oh my goodness, eliminating the 2023 champions. We're having a new champion this year.
Definitely, for sure. And although it is unfortunate, but I think they definitely gave it their all. And I think they're somewhat satisfied with the fact that, you know, like, the times are changing, people are getting stronger. That just means they also have an opportunity for more growth for their end. Although yes, it is the end of the run for Shin and Rode, but it's still such a pleasure to have you guys grace us here in the group stages for sure. Unfortunately, back-to-back championship will probably be a dream for the future. But for now, we completely give huge congratulations for Kabi-chan, able to completely move forward to the next one.
I know a lot of people have been looking to Kabi-chan's as a up-and-coming team, and with their performance in this match, I'm pretty sure that's going to reassure these thoughts on Kabi-chan's. I mean, we could be looking at the future champions right here.
Could be. There is an opportunity, because right now, especially since now the throne is vacant here. Now literally the previous king has been dethroned. Now there's an opportunity for other teams to come to the limelight here. But of course, man of the match for these guys, I feel it's so difficult. I felt like
look, in this match in particular, definitely Tomato. I know there's been a lot of attention thrown to players that have been playing Crustal. Ikura's been playing a lot of Crustal, and then Tomato coming in game number 2, just absolutely demolishing on that Crustal. But at the same time, he also did literally win the game for Kabi-chan in game number 1, right? He had the Horn Leech that connected onto Ikura, winning them that team fight. So my nomination's Tomato. I'm not sure about you.
No, I'm definitely on board with this. I'm definitely that ship has sailed a long time ago, Danelie. I can guarantee you this for sure. And absolute fun. But of course, we just got to call the highlights ready. So let's roll back the camera to see what amazing things that we probably might have missed. Seriously, this entire round has just been action-packed. Timings of rotation. Although yes, it may not be as aggressive as we can also compare to game number 1. Game number 2, you see a little bit more thought, a lot more thought process has been given to both sides here.
Yeah, a lot has to be premeditated before you jump into these fights, because we've seen time and time again, right? You can't mindlessly go into Kabi-chan. This team is just so well coordinated. They understand where they need to be when it comes to positioning. They're always there to reinforce their teammates. Yes. We've never seen them be caught split, separated. They're always together. Now, even though we did see a pretty good showing there from Shin and Rude, I think at the end of the day, Kabi-chan's just really matching up to them so nicely as an opponent.
It feels like for both sides, they already have their own policy set for themselves, just in case for various situations that someone falls before them here. But on the side here for the side of Team Kabi-chan, I feel like they're a lot more comfortable with this one. A lot more option, and of course, this is a godsend situation for him, for our dear friend Iron Tomato. Able to get on top of 4 people without utilizing a lot of his abilities, just allows him to just get a full combo on top of a lot of these players.
Just Crustal things.
Yeah, just Crustal things, right? And the worst part about it, you know, sometimes defenders just have a really hard time really getting into it, like without having to commit a lot of abilities. So the fact that it was just absolutely fantastic. But that damage output coming in from Rom here with the Mew, absolutely removing the Inteleon just was so, it really helps them so much.
Yeah, this fight in particular, everything went in the way of Shin and Rude. They just couldn't finish that main objective. And I have to say, the Mew bought them a lot of time, right? The fact that Mew was able to jump around with the agility, just really buying them so much time because they could not get that KO, making sure that Tomato was able to come into the fray. But I'm not sure if we're going to see it at the end of the highlights here, but the fact that Wuxuan, after securing the Rayquaza, just had his shields broken.
Yeah.
I don't know if we're going to see it. We won't see it, unfortunately. But yeah, the first person to have his shields broken because Urshifu was on the dot there. No scoring for you.
Yeah, they were just ensuring everybody was, because they're also clumped up as well. They just understand for the fact, you know, fine, we couldn't secure Rayquaza, but we can at least try to deny them the opportunity to get that really simple dunk. Break all the shield as much as possible. I think the only one who was very comfortable was just that one person. I think he was able to
It was
dunk.
just BKZ.
Yeah,
BKZ was the only one that could score. Wuxuan had his
yes.
shields used. I think Xingdi had no shields because he just came back. And then I
From
think
that storm, I
Wuxuan,
don't blame him.
No, Sanshin also didn't have shields. Ikura had shields, but I think it was Pot as well. So just too many shields popped at the last minute. Like if they just needed 100 points, they would have been able to take it.
Like it was just 200 points difference, you know, before they actually got the initial dunk.
Literally 250 dunks would have been enough. They just couldn't get more than one.
Yeah, it was so amazing. But of course, man of the match, Crustle, I Am Tomato, absolutely such a phenomenal
I am
player.
Tomato. I am the best. Probably gonna have to change his name.
Definitely, I am the best for sure. But of course, we got a little bit nice replay for the plays coming in from I Am Tomato here. Nicely timing with the engagement as well, just knowing when to give it quite the surprise because they gave the impression to allow Xingdi to poke them a little bit more, and then allow him to that overextension to allow I Am Tomato to really come in for that nice ambush here.
Yeah. And not just that though, I Am Tomato is able to just face tank the majority of the stands.
Yeah.
Like, look at the Icicle Spears. In a lot of cases, many other Pokemon
Oh,
probably would have been half health, but
Yes.
with the Crustle, you got the bonus shields. I love this Unite because he also was able to actually flick himself forward and catch 3 Pokemon, and you can see the rest of his team collapsing, wanting to get all these KOs. There was not really much you're going to be able to do on the side of Shinarude because the whole point of Shinarude's composition is you want your backline attackers to be zoning the outsides of those fights, be protected by your Slowbro, be protected by your Buzzball. But look at where BKZ is. He's not even present at the fight.
Yep. And the worst part about it is because I Am Tomato actually forced this confrontation. They had just no choice but to just turn and fight, which allowed literally for the side of Team Kamichan to just fully like answer back with all the counter initiation. They had the Verdant Rage, they threw in all the Unite moves. There's really no answer for them, and like you said, BKC wasn't really present. So it was one of those 4v5 situations that really turned around for Team Kamichan. And by the way, this was a fight that was right after the bottom objective fight, which Shin and Rude actually had the advantage for. But like I said, it was a fight where Team Kamichan didn't really want to compete for the objective. Like, they couldn't really secure it.
Alright, so this is where Crustle came in after he actually got the initially KO'd by the side of Shinarude. And he just created so much space.
I agree.
He did so much to buy time. You got Clefable chasing after him. You've got Wuxuan trying to just stay away from this crab. He's like, I don't want to deal with this. I can't deal with this at all.
Yeah.
You also have poor Ikura, like he's trying to damage this Rayquaza, but they all understand that if they lose their Pokemon here, they're not going to get shields. And so they're buying time for Wuxuan to do his thing. But I Am Tomato, he's ready to block this Slowbro. Mew is here to break that shield if necessary.
Yes.
So just again, Kamichan's understanding what they need to do. They say, yes, okay, there's a chance we're not going to get the Rayquaza. Let's go on the defense. And you can see their 2 Pokemon lined up on those goal pads. If things go awry, they know where to go.
Yep. And the crazy thing about it is that although yes, we are highlighting a lot coming from I Am Tomato, right? But I felt everyone just really did their part, right? Rom with the Mew, just buying an extra amount of time into the Rayquaza. But even despite the fact that they actually lost majority of the members, he still stick around just to try to pop things around, try to draw the attention, buy enough time for I Am Tomato to come in for literally just a tagged in wrestler coming back into the mix. And picking your Xingdi, I think that's one of the most craziest thing ever. Because if you had Xingdi and also the Inteleon both back to back on that Rayquaza pit, I think they would have taken it a lot more faster before the rest of the squad actually respawned in.
Yeah, that was a pretty weird play actually. I saw Ikura maybe going to that bottom tier 2 goal zone, but he actually tried to round back up to the top lane. And unfortunately, because of Urshifu breaking 2 shields, meaning BKZ was the only one that had points. I feel like the only way that BKZ may have been able to win this for the team is actually if they managed to get the KOs in that bottom lane, because Wushwan was busy trying to score. Kind of wondering if you got those 2 KOs, maybe they would have been able to get it.
Oh man, it was so crazy because remember we're talking about Rom. Rom was playing Mew against a Buzzful and an Natalia. In a 1v2, Mew, one of the few squishiest attackers.
Hey, okay, to be fair, it's
And
very,
it just
very
can't run.
fast, agile attacker. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but same goes with the Buzzful. I'm just saying. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, with the update as well. With the update as well coming.
Okay, I will do this one. Don't
Alright.
worry. All right, so an update for the East Asia League playoffs bracket. So unfortunately, we're going to have to say goodbye to Shin and Rude here. Kabe-chan's going to be heading into the semi-finals for the top of the bracket, whereas our second matchup, it's going to be a super interesting one. It's going to be MJK going up against Mosquitoes, and the winner of that match will play up against Uniteholic in the semi-finals. It's going to be a super exciting one, but I hope you're excited for this one because I think this is going to be a banger of a matchup. We're going to come back to the desk here as I welcome back the wonderful Permasneeze with me as we are just about ready to jump into match number 4 today. And sir, I'm excited. I can't wait.
Dude, it's been getting better and better. That series, that was insane. Like that last moment, the presence of mind from that Urshifu just to be ready to smack down those shields. I mean, we are really climbing the ladder in terms of skill level of these teams. And I mean, MJK, they're no strangers to being at the top.
No.
Finished first in their region. And you'll see that sort of the breakdown of the team lineup right here. Some of the
Exactly.
names very familiar already. Ruin in particular. I watched that guy years ago.
Look, everyone knows who's who, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
starting
yeah.
with the underdogs, Mosquitoes coming in from the first round, now having to go up against MJK. On the side of Mosquitoes, though, we have S4L, Blossom, Epic Kala, and Penkubo. And would you like to welcome MJK, Mr. Permasneeze?
Of course, we have Sona, Pinty, W Green, Ruin, as well as
The
Lucapo.
legendary
These
Lucapo.
The legendary Lucapo.
Look, I still can't forget this man's level 15 Airshiffu at Worlds.
Dude, I mean, that speaks for itself. The fact that in most of these games, you don't even get to that level. That's how
No.
much he just kind of managed to get himself on top here. I mean, both of these teams with Worlds contenders on both sides, right? You're bringing experience, you're bringing a fresh new infusion. I think we already said a lot about this man on his Umbreon Penkubo. That was a brilliant performance, and I think, the opponents only get harder the more you go forward.
Okay, so it's not just a little harder. Okay, we're
It's
talking
not
about
little, it's not little.
MJK
We're not
harder.
talking about MJK.
This is a team that I think a lot of people are looking out to that could be contenders to actually take the crown here for
okay.
ACL. So
Yeah.
MJK, very formidable team. I think a lot of people that watch World, you're going to remember Lucapo, you're going to remember Ruin from last year.
For sure.
Last year at the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2023. Fantastic player. I still remember his Cramorant. Brilliant. But they also have some new additions, because for me, W Green,
Yeah.
this man is still a bit of a question mark for me, but everyone else on the roster, it's more or less the same MJK. It was really just Ruin and Green sort of coming into the roster here.
Yeah.
But expectations, okay? I am a little bit worried here for Mosquitoes because this team does have a bit of an issue sometimes with aggression. They sometimes get a little bit too excited. In particular, Sal, when he snowballs, I've seen this man go in 5 versus 1, and I'm like, bruh.
Bro, back
Calm
up.
down.
We're trying to win here. We're not
And
trying
his
to...
team is like on the other side of the map, all of them just collectively face planting.
Yeah.
Sal, come on.
Come on, please come back. We're trying to make it through this tournament. We're up against MJK, and as we will have the draft available. Once again, okay. Danelie, I'll be honest. What it sounds like what you're saying is this will be an uphill climb for Mosquitoes. We're thinking
Yes.
they're a bit on the back foot as compared
Yes.
to MJK. I think there is something to be said about starting a day off with the convincing 2-0 that they've had. Actually, most people would think, okay, Mosquitoes, they've won against Joe's Love Unite 2-0. Momentum. Great things, they're going to feel good. That might work against them with the S4L sort of query you just mentioned, right? He loves to get aggressive.
I hope so, because if S4L pulls off the standard S4L, I'm just... Oh, I'm going to choke on the banners. All right, so let's take a look at some of these picks and bans. Dragonite and Mew are going to be taken off the table, and look at these opening picks. MJK going all out. Umbreon and Buzzwole to secure their lanes, whereas Mosquitoes prioritize the Clefable. So they have the sustain, but we're looking at two very strong water-type Pokemon here. Blastoise and Inteleon. Big Snipe's going to be coming in from Carla, and of course that Blastoise could be the main defender, could be that top laner. We're not 100% sure yet, but Mamoswine. Mamoswine being considered here for MJK. This is a formidable Pokemon that we've been seeing a lot from Unite Hole. Like, Mame loves to run the Mamoswine because of those Ice Procs, and Ruin's gonna be playing the Pikachu.
Ah, that's sick. Okay. MJK are cooking here. They have double defenders. These guys are gonna cause so many problems with Kala, right? I think in the previous series we saw Kala relatively untouched, always able to fish himself out of problems. Some of the problems with Joe's Love Unite, they didn't have enough dive.
Yeah.
They are getting in there whether you like it or not, and you need to deal with it.
Hold on, we might have to deal with the Lucapose
Oh
Zoroark as well. So we have another very scary Pokemon that could potentially dive in the backlines. If you're selling Kala, you gotta watch out for where Lucapose is gonna be, because this man is really, really great at finding those backline squishies to just eliminate them. Looking at the comps, who are you favoring?
I'm worried. Like, look at that. You see that Pokemon over there? His name is Lucario.
the
I don't know what he does this game. I don't know what he does. You're just gonna get MJK. The whole squad's like, yo, we jumped the back line. Okay, full squad, 5 members in. It's curtains. All you really have is Penkubo, and I don't think on this Blastoise he's gonna have quite as much of an impact as he did on the Umbreon. Not his fault. It's just a byproduct of the Pokemon. This is one of the tanks that really requires that EXP to get to the stage where he can have an impact. It's not like that Umbreon where you're level 4, you're jumping around hindrance resistance. Haha, I don't care. It's a tall task. MJK, this draft is cool. This draft is dope.
Okay, it's Epee on the Lucario, so it's top lane Lucario. It is a standard defender support Blastoise. I'm just thinking, all right, hang on. I'm looking at this comp because this is a really tough game for Lucario, right?
Yeah.
Because your options this game is to somehow find the Pikachu, which you have to be more worried about a potential Mamoswine getting in your face, and a Buzzwole. There's a lot of really scary frontliners on the side of MJK.
Yeah.
Whereas for Mosquitoes, their hope is that they're going to be able to crowd control with the Blastoise, and they can get the Lucario and the Inteleon to snipe those backlines somehow. Lucario to cause a bit of disarray.
Yeah, Mosquitoes, they need to play the typical mosquito game. You know how mosquitoes are, they fly in. They bide their time. If a mosquito came straight for you in your field of vision, they would die instantaneously.
They
You
get
splat them.
clapped.
Correct. That's exactly what mosquitoes need to do. They need to play the long fights. They need to take advantage of the fact that they have one of the strongest healing over time Pokemon in the whole game, Clefable. You can't afford to just run up to MJK and get cut down. Play the long fights, get your snipes up, bait out a reaction from these frontliners, get them broken up, and snipe them down. It's gonna be a tall executional task for Mosquitoes, but that's the only option that I see.
It's the only option. I'm also worried about the early game here for Mosquitoes too, because Zoroark is a terror in those early game skirmishes. Can actually get on top of a Glaceon if the Glaceon isn't expecting it. And look at that, already going in straight for the pressure, looking to go for this poor Clefairy. Tiny bit of health will be able to skid on out of there, but look at this though, Lucario, Epee pressuring the backline. Got to be careful because he could get jumped on. In the meantime though, we're still seeing Glaceon. The KO, Lucabo has found that. Glaceon is now looking for that Clefairy. Looks like Lucario about to be basic attack down, will eat a berry, but that Buzzwole says goodbye, beep, beep, and they're going to score their points.
Dude, is this a top half or is this a wrestling thing? What's going on here? They're just muscling each other left, right, and center.
That's
These guys are getting slapped. I don't know. They're tossed up like a juggling ball. It's really hard for you to navigate, and now your own central area is just being taken away. I'm worried because even if the Mosquitoes come through, they're facing up against some of the best early skirmishers. Here he goes! Slices them straight through. He's in a 1v3 situation, might be finally able to punish the Zoroark, and they managed to do so. That was mandatory. If you didn't do that, you're out.
But what happened in the meantime though was they actually gave Pikachu that bottom lane, and Umbreon comes in with the KO onto Epee, not expecting that at all, and here comes that big bad Buzzwole. Oh, he caught a Pokemon, that poor Baltoy. I'm not a competitor.
Yeah, he's
it's a poor Baltoy.
He bodies it for the rest of the Mosquitoes need to
like,
write
this could have been you.
He has to write an apology. They all have to write an apology letter to that Baltoy right now. He actually just did did them a big favor.
Absolutely, but this game looking really scary here for Mosquitoes. MJK just starting to slowly run away with everything, considering how aggressive they are with their composition. Just Buzzwole able to solo that top lane, meaning they can focus most of their attention to that bottom lane. We've got the Pilot Swine here. Lucapo's ready to go for that objective that's spawning in 10 seconds. Which Reggie is it going to be?
I mean, regardless of which one it is, everybody coming down for this occasion. Even the Buzzwole, sometimes we see these top half Pokemon prefer to stay up there and take that advantage, but it's going to be an all-out brawl. Like we mentioned, Mosquitoes, they need to bide their time. Watch out for the initiation. A beautiful thunderstorm coming through, doing so much damage. The Mosquitoes are able to get the objective. Can they capitalize on it though? For now, they'll start out with 1 KO. They lose one member. MJK coming through, trying to contest. They're taking a lot of damage, and S4L able to just deliver with the Ice Crystals. The snipers are doing exactly that, and they shred apart the back line and the front line. You try and come through, fight with us. We got a buff. We got all our squad members ready. Just get wrecked.
They got Lucapo as well with the Italian snipe. That was such a strange fight as well, because MJK, they looked like they were ready to fight into Mosquitoes, and then all of a sudden Lucapo just bails. He goes in for a wide backstab on the left side. Didn't even get to do anything because MJK scouted with the Italian snipe, caught out the Zoroark, and they're like, all right, we're safe to go. We can score these points, no problem at all. So to lose that objective, they just lost so much momentum. And with Lucapo playing on the Zoro as well, he is very reliant on his momentum. If he's able to keep this up, he can continue to be that terror. But, the Italian again! Just securing those objectives. Blastoise is going to be taken out by the Zoroark, though. Is this going to be that turnaround? We do see the Unite coming in from that Umbreon, connecting onto multiple Pokemon. Glaceon, though, blasting onto that Buzzwole, but not quite doing the damage they're looking for. At MJK, they're not 100% sure what they want to do here.
What
they're
is going on? MJK, they're just getting broken apart. And like the entire fight splits up.
It's so messy.
You got some people trying to go for Kala. He's still fine. You finally finish him off with Lucapo. And maybe this is the Zoroark's chance to clean up. You're facing up against this Glaceon who's just delivering so much damage. And MJK, from start to finish, it's just a complete disaster. They try to approach. The Pillar Swine is not even leveled up yet. He's still desperately trying to get to that Mammoth Mash. I mean, he's struggling on the backside right now. He's way too far.
He's Ice Fang as well, so he has to be in the middle of the fights to be able to fully contribute to the team. So it seems so indecisive coming in from MJK. I'm actually very confused with some of the movements, because Mosquitoes, you can see they have a target when they go into these fights. They know who they're going for, and they're actually okay with the multi-pronged fights because they have multiple Pokemon that can actually fight into MJK, and Inteleon can just snipe whichever one needs support the most. This Blastoise, though, all by himself, being caught by 2 Pokemon. Look, we're going to leave him alone. It's going to be left to the Buzzwole and the Umbreon, but I think they're going to just leave him here. We do have that Mammoth Swine. Oh, Thunderstorm coming in from the Pikachu. They're trying to catch out that Lucario, but they just can't find him. They will eliminate the Glaceon in the process, though. Hydro Typhoon being used, but Blastoise taken out of that fight really quickly, and Umbreon trying to connect onto anybody. Lucapo wanting to finish off this Inteleon. He is over it. He actually isn't able to finish the connection. Great eject button coming in from the Inteleon. That snipe shot just narrowly missing the Zoroark.
Eject button, everybody knows how to use it. Kala, he's got a special relationship. I don't know how he keeps doing this. Every single time, he's just dicing around, living on a sliver, eject buttoning out right at the correct interval. That was a bit of an awkward one for Mosquitoes because they were trying to contest that chase, but the Hydro Typhoon dodged out by both members of MJK who was supposed to hit. Right now, you're having an awkward situation where even though you're slightly ahead of points, MJK, they're finally finding some of the connections that they're looking for. Sure, you still haven't really been able to finish off Kala, but as these fights get messier and messier, you might find that opportunity already starting out, taking out the Glaceon. Uh-oh, looks like the Mosquitoes in some trouble. And I'm not talking about the team, I'm talking about the Buzzwole now. The Mammoth Mash coming through as well. Beautiful stuff to try and set up, but Pikachu is still doing damage. It's not going to be enough to shred through. The Clefable still standing her ground, healing up the rest of the team.
We've got a
and
backstab.
the whole time, yeah, Lucapo, he just can't make it there in time.
These are such even trades across the board. Lucario for that Mammoth Swine. But these teams, they're dead set to try and get this Regieleki. Now, we are in the last minute stretch before we go down to that final 2 minutes with Rayquaza. And again, Zoroark trying to go for the backstab. But look at that great scouting coming in from the Blastoise. They know what angle he's coming in from, so there's no surprise coming in for MJK at all. They're just going to give this away and maybe try and quickly burn that bottom objective before Rayquaza is up, because it's a Registeel, it's an attack buff. We're going to quickly clear that central area. and then maybe try and get this. But I don't know, though, Mosquitoes, they're coming in pretty hot. Where's the damage from MJK?
Yeah, I'm listening to buzzing coming closer and closer to me. Even though the Regieleki does head towards that top tier 2 and is able to connect into it, no one in Mosquitoes is in any position to dunk at all. You'll see Lucario, Epe finally put this to work, get that additional 50-point advantage, and they just have to extract himself out of here as we are towards that final stretch. But we're at the point where MJK, all they need is one full dunk, perhaps a sneaky one set up by Zoroark.
But I don't know, though, if they lose the Mamoswine here, that's going to be a pretty big Pokemon gone on the side of MJK. But here comes Lucapo with the backstab. Maybe they're going to punish Mosquitoes here. They can't connect onto that Blastoise. Mamoswine is able to get out of there. And Unite got committed. Oh, no, that's not going to be available for the team fight at all. But it looks like we are seeing a fight. Pikachu ejecting forward with the Thunderstorm. Is this damage going to be enough? Can MJK finish this off? Is this the end for Mosquitoes? 2 Pokemon down, 3 Pokemon down on the side of MJK. It's back to Buzzwole and that Mamoswine. They're tanky, but can they catch up onto these very squishy Pokemon? Inteleon is doing work. This Mamoswine is trying to juke. He's too big.
He's gonna get a last Gale streak of 4. This Kala Inteleon has been a problem. He waits for the key moves to be committed from MJK. Eject buttons in with the Azure Spy Vision and snipes down everybody. Even secures the Rayquaza. He can't ask for a better performance. Now he's gonna start to get hunted down, but he's just dodging away. Keeps his shields intact. You need to find the dunks, but I mean, you're already ahead. There really isn't any pressure. MJK, it feels like they need a miracle at this point.
They might need a miracle and they lose their Zoroark. We're getting scores happening in this central lane. I mean, we're looking at 500 points to 185. MJK, they just got out-juked, out-danced, out-maneuvered in this fight, in every single fight it seems. With Mosquitoes just looking on point all round. MJK are going to be on the back foot for game number 2 because I just don't see this comeback happening.
Yo, so let me give you a look at the lesson here. So if we look at Kala's in-game name, there's a Chinese character. It stands for God, and that's exactly how he's playing right now. You know how aware of every situation you need to be able to play, just have that presence of mind, use the eject button, hop in that Azure Spike, and the damage any single time you're out of position. We've seen it before. The Inteleon's again, yeah, he's just on top of it. He doesn't even go down in the final fight. That was just insane. I don't think you can give this team Inteleon. I just don't think you can succeed if Kala is playing this Pokemon. It doesn't work. 13-5. This guy's crazy.
I think there are multiple things kind of happening for both teams, right? So MJK, in a lot of the fights, they just seem completely confused. They don't really know who they want to target. We've seen fights where the team commits, then Lucapo tries to go for this magical wraparound that doesn't quite work for the team. We've seen multiple players trying to target multiple Pokemon. They can't finish them off. Ends up they get finished off by Mosquitoes themselves.
Yeah.
And another thing I think I forgot to mention is that MJK is running a really technically difficult lineup overall. They require a lot of precision to actually win these fights, right? You got a Mamoswine who is struggling to get into the fights. You got Lucapo who has to be really careful when he engages because he can be instantly popped. You've got Ruin on Pikachu, who is more or less in the same situation, has to play so far back. And then for Mosquitoes, I think their lineup, it's pretty simple. You've got that front line for your Blastoise. You've got Blossom there to keep you sustained. You've got Inteleon, who doesn't really have to worry about anyone aside from that Zoroark. And even then, Lucapo struggled to even touch Kala. And then you have S4L, who I kind of feel like S4L was ignored all game as well.
Yeah, we didn't even talk about it.
Yeah, he was there. He was doing damage. He was doing stuff for the team. But it was just... He was fine.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see because we have a replay of all the key moments of that match as well. I think I need to start writing an apology letter to Epe on that Lucario because I think the space he was able to make just being around. We'll see him here just consistently. Look at him. He's not even engaging. He's just playing bodyguard. He's standing right next to his Clefable, making sure that Blossom is untouched. It feels like, especially in these earlier fights, every single time, I believe this is W Green tries to come through and pressure anyone with that Pillow Smite. He's right there. Look, he's all over them at the backside. You're trying to deal with him. He's just dancing around you. Creates so much time. Finally goes down, but at that point, the rest of the team's completely mopped up by the main union of the Mosquitoes members.
Yeah, and then there's also an added factor to this too, right? It's Gravity Clefable, which hard counters Zoroark. Now, this is the thing I kind of want to ask here because this was a very early picked Clefable. I mean, it was like last 2 picks, but
No, but you gotta expect it. I mean, yeah, at this point...
Zora was the last pick.
Yeah.
It was the last picked Pokemon, and they picked it into a Clefable.
Look, I think Lucapo wasn't necessarily the problem here.
He wasn't the problem.
I don't
he
think
just
the
had a
pick-
really tough game.
The very tough game, and I don't think the Buzzwole Mamoswine really worked out the way it wanted to. There was some key early skirmishes where the Piloswine and the Swinard were able to do work. It's always that early game thick fat passive that just lets you tank up so much. But he kinda got stuck at the Piloswine stage for a bit too long, right?
I mean, half game really.
Half
He didn't
game, yeah.
evolve until after
Like
5
it was
minutes.
like 4 minutes when he finally evolved, and I think that's a bit too late. Maybe a bit too much emphasis on the team fighting, not as much just kind of getting his own EXP up, and I think that ultimately hindered MJK and how much they could.
Look, it was just a really tough game for MJK to execute, and I'm not going to end it here. I do think they have the potential to come back and tie the series 1-1. But I think you've got to reconsider the Pokemon that you're drafting. You need to pick something that's a little bit more straightforward.
Yeah.
You have straightforward setup. I think the damage was fine. They just need to make sure you have that setup, or you have some kind of contingency plan if plan A doesn't go according to plan, because they didn't really change their playstyle at all. They continued to play hyper aggressive all game. We didn't see them really attempt to go for any kind of backcaps.
Yeah.
And so when you're pigeonholed into this one particular strategy and you can't really do anything else, you're stuck. You're kind of hoping your opponents are the ones that actually flub up the fight.
Yeah, so I, while we were watching that replay, I got my report back from the researchers we have just working on the time back there.
Okay.
So there's a bit of an equation issue here, right? Because you have all that jump and dive and setup. You need something like a long-range snipe, maybe a Teleon, maybe a Mew, maybe a Decidueye. Pikachu doesn't really fit that mix. It does damage, it gets in there, but it kind of, like, I'm looking at this equation now, it don't add up. I mean, he ends up doing quite a significant amount of damage, but it never really cuts through how much First Blossom is doing.
Yeah, because First Blossom's healing everything, right?
Yeah,
Like, you've got Moonlight that's out-sustaining, and this is Thunder for Ruin, right?
Yeah.
Thunder is damage over time. It's not burst damage.
Yeah.
Burst damage is the way to deal with that Clefable.
Yeah.
Not just the Clefable, but also the Clefable's teammates. You've got
Yeah.
to just pop them.
You gotta wonder whether Electro Ball would have been a better option, but at the same time, you can completely understand where Ruin's coming from, because he doesn't want to get up in there.
No,
He doesn't want to
can't
be
afford to.
Yeah, that's the
Pikachu.
thing. So that's kind of what I'm curious about, where I understand this Pikachu, we've been seeing it rise a bit in terms of meta, but it just doesn't really seem to add up. You have so much dive, I can't help but feel like it's the Mamoswine, right? Like, we've seen it play to great effect. This isn't one of those times. First 3 minutes, flawless, A star. That's the rating I give it. And for the
I think
8 minutes,
yeah.
oh, I don't know what. W Green was definitely struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I'm just it was such a it's just a technical composition. It was very, very strange. This was Wish on Pete, right?
Yeah, I also wonder what the Ice Fang was supposed to do, right? Because we've seen Ice Shard, and that's kind of relatively low committal. You can lock people into a very awkward position.
And it's AoE as well.
Yeah.
So there's like a small area that you can't walk into
Exactly.
until the
Yeah.
icicle breaks.
Yeah, you popped it there.
It's hard. I mean, okay, I feel like to a certain degree, Ice Fang, it's kind of like Buzzwole, right? You're able to throw Pokemon around. But the thing is, with Ice Fang, you can miss.
Yeah.
The range is
Yeah.
tiny. You can miss, and if you miss, it's actually a pretty long cooldown, so you get punished for it quite significantly. So, like, for me, when it comes to Ice Fang Mamoswine, I kind of think you need someone to set up for your Mamoswine. And Buzzwole kind of does that, but at the same time, it's like your Mamoswine has to get into the fight. There's no
Yeah.
movement speed buff. There's no way for him to really get in there.
I mean, apart from that as well, this is something that I didn't mention in the draft, right? They don't, sure, you have Wish on PNT, but apart from that, you don't have a lot of the traditional saves that you would assume you get with a very tanky lineup. A lot of the times when you want to set the Blastoise forward, it's always the Hoopa in the back line or maybe the Clefable beside you. You don't have any of those reset tools, so if you don't connect immediately on your initiation or your dive, it just gets broken apart, and that's exactly what happened to MJK there. Now, you mentioned that this team could be argued to be one of the favorites to take the whole thing. They're going to really have to fire back against Mosquitoes because this is elimination.
It is. It's elimination, and if they lose this matchup, that's it. MJK is out of the
That's
running.
it.
And here's the problem, right? Pete managed to get that Clefable away from Mosquitoes, but that means Carla is back on the Inteleon.
Yep.
And this time they're going to have to deal with a Crustle. We have seen that the terror of Crustle in our past couple matches. And so it seems like for MJK, they're going to pivot back to the Trevenant this time. They will still go back for that Buzzball, but I'm hoping Trevenant is able to fix some of their issues. Definitely much better than a Mamoswine right now.
Yeah.
But I want to see what's going to happen with these lanes. Next picks are going to be for Ruin and Lucapo, and it looks like Decidueye is going to be the option. So another Snipe versus Snipe, and Lucapo is back on that Zoroark, so he feels confident that they can win.
Yeah.
It seems to MJK, Clefable was the issue. The gravity didn't let Lucapo have his moment of freedom in those fights.
Ooh.
And we're going to see if this is going to work out for them, because Mosquitoes are going to pull out the dragon. They're going to look at this Garchomp. Is Epee really going to grab this for top
Oh,
lane?
we're so spoiled.
Oh,
Danelie was so spoiled today. The game's
we
are
are
insane.
spoiled.
I'm
And
so
this
excited.
This is a Blissey Garchomp as well.
Yeah.
A Bliss-assisted Livid Outrage.
Yeah. Okay. Now, let me. I'm when called a law right now.
Okay.
Let me present the case for you for MJK.
Okay.
Okay. Look, they have so many ways of getting on targets, and the problem with the Blissey, as it always has been, is
the
can
Bliss
really
assist.
only kind of choose one.
Yep.
As soon as you see the Bliss assist come through, Epid is not pinpoint perfect with his Unite move. He just kind of flails around like a little silly animal.
Little magic card.
Little Magikarp, yeah. And suddenly, Kala and S4L are wide open.
Look, I'm looking at Carla, man.
Yeah, I'm looking at Kala. I don't know. That
Okay.
eject button looks extra shiny on this.
It looks super
It's crazy.
good.
It's crazy.
But it is going to come down once again on MJK to Lucapo and maybe even Ruin to actually snipe down Carla. Because Carla can't afford... You can't give Carla freedom in these fights.
You can't, no.
He's just standing on the outskirts. He's sniping away. He's having a great time. That has to end in game number 2, because if it doesn't end here, that means it's going to be the end for MJK.
Yeah, I think the best part for me that really stands out about his particular Inteleon is that there's a lot of players who would play these sort of more snipe-focused Pokemon, and they are just committed to staying on the back lines. They don't think about the amount of damage that you put out just squaring up. And that's not something that Kala suffers from. We've seen as soon as he finds an opening, he will just walk up to you and blast you right in the face.
Yeah.
He doesn't care. He understands when he needs the range and when he doesn't. And that's something that Ruin will have to try and play around. I think we saw this quote-unquote response come out already from Too Easy, right? That Snake was the one who brought it out in the central area. They tried to deal with this very, very annoying Inteleon. No real success there. We'll see whether MJK can find something different.
Yeah. Now we do have our little Phantom trying to score some points, trying to get that early evolution if possible. And on the side of MJK, they're going to pressure that bottom lane. They have to.
Yeah.
You got to pressure Carla's lane, because I think if you line that matchup between a Inteleon and Decidueye, Inteleon's going to outsnipe a Desi in almost every way, even if they're both fully evolved. Snipe Shot is just so accurate. Essentially the better movie compared to Spirit Shackle.
Yeah, the only real caveat to Spirit Shackle making it better is the fact that Piercer, speaking
And
of
it
piercing,
slows.
cutting through last bit of HP. S4L able to back away. This could be the opportunity to strike now, chasing down. This is still a Gabite that we're talking about. Not too ready to fight just yet, but has the passive fully stacked up, trying to life steal away. Not enough. And you've just found another opening for Lucapo to absolutely pop off. The Zoroark is doing Zoroark things again, Danelie.
There we go. MJK winning that top engagement. That's going to help with the momentum up there and also slow down Mosquitoes, which means Lucapo is actually free to go down bottom to assist yet again if he needs to, because he really has to make sure that this Decidueye has a great time. I know this is still going to be a game with a Glaceon in it, but I think this might be the time for MJK to shine, to say that we won a Game 3, we need to make Japan proud, because we are the Japanese Open first place champions.
Yeah, trying to come through now. There's a lot of work to do for MJK. It feels like this game as PT gonna get caught out here. Does essentially sacrifice that KO for the entire central camp of Swablues and the Altaria. So nice bit of EXP. Woodhammer coming through from W Green. And, I mean, so far S4L hasn't really been too keen on participating. Finally showing up in the top side, looking to try and square up and maybe prepare for this Regieleki fight.
So the priority is Regieleki maybe from Mosquitoes, but look at this though, MJK wanting to match the energy in that top lane. We do have a big snipe actually connecting onto the Trevenant. So Trevenant's going to have to back up a little bit. Zoroark coming into the fight. Gabite is out, and we have a pause.
Okay.
Uh-oh, I think we might be having some latency issues here, folks.
I hope not, but I do gotta say, that was a very clean time to pause because that was an insane Spirit Shackle. It hit like 3 people and got a KO.
Oh,
This is pickly though, because if they're not able to retreat from this fight, Mosquitoes, I mean, MJK are going to wipe the floor, top side.
There's another issue with this situation as well, because we're in the middle of a team fight and the game is paused.
Yep.
All the players can actually see what's happening on their screen. So right now, 100% both teams are screaming what they want to do. They're saying like, I need you to back up. We need you
They're
to jump
mapping
into
out the whole thing. They
have
got the
to.
flow chart, right?
They have to do quick maths trying to figure out, okay, can we win this fight or do we need to back up? And I kind of feel like in this situation, Mosquitoes might have to bail because they're in a really awkward
need to bail.
spot.
They need to bail. There's no way that they can win this fight, especially with the Spirit Shackle already chaining through. Sure, you've already lost one of your team members. It's 1-for-1 trade, pretty even so far, but you don't want to keep it going.
Yeah.
You can just chill, you know, go back to farming. You know, you have that. Sure, the Intellion's fully involved at this point, but you want to ideally get those higher levels, get more EXP until you're ready to fight.
Yeah. Maybe you can even consider trying to, this is assuming MJK falls for it, but maybe bait MJK onto the Mosquitoes goal zone, because we've seen multiple teams get trapped thinking that they're going to win on a goal zone fight, and then they realize, wait a minute, we have to fight through the shield and this healing that's going to be going in the way of our opponents.
Yeah.
They overstep their bounds, they get punished. I don't think MJK would be baited into this kind of play, but it would pull them off of Mosquitoes, right? Because once you see them retreating, you kind of have to respect the goal zone.
Even just on this pause screen, all this theory
There's
crafting
so
that
much
we're doing,
information.
there's so much information because...
Hang on, can we full screen the pause
let's take a look. Okay,
all right.
So the problem is that even though, yes, Gabite is struggling, Epe is not having really the game that he wants.
Where's the cross still?
Exactly. You're waiting for the crosshaul. If you try and overcommit, ruin that little owl over there looks juicy for a little bit of rocks on his head. You know what I'm saying? If you try and inch a bit too far forward, you're going to get trapped. Now, this does look promising, right? Because even though you've lost the bus wall, Lukapo, I don't know if you can tell much from his frozen frame, but to me, he looks very hungry right now. He looks like he could eat up a nice bunch of 3 Pokemon on the opposing side. You know what I mean? A slice through, you know, fillet it up real good.
Make a couple sandwiches.
Yeah. Nice lunchtime treat.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
Great.
We are going to resume the match in just a second here, folks. So thank you so much for being very patient with us. We do want this to, we want to make sure this is a fair game for both. And here we go. Pause. This fight will continue. Glaceon Icicle Spears going to connect. Oh, look at that. Glaceon is out of the picture, and it looks like this might just be it. MJK going to invade this goal zone. Intellio does go for the snipe. Nice follow me though to pull attention away from his teammates, and MJK looking to take the victory, the victorious objective in that top lane.
Yeah, we talked about where's the crosshaul. Turns out he's just chilling in the bot path and didn't want any part of that situation, and they will just give up the pressure up here on this top side in favor of trying to secure the Regice. Now, I'm not sure whether
they might push, actually. It's just a Gabite here.
That's the thing. The Gabite can't really defend by himself. He's just going to get hammered down and ripped apart from his own goal zone. Crosshaul will finally come through, but you don't really have any way of defending. You'll try your best with the X-Scissor, come through with the support as well, but now Mosquitoes, they're split. They're finally bringing resources here to try and hold the Regieleki back, but it's so much damage. MJK starting to mount up Ruin. Spirit Shackle after Spirit Shackle finds another KO streak of 2, and they're diving back in. This Gabite, not involved, just get the last bit of HP on the Ruin. He still survives, makes his way to the goal zone, dunks it in, and you might just get Kala while you're waiting. The Spirit Shackle not going to connect, but Lukapo right on his tail, come through, nowhere for you to go. Follow me to your own KO.
Oh, MJK hyper-aggressive, realizing it was just a Gabite in that top lane. And as those Pokemon funneled in, unfortunately for Mosquitoes, just massively losing the engagement overall. Big dunks from MJK. And I think this might just be it here. MJK looking to make this comeback happen. 247 points to 30 on the side of Mosquitoes. Hang on a minute though, Glaceon managing to pick off the Trevenant there, but it looks like a 2v1 will end Glaceon's run in the central area of MJK.
This has to be the turning point. Garchomp finally online.
If Garchomp's Livid Outrage doesn't connect or he gets sniped too soon, that might just be it.
That's done.
Because he's the insurance policy for Mosquitoes. He is to ensure that they have the late game advantage.
Yeah, I mean, it's not looking too good in that regard right now as MJK is setting up for the Regice. Some snipes coming through. Trevenant dropping so low. And he comes, Livid Outrage. He's angry about that early game and secures it. That is exactly what they were waiting for. 2 levels alone from those pickoffs. You'll get the Rubble Rouser. There's the Crosshaul just holding them back, punching that Mosquito to the ground. And this Garchomp coming up big. Epe, he's done it for his squad in the past, and he's doing it again here continuously with the Dragon Claw. And you can't fight into this. You're starting to just trickle in one by one. You've given up too much. And Mosquitoes, what a comeback fight.
The threat of Epe's Livid Outrage buffed up by the Bliss Assist, but hang on a minute though, Lucapo
No!
getting punished! Caught by the X's, he thought he could go in for a cheeky KO, but it seems to be the other way around. Oh no, MJK, I hope this team is not losing the plot because that's what seems to be happening here.
You gotta hold on. I mean, you had such a dominant early stage, but here's Glacial stage, ready to ice your entire team. It's a beautiful Phantom Forest though, starting out with the damage increase, and they finally take down Karla. For what feels like the first time this series, you're still staring down a very angry Garchomp who looks to want to get into the fray. Ruin finishes off the Crustle on the sidelines, and you're finally chopping them down to size. Last remaining member is S4L. Beautiful Shedinja doll, no! The body block's not in time. Maybe misestimating the amount of ice crystals coming out, but still, good answer back from MJK. They needed that.
They really, really needed that. And most importantly, they got 13 on Ruin as well, so he's going to be leading the charge in experience. Ruin is playing a massive role for this team in this late game. The fact that he's able to connect so many fantastic Spirit Shackles, it's catching Mosquitoes off guard, it seems. They weren't expecting so much damage to come out from the Spirit Shackles, but now with these fights, they have to be careful of their positioning. They can't afford to stack. You can't afford to let him get those multi-man connections for the Spirit Shackle because it just does so much damage, and the slow sets up for the Buzzwole as well. Here comes that Garchomp connecting onto 2. Again, the combo. It's the Bliss Assist into the Livid Outrage, but nothing connects. They do manage to catch Lucapo, but hang on a minute though. I think this might just be it. MJK sticking around for a little bit too long. Glaceon just doing so much damage, but the Shedinja doll, beautiful snipe, denying the Glaceon from finishing them off, and now Blissey sticking around for a tad too long. A little bit scared to get in here.
You gotta watch out. Ruin. You know he's waiting for those
Don't let the Dragon
snipes.
Rage connect.
Yeah, you gotta back up. You can't afford to come closer, and they'll be able to finish off the Registeel. Dropping very low, the follow me, the shields are enough. They bait in the Garchomp, who really just threw his body in there just to buy space for the rest of his team to retreat. That fight, there were so many small moments, and I hope we get to see this in replay, but there were so many small moments that it felt like Mosquitoes could have lost it all, right?
They could have,
The Buzzwole landed a perfect connection on both backliners. You just imagine one Spirit Shackle through it, career's over. Mosquitoes are out to a game 3. That's what it feels like, at least, as we're near to this final stretch. MJK have the point advantage, but they still have that tier 1 goal zone on the top side. One dunk is all it's going to take.
Looking at our level leaders here, we've got Glaceon leading the charge for Mosquitoes, whereas the Decidueye is sitting on level 14 on the side of MJK. So we are looking at the prime attackers for both teams. Lucapo sitting on that 13, as well as Karla and the Garchomp. So our level leaders are going to play key roles for their teams. The supports, though, trying to get their levels in to try and get their moves leveled up and ready to go. Mosquitoes are on the back foot here, and look at this though, Buzzwole threatening to score that bottom goal zone, consistently pulling attention away from that middle lane. But look at this, half health already off that Glaceon. You have to respect those Spirit Shackles.
This is kind of scary because the Blissey was playing very far away from a team up until this point. The Spirit Shackles chunking down Karla, forcing him to back up, and incoming with the Wound Hammer. No, the Fell Stinger fishes him out of them. Lucapo in the backside, committing a Unite move. He's able to snipe down the Glaceon, and with that Phantom Forest, they've melted Garchomp as well. Suddenly the knock-knock, everyone of Mosquitoes has to retreat. Have MJK done it here? They bought themselves some space, but Mosquitoes, they're still filtering in.
There is still a chance for this Inteleon to get that steal on, but no! Ruin coming in with the secure. MJK wanting to tie this series and force a game number 3. They're going to get it. They're not happy after what happened in game number 1. It's going to come down to a game number 3. Mosquitoes are not in the clear. What a comeback here from MJK. The split that this team was able to execute, forcing Mosquitoes into multiple awkward positions.
Yeah.
We saw a Bliss Assist on the Glaceon last second to try and go in for that save, which meant that there was going to be no Wombo combo. Remember, they've been surviving off of these Bliss-assisted Livid Outrages. I think if Mosquitoes were able to sort of keep their composure, they might have been able to save this, but everything just not going according to plan.
Yeah, they just weren't able to connect onto Ruin. On the flip side, we're seeing the MJK Pokemon find their counter marks, right? They pick off S4L, who... I'll be honest here, we didn't get to see it on screen. I'm not really sure how that happened. Suddenly, Lucapo is just collapsing on top of you. And this is why they weren't too scared about Zoroark. Like you mentioned during the draft, they identified the problem was that gravity. They just couldn't deal with it. For what it's worth, Lucapo had an amazing game number 1. It's an even better one game number 2.
And going into game number 3, so here's the thing, right? Mosquitoes are going to have I'm not sure if I want to say it's going to be an advantage, but because they lost this round, they will get the choice of either getting first pick or last pick going into that last game.
Yeah.
And so this could pose a problem to MJK because the only reason they could run this was because they got their 2 ideal Pokemon.
Yeah.
They got Lucapo Zoro and they got the Clefable to ensure that they didn't have to worry about a gravity.
Correct.
So going into this next game, Lucapo may have to play a different Pokemon because firstly, no guarantee that they can ban all of this because Umbreon could go through, Clefable could go through. Umbreon also hard counters a Zoro with Mean Look.
Yes.
So we might have to have a bit of a change up here, unfortunately, for MJK. Now, the thing is, we do know Lucapo can play multiple Pokemon really well, but Zoroark seems to be the flavor of the day here for him.
Yeah, I think the main thing for me is that even though Kala secures that Inteleon, which we've seen look amazing for him so far, everybody else is kind of forced onto a different foot, right? First Blossom, what he's been playing has been that Eldegoss. To a certain extent, some of that Clefairy as well. Or Clefable, sorry. It almost feels like they weren't used to the typical Blissey conundrum, as we'll step into some highlights here and see how it all broke down. The Blissey forces you, like we said, into just really only being able to save one of your team members. And when that Bliss assistance is also such a key combo component for your team fight, it puts you in a really, really tough spot. I think
it's worse as well if you Bliss assist someone and they still get KO'd.
That's exactly what happened, right? That's exactly what feels like lost
That's what happened
with
Sal.
Yeah. And
right?
I mean, this extended pressure was perfectly done, right? Ruin, sure, he cops a couple of damage bits here and there, but the entire time, the Clefairy, the Clefable's just all over him, healing him up, making sure it's fine. Now, this was the one fight that really looked amazing. The Blissey was able to come through with the Unite move, lock them down and slide through, but even on the backside, take a look at the Crustle, man. He's holding them all down. So that was the one time this entire game that it felt like the execution was on point. Every other time, it's just, they're getting handled. Perfect Phantom Force.
Yeah. And I think at the same time, I kind of feel like they didn't respect Ruin's Decidueye.
No.
Because up until this point, we haven't really seen a team be able to fully utilize Decidueye to its full potential. It's a difficult Pokemon to play, right?
Yeah.
We have to admit that. But Ruin did a really great job just always being in position close enough to help his team, but also far enough so that he wasn't an easy target in a lot of these fights. And so because they weren't respecting those Spirit Shackles, he was getting many multi-man shackles. And especially fully charged ones, they just do so much damage from the backlines. It catches you off guard all the time. I mean, we're seeing here before, right? This poor Glaceon trying to go for this KO onto that Clefable, Shedinja ruining his plans. And then again, Spirit Shackle, I don't know if it finishes off here, but again, just ruins Decidueye. That's something that you have to look out for, I think, in this next game as Mosquitoes.
Yeah, we're seeing this pick, the quote-unquote counter, come to fruition, right? We saw Too Easy try and execute this, didn't really have that success, but Pinty...
Look at this.
Dude, I don't even know how he gets in there, and then he gets out unpunished because Pinty is just there. I mean, we talked a lot about Clefable and how strong of a Pokemon it is, but I think especially the choice, the Shedinja doll picked up by this player, really just went such a long way in allowing him to stay in the fights for way longer than everyone's expecting. You look at these engagements, it's always the Crustle Pengfubo who's trying to hunt down Ruin. It's just him, you're just the Crustle. Yeah, you can Rock Tomb, but it's always about that follow-up.
You need the follow-up,
and
yeah.
they're busy, your follow-up's kind of getting eaten up by Lucapo, yeah.
Exactly. So, it's a really tough game. So, going into game number 3, I think we do need to identify some of the issues. Now, obviously, the issues for Mosquitoes is that combination. Having Clefable on the other side and having Lucapo having freedom on that Zoroark. So, coming into this next game, are they going to go for first pick or will they go for last pick? And what are going to be their priority bans? Because they have to understand if you give first pick away, Clefable is very likely going to go into the opponent's side. So, what's going to happen then? Do you let Umbreon go through? You don't ban it. Maybe it's going to be banned on the other side.
I don't know.
It's so tough.
I think you let the Mew through. I think you let the Mew through. It feels like the biggest problems and
But
where we've seen...
But the issue is you're giving Mew to Ruin. I would actually be more scared of Ruin's Mew than Desi.
Look, I get that, but I would dare say, if I may, I don't know if this is blasphemous, that Ruin had a brilliant game because of Peanut. Pinty.
Peanut.
Yeah, almost.
Pinty.
If I said that and Leonard was here, he would be in shambles. But, okay, Pinty literally carried this game for his team, in my humble opinion. I think that you know, we're at an age of Pokemon Unite where a Clefable excellent performance isn't hard to come by, but this particular game stood out to me because he was always taped to the hip to Ruin, allowing him every single time, you know, under any threat, oh, follow me, hey, yo, hey,
Hi,
hey,
come here.
hello, you know, don't care about that guy, he's just got to Spirit Shackle 4 members of your team, look at me. I think you need to take it out because it's the same thing that you mentioned, right? If they ban out the Clefable, the Umbreon's in pool. If you ban out the Umbreon, Clefable's in pool. Take them both out, force PT onto a different supporter or defender, and see how you fare there. Because clearly, this is not working out.
We've only got one ban though.
That's the
And they, I don't even know what the priority is for the team.
I
Do they
don't
want
either.
first pick
I
or do they
know.
want last pick? Because at least with the last pick, you have the element of surprise if you want to bring out something weird,
Yeah.
but then you also have the option to pick a Pokemon that won't be counted.
Yeah.
Or ideally, hopefully won't be counted. So,
I
it's a
actually
tough
think
one.
that okay, it's not what went wrong, but one of the key sort of things that happened in that game that might have gone over everyone's head is that you're always hoping for early power spike with Evolution, right? So you pick something like a Leafeon or even a Sylveon or Glaceon. Sorry, not Glaceon. Leafeon, Espeon. These guys can really get going early, dish out quite a bit of
even
consumable damage.
Sylveon actually is
Yeah,
a pretty
correct.
formidable Pokemon in that early game because we've seen in Southeast Asia,
Exactly.
Mystical Fire
Nasty.
hurts.
No, don't play with that.
Horrible
Don't play with
laning
that. If you manage to hit that timing right before your opponents, you melt them, and they can't lane anymore.
Yeah.
The
so
problem with Glaceon though, it's a bit more of a late game Pokemon. And we saw S4L have that focus as well. Even when Lucapo was sort of at that top side, as soon as you cleared up the central camp, you're like, okay, back to farming, back to getting my EXP. You can't actually contribute. And meanwhile, you have a struggling Gabite, and Kala's just tanking so much focus from the opposing team. I think you need something to tide out that early game for Mosquitoes. At least that's what I see from this game.
Yeah. Oh, this is
Tricky.
such a difficult
It's
game.
always,
I'm trying to
you know what's the
think,
problem? The problem is one ban. Like one ban. You know, I'm sitting here, I want to ban 5
Yeah, we
Pokemon.
need
ban
2
5
bans.
Pokemon, you know, and suddenly we might see like a unpicked Pokemon like Gengar.
Well,
Something
okay,
like,
hang on. We did get one Gengar.
okay, yeah, no, but
So
there
it wasn't
was a-
too bad.
Okay.
But yeah, it would be really nice if we did have access to multiple bans
Yeah.
because there are so many Pokemon that are very strong right now, and it's. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you pick the strong Pokemon because you're about to be
Yeah.
eliminated from the tournament here, so you've
Yeah.
got to pick what's strongest. I'm just trying to think in the back of my mind, what would be a really good cheese Pokemon that is currently not being counted up until this point? And I know in one in particular, Lucapo sometimes plays Dodrio.
Ooh.
Dodrio could cause a lot of issues because if you're able to get that Clefable somehow, or if it's not banned, the Dodrio could come in, cause some issues, and you can backcap with the Dodrio as
Yeah.
well. You've got options with Dodrio, whereas for Zoroark, sometimes it can get a little bit finicky. But here we go, our bans.
Ooh.
MJK gonna get rid of that Clefable. They want to give Lucapo his game.
Dude.
Mosquitoes respecting Ruin's Mew. They're like, guys, we cannot afford to play
Danelie,
against his
I don't know
Mew."
why, but I'm nervous. I feel like this is the first game 3 that we've had today, and it's so tense. Like, there's the pride. You already mentioned this briefly. There's so much pride there, right? MJK, these are names that are heralded in the Japanese fan base.
Guys, I'm scared. We got Carla back on that Inteleon.
You gotta, but that opens up the
look at-
Umbreon.
But hang on a minute. This is actually a really scary combination here.
Yeah.
So Hooper and Umbreon, you've got
We
access
saw
to
this.
resets. And for Umbreon, depending on what the opponents are going to pick, you've got Mean Look, you've got Foul Play, you got Snarl. Snarl is actually a really great counter against Buzzwole, which Epee is going to lock in that Buzzwole, and Blastoise is going to be the defender
Yeah.
on the side of Mosquito. So crowd control, you've got a Diver in your Buzzwole, you've got your backline snipes available for Carla, but MJK, they're keeping the aces in their back pocket. And Lucapo, I actually think this
Oh.
man is going to come in with a crazy pick. Ruin back on the Decidueye, feeling confident after game number
Okay.
2. And Lucario going to be the option here for
Yeah.
that top lane.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Sona, he feels like this is the pick he's going to bring to the table to face off against Epee. Epee has been so impressive on this team so far.
Ooh, Sal's going to be playing that Leafeon. So
We got all roles challenge on this
everything.
team.
But hang on, I want to see what this last pick is going to be for
Speedster?
Lucapo. It's going to be the Speedster.
Okay.
It's back on the Zoro, so he's not going to be going on that Dodrio. He wants to be able to snipe Carla. That is his job.
Yeah.
That is his one primary objective.
I mean, hey, you look at this lineup, a lot of really juicy targets. Not just Carla, but First Blossom. Sometimes, you know, it might reach a stage where you actually have to pop your Unite move just to get
Yes.
away from Lucapo, which would be a big, big commitment. Ruin, he's going to run it back on this Decidueye. It's the matchup again. It's the double snipers, you got your burly, beefy front line. and you kind of got pseudo intense healing, right? First Blossom, he can pump a lot of those shields out. Similarly, PT can get the resets. It's so tough to call.
It's tough. It's really tough. Because I also need to know what's the build going to be for Umbreon this game, right?
Yeah,
what are
that's
you
the
really
question.
what do you want to aim for? Are you going to go for mean look to lock someone down? Then you can set up for Ruin, Ruin or Lucapo, even for Lucario to come in for the finish off. Is it going to be foul play to try and dive the backline, catch Sal or catch Carla? Because that's also going to be pretty important for the team. I think Snarl is going to be the lock-in. I don't think Wish is an option here because you've already got the Hooper. So what's the option here? What are you pairing that Snarl with?
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what W Green thinks. But I think one thing that stands out to me about Ruins City Y is we talked a bit about the setup for the Spirit Shackle, right? In a very, very weird way throughout the game that they just played, it feels like the Spirit Shackle is setting up for the rest of the team.
Yeah.
I know that sounds crazy, but just being able to slice that through, slow everyone down, and kind of force them to the retreat makes the rest of the options very clear for the MJK lineup. You know where they're going to try and back up into. The Lucario can get in there, so can the Zoroark. I mean, it's going to be a tough task to go up against this City Y again, that's for sure.
Oh, alrighty, we've got the lanes here, and so far MJK being pushed back to their goal zone, unfortunately, as Mosquito's going to play pretty aggressive here, and even Leafeon is going to be coming in for that support Sal. But hang on a minute though, Lucario pushing them back. They're going to pressure them with that Hooper. So far, this pairing is doing pretty well, but they would have loved to have their central laner here to actually come in for that finish off. Great pressure coming in from MJK. They won't be able to get that farm, but it's going to be all right. Down bottom, though, a bit of a different story. MJK going to deny Carla his early game because they've identified that Carla is an issue, especially in that late game. So one of the best ways to slow him down is to really pressure that bottom lane.
Yeah, the big problem with this as well is that even without any help from the central laners, just the Squirtle and Sobble lane is insane. That's so much
secure.
So much secure, so much burst damage. You're not going to get anything, but right now Lucapo right on top of S4L, and even with the jet can't get out. Slices him down. We'll get a cute cheeky reset as well. Set up by Pinty, but not able to get out himself. Another slice, another KO. Lucapo starting to pop off again.
Both supports being traded, so Hooper and Eldegoss going to be sent back to base. But aside from that, no more KOs. Lucario slowly poking this Buzzwall down. Maybe going to be able to get that punish off. Figaro comes in, entire team. And is that Mean Look? I think I saw Mean Look.
It was Mean Look.
So Mean Look and Snarl is going to be the option of moves for that Umbreon, which means anyone that gets caught out by that Mean Look on the side of Mosquitoes, I hope you're ready to fight for your life.
Yeah, a lot of that going on. I mean, I hope that Eldegoss is nearby. I hope the rest of your squad is ready to just kind of stand their ground here. Central area.
Not safe.
Yeah, I mean, you can't afford to contest that. You can try and come through and maybe it's not gonna come without a cost. That's the issue.
This is gonna be such a tough game for Sal as well, right?
Yeah.
You're playing Leafeon, who's gonna be trying to jump into the back lines, but with an Umbreon around, one Mean Look and you are out of that fight.
Yeah, bullying works, guys. Just angrily glare at them and suddenly they're useless.
Workplace bullying.
Workplace bullying.
Harassment.
Yeah. Literally harassment. Just glare at someone. Like, furrow your eyebrows a little bit. This Leafeon's entire career is over.
Oh,
okay,
boy.
Look, Danelie, I need you to sort of build it up a little bit because I haven't been convinced by this Leafeon today. Not at all. I don't think it's... I know it's S4L. I know I'm riding the fine line because he's one of the best players throughout the entire South Korea. But I don't know. I mean, Lucapo, look at what he's doing instead. Slicing and dicing, finishing off that War Turtle. Doesn't even stand a chance. It gets a cheeky reset out as well. PT has just been on top. And
they're coming back.
Yeah. Committing with many. Dunking down Ruin for the first time in the early game. It feels like they've gotten that Desi. And okay, S4L ready to prove me wrong. A nice Solar Blade. Takes out his counterpart and looks like Regirock is going to fall into the hands of Mosquito.
Yeah, unfortunately for Umbreon, when you don't go for foul play, you don't really have an option when it comes to securing those objectives. So instead, going to go for the defense, Mean Look as well as that Snarl just to slow them down. Here comes Ruin though, with those Spirit Shackles. They don't quite get the cancel though, as they do have the invincibility from the animations. But hang on a minute though, that Buzzwall as well as the Lucapo almost cutting into the backlines, doing quite a bit of damage here. MJK struggling to defend. It's just the Desi and caught it with the Blastoise. Gotta be so happy with that connection. And Mosquito successfully break that bottom goal zone.
Our Bunga, right in the wave. I mean, he's gonna pay, but I'm sure he's very, very happy with that situation.
Oh, X-Speed as well to catch this Blastoise.
Yeah, you want to punish him. A bit of revenge for
Here
your
comes
friend.
Hooper.
Just getting that.
Oh.
But it does, on the flip, on the very, very small, thin silver lining, give Sona a lot of space on that Lucario on the top side, right? He's just stacked up that attack weight, he's ready to get involved. Is going to be that second objective coming in soon enough, but they first want to take down this tier 1 Rose set up on the first Blossom. Doesn't stand a chance with the knock-knock backing you up, and Carla can't really contribute to this cause.
Are they going to continue on though? The knock-knock has ended. Emerald 2-step, but they managed to get the connection onto that Leaf Field. They do get the Emerald 2-step at the end of the day. Double, triple KO on MJK. Quad KO. They're left with that Hooper hiding in the bush. Going to go for the teleport, but hang on a minute. Revealing himself to Carla. Gets out.
Yeah.
Super close. Could have been potentially KO'd, but thankfully I think Snipe Shot was still on cooldown. But MJK though, they're starting to lose some of these really big fights, and it's very concerning, especially with how the late game could potentially go for Mosquitoes.
Oh, Super Sword Slam coming out just to try and survive, trying to work up that muscle gauge, but it's a 3v1 situation. And even getting out of this one. This game is so even, it feels like. Even you look at the levels across the board. I mean, it really is just S4L, right? He's found his opening in some of these engagements. I was doubting Leafeon, but he's just getting in there, the Solar Blades cutting down the key targets.
The turnaround I kind of feel like was in that bottom lane, right? They actually tried to go for the double up onto the Leafeon. They couldn't finish him. They got the cancel on the first Emerald 2-step, but the Emerald 2-step did trigger the second time, and that was just the double KO. If they had a little bit more damage, they actually may have been able to win that fight overall. And hang on a minute, just a slight pause there for our side, but it looks like Lucapo does secure that red ice on the side of MJK, and Mosquito's going to be on the defense here. But can they defend against a full lineup? Knock-knock from long range. Inteleon even going in for the Unite as well, but do they have the damage to actually push them off? Pokemon dropping on the side of Mosquitoes. The Blastoise coming in, and here comes that Leafeon trying to go in for the backlines, but nope, not going to get it. That's going to be it. Everyone's going back home. Keep it safe.
One thing about Carla, this man will not be touched. Like, it's straight up. He just is able to juke and jive his way on that goal zone, make use of the little side walls to just fell stinger back and left and right. He's done a great job this game, I mean, to really keep his team in it. Now, you can kind of understand why they want to keep this tier 1 goal zone up and running so that they can actually continue to, you know, have this spot of pressure coming through. Emerald 2-step again, Solar Blade not going to connect. Hydro Typhoon used as well. They really want to keep this one preserved, and they're still going to be able to. You have 3 members now, but another surf through onto Ruin. Here comes Buzzwole. The slam going a little bit awkward and wide as Umbreon, hindrance resistance, able to just sneak his way out of there. But again and again, it feels like MJK, they're just smashing their heads against this bot tier 1 goal zone, and it's not happening.
The game's tied,
Yeah.
so it could go any way at this point.
What is going on, man? This is crazy.
It depends on who manages to get the score though, right? Both teams, they still have their tier 1 goal zones up, and we are getting very close to hitting that late game because we just hit that 3-minute mark. So we've got a minute left for these teams and players to secure their objectives and to finish up farming their experience before we get ready for that fight at Rayquaza. And I feel like when it comes to that defense in that middle lane, it might go in favor slightly to Mosquitoes because they have the threat of the Hydro Typhoon. If the Typhoon whiffs, then it sways massively in favor of MJK because they don't have to worry about all that crowd control. And it looks like Hooper got knocked out by the Leafeon up top though. Buzzwole almost getting caught out by the Zoro. They will finish it off with the Lucario that wants that extra experience.
Yeah. Trading out here, but that is going to leave way for Mosquitoes to work down this Regirock. Nice bit of a buff going into that final stretch. Very much needed, especially with the damage coming out from that Spirit Shackle.
All right, Mosquitoes, keep it calm, keep it composed.
Chill.
They can't afford to let what happened in the last game happen as well.
Yeah.
And I'm going to throw an extra one in here. Sal needs to play carefully. I have seen this man time and time again decide to YOLO, thinking he can get those multi-man KOs in the back lines.
Yeah.
If he's able to play it safe, let his frontliners do their job, give him that opening, I think this game could go in favor of Mosquitoes.
It feels like Mosquitoes have a pretty decent advantage here because they're all positioned near the bot side, defending their tier 1 goal zones. True enough, same thing for MJK with the top tier 1. It's just this casual dance. Who is going to make that first commitment? Lucapo, he's hiding all the way up there, waiting for someone maybe to jump head over, but no one's falling for the bait right now.
Hooper is actually trying to bait an engagement there from Mosquitoes. This is such a risky play, but if the Hooper gets caught, it could be pretty problematic here for MJK. They're going to be the ones to try and bait out Mosquitoes into an initiation because they are poking Rayquaza. It's down to half health. They do quite a bit of damage onto the Buzzwole. Those Spirit Shackles, very threatening. Lucapo coming into that fight. It doesn't connect. Absolute whiff, and they even go for the knock-knock as well. Hydro Typhoon almost gone. Ruin's so low. Thankfully, the snipe does not fully connect. They will get the reset with the Desi and that Hooper, but the initiation just not quite connecting for MJK. But Buzzwole is out, as well as the Eldegoss. It might come down to the final three. Blastoise, Inteleon, they do lose the Blastoise. But this Umbreon is going to cause so many issues for Carla. Can Carla finish him off with that basic attack? Desi trying to work on this Rayquaza. Inteleon could be problematic.
Look at Sal.
Slowing him down. Sal trying to slowly dish him out, but Sal is gone. There's just a Leafeon against 3 Pokemon, and this might just be it. MJK getting Rayquaza and Mosquitoes. I don't think they have the firepower to break these shields.
MVP in that fight, Lucario. I don't know how he did that. Took down the Buzzwole by himself, took down the Eldegoss by himself. Everybody else is just so occupied the whole time. Umbreon's buying so much time right in the face of Carla. And this poor Inteleon can't do a thing. He just has to watch. He just has to watch.
Mean Look. Mean Look is...
Yeah.
You're going to change that name.
Bullying works. Bullying literally works. Bullying, I don't know what to tell you, okay? I mean, that's going to be painful because we do have to say goodbye to some of what I would consider some of South Korea's superstars here.
Yes.
I mean, in particular, Epe. I sang this man's praises already. I think he's really, really impressed me throughout this tournament so far. But this is where their run is going to end, unfortunately. And MVP, Danelie, it's pretty clear to me. I don't know about you.
Okay, who are you nominating for your MVP?
I'm kind of... You're in between?
I'm still thinking.
Okay, I mean, for me, in terms of consistency throughout the 3 games, Lucapo. Even the first game that they lost, he was absolutely outstanding on the Zoroark. It's just that he was up against gravity, and that's one of those no-fly zone, right? You can't really do anything. I thought Lucapo was amazing, particularly in this last game. The Lucario really popped off for me, but you know, overall, it's got to be Lucapo.
I feel like it's Carla too, though, because he really outperformed on the side of Mosquitoes. Like even MJK identified
even though he's lost.
Yeah, even though he's lost. Yeah, Carla performed consistently across the board. We didn't really see him falter at all. So I think Carla for me, but Lucapo definitely deserves it as well.
Yeah, I think as a sort of, you know, you always got the MVP for one team and MVP for the losing team. MVP for losing team, for sure it's Carla, but MVP for this overall series, I think, in lieu of their win and how well they've done, Lucapo. That Zoroark, and we talked about it already, right? Speedsters, so hard to make work.
Especially in game number 1. Like I think Lucapo definitely was happy when he's like, "There's no Clefable. Oh, I could do whatever I want."
Okay, I can actually play the game now. Thanks, guys. Draft mode working as intended.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah,
it's just, I think for him, eliminating that Clefable, I know a lot of other teams are going to look at this and think like, okay, if you're playing up against that Lucapo, definitely going to have to look at Clefable. Otherwise, Umbreon is going to be a potential secondary pick here to actually counter Lucapo's Zoro. Assuming he's going to only play Zoro, because we've only seen Zoro for these past 3 games. But my goodness, what a 3-game series we just had for our second round of matches. We now are down to our final 4 teams here, Permasneeze.
That's crazy.
And I'm really excited to see what's going to happen for our remaining 4 games because, we're on fire.
Yeah, we absolutely are. But MJK, in winning this, they're going to have to go up against Unite Holic, some of their regional brothers. So
that's worse.
Yeah, I don't know how you want to feel about that, but Unite Holic, you know, they probably have a clearer grasp on exactly how to deal with their opponents here. And this was kind of the problem, right? Without that peel for Ruin this game, there wasn't really as much that they could do. Ruin, credit where credit is due, he still did so much work from that back line. But when your Blastoise on the tank support position is able to just track you down like that, and you don't have any help, just one serve, easy setup, it's a lot tougher to play Desi.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if things would have been different if he maybe considered going for Rapid Spin instead, because he did prioritize Surf. It's a strong move. It also provides you that gap close. You can also catch Pokemon out in the wall, but I kind of feel like that backline pressure could have been pretty valuable for the team as well, because Sal did a fabulous job this game, but it was just so tough for him to basically solo that backline.
Dude, this final fight was a mess. Literally starts out with 2 Pokemon losing half their HP to snipe shots. The the Hoopa decides to throw a hyperspace portal to reset, and at that very moment, Zoroark decides to go in. So it's just a complete communication breakdown. From there, it's desperation. The knock-knock is channeled, but it's in such an obvious position.
This was horrible for Carla. Like,
Yeah,
he was
you
going up
can't-
against Umbreon. Unite, mean look. You can't.
You're
you
just
can't.
standing. Okay, you're trying to snipe.
No.
Where you going, buddy? Like,
Literally saying no.
Yeah, and S4L just getting hammered by that Lucario. Finished off 2 Pokemon on the bot side, comes at, cleans up another Leafeon. It's just perfect overall.
Game was just really incredibly
Yeah.
well done there by MJK. Like, they deserve that win. It was not a fluke. It was
Yeah.
not based off of luck. The execution for
Yeah.
MJK, perfect. I know
Yeah.
this team is going to need a little bit of time to rest for their next matchup because Unite Holic is a whole different beast.
Yeah.
But with our final 4 teams, we're jumping into match number 5 in a bit. We are going to go for a break in just a minute. But game number 5, we are now down to our final 4 teams, which means these teams are guaranteed top 4.
Yes.
One of them is going to be eliminated in match number 7. 3 of them are guaranteed to go to Thailand.
Yeah, play live.
Yes.
That's crazy. That's a crazy privilege.
It is a crazy privilege. But before that, we do need to find out who our first grand finalist is going to be, because match number 4
Yeah.
is going to be it's Zora. I think it's Zora Tigers Gaming.
Yeah, it's Zora Tigers Gaming
going up
versus
against
KS.
Kabi Chance.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a really exciting matchup. I'm
Chance
so
Kabi Chance
excited.
looks so good,
Yes.
but in the few games that I've watched of Zora Tigers,
they're good too.
I don't know what you do against that roster. I don't know what you do. I actually don't know.
You do nothing.
We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, let's take a look back at the key individual we feel like won the match for his team there. It'll be none other than Lucapon on that Zoroark. I think he really just played Zoroark the entire series. And honestly, if he keeps playing Zoroark, I have faith.
I think someone has to ban it.
Someone has to stop him.
I don't actually think it's worth banning. He does a great job playing on that Zoroark.
Yeah.
I think there are other ways that you can sort of deal with that
Yeah.
Pokemon. He was such a nuisance in the backline.
This
so
is
this
literally using Bliss assistance, and this guy is just there uniting you. Nobody can do anything about him because between your remaining Pokemon, you have no hindrances. Hell, Epi almost just gets KO'd there.
Yep.
Just by walking in and trying to help an ally. And
So here's my question, right? Would things have been different if the Bliss Assist was on the Garchomp
Garchomp.
instead? So you give him the buff, and you go in with the Livid Outrage. Yes, you're acknowledging that Glaceon is out of that picture, but maybe you could have turned it around on everyone that's on that retreat. We're going to leave that clip though. We're going to switch on over to the next one here. This was a team fight set up for both teams, both tied at 174 points each, and Lucapo is the one that starts the fight. Jumps into the backline onto Carla, and you could tell panic mode on Mosquitoes.
so this fight actually starts, and this was what I was pointing out as well. It feels like a bit of a communication breakdown because you see where Lucapo is, 2 of his teammates are back in base right now. And you're just wondering, you start out the fight like this, you're wondering what's going on. Suddenly your Blastoise is all over your Decidueye and you're like, uh-oh, it's a 4v5 situation. But he's bought so much space and time that the Lucario is just cleaning up on the bot side. He's pressured all of them. Suddenly now it's Mosquito's time to be on the back foot. Look at this guy. Look at Sona. He's literally there just wiping the floor with them.
Yep, and I think we also need to give props to Peent, right? Because he's playing Hooper. The fact that he was able to get the resets off for the team. I think if it was any other support, you wouldn't be able to come back into the fight at full health so quickly. And also having access to a Unite that brings everybody in if absolutely necessary. I mean, they just utilized their whole lineup to its full capacity.
Yeah, that was a bit of a rough replay because honestly, we didn't really see Lucapo a lot in that.
Well,
But I think
he started
it, right? And he basically forced all of them back. They don't have that same privilege. Like we know, Eldegoss can do a lot of healing and shielding, but doesn't really do much in terms of the full resets or the consistent heal that something like Clefable can bring.
You get more shielding and a little bit more offense, I kind of feel like, with the Eldegoss. Not so much...
Just some slows all around, you know? It's not really what you think of when,
not your Clefable, not a Blissey kind of support.
Yeah, the Zoroarks just roared like 3 times right in the middle of you. Everyone's like 100 HP.
Yeah, so... Oh my goodness. MJK.
Well done, Lucapo.
Well done, Lucapo. Well done, MJK.
Well done, MJK.
Like, collectively, the team did a really great job. I don't think we could ever pinpoint one person that won the entire thing.
Yeah.
But let's take a look at the bracket so that for anyone that's tuned into the broadcast just now, this is where we are up to now. So we have had to say goodbye to Too Easy, Shin and Rude, Joe is Love Unite, and Mosquitoes. We are now jumping into our upper bracket match. It's not really upper bracket, but semi-finals for both of our groups. Zora Tigers Gaming going up against Cubby-chans, and then after that will be Unite Holic playing up against MJK. The loser of these two matches will go to the semi-finals.
Yeah.
The two winners will be directed to the finals, guaranteed a spot to Thailand, and will play for seeding and the prize money for the league stage.
I still can't believe Shin and Rude are out. I really can't. But given the caliber of the teams that we've seen today, it's no surprise, right? I think MJK, in that series alone, they've really proved themselves, and I'm excited to see what they can bring to the table up against Unite Holic. But that will be after a short break. Of course, we have a whole... The best has yet to come.
The best is yet to come. We've got so much Unite, but don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you in 10 minutes. Come back in 10. We've got so much more action coming your way.
Surfing through, trying to get out of here. Does they get that solo pick? Really hold this goal zone, but oh, Blossom, he'll try his best, toss out whatever auto attacks he can. He's still holding on for now, but as the downs come through, they will take that tier 1 goal zone. Oh, it's a huge Ignite move coming out from that Umbreon, but he can't still very much able to act as that annoying frontliner, allowing his team to get these objectives. Will be Joe is Love coming through with the steal. Beautiful stuff from Shaw, but they might be losing some Pokemon on their side here. Blastoise trying his best to buy the time, but they're just dropping. It ends up being advantageous towards Mosquitoes for now, but they're coming through. This Blastoise is just holding all of Mosquitoes back. They're still healing up on Epe, but the last Solar Blade cuts him down. Windstar remains untouched. You're going to have a major problem now. They're trying to aggress out in this top side with the help of the Regieleki, and the Umbreon already takes down the Fable. That is a very, very difficult objective to defend now without your routine healing. Windstar will pop the very Singularity, but it does absolutely...
Nice timing. Lapras, of course, doing good all the way to the back line. Unite moves also committed. Take a look on top of Umbreon and Zora. Was able to get all the way to the back line. Ninja committed, but that's not going to last for too long. Drops down. That's going to be the first takedown alongside with the second. Oh!
Epe, he's just making a move onto this raid, and there's nothing they can do about it. Mosquitoes further cement that advantage. Beautiful stuff, Shaw. You knew what he was trying to do there with the Lapras Express straight into Inteleon, but it's an easy eject button to the other side.
Correct.
And suddenly all your chases... Yeah, you gotta keep that man moisturized. He's gonna be solar blading him. He's not gonna have a great time. Meanwhile, Joe is Love. Once again, the beautiful setup from Benkubo. Mosquitoes, they're just buzzing all over the opposition here. You might
that offensive here, which allows Team Mosquito to get the role and initiative here.
once again, coming through the Umbreon Unite. He's used it to perfection this entire series. And Mosquitoes, they're just collapsing over Joe is Love.
What were your safety lines, man?
Yeah, this is so odd because every single time Benkubo on this Umbreon comes in, he's getting so much support from First Blossom. All these...
Joe's Love Unite. With that opening, just need to get NOC XP out. Objective's going to be spawning in 10 seconds. That's going to be pretty great. Teleport finds an opportunity on top of the other guys. Pops the Unite as well. All that was hidden shall be seen. But guess what? The rest of the crew wheels coming in. They're trying to buy the next amount of time. Umbreon trying to deny as much of those points.
Dude,
one by one, they're coming in. Hydro Typhoon for the counter initiation. They do manage to break the goal post. That's really great. But then again, instantly traded back with the KOs. He wants to go Fable. He doesn't care. He wants to get that break off. Lapras, no choice. But to be the one to beat the rare guy.
Can't even fight that, but Rain, they're trying to rush it down. Joe is Love, but in comes the Mosquitoes. They're ready to fight. Nice Hydro Typhoon though, knocking up Thor, but the Umbreon, he's hindrance resistant as well. You dash through, but your Talonflame's already dead. 4 members out of the picture, and the Lapras is the only one remaining. He can't get anything done. Shaw just has to watch as all his allies are gone. One more Solar Blade, one more dash through, and the Umbreon gets it done for the squad Mosquitoes. They absolutely wipe the floor.
There, BKZ going to be A-okay. Because he might not be in such a great position. And hang on a minute, they went for the...
As well, whether the rotation is happening because of the fact that he was not really shown in the ball lane anymore. Now too sure, but a big massive fight coming in the sideline. A massive KO as he was able to get the videos out onto the fight. Big smackdown, but not.
Venusaur going to go for the Verdant Anger, connecting on the 2 Pokemon so far. Bliss Assist as well. We've got 1 KO, not yet. Trevenant coming in with the Unite as well. Shinarude double KO with a wicked blow. Cubby-chans managing to salvage this fight in a very significant way. But while that's all happening though, we see a big 40-point dunk in the bottom lane. Dundle. Oh, that wasn't a steal. That was from the
secure.
This is secure. Fantastic play from that Mew. That should be able to get into the goal. Inteleon, Electro Ball shutting down Inteleon. They're going to keep on fighting though. Cubby-chan's going in for the commitment here, and it looks like the entire team may just fall. And plus the Blissey. The Inteleon is down. Tree is here though. Venusaur coming in with the damage. They've lost, unfortunately, their Dark Urshifu. The Wicked Blow. Not having access
will allow it here. Rock Tomb going to be coming as well, but the Solar Beam is slowly poking them out. They're getting outranged and possibly out damaged as well.
Oh, here comes the initiation. And Nakura, beautiful play from Tomato with the Horn Leech.
BKZ.
That's the front line of done and dusted, but BKZ, he
missed!
doesn't get it! Oh no, and I think he's going to be taken out by the Inteleon with the basic attacks. No, he's able to get on out, but Akura is down. They've lost the Clefable as well as Xingdi. We're down to 3 Pokemon here for Shinarude. Now here's the thing, they do have potential to potentially go for a steal. But does Kabi-chan let them get it though? They've lost BKZ. Where's the Mew?
He's
Can
in
they
there.
get the steal? Oh my goodness, they don't get it! Kabi-chan's securing the Rayquaza with that. And the attack reduction, excuse me.
No worries, but of course Basel taking the fight until the goalpost. A little bit over aggression there, but here comes the reinforcement. The cavalry has arrived. Has seen Kabi-chan.
So now coming down to these objectives, there's only 4 players here. There's no BKZ trying to come in with the Buzzwole. Now Xingdi going to come in with the Icicle Spear. Going to dish out enough damage to get a single KO. But the buff is still going to go in the way of Kabi-chan. It's a defensive buff as well, but here comes BKZ wanting to catch out this Venusaur. Almost surviving, but just not coming in for a surprise attack from the top side. Going to try and break that golden with 40 points, but they're not going to give him any opportunity to do so. Trying to jump onto the Inteleon as well. And it looks like they immediately lose their support. No more healing on the side of Shinarude, but does it really matter? The team is still hanging on. They're still pretty tanky. Buzzwole going to be eliminated there by the Urshifu. And it looks like Xingdi trying to do some damage, but Mew getting on top of him, trying to go for the cutoff. And Glaceon in the meantime, though, trying to dish out some damage onto this pairing in that top lane. Caught by the X's are on that. Crustal unites as well with the stun. The team is lining up. Can they get a big KO with the Wicked Blow? The cancel. They do get Xingdi, though. And look at this, the Rock Tomb, the X's are again. Tomato is on fire with it. 1-1 on the brink of elimination. Can they hang in there? Or is it going to be Kabi-chan's? They do manage to pull back that Crustal. They're done with Tomato, and Tomato is gone. It's a repeat from game number 1, but it's a twist of team. Inteleon, though, caught by that Mew. Shinarude, though, we do get that slow beam. I think this might just be the comeback, though. Shinarude are looking for this Buzzwole. BKZ going to be taken down by that Venusaur. It's Mew and Venusaur. But Shinarude going to turn onto the attackers. Venusaur is gone. Mew standing. Oh, he's caught by the crab.
Can he get picked up? And he will. Tomato completely sandwiched by the massive hermit crab.
But look at the top.
The Inteleon slowly getting picked up from the top side. There's no one really to get into it as well. But the Mew getting ready for the Electro Ball, but they want to try to go for the pickup. Buzzwole
the snipe. He got it.
They secured the Rayquaza.
Like a juggling ball, it's really hard for you to navigate, and now your own central area is just being taken away. I'm worried because even if the mosquitoes come through, they're facing up against some of the best early skirmishers. Here he goes! Slices them straight through. He's in a 1v3 situation, might be finally able to punch the Zoroark and need to bide their time. Watch out for the initiation. A beautiful thunderstorm coming through, doing so much damage. The mosquitoes are able to get the objective. Can they capitalize on it though? For now, they'll start out with 1 KO. They lose one member, MJK coming through, trying to contest. They're taking a lot of damage, and S4L able to just deliver with the ice crystals. The snipers are doing exactly that.
Oh, but not quite doing the damage they're looking for. At MJK, they're not 100% sure what they want to do here.
What is going on? MJK, they're just getting broken apart. And like the entire fight splits up.
It's so messy.
You got some people trying to go for Kala. He's still fine. You finally finish him off with Lucapo. And maybe this is the Zoroark's chance to clean up. You're facing up against this Glaceon who's just delivering so much damage. And MJK...
They're going to just leave him here. They do have that Madness Swine. Oh, Thunderstorm coming in from the Pikachu. They're trying to catch out that Lucario, but they just can't find him. They will eliminate the Glaceon in the process, though. Hydro Typhoon being used, but Blastoise taken out of that fight.
Still haven't really been able to finish off Kala, but as these fights get messier and messier, you might find the opportunity already starting out, taking out the Glaceon. Uh-oh, looks like the Mosquitoes in some trouble. And I'm not talking about the team, I'm talking about the Buzzwole now. The Bangkok match coming through as well. Beautiful stuff to try and set up, but Pikachu is still doing damage. It's not going to be enough to shred through. The Clefable still standing her ground, healing up the rest of the team.
We've got it back. Ignite got committed. Oh no, that's not going to be available for the team fight at all. But it looks like we are seeing a fight. Pikachu ejecting forward with the Thunderstorm. Is this damage going to be enough? Can MJK finish this off? Is this the end for Mosquitoes? 2 Pokemon down, 3 Pokemon down on the side of MJK. Can they catch up onto these very squishy
Inteleon.
Pokemon? Inteleon is doing work. The Spammer's one is trying to juke. He's too big!
He's gonna get a
He's
lot
too
of Chaos
big.
Streak of 4! This right now chasing down. This is still a Gabite that we're talking about. Not too ready to fight just yet, but has the passive fully stacked up, trying to life steal away. Not enough. And you've just found another opening for Lucapult.
Do have a big snipe actually connecting onto the Trevenant. So Trevenant's going to have to back up a little bit. Zora coming into the fight.
Oh.
Can continue. Glaceon Icicle Spears going to connect. Oh,
Second
look
one.
at that. Glaceon is out of the picture. And
That's the thing, the Gabite can't really defend by himself. He's just going to get hammered down and ripped apart from his own goal zone. Puzzle will finally come through, but you don't really have any way of defending. You'll try your best with the X-Scissor, come through with the support as well, but now Mosquitoes, they're split. They're finally bringing resources.
Fellow Pokemon enthusiasts, we're currently halfway through the ACL playoffs, and of course, things could not get even better as we go towards the end. I'm Leonard, also known as Yololee. Joining me once again, gracing us at the cast's desk, is Permasneeze. Let me tell you something, buddy. Not only are we halfway through, we're almost getting ready to crown our top 3 to go forward to the actual main stage in Thailand.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because most of the time with these tournaments, elimination online, you know, you have like, okay, maybe one big winner, and
Right.
the other one who gets all the glory. But this particular one, it's a little bit strange because now we have 4 teams remaining after we started with 8.
The big 4.
3 out of 4 of them are going to make it. One isn't though. We still need to say goodbye to one. But our upcoming match, Kabe-chan's versus Zora Tigers Gaming, these are extremely scary teams.
It is. It really is. It's literally, we have a dark horse with the new teams coming and literally on the rise here.
Yeah.
And then we have Zora Tigers Gaming, the very last match, the last Korean team that we have in the scene here to represent Korea as they go forward in this East Asian competition here. It's absolutely insane. I mean, we have seen a lot coming to but Zora Tigers Gaming is one bigger. There is one player you'd have to look out for. You need to keep an eye on. It is Jong. Jong as the top laner. Sometimes, yes, he does swap in between the central area as well, if the composition does require it. But him with that bust, or any all-rounder, let's be for a factor actually, is an absolute
He's a menace. He is a menace. I mean, you talk about menaces, it's funny that they're lined up next to each other because arguably for me, one of the big standouts is I Am Tomato, right? We talked about Ikura with his nice little crossel. I Am Tomato just grabs it, uses it right against him, and this man looks to be one of Japan's finest right now. Of course, he's flanked by very competent players in their own right. I think Vitopo especially really impressed me in that top side. So that's going to be a featured matchup for me, at least Vitopo up against Jong. We'll see which one of these all-rounder favored specialists gets the better of that situation.
It is going to be a really fun one because Vitopo as an all-rounder is also pretty insane. However, I Am Tomato, let's be honest, he has already denied one team.
Yeah.
He has already denied one team.
Cruel.
Now just looking forward to try to deny another one here to move forward here. And of course, Zora Tigers has a lot on their line. But then again, if we talk about competitive experiences, I think of all the teams we have seen, they are probably one of the few like first runner-up when it comes to just competitive experiences alone here.
Yeah. So I know earlier when we were casting MJK, myself and Danelie, Danelie was saying, look, you know, coming into this tournament, you see the team list, you're always going to think MJK might be favorites to even take the whole thing.
Correct.
And sure enough, you know, they've made their way through the bracket. They will face against Unite Holic. But if I just gauge my understanding of these teams based off the group stage that I've seen so far, I'm all in on Zora Tigers. These guys are, it feels like a whole step up. I feel like when we first saw the Unite meta start to get figured out when the game first released, the Koreans had a very interesting, unorthodox approach to things that fell flat in some sort of more structured environments. It's a very different story now. Zora Tigers Gaming, they're coming, they're representing South Korea, but they're bringing such a sense of clarity to what their game plans are. It's kind of hard to go up against that. It's clear cut. You know what they're gonna do, and they do it anyway. And there's nothing you can do to stop it.
Which is why actually, like I actually love that you brought it out, especially as well, because like even not just for Pokemon Unite, like even in history, in history of esports, right? Not because of half Korea or anything.
No,
guys.
okay,
not being biased. Not being biased.
He's supporting his brothers.
No, not being biased. Not being biased.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, right? In the history of esports. The most Korean teams has always been one of those few who's been the strongest when it comes to being with methodical thinking and mechanical gameplay as well. So a team play a game like in Pokemon Unite, in particular like this one, is really right up their alley when it comes to this as well. If you talk about mechanics, they always have to make sure they're on the top of the field. You talk about fundamentals, they're also on top of the field for this as well. Knowledge-wise, there's nothing that really escapes their mind. However, there were other teams that was able to topple these kind of titans before with their own specific unorthodox picks as well. Something that Southeast Asia we have seen for the last week as well. Making the Sableye alongside the Lucario roaming, those two combinations as a pick, those unorthodox picks, that could be something that could try to catch the Zora Tigers off guard. Well, I'll be honest, after that last week gameplay, I think they probably would have researched it as well and tried to prep it to their composition if it's survivable. But then again, enough about Southeast Asia side. We're talking about the main agenda at hand. That's Kabi-chan versus Zora Tigers.
Look, I'm okay. Look, I think in some of the previous matchups that we've had throughout this event so far, it's a clash of styles in terms of maybe teams like Joe's Love, or maybe even you could argue to say Shin and Rude, right? The approach that they have towards the game, towards the drafts, a lot more creative, a lot more dynamic. They bring out some off-kilter picks. They are not afraid to try new things. But this particular matchup between Kabi-chan's as well as Zora Tigers Gaming feels a lot more structured, feels a lot more well thought out. You're not gonna suddenly, maybe you'll see crazy last picks if that's what they opt for, but for the most part, you're sticking to that tried and tested, sticking to that bread and butter, sticking to that clean, structured, mechanical team play. That's what I think about when I think about these two rosters, their ability to just cohese together and take these 5-on-5s, outmaneuver their opponents, not as individuals, but as a unit.
It's gonna be such a fantastic game, let's be honest. Like,
this is for a spot in Thailand, by the way. So if you like at this point, here's the crazy thing that could happen, right? At this point, Kabi-chan's has just defeated the reigning champions. You knocked them out. They're not in the tournament anymore. Now you take out the pride of South Korea, who have looked. It's crazy because we look at South Korea and the other representatives coming out from them is Mosquitoes. Right? And Mosquitoes unfortunately have been taken down. It would be a little crazy if we see a Japanese team wash over the Koreans in its entirety. Now, I think
it's a long-standing rivalry.
Correct.
Between the two sides,
and here's the thing, I also believe that this might upset some Mosquitoes fans, but I think if Mosquitoes' power level is at like a 7, Zora Tigers is kind of like at a 10.
No, it's not. It's literally, I think, like, even though yes, it may sound as it doesn't really sound as bad as how you put it. Really, it's really that kind of truth, and it's kind of pride which they are willing to accept, right? Like, if Mosquito goes all the way as one of the top 3 representatives, it's fine, it's great. But even if they don't, it's not like they're gonna just hide in the corner and cry. No, these guys still have pride in their respective members. I believe they have multiple screens even before this ACL even started as well. So since they're out of the picture, now all they can do is just give their whole pride, love,
give
and
that energy to Zora Tigers.
Tigers.
And I feel like it would be a very crazy story for Kabi-chan's to not only take down the defending champions, but take down who I personally believe are very well slated to take the first spot in this entire East Asia League.
Yeah, and although yes, at the same time, I know it feels like a get out of jail free card. But it's not really the end for either of these two teams. Even if one of them were to lose
in this bracket,
there's still the, I guess you could say, the losers bracket or the lower bracket here. But of course, that will be the part where we'll decide which of the 2 additional teams that lost in their upper semi-finals will actually have to go home here.
I guess the interesting thing about how this has panned out is if we take a look at the brackets later, everyone in the first round is out. They didn't make it, and it's clear that the system works. Now we have a draft available finally. We'll see what these two teams are thinking about picking up against each other. A bit scattered on the ban choices from Zora Tigers right now. Not too clear what they want to really take out, but as we slowly see more and more locked in, looks to be the Urshifu that they want to deny from Kabi-chan's. Meanwhile, looks to be one person on Kabi-chan's side who really doesn't want to deal with the Inteleon, but everyone else is like, are you crazy?
No, he's just not feeling it at all. Right?
No,
he's just like, no, guys,
screw that.
We like frontal confrontation. We don't like too many backliner snipers. No, we just like to remove it. I love the idea actually. Zora Tigers actually went for the Urshifu for ban, right? Because having that attacker or all-rounder, I guess you could say all-rounder, that's able to power spike alongside with any of your early build Pokemon, especially alongside with the evolution as a central area Pokemon, I think it's a little bit too much here. So getting rid of the Urshifu is absolutely fantastic here. Of course, since they had the first priority pick, they open things up with the Inteleon, making their intention very clear that the fact that we want to get that backline battle. But what about the side for Zora Tigers? Will they try to literally face it head on with the Solar Beam? Venusaur, which I, by the way, I've been looking forward to as well. But we're not bringing the Mew. We'll bring a little bit more safety with that early game damage, but at the same time, Psychic Solar, always great for any disengagement. If an all-rounder were to be selected, which of course will be picked off, especially this is Team Kamichan we are talking about.
Yeah, 2 evolutions locked in here. Subin and Mew
No
opting
way.
for that. I mean, they get the lead.
No way.
Okay, straight away to Zora. That's Kokata's Pokemon in the central area. And it's actually going to be what looks to be a Venusaur Petal Dance instead. So where Mew was considering more the Solar Beam option, Jong goes back for the Buzzwole in the end. No surprises there. That's been the default favorite for him.
Yep.
And 2 very well balanced drafts, although I am a little bit worried because we have Vitopo going to be playing that Venusaur in the top side Petal Dance. We already saw it succeed in the hands of FA earlier. But is there enough bodyguarding for the Inteleon? That's my question.
That is, honestly, if you ask me, I think there's a little bit too much here because let's be
Oh, you
honest.
think so?
Yeah, I think so too. We're talking about like 3 people that can really tank down that icicle spears coming in from the Glacier at the same time. And with literally, we're talking about like, okay, if we talk about priority targets, right? You have Crustle with the Iron Tomato. It's going to be constantly in your face and always sieging upon you. A Venusaur who is not, by the way, not a ranged attacker, who's able to literally have contact plays with the Giga Drain and the Paddle Dance, and of course with the items that he have and the energy amplifier. He's going to get those Verdant Rage as fast as possible and really play alongside with Iron Tomato, which means there's going to be a lot of space garnered for both the Inteleon and Zoroark to choose how they want to engage into this fight. I'm more concerned on the fact that how will Jong really get into this, because there's a lot of sustain coming from the side here, for the side of Kamichan as well, and it's going to be really hard for Buzzwole to find that opportunity.
I think not just the Buzzwole, right, but the Blastoise as well. Feels like the entire initiation of Zora Tigers Gaming is going to be on his back. We saw this problem arise for some other teams before, right? You have a couple of evolutions. They're really well-rounded Pokemon. They can do a considerable amount of damage, nice bit of utility as well. The one thing they tend to lack is that initiation potential. It's really only Umbreon that can get in there if you're getting the foul play or, you know, other than that, it's a bit of a tough affair. So we'll see how things go. For now, they are choosing to run things in a very telegraphed manner here. Of course, the Venusaur going to be paired up with the Chansey at this point. Up in this top side, trying to secure as much of those wild Pokemon and EXP up against Jong. Jong actually taking quite a bit of damage. And has to pop that early eject button and the focus back proc as well. Not really what he wants to start things out.
Still trying to find an opportunity. A couple of pokes here and there. I just love the fact that the Glaceon decides to try to see it's an opportunity zone there. Like, he wanted to get the intel, but then finally spotted out the Zora towards the battle lane. Want to see if he can get a couple of pickups, but no, not going to risk it for the biscuit. Play nice and safe and slowly back up. But with that intel all that the Zora is at the bottom, you see the Glacier, you see Mew slowly making a couple of evasions, trying to get those wild Pokemon to get those ESP out here. But of course, still sticking around because he knows for a fact rotation patterns from the bottom. He's still definitely going to make his way to the top side for the Altaria.
Yeah, straight in and easy business. A lot of EXP going their way here. Seems to be overall a pretty even split, as I think both teams were able to snag up a few each. And yeah, I mean, things are relatively quiet. I say that. Nice little run away. The move speed increase from the Clefairy. Able to just waddle her way out of trouble. And so far, even though the Zoroark has been crowned for its early game prominence, hasn't really been able to connect on any meaningful KOs just yet.
No, I think it's more like not really able to find a winner opportunity, but more like no one really wants to try to take those fights, right? Like, because everyone just want to get those necessary level. Although Zora Tigers do have a little bit of an opportunity in terms of the early game side here, but they still want to play around with that Blastoise. It's still a Squirtle for now, but the rest of the squad is still a little bit high in terms of the level gaming here, the level race here.
Straight in Solaria as well, but they can't really afford to contest. And we've been seeing that the whole day, right? The Rock Tomb trapping out the Glaceon. Oh, the snipe shot. The level disparity is a bit too insane at this point. I mean, Rom, he has so much EXP ahead of the poor Squirtle, who's only level 4 at this point, and they're continuing the pressure, bringing in the numbers, but so are Zora Tigers Gaming. They want to buy the space for their poor Squirtle to evolve.
Oh, that is a beautiful aerial denial, but of course no one's going to try to risk it for the biscuit just yet. But then again, we have a Reggie going to be coming in a couple of 30 seconds as well. Top side, I don't think there's going to be much confrontation because we're seeing a very, I won't say I know it sounds very contradictory,
Sure.
but it's a very passive but also offensive Ivysaur.
No, I know what you mean.
Oh, but then
Right
again,
now, I mean,
great
this is
rotation.
what the Zoroark has been doing, just bullying the lone top half laner left up here, forced to eat a couple of citrus berries. But once again, my eyes are firmly fixed on that poor Squirtle, still at level 4. Finally evolves to the War Turtle, but you're just imagining now at this 7-minute fight for the objective, how much can he really contribute in this form?
I don't think really that much as well. At least not without more rotations coming in. But then again, beautiful aerial denial with a lot of Glacier into this place. But then again, towards the back line, we see the Zoroark trying to secure this objective as quickly as possible. And Zoroark Tigers, they're fine giving it away. They know for a fact they're currently having their backs against the wall. They do not want to take this risk. Give the objective, that's fine. We always can find a better opportunity. But then again, the Buzzwood and the Venusaur, let's be honest, that's a Giga Drain. And it's a snipe shot from the bottom. We couldn't see the animation, but it did happen. It did connect.
From downtown. From downtown, this
Going
man.
uptown, man.
Straight up that poor Buzzwole's little bum. I don't think he really stood a chance there. I don't think he saw it coming as well. He probably thought he was fine. But this Inteleon, Rom, has completely taken control of the match. Started from the early laning stage with the help of this very, very well-played Crustle. And they're still continuing to dominate snipe shot after snipe shot. This guy is level 9 here. And you got to consider the fact that he's been sharing EXP level 10 now on the attacker in the bot side. They're trying to contest now Reggie Alecki. A lot of damage coming out from that Unite move. The Zoroark able to secure it. And once again, Zoroark Tigers Gaming on the back foot. This is not the sight we expected to see coming into this game.
They don't have the numbers, they don't have the levels, they don't even have the initiative anymore. Although yes, the Blastoise is finally here, but the level disparity is just not looking that great. And now a full rotation here, a 5v5 head-on between the both sides here. No chance to commit the eject button. Might even have to abandon the goal post, but even in the process, they still lose more members.
The snipe shots coming in from the sides, raining in those bullets of pain, and Zoroark Tigers Gaming, they just have to give that one up. They all retreat back up into one little circle, but that's perfect for the Verdant Anger, forces everyone out of that area.
Kabi-chan do not want to walk out with a simple win.
No.
They want to get as much as they can out of those trades, out of this literally confrontation between both sides. They're not satisfied with the goal. They want a KO too, and they managed to get one in the process. I'm actually surprised he was able to snipe out that Espion in the first place.
Look, here's my problem.
Alright.
You look across Thea Sky Ruins right now,
Alright,
current situation for Garbage-chan.
Okay.
Top side, got obliterated. Venusaur's having amazing leveling, amazing progression.
Correct.
Same situation for the Inteleon. The Zoroark's just having a free old time. At what point did Zoroark Tigers Gaming actually contest their opponents? Doesn't seem like it. They'll try to now, but another beautiful Rock Tomb just forcing you into such a weird spot. You're trying to commit for the Reggie steal, but this looks like a scary, scary fight. Verdant Anger coming through, so much damage, sliced down. The Glacial stage is just gonna set the stage for your demise as the Bliss Assistance comes through on the Venusaur, just carving through their opponents there. Kami-chan, they're not letting the Tigers prowl.
The worst part about it is that we're not just talking about one player. Mike. We are talking about like 3 players.
All popping off.
Exactly, and everyone is getting those individual pickoffs.
Crazy.
It's absolutely insane, and I don't think Zoroark Tigers really have an answer. Although yes, there is still one opportunity. It's the chances is relatively slim, especially since at where Kabi-chan is currently standing at this moment. But there is still the requirement here. They can just somewhat abide their time. Don't get pressured too much. Don't get poked too much. Until the point, because there's no hoop on this side. There's no way for you guys to reset as a player.
You see this situation now?
Yeah.
You see what we're looking at? You gotta stop this. Stop doing this. Zoroark Tigers Gaming, you need to make a decisive move. In they go, jumping in, Mew, straight onto the Inteleon. But he's fine for now. The Ice Crystals, they aren't enough. You need to force the side of Kabi-chan back, but they just turn around, snipe you down. Finally, they get their hands on the Rom, and he's left all alone. Verdant Anger from the backside connects onto 4, and slicing through them again is the Zoroark. They're able to clean up most on the side of Zoroark Tigers Gaming. It comes at the cost for the first time to their Inteleon, but if you can get this X-Scissor connection last touch, that's exactly what you needed.
That is
Kabi-chan, they're just all over it. For the first time, Zoroark Tigers Gaming actually connecting a meaningful engagement where it's not going to matter at all.
Kabi-chan, just those communications too clean. I feel it's a little bit confused. And the fact that they instantly understand the Inteleon couldn't really outrun any of their oppressors.
Yeah.
He just decided, you know what, guys, I'm luring a lot of attention here. My Unite move is also going to run out as well.
Yeah.
Try to get into that position. You see Vitopo already coming from the back. Like, you see the rest also coming from the top. So
Yeah.
literally converge upon it. The minute he get picked off from Zoroark Tigers' point of view, it felt great because But the problem is they don't have the intel. There's no one in the brushes.
Yeah.
Everyone's right out.
Everyone's running around on this Inteleon.
Yes, and when the Verdant Rage came in, I think they just figured out like, all right, guys, I think that Inteleon just set up for a beautiful engagement for them, and it's converged, and there was like 2K.
It was honestly so funny because you could tell that the entire Zora Tigers gaming lineup breathed a sigh of relief as soon as they picked off the Inteleon.
Right,
and then the Verdant Anger pops on top of their head. They're like, guys, we're screwed. Like, it's over. This fight is not one we're going to win. But like you mentioned, Leonard, one last chance here. They still have 2 Tier 1 goal zones up on Kabe-chan's, and they have that final Rayquaza fight. Zora Tigers gaming, they have no points on the board right now. This could be their time to strike.
Just speaking of time, strike. They need to try to not get picked off first in the first place. Boswell comes to the line side, finds the crosser. They need to get rid of Iron Tomato, but he's just so psychic in this kind of situation. Rock comes down the Rock Tomb. They find a lot of players who's relatively down low. Venusaur Typhoon was able to reset the situation, allowed them to get a nice pick out on the Venusaur here. But then again, damage is still coming onto the Rayquaza. Oh, they got Rock Tomb, locked them in place. They couldn't even try to find a way to get through the pit in the first place. A beautiful picked up, and now it's all comes to clean up.
Yeah, I mean, Kami-chan's, they are not even worried about scoring. They know how far ahead they are. Zora even slices through even more of his opposition here. The Rock Tomb just going to put a stop to Mew. This I'm Tomato Crustle has just been so annoying throughout the whole game, and there's nothing they can do about it. Zora Tigers gaming, I don't even think a miracle will save them here. You essentially need to score 50 points, ducats on every single member for you to even come back, and I don't see it. I don't think it's happening, Leonard.
I believe this is actually our first 0. I've never seen throughout the entire ACL group season, I've never seen like a team ever have 0 points. Yeah. And this is coming from Zora Tigers.
That's crazy. That's crazy. We were hyping them up so much too. We're like, okay, prior to South Korea, you know, you just see your sort of allies in your same region get taken down. You gotta feel a bit of fire.
That's what I'm telling you, right? Like, that's what I'm saying. It is one of the greatest dark horse story for Kami-chan, right?
Yeah.
They came into the ACL an unknown team, a very fresh new team. People didn't really expect much, but they showed their mettle through rounds, through series, through wins, through victories. And now here, look at that. Able to take their first game against Zora Tigers in a very dominating manner. I never seen Zora Tigers in this kind of state before.
Yeah, same. This doesn't look like Zora Tigers at all. In fact, if you just cover all the team names, you cover all the players' names, you could not convince me that this is a Zora Tigers game.
Exactly.
Complete domination as Vitopo just destroys them on that top side Venusaur. And that begs the question, why haven't we been seeing this combination more? It looks so good.
Wait, you're talking about the Venusaur?
The Venusaur.
That's what I'm
Nah,
also
you're a Venusaur advocate as well.
I know.
We're on the same boat.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you have this kind of lineup when you're facing against like all runners, it's gonna be that
They're just gonna get in there, right?
Right. So you, instead of worrying about the fact like, oh no, what am I gonna do, or I do not want to be dependent on my allies to protect me. I want to be someone who can able to sustain and fight back by myself here. So Venusaur has always been fantastic. It's pretty flex as well, very comfortable in all of its role. However, this game, I felt like everyone really did their part. It was so difficult for them to get, like, at this point, like, it didn't feel like so much on the Italian. Like, if it wasn't for his crazy snipe shots, I don't even think we would be looking towards the Italian at all.
Not at all, no. This guy was insane throughout all stages of the game. Once again, they have a situation where, on the back of I'm Tomato, on that Dwebble, was able to create so much space in the laning stage for Inteleon to secure just about everything under the sun.
Yes.
The EXP just climbed up the ranks so quick. I mean, before you know it, you're level 4 Squirtle dealing with snipe shot.
Yeah, I know.
What?
And the crazy thing about it is Zora. His priority in his rotation, he didn't really go to top unless it was required.
Yeah.
He just pressured bottom. He said, like, you know what? We got a Crustle. This Squirtle hasn't even reached that level 4 yet.
Yeah.
Just push him out of the...
We'll see it again. I mean, that focus was clear from them. And we talked about both these teams coming to the drawing board with a very clear picture of what they want to do. This is the first major engagement. Again and again, these Rock Tombs put their opposition in such awkward spots. Sure, you use the Glacial stage to just escape the initial engagement, but then suddenly the Zora's all over you. There's Vitopo as well, running you down. This was complete and utter carnage the whole time. There's nothing much you can do. Again and again, Jong, this top side player that we talked up so much, quiet in this game.
Yeah. Honestly, right, I'm not sure whether is it like, oh, this is the part where he just figured out, you know, there's no way for me to skip it. Let's just try to get the better part of this trade here. Yeah, absolutely
That was
insane.
perfect. That was insane from the Togo.
Well
just coming
thought of.
in. I don't even know where he came from. I'll be honest with you.
Oh,
I
he
have
came
no
from the
clue.
bottom. He came from the
I just walked all the way up there.
Yeah, he just walked right all the way up there.
Yeah, this final fight, just take a look. As much as they are focusing down this Crustle, the Rubble Rouser allows him to tank so much damage, and the whole time, where's the Inteleon? Do you see him? I don't. He's just soloing out this poor Buzzwole 1v1. He just has that advantage. It's a level 13 Inteleon to a Buzzwole who's left all alone while his team can do nothing but watch.
Correct. You know, usually in normal games, like in our more normal games, like usually the only person you're going to be seeing in your face is usually the defender and one all-rounder, whether it's the Buzzwole or ABQ, right? But suddenly in this round, you're having 3 or 4 people in your face.
Yeah.
Venusaur, you also have the Blissey, who constantly need to play alongside with all these forerunners as well, because the minute she is not really at their side, they're not able to get the necessary amount of sustain. And don't forget, there's still the usage of the Bliss Assistant. He's been very patient and trying to utilize decide when to use those Bliss Assistants. And I also did notice at the bottom side, like I felt like, you know, there were times when you had really good Rock Tomb, but there were opportunities for them to actually escape out of Rock Tomb. Whether it's from Unite moves or from the eject button. But I felt Zoro Tiger decided not to commit it because mainly of the fact that they understand that if they use their only defensive mechanism, that would just mean this Zoro is going to have a field day.
Exactly.
He's going to have an absolute field day. I felt like most players in that situation would have already pressed the button.
I mean, the thing is, it's a catch-22, right? If you don't commit your Unite moves or your moves to get out of that tricky situation, you're in a tricky situation. But if you use it, suddenly Zoro comes in, you're screwed.
Yeah, exactly. So
they've got you deadlocked there. They just checkmated. It doesn't seem like there's much you can do. And I mean, when you face up against a team, and you gotta keep in mind that this is after such a successful group stage from Zoro Tigers Gaming. They're coming in, and it's a big fat 0. Not even a single point on the board. You haven't even found a chance to stack anything. I do have to wonder whether that Espeon was the correct choice, because one thing about Espeon, as we mentioned, a lot of sustained damage, right? Able to continuously pump that out. But the problem is none of the members on Kabe-chan's ever felt threatened. I don't know how, I don't know why. Between Mew and Subin, it looks to be that they did quite a significant amount of damage, maybe a lot less for Mew than we expect from him usually, but they could not cut down anyone.
No, the thing is, I believe it's more the fact that they didn't really get that opportunity, right? Because of the fact that their only frontliner was still a Squirrel. It's even if it was into the water at the objective for the Regice, they still couldn't even take that fight head on because of the fact that there's no one really to like really control them as much as possible. There's no Hydro Typhoon, there's no form of CC to really lock down the Zoro or these Venusaur to constantly run into their faces here. So honestly, if you ask me, if you do want to still run that Esper, you do need to have someone that is at least to be running alongside with you at the exact same timing with you here. Whether it's the Trevenant or the Umbreon, but because Umbreon is going to be banned out most of the time here. Trevenant, I felt like there's a little bit more of a better option. You've got decent amount of CC, you can initiate a lot better, you can fight a lot faster with a better timing as well. But of course, I do agree. I do like to say not everyone likes to pick up the Trevenant. Only very few teams, even here in East Asia, are willing to pick that up. And of course, that will be on the hands of Team Kabi-chan here.
You know what's my issue? Now that I'm looking at the lineups.
Alright.
Look, if you're playing an Espeon and a Squirtle lane, and you get diffed, you're not coming back. Especially if your Squirtle is a defender, right? If it's a top laner, it's a different story, right? He can get his HP back up, but he has literally 0 priority, and they further put him underground by just focusing him so much. And I think Zoro Tigers Gaming, as much as Chobo and Mew, Chobo as well as Ward have been excellent tank support duos thus far, that's gotta damage your confidence a little bit on Squirtle, especially with how hard you got clapped.
No, which is why I'm saying like it's such an amazing, like quick or very swift decision, right? When the Zoro just decided to just commit to that bottom side. It's like first rotation doesn't have to be the top side. Top side is gonna be pretty like back and forth. Head to that bottom. Put this Squirtle in this place. Get them at least that 1 level advantage, because let's be honest, when you have that early level Pokemons, and if you have 1 level advantage, that it just changes the whole lane entirely differently.
Yeah, and they're already gonna switch things up. So they understand that I'm Tomato has been such a big problem with that Crustle. They take it for themselves. I like this change up here. Nothing else really has seen much of a difference. Blissey gonna be selected again. It seems to be what Noda Wajiro is really enjoying this time.
I mean, you get a lot of shield, and there's no Umbreons as well, right? That boosted attacks and movement speed as well has been absolutely phenomenal. However, Pikachu. Now that's the very scary thing to me. I think okay, I get it right. there's not much. We're no longer going back to those kind of lineup where it's like range versus range kind of thing.
Yeah,
sure.
yeah.
And Telos is a range back liner, right? But it's not that situation where you had to fight against both Inteleon and Glaceon. You're going to be confronted with this Venusaur. So you decide, you know what, you're coming towards me, you're making my job a lot more easier. Let's just, if you want to come towards it, I'm just going to push you down. I think that's something what Pikachu can somewhat provide to the side alongside the Glaceon. Mimikyu, on the other hand, is also one of the few go-tos for the side here for Jong.
Yeah.
However,
This is interesting though, because with these switch-ups, it's going to be actually a central area Blastoise.
Yes.
I haven't seen this in a while, because every single time it just feels like it's such a convenient little maneuver to pop him there. He still gets his surf at a timely manner. The Hydro Typhoon still connect.
Right.
I'm very interested to see what this build is going to be, because take a look at his held items.
I know.
His Muscle Band, Focus Band, Rapid Fire Scarf. This guy is going to be pumping out those auto attacks.
yeah, it's going to be absolutely
That's crazy.
crazy, right? Now here's the interesting thing, right? You see the Venusaur coming in with both the XP Share, Slick Squirt, and Energy Amplifier, right?
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure, like, what is he trying to go for in this case?
No, I mean, I think it's still going to be very much a Solar Beam. Venusaur, also a different pace, because Mango, you're just worried about cutting through some of the healing that Chobo's going to put out. So I get it. You know, you have that front line on Blastoise to create the space. Maybe, who knows, he might go Rapid Spin and Water Spout and just get quite a bit of damage out onto his opponents and set up perfectly.
Yeah, it's going to be a really...
I mean, you even have the I don't know, the all right. Let's calm ourselves here. Zora Tigers Gaming versus Kabe-chan's. Let me just get back to the point I was making.
All right.
Okay, you even have the Wood Hammer, which is, you know, we've seen the Trevenant succeed. We've seen it. It's not quite as popular, especially today so far. But these Wood Hammers are going to go a real long way, especially up against, like, for example, Mimikyu, for example, Muscle. We really want to get up in there.
Yep. You got Home Leech as well to really help to really break the setting up for you, initiating into the fight. Disengagement is also pretty great. But I'm more curious of the fact that how well can Kabe-chan can really beat this wall. How good can they actually turn out? Because we're talking about multiple evolution. 3 Pokemon has multiple evolutions. Both the Kanto starters and even the coming from the side here for the Sobble here.
Yeah, a lot more early game centric altogether from Zora Tigers Gaming, and maybe this is a direct response to what happened to them last game, right? Where they got kind of swept away by the 7-minute mark. It felt like they were already so behind. Right now, they're the ones putting the pressure on and starting to take the initiative. It's actually going to be a bit of a switch. So it looks like with Topo, he's running that Venusaur in the central area, just getting a majority of that experience and trying to get the evolution as fast as possible towards that Solar Beam. You can kind of see where that's coming from, and instead it's going to be that Squirtle more on the top side, so something we're more used to seeing.
I mean, it's definitely one of the more better laners for the Squirtle to go to in the first place, right? So now the Clown Forge for the try to secure as much of this EXP as much as possible to the south side. Altaria family has been secure for the rotation for the Mimikyu. Couple of points in here has been pretty great, but I'm more looking forward to the side for the Ive. So I don't think you really want to try to join as many this fight as much as possible, unless they want to try to zone them out. Because let's be honest, if this pressure keeps happening to this top side, even the Squirtle will not have the best time. But then again, did manage to get that level 5 towards that water. It's still pretty okay, still pretty decent.
It's a lot more manageable just because you have a Blissey next to you, number 1, to try and survive with the EXP share. And number 2, you're actually the Pokemon with priority in this lane this time instead of just being a tank. Good space being created by I Am Tomato to secure that area. Okay, Will Intello to get away for now. Aggression on the top side. Mule, he's come up here. Ice Crystal's last bit.
That's what I'm saying, right? It's just crazy enough, Blissey can just really like tank out the entire combo. But then again, nice rotation to run the bottom side. Wood Hammer was pretty great, but the Axial Spear would not be able to find its mark. Pikachu on the other hand, pretty decent trade between both sides here, but not going to be able to get any respective pick up. Good timing with the Rock Tomb does force out the eject, but now for now, it's going to be something they can really try to keep track for as they prepare for that bottom objective fight. I believe it's going to be in another 30 seconds. We're going to be able to get our first Regis into the situation here. Rest of the squad trying to find an opportunity top side. Waterloo is really trying to get that Blaster as much as possible. At least before the Regis, because I think if he can actually get that Blaster before the Regis spawns, I think this is going to be a very huge change.
Look, I don't think it's going to happen because he still has a little bit of ways away to get. But actually, I think keeping the Mimikyu up here benefits Kabe-chan's more because the early game potential from the Mimikyu in terms of the impact you can have in that objective fight is going to significantly outweigh what the Blastoise can do. Now the objectives are going to come up a lot of zoning potential between the Rock Tomb as well as the Soul. Yeah, I mean, you see it already. They can just throw out these moves from far away. In comes the Trevenant with the Windhammer. Not really what he wanted to find. Sets up a beautiful solar beam though, forcing that glacial stage out, and they will punish the Trevenant. Last bit of auto attacks. The Thunder will be the one to clean him up. 3v4 situation now as you're running in. Follow me, hold everyone in place as this mule. The solar beam secures it. Vitopo again lines it up perfectly despite the space made by Ward, and they secure that objective for themselves.
Oh, the damage was coming out from the Pikachu, right? Just left it just enough for that solar beam to really finish things off here. Really unfortunate, but then again, you know, it's just one of those situations when you combine just that tiny gauge of that damage is not able to fully pull out. However, contention towards the central area, you're gonna get the necessary EXP, try to deny as much as possible, but then again, the intelligence here, the max evolutions are all out here, right? Now we're talking about this really scary range poking damage going to be happening between both Kabi-chan and Zoro Tigers. And I don't think Zoro Tiger is currently was not able to contend in terms of range battle. We're talking about solar beam, we're talking about snipe shots. There's a lot of ways to really poke them down. It will come down to a battle of attrition for sure. The Clefable will have a lot of responsibility to try to keep the teammates up to par here. But when Kabi-chan decides to strike, that's when I'm very concerned here.
I think the scary thing is with the Clefable, you always want to take an extended engagement, but can you really afford to up against this lineup? They're just gonna go in, use the Blitz Assistance as well as the Spinning Blastoise in front of you. You at least manage to take down that support. A lot of Ice Crystals coming through as Mule, doing quite a bit of damage to Horleech, putting him back into the clutches of the side of Kabi-chan's, and they're able to clean up. This Pikachu desperately trying to get that counter KO and will find it, but it comes at quite a significant cost. Nobody on that objective just yet, as 40 dunked by the Pikachu. Finally, some space for Kabi-chan's to get some of those stack items up.
What can you do?
He gets left behind, poor thing.
There is no way he's going to get out of it. The lineup for Zoro Tigers is absolutely so soft. They, in hopes of the fact that they can actually try to snowball all of it, but constantly getting denied here against Kabi-chan, was able to find a way to counter this aggression, counter dive their early game here. And now we're slowly getting towards this late game where Kabi-chan's lineup starts to thrive, starts to be really scary at the same time. We're talking about 4 people able to withstand the Glacier's damage and combo.
That's the thing.
Able to run towards you, and you can't do anything about it. Now the Crosser suddenly lose his advantage, his ability to really zone out people. And Trevenant, Rock Tomb is there, but Golden Holy trying to sustain a little bit more, but eventually will get picked up. But it doesn't matter. Look at the snipe shot from behind. On the top side, of course, we're having a couple of massive damage here, but on the bottom side, we're going to see an opportunity, but then again, Zoro Tigers will be able to secure that objective. Yeah,
Reggie still being taken down by them, but already the Regieleki very conveniently ushered into his new home, also known as Tier 2 top goal zone of Zoro Tigers Gaming. I can't help but feel like that's not a very even trade. Now, they do pick out the Inteleon, which is a high-value KO given that he's level 11. This game is really going to come down to Mew. Last game, on that Glaceon, didn't really do the most damage, wasn't able to find the opportunities. This time around, like you mentioned, there's a lot of tanky targets from Kabi-chan who are just going to stand their ground and try and outmuscle you. You need to lay in with those crystals. You need to do the damage.
There's just too much options for Kabi-chan, right? Like, if they want to play a battle of attrition, they can. They have the range, they have the damage, they can do it all day, every day. If they choose to be aggressive about it, what's for Zoro Tigers to do to stop them? What can they actually do to stop them? I don't think they have any somewhat of a solution. And we're talking about Blaster top laner, level 13, going toe-to-toe with the Glacier here. Although yes, level race-wise, Kabi-chan is slightly ahead of the curve. In terms of points, not very significant difference. However, if we talk about records are secure, securing moves, right?
Oh, Zoro Tigers Gaming don't stand a chance.
Yeah, exactly right. You have Solar Beam on top of the Snipe, so there's so much damage output here. The only way I can see Zoro Tigers coming out if they win out this fight.
Verdant Anger, Hydro Typhoon as an answer, forcing Zoro Tigers Gaming back.
No
it's
way.
a beautiful Horleech into a hammer. You can't touch this as Kabi-chan absolutely wiping the floor. Here comes the Pikachu, but is it too late? The Play of Me on the bot side trying to keep Jong up and running, but the last booster auto attack from the Venusaur does the job. He needs to get out of here, but found by the Pikachu coming through with the Thunder. The big hero of that fight is none other than Subin. Comes late, but comes when it's needed the most, and Damn, that was a thunderstorm and a half.
Dude, did you see this positioning as well?
Yeah.
Like the minute the Hydra Typhoon pop up, Subin already walks forward. He already knew exactly what he wanted.
Damn.
Reposition for the Hollish to bring all back. But again, another big fight towards the third Regieleki of the round as well. But they were not able to get the picker as they were able to try to sustain. Relatively down low, but the Wound Hammer comes in for the CZ, for the control.
No.
Phantom Forest denies, displays him even more longer here. They're not able to get that KO. And guess what? They're down for 10 seconds here, and Rayquaza is here.
Dude, one of the things about this old school Blastoise is how fast it can rip objectives. If you allow Kokada to just get in there and
Pikachu.
start working on it, it's dropping low already. Quarter HP left. They're trying to dance around and buy time for the Pokemon to come back, but it's not enough. Kame-chan in a huge swing. That Regieleki commitment was a big mistake.
Too many bodies, too many people. Absolutely stunning. And the worst part about it, they have this massive fight, 2 KOs, and they had no Unite moves before the recovery. There was no way for them to take.
I don't really understand. I mean, we saw the Pikachu come back in a huge flight in the bot side, and logically speaking, you think about that, you're like, okay, I use my Unite move to get that advantage, let me go farm it back up, let me go make sure I'm ready for the Rayquaza fight. They just get a bit too worked up, a bit too focused on that Regieleki, and they pay the price. They don't even secure it in time, and even though they take down the Inteleon here, there's too much standing against them. This Blastoise has done an insane amount of damage. Subin, he's trying his best at this interval, but without the Rayquaza buff and without any Tier 1 goal zones to really work with, how are you going to find those scores?
It's really difficult, but then again, there is still a 50 points on the side of Pikachu, but they're so quick to call him out. They know exactly what they are. Glacier is trying to do his best to try to buy the necessary amount of time, try to mellow the Trevenant, but then again, more players are coming in. Look at the Blastoise. He's getting ready to fly in when necessary to go for those necessary denied. He flies in. He doesn't have the Hydro Typhoon just yet, but he should be coming up quite shortly as well. Try to deny with the Rapid Spin as well. Massive damage. Inteleon pops the Unite move as well. All that is hidden shall be revealed, and they all try to outrun him, but they just can't. Big damage. Playground is going to be coming to the side here for Jong, but that's pretty much all he can do. 10 seconds left on the clock, and Kami-chan is on an absolute roll. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't break the mountain, you can't drown the sea, and you can't stop Kami-chan for being the very first team to secure their spot in Thailand here.
Yeah, I mean, the airline agency is literally writing their names right now, booking their tickets. Congratulations to the Japan Open second place team, Kame-chan. Like you mentioned, the dark horse story, the underdogs, they're just all over the place. I mean, this, I gotta give it. Dude, Vitopo was insane. Vitopo was insane.
I don't know, man.
I gotta pay. I don't know what your argument's gonna be. Vitopo on that Venusaur, he showed us 2 styles. What more can you ask for?
I know, but then again, I felt like Iron Tomato Sama sets things up so much for them, right?
But he always does. Okay,
I know, that's what I'm saying. Everyone is delivering. It's so difficult. Oh my god. Can we just flip a coin?
Okay.
Just flip a coin. I mean,
okay. Okay. Venusaur.
Yeah, Venusaur.
Okay.
Fine.
Well, let's go with that.
Like,
Vitopo,
I have nothing wrong with that. Let's be honest.
This guy played amazing. He did not make a single mistake. It feels like.
And it felt like he had just answers, right? Like the fact that like he gave his not only was he a threat on the field, but he also like give that reassurance to his allies, right? Like, he said like, hey guys, even though I'm an attacker, I won't be easily picked up. I got sustained from Giga Drain, regardless of whether is it Giga Drain Solar Beam, Giga Drain Paladins. He's gonna be someone that would not fall down or be taken down that easy, right?
Yeah.
That leaves up a lot of pressure, allows the team to really prioritize on more aggressive executions here.
I think more so than just execution, if we look at this lineup, something very, very interesting to mention. One of the key weaknesses of that Blissey that Noda Wajiro has just been snap-picking every single draft is that it can only really choose one target to focus on with the Bliss Assistance. You have the Soft Boil, sure, you can heal multiple targets, but it's not super significant as a solo target burst heal.
Correct.
But then, that's where you pick 2 other Pokemon with their own sustain. I'm Tomato able to heal himself up, and so is Vitopo, and I mean, we're gonna see that match again. Blink and you'll miss it. Zoro Tigers Gaming are 1 game away from potentially losing what felt like almost a secured ticket to Thailand.
It really was. And like you said, so this is something you didn't expect from Zoro Tigers as well, but then again, at the same time, this is something that Kami-chan has always been pretty scary about, right? This is one of their fair advantages, right? They have no staple picks. They don't really have like any go-to. Pokemon that they have in the pool is viable for them. Whatever composition, whatever place I wanted to go for, they are prepped and adapt for it. Makes you really think of the fact that like how scary it is, right, for a team that you haven't seen, like a team that you never see competitively, suddenly coming out from the shadows, coming out from the woodworks, right? Yeah, it's coming such a massive threat here. Don't get me wrong, a lot of teams are getting better, but Kabi-chan in particular has been showing quite the greatest of prominence that we've seen so far.
I think the big question mark for me, honestly, apart from the promise, of course, we keep talking up Kabi-chans, but for me, the big question mark is Mimikyu. I'm not really sure what it was meant to. Like, look, I know Jong likes to play it. I know it's his little Pokemon. He gets it. But it really felt like the main intention of the pick was to be as pesky to this Blastoise / whoever was in the top side as possible. But Kokata was still able to get his EXP, still able to contribute to the fight. And we saw in the final sort of result screen as well, he was just doing so much damage. This was the one fight that was really amazing though, because I think the Pikachu Subin was able to come in and do a very significant amount of damage. But apart from that, it felt like the entire game, they didn't have anything similar.
It was just beautiful. I felt like this game in particular was really just tailor-made for them. Okay, now I gotta explain this to you, right? You're like wondering why they actually started the fight. They got greedy.
It looks like
look how low every one of their players are right before the Rayquaza. This is right Rayquaza's spawn as well. They decided to take this fight head on, try to compete for it, but the fact that they still have a lot of damage, that greed, or forget the fact that what's the level difference between both of their team members here, right? And they decided to come in for the fight, which they thought they had an opportunity, but they just couldn't meet that requirement. Coming a lot of Unite moves, there's just so much sustain from the Moonlight as well. And they were also not to say they weren't really in the best of spots either, but they just thought, you know, sometimes you just gotta risk it for that biscuit. Yeah, we are just that desperate for that secure.
Look, I will say something in Zora Tiger's gaming defense. Now, everyone who's sort of been watching the first 2 rounds so far, you're thinking, oh no, Zora Tiger's gaming out. They're not out. Okay, look, they still have a chance in the semi-final loser bracket for 3rd place, and that's still a ticket to Thailand. Like we mentioned at the start, it's 3. Okay. So we'll see some Venusaur highlights as we talk this through, but it's not done just yet for Zora Tigers Gaming, right?
There's time.
They still have a chance, but I kind of understand where they're coming from as we see Vitopo, and really this characterizes a lot of that desperation or maybe that fear for them. This is game number 1. This Verdant Anger, I feel like he hits at least 3 people with every single Verdant Anger. It's crazy. They've done a great job in terms of pressuring Mule at every single angle. And all these moves just set up for the Zoroark to come in and clean up.
You know what's the crazy thing about it? It's like the fact that they didn't want to use the Unite move for eject button to escape that Rock Tomb. Yeah. It felt like it was a window which the side here that Team Kabi-chan decided to take. They're like, you want to save your skills to try to wait out for the Zoroark. There's no problem. That just means we can be as much as aggressive as much as possible. Yeah. Because in the end, right, although Zoroark did come in the end, it was not as fast as what most of the team. He was still playing around side on the top side there as he was slowly making his way down.
Yeah, so I mean, this is game number 1. That was game number 1 rather, but this is game number 2. And I think I can understand why the side of Zora Tigers Gaming felt pressured to try and just go for the Regieleki on the initial fight. Because realistically speaking, you look at the Pokemon lineups, you're not out securing them at raid. You straight up are not. You do not have that instant one click of the button, you get an overwhelming amount of damage, especially not into how well Vitopo's. Look at that. It lines up perfectly. Mule just sets it up with those ice shards, and it's like, okay, thanks for this free game. I don't even know. Yeah, like look at that. That's perfect. Yeah. The multiple ticks of damage. The thunder couldn't come in time, and suddenly you're using all your moves to try and secure an objective. We'll see it here as well. Vitopo, he is always right there behind them. It's a great spot. Another Verdant Anger smacks right on top across Jong and Subi.
It's so hard for them to really the thing is, it's not even hard for them to get on top of that. The problem is trying to get rid of them. That's the problem. Yeah. Not a lot of damage. They're sustaining so much from, and at any time, by the way, at any time, you see Blissey coming in the back, getting ready to drop that Unite move at any given moment to whoever requires it the most. Yeah. It's so hard because the thing is this: at this time of the game, right? This is the part where Zora Tiger decided, you know what? Let's just all commit for this one person. But when that happens, this literally the Blissey player was just absolutely smiling with glee because he's like, oh, you're committing everything on one person? That's great. Because
Yippee!
that
This is what I was designed for.
Exactly, because now at least, now we get to you committing everything for one person. I get to save that person, and you guys will have nothing left.
Yeah.
The rest of the team will literally steamroll all around you.
Yeah, and I think that was just amazing.
It
We'll
was
see their
fantastic.
journey so far, though, as I mean, it's been great.
Yeah, it's been really fantastic. But of course, with that being said, quick update, of course, after that fantastic series, we're really back and forth. Now we know for the fact Zoro Tigers will be our first team into the semi-finals loser bracket 1 here. Of course, this is not the end of the run. However, it could possibly be if they're not able to make it to that 3rd spot. Team Kapichan, kudos and congratulations, and you guys are one of the first teams into our top 3 representative. But then again, not gonna be really the end of it, because we need to decide out of the 3 teams who is actually the best in East Asia. The finals, of course, next week in Thailand will decide who's going to be the best all around. But now we need to decide that later on, right after our next series, Unite Holic versus MJK. And of course, who better to walk through this series with me than the one Danelie, who will be gracing us once again. Danelie,
this is the grand finals.
I know.
I'm calling it right now.
No, we thought it was gonna. We thought semi-finals one was gonna be our first grand finals. But
Technically, yeah.
yeah, technically, but it didn't happen according to plan. Once again, I am Tornado. Okay, they didn't deny Zoro Tigers yet. They still had an opportunity in lower bracket, but they somewhat were the team to secure their spot in the finals.
Yeah. All right, hang on a minute.
Another hashtag tomato.
Let's jump right into this matchup because I'm really excited. Let's introduce our 2 teams here in the semi-finals. We've got MJK versus Unite Holic. I know a lot of people are looking forward to this matchup. We've seen MJK play today, but Unite Holic, they're going to come into this series a little bit cold because they didn't have to play up until now. And we'll see if this might be either a roadblock for MJK or their path to that grand final to secure top 2. But on the side of MJK, we have Sona, Pinty, W Green, Ruin, and Lukapo. Leonard, please introduce Unite Holic.
And of course, Unite Holic. It's going to be Team Wafu, Betchin, Deer, Mame, and Yupono. Let's be honest here. If they have done the research, if they have worked things out, then they would know for a fact Mame's Hoopa has got to go.
Mame's Hoopa, maybe Mame's Sableye as well. We saw a lot of Mame Sableye bans. And we've also actually seen Mame play Mamoswine. Now, I don't think we've seen teams really consider banning the Mamoswine yet because it doesn't serve as much impact as the Hoopa or the Sableye. But Mame's definitely a bit of a factor here. Although, if I was MJK, I'd also be looking at Betchin and Dur, because Betchin and Dur, let's talk about Dur.
All right.
Dur has been playing a lot of Dragonite. Dur is a fantastic Dragonite. Betchin is a fantastic Sylveon. He is very, very difficult to play up against in that top lane.
I agree.
So if you're MJK, what are you prioritizing here? Are you prioritizing Mame, Betchin, or Dur?
You know, I love the fact that you're bringing up like both Dur and Betchin, right? That's great for me. Like that cuts down my work a little bit, right? But I also would like to really point out on Yupono. I feel Yupono has been pretty insane as a defender. But of course, the only time we ever see Yupono actually play the defender is when Mame picks up the Hoopa as the support role here. So I'm not sure whether we're going to be getting that opportunity here, whether they are willing to let the Hoopa through, or whether they choose to pick the Hoopa even if it's through, that kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
Because we are talking about MJK, the team, who's been quite the threat here between both sides, and the very team that actually beat Unite Holic back in their winter zone thing as well.
Yes.
So this is not just a grudge match, but this is literally all on the table. All cards is on the table for these 2 Japanese teams here, because they really want to dictate. Not only do they want to represent East Asia, but they also want to show that I'm the best in Japan.
And also, you get some prize money as well, depending on your seeding.
Oh, yeah,
so you kind of want to play for that prize money too.
It's not about the money. It's not about the monetary. It's
Look,
about the prize.
Whatever you get to enjoy yourself in Thailand, okay? So obviously for me, it's also going to be prize money.
This is going to be great.
But let's talk about MJK, because we have
right,
seen
sure,
them
go
play
for it.
today. All right, so a couple things about MJK that we do need to talk about. Lukapo's been loving Zoroark today, right? So I think that's something that Unite Holic is going to be very aware of. Another thing they're going to be aware of is the Clefable. Clefable has been the bane of Lucapo's existence, as well as Umbreon. So this is probably 2 Pokemon that they might be looking at in the drafting phase if they don't get banned. And unfortunately for MJK, unless they get first pick, they can't ban and pick to deny those Pokemon from Unite Holic. So this is where you're going to have to think, all right, what's the contingency plan here? Does Lucapo maybe play something different to bait Unite Holic into thinking it's going to be a Zoroark? Because you can also play mind games with the drafting phase.
True. You only got one ban, and let's be honest, we're talking about Unite Holic, who, even if we look at it from a general point of view, right? They don't really necessarily have a lot of speedsters on side. The only person who can actually play speedsters on their team would have been Deer with his Dodrio here. So
But he plays Dragonite.
I know, exactly. He plays Dragonite. It is his exclusive. It is his go-to as well. But like I said, we're talking about Unite. So they are one of the few teams that if the competition demands for it, then he will have to answer it. So, of course, this is the drafting.
It's time to answer. And look at that Sableye instant ban. MJK's like, Mommy, coming for you.
But this is great, right? Because that at least, right? Because honestly, Sableye is cool. Don't get me wrong. Sableye as being picked up by me is cool. But now with Sableye out of the picture, now they can go back to more of their staple picks.
And look at this. Respect, Pete,
Big
Hooper.
yes.
I think you have to do this as well. Like, Mame's Hooper is just too good. You have to take it away, but you are going to be giving other Pokemon away. And those Pokemon include things such as a Betchin Lucario and Wafu on the Inteleon. So Inteleon, totally understand. I am quite surprised at the rise of Lucario. Teams are really starting to pick this Pokemon up again.
I mean, it's very mobile, it's very aggressive at the same time, right? But and then again, like, although yes, Mami may not get super, we also somewhat forgot that TNT, right, also plays a really crazy Hooper at But although not as common, of course not as common, it's usually falling back to the Clefable. This is a lot more safe, it's a lot more clearer for the kind of competition they usually run.
Yeah.
But with the Hooper, it means a lot better of attrition is going to be somewhat in their favor, right? Because constantly you can reset fights, and you can also bring in reinforcements necessary for certain objective fight if it doesn't look very, very favorable for them. Now Garchomp come to the mix as well.
Garchomp or Buzzwole. They also highlighted Buzzwole. They're kind of thinking, is Lucapo? Lucapo? Espeon?
I think he will actually.
I think he's going to get, I think he might get Mew. Unless they don't swap. We'll see after this.
We'll see, we'll see after this. Dear, my friend, what's the call?
I don't know if you'd want to go for Dragonite, so yeah, it looks like it's possibly going to be that Urshifu instead.
It's a lot better.
Yeah. Like, one of the good things about the Urshifu, I'm assuming it's dark because nobody seems to be running the water Urshifu anymore. Wicked Blow. Wicked Blow is going to be such a great move for securing those objectives. You actually got two Pokemon on Unite Holic that'll be really good at this. So you've got the Snipes that's going to be coming in from Wafu and Dur. Assuming this is Dark Urshifu, Wicked Blow.
Yep.
Now for MJK, their Securas are going to be completely in Lucapo.
Yep.
You can't really rely on anyone else to be able to do it unless Ruin decides to revive the other Espeon build because it's only been stored power up until this point.
Right.
So I want to see what the builds are going to be. I'm assuming it's going to be stored power, like just the build to go for. Because I also think you need that mobility on Ruin because you have to deal with Betchin and Dur, who's going to be on your behind all game. And then you also have to worry about Mame. Mame is going to be such a nuisance for Garchomp because of the constant freezes from the basic attacks.
Yes.
I'm assuming it's Icicle Crash, so that's going to be another move that you have to be worried about. Mame might just be there to purely crowd control Garchomp and even Trevenant as well.
Right. I'm more concerned because let's be honest, Urshifu, you have this really massive burst, right? And then you have this, of course, Garchomp is going to able to get back to the backline with the Dragon Rush, right? But I'm keeping my eye on Betchin. I feel Betchin is going to be that one player.
The X Factor?
Yeah, the X Factor.
He's always the X Factor.
Because like, if you see all of his game, right, Betchin has always been that kind of player who really comes in when you really least expect it, right? Especially one of those situations when you're having this really massive fight, where you could have all the intel. Like we've seen all the games, the opposite team could have all the information. Position-wise, where's everyone else, where's the positioning. He's still able to find his way to the backline. He will still find his ways to get really nice and up and close and personal and just really make it hurt for you. However, I believe this is going to be one of those few times which he will be running all rounders, right? Because usually his go-to is usually like Sylveons and attackers as well. I mean, this is one of the few beauties when you have like a player who's able to flex those roles.
Yeah.
But
Betchin will also be a pretty big nuisance in this top lane because he's going to be uncontested when he tries to go for those stacks. Now, this doesn't mean it's going to be a free Gibble game either. Betchin's going to just try and deny all that farm. Oh, actually, not quite getting that one, unfortunately. So, Gibble having a good time up here.
A little too much damage for sure. But I'm very curious where's going to be the priority of the rotation. However, bottom. So Snap Phantom not liking that amount of damage. But then again, we do have the Espeon here. That should be able to keep them at bay for the time being.
Top seems to be the priority for both of these teams. So Lucapo is going to be sitting in that bush. Gonna try and go for the KO here onto the Clefable. Luckily getting the evolution, so the Moonlight will keep him up. But here we go. We've got Dur there coming in with the Wicked Blow. So it is the Dark Urshifu. Gonna have to be really careful for the potential of a Unite into Wicked Blow combo, especially for the squishies as well. That's the one thing you really have to be cautious about when you're dealing with that Urshifu.
Definitely for sure. A simple rotation going to be coming back towards the bottom as well. Phantom really hasn't really gotten that Trevenant just yet. I think he's going to be getting it quite strongly from the next wild block we're close to it. But Clefable, definitely not going to be a very easy pickup for the side here. Going to be able to sustain, especially if he got that nice defense buff on top of the goal post here. But again, there is a lot of damage. He does want to get a couple of points in here. We'll be able to steal a couple of berries to try to sustain, but we'll slowly fall back from the goodbye. What did the Hooper was able to secure that Alpha?
Not 100% sure. I'm looking at the map here because I'm trying to see the rotation.
Slightly, yeah.
It's all right. So both of these teams coming to that central area, wanting to secure the majority of these Altaria. But hang on a minute, we're looking at a lot of pressure. Look at Betchin.
Can I get him? Oh no!
They don't get him beyond that reset, but they're going to turn instead onto the Trevenant and the Mew. Lucapo going to have to run away from that Urshifu. They are able to push away this Trevenant. A KO does ensure. And unfortunately, the Solar Beam not quite enough to eliminate any of Unite Holic. Clefable is going to be the bane of Lucapo's existence. He's not going to be able to get them down easily. Eject forced out by that Mew. Wow, look at this aggression coming in from Unite Holic. MJK not expecting this at all.
Yeah. Constant back and forth, but let's be honest, the only person who's been very comfortable about this is just Gabai. Gabai has not even been confronted in any of this fight so far, except for his own personal lane. Look, I was able to throw him all the way back. Was not who's going to be able to secure this Altaria. It's going to be the hands of our dear friend Gabai. He's literally one, I believe.
Not going to get the KO. It would
I'm
be
not going to risk it either.
you don't want to risk it for the biscuit. It's a little too close to the berries for Lucario. So just farm up. Like, this is Gabite's job. Get to Garchomp, get to that level 10. Be ready with that Livid Outrage because that's the timing window you're looking for when you are running that Garchomp. Down in the bottom lane, though, we are looking at a complete team skirmish here as the Trevenant, no reset, unfortunately, will be taken out of this fight. Although for Unite Holic, they do need to reset with their Clefable, get the heal. Nice boosted block there coming in from the Clefable, but Hooper keeping Unite Holic at bay. But let's be real, Unite Holic, they do have some really great secure. They're going to hold on, and it's going to go in favor of Dur. Dark Urshifu, Wicked Blow, really hard to contest, even as a Mew.
Yeah, they have definitely a lot more better secures for sure on their hands. Definitely a lot more beefier front lines as well as they manage to sustain his master as quickly as possible. But then again, the Garchomp currently standing in the brush with the Dragon Rush, rolling him all the way to the back like Urshifu. They're so slow, so low.
Well, they abandoned it.
But they're not going to come in for it. They want to look for a bigger fish to fry here. Able to get a couple of more members here, push him all the way to the back towards the goal. They do have the defense. Pops in the ultimate here, but will not be able to fight or connect on anybody. But the snipe shot from the backside. He's saying, you know what, if I'm going to go down, someone's going to be following down with me here. They will be able to get 2 kills in the process here, and we'll get none out of it.
Oh my god! They've actually got the Psychic Select coming in from MJK, but even then though, it was a defensive Psychic Select. No follow-up, unfortunately, on the side of MJK. Unite Holic, though, all of their Unites connecting. Unfortunately for MJK, though, Livid Outrage missed, unfortunately, which was pretty big for that Garchomp. That was supposed to be the turning point for MJK to win this fight on this goal zone. They are scoring points, but we are getting reinforcements coming in. Here comes a Piloswine. We do have Dur coming in as well, but MJK going to retreat for now, as Garchomp will go for a solo objective take in that top lane, looking to take the Reggie Alecki, and hopefully will be able to break that goal zone if he does wish so, which might end up being the case here. Just a slight overdunk if he does try to go for that, only having 40 points.
Honestly, this is exactly one of the most scary things about Garchomp, right? The fact that you're able to take those objectives by yourself and in a very swift manner as well. It's just that crazy. However, I am a little bit concerned because Garchomp is
no, Garchomp actually getting ambushed by Mame and Co. He thought it was safe. He was trying to just farm some wild Pokemon in the central area, but being ambushed by 2. Oh, Dirt. Super low boosted attack will connect. There's no one to save him. He stops. He concedes. GG, Lucapo.
He knew what was coming as well. He will not deny that fate, that opportunity. But then again, on the other side, Thailand going to be able to have the snipe shot. Not going to be able to connect on anyone on the other hand. But more points going to be dunked in. We'll be able to secure the second goal post on their side here. Quick defensive farming into the Garchomp. I want to see if you can go for a couple of pickups and will secure the Permasneeze. A quick reset for the rest of the squad here as you want to try to retake back into the fight here.
Oh wow, actually Clefable using the Unite, they're getting blocked. It's going to be okay. But yeah, I think Unite Holic, without Mame, they're just not feeling safe enough to take the objective. So Red Giant's going to go in favor of MJK. Unite Holic, though, prioritizing the late game situation. So just quickly farming up all of those wild Pokemon, level up, get your experience, and then get ready for round number 2. Time to rumble for the potential top objective, because Regieleki should be the first one to come up.
You know, it doesn't seem like anyone is really somewhat ahead of this race at all. Like level-wise, everyone's pretty similar as well, except for the Garchomp and the Mew here. Point-wise, yes, we see MJK is currently in the lead, but it's not a very significant lead either way as well. Objective-wise, both sides have been pretty equal on their side here, and in terms of engagement, it just really comes down to who's has the better positioning. Psychic Solaris will be with the deny the Mamoswine here, but with the Electro Ball count, the boosted Electro Ball will be able to secure that KO. They want to get a couple of more into the mix as well as they commit a couple of more Unite move. Cooper Unbound will be able to blast the Lucario out of existence here, and the rest of the squad need to quickly try to go for the resets here. Man, the best part about this, Danny, is that all these Unite moves being committed, right? And there's still enough time for whatever actually farm it out from the Rayquaza.
They could if they wanted to, or they're going to actually prime themselves to break this goal zone. So we got 40 points there on Dur, so he's going to get a pretty significant overdunk for the team. They will have to deal with the Regieleki, but I think the good news here for Unite Holic is that if they deal with it now, they don't have to worry about it going into that Rayquaza pit. The worst case scenario, you got a Regieleki barreling down one of your lanes. Rayquaza is up. You can't really afford to leave too many people there to go for that defense. So give it away, nothing really to lose. But the one thing that they could potentially lose is maybe that Reggie down in the bottom lane if they're thinking about it. But I think experience here is just much more valuable. There's not really enough time to burst this down unless the team is there together.
Definitely for sure. Honestly, I feel like it just comes down, like, when we get to that Rayquaza, I feel like it just really comes down to those individual skill play. Who's able to make that really swift decision to either get more points, get to those backlines, who's able to get the necessary pickoffs here. Because while everyone's having the very same thought, right? The final fight will be at the Rayquaza.
I have to props to MJK. Their macro game is massive. Look at Post sitting on a big fat level 14, so close to 15. 13 on the Garchomp, and the highest level so far on Unite Holic is actually 13, so they've fallen behind in terms of levels. This is pretty significant as well, because when it comes to the late game scenario, MJK can be pretty formidable, especially with a Mew and a Garchomp. The late game for Unite Holic is primarily in the Urshifu, but mainly in the Inteleon. So as long as Inteleon is able to stay on point, get these snipe shots, maybe that's going to be where the turnaround will be here for Unite Holic, but execution will be key for both teams.
Now here comes the final call. Rayquaza is getting a slightly more than half HP here. The rest of them trying to find opportunity. That Dragon Rock was able to catch on onto 2 players as well. Able to melt away one of the front liner, and that's totally fine for them. No more defenders, and now going to be full engagement into the whole team here. Everyone's in a complete disarray. The Clefable out in the open, all alone, defending for himself. And the Yoshifu trying to find a way to try to secure the Rayquaza, but he keeps getting poked around by the Wood Hammer. The Trevenant keeping him in check here. Trying to sustain, but no, not being able to get any
steal. Can they get it?
Oh, they got it! They stole it in the brink of time! But then again, they need to go for the dunk now. They need to secure it. They get the Mew. He's gone for out of commission. 4 will fall. Hoopa remains. But for how long? I don't think for too long here. But can he deny it for as long as possible? They managed to get a couple of points in. But I don't think it will be enough, Danelie. No. I think that's it. Unite Holic brings it back from a round of defeat here.
Unite Holic, or maybe we should rename this team to Rayquaza Holic, because that last hit to swipe away the Rayquaza was massive coming in from the team. Fantastic cooperation there coming in between Betchin and Dur, but in particular Betchin to get that final hit. Really turning things around for Unite Holic, where things were looking really dire, especially with 3 Pokemon down. Clefable, Inteleon, and Mamoswine out of the picture. It's plays like this we need to realize Rayquaza is the end game, is the end-all be-all when it comes to Pokemon Unite, and especially being that low. Sometimes you're going to have to address the opponents before you can get that Rayquaza, regardless of whether you have a Mew and a Garchomp and even an Espeon.
You know, I'll be honest with you, right? Yes, I agree with you. Rayquaza is the name of the game when it comes towards the very end, right? But I'm still going to bring back to what I said. Betchin is still that X factor. He really is someone who does the most unexpected thing that you would least expect it. Honestly, right, if you feel like if the game is going okay, that will be the actual right time to really truly ask yourself, is it really okay? okay, is it really going well? You have so many KOs and suddenly out of the blue Betchin. But then again, you also got to give credit to Deer. Deer hold back two players by himself committing Unite move to draw the attention. So in other words, there's only 2 players left from the side of Team NJK in the Rayquaza pit. So it is, if we're talking about a 4v1 in the Rayquaza pit in terms of damage, sure, I don't think Betchin would have had a chance. No way, no shot. But the fact that Deer was able to lure 2 aside, now suddenly it felt more viable. Betchin felt like, you know, it was a risk, it was an opportunity, he can attempt to go for it, and the best about it, he succeeded in it. And when he did, that's exactly the right timing for the rest of his teammates who got KO earlier, respond back to get those necessary points, to get even more dunks in. I mean, they were already ahead in terms of points, but they just decided like, we wanted to go for the home run. We weren't satisfied with just a very small lead, no. We want to go for that home run.
I think if it was any other team in that situation, that should have actually gone into MJK's way.
Right?
But we're talking about Uniteholic. This is a team that has proven themselves. They are playing with an incredibly talented roster. Let's have a look at the highlights to recap what happened in game number 1 as we get ready to jump into game number 2. Oh, what a game though. MJK, I think they did really well. Again, props to this team for macro. Even though they're not 100% winning all of these fights, they were able to actually get really high levels on both of their core Pokemon going into that late game.
Like, the thing is, if you talk about objectives, they had more objectives. They had definitely more better time with the farming. They had a lot better initiation.
When the Garchomp was Garchomp, definitely.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy to me. And then Trevenant, of course, he's been on top of the board, having an absolute field day here. But the snap. But then again, when you felt like the round was somewhat in their favor, you just suddenly see out of the blue Snipe Rush on the back line, just picking off these players unwittingly and unexpectedly as well.
Yeah. Ruin, though, coming in with quite a surprise on the Espeon as well. Actually getting multiple Psychic Solaires that did connect. Not all of them, unfortunately, setting for the team, but really just changing things up, especially in this game during the mid, even to late game scenarios as well. But what a close game from both of these two Japanese teams succumbing to the KO. But these two teams, I'm 100% sure they constantly encounter each other on ladder and pubs. They know how they play. They know their Pokemon pool. They know their limits as well. But again, they understand, in the case of Uniteholic, they understood the assignment. Sometimes that's not about fighting the Pokemon. It's about making sure that you get that the end game win condition, which if yours isn't a Garchomp, your dragon is probably Rayquaza.
Honestly, like I said from the very beginning.
This was it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if we're going to see the whole clip, but this was it. So Dur, as you said, drew so much attention and allowing Betchin to slip on through. Look at the coordination. Oh, so juicy.
You know the crazy part about this? It ended up turning into a 2v5 scenario. That was how crazy it was. It ended up being in the 2v5 once he got that bone rush in, right? And there was just no way for them to really deal about it. A lot of Unite was really committed. I think they were able to get those comms really cleanly among the team members as well, saying like, trying to keep track, like what was available, what have they used, what have they not. And I think this really stems from the fact of how knowledgeable Uniteholic members were as well, just trying to understand like how long would the cooldown for the respective abilities, allowing to really nicely time that engagement into really to get that steal. We're not talking about a very low HP required, you know, it was like a corner left.
It was actually quite sizable, but we do have to admit, we were looking at two Pokemon that have pretty decent secure abilities. Right. And if you time it together, health is going to go. But I have a question for the viewers.
Oh, sure.
So,
viewers?
I mean, they can't answer anyway, but I will ask the viewers. So, what is the play here for MJK moving into this next game? Because we saw multiple Pokemon, multiple players really outdoing themselves during that mid to late game scenario. Is it Betchin's Lucario? Are we actually going to get a Lucario ban? Is Dur going to be denied Urshifu? Does that force him onto a different Pokemon?
Like, the thing is, even if they ban Urshifu, I don't think it hurts Dur too much. But then it does somewhat open up the maps a little bit more easier for the side for MJK, right? Because of the fact that now, something out of the blue, you will not have that central all-rounder, right? Because if you look at the other all-rounders for Central Area, it would be Mimikyu. You could play the Dragonite. We have seen Dur playing Dragonite towards the Central Area as well. But it takes so long to really come online with the rest of your squad, right? That kind of thing, because you also need that farm. Same goes to the side here for Garchomp here. So there really isn't a lot of all-rounders you can somewhat play in the Central Area, in the hands of Dur here at least.
I think it would change things up a little bit with the draft as well, if you think about it, right? Because the times that we see Dur playing Dragonite, Betchin was actually playing Sylveon because he wanted a fast evolving Pokemon that was able to sustain by itself in that top lane to allow Deer the freedom to actually just focus on getting that experience rather than assisting those side lanes. So it's not going to be a case, unfortunately for MJK, it's not a case of just like, we're just going to ban this Pokemon and it solves all of our problems. I think they're going to have to rework their entire lineup. Ruin's Espeon, I think it was okay, but I kind of think you have to put Ruin on something that he's more comfortable with because Espeon, it does consistent damage output, but I think sometimes you need something with a little bit more oomph. Like ideally, he would love to play the Inteleon, but I don't think that's going to be the case. So are we going to maybe pivot Ruin onto something that he's a little bit more familiar with? Like maybe, for example, as you saw today, we did see Decidueye. He has played Cramorant in the past. I'm not sure if that's going to be the case. I would love to see that though, because that was a signature of his last year. Or does he maybe consider playing something like a Glaceon?
It's interesting, right? Because
Or Leafeon. Does he play Leafeon? I don't think we've seen him play Leafeon.
You're talking about Ruin or Lucario?
Ruin.
Ruin, no. Because like from our records here, Ruin is their attacking brand. Like really pure to the...
I mean, sometimes attackers do play Leafeon.
True,
Yeah.
true. But
Do you have his Pokemon pool?
I do, which is just so far Cramorant, Inteleon.
Oh, so that's literally his pool of Pokemon.
Yeah, that's just what
Which he has to share with Luca.
Yeah, that's as what as much as I can get out of it, right? So that's what I'm saying, right? So if you're talking about like Ruin trying to play up to go for another attacker, it will most likely be either the Inteleon, but I felt like it was something that was somewhat read from the side of Unite College, because understanding that the fact that they have played with them enough to know for the fact that we cannot give Inteleon to their side.
Is it time to come out with the cheese strats? Is it time to come out with a new all-rounder, a new attacker?
New all-rounder.
A new all-rounder, yes.
Introducing Blastoise.
Well, sure. I was thinking of something like a different attacker that no one has revealed yet, because we're looking at a pretty stagnant pool of attackers that are very popular. We've got some Pokemon such as Leafeon being utilized by a lot of attacking players. But yeah, Ruin, I would love to see him play something different. Espeon just didn't quite cut it for me, unfortunately. But Unite Holic though. MJK, back to Hooper. Look, again, just respect to Mame. Do not give Mame that Hooper. But the Inteleon and Lucario, I almost feel like that's a crime to give those two away.
Well, definitely for sure, right? That kind of thing. Because the thing is, from Unite College point of view, right, and understanding Team MGK, the fact that they were able to lock in Inteleon for themselves, it also works two ways. It's great for themselves. It also denies the options for Ruin to go for the Inteleon. So in other words, the priority option for Mew to go to the hands will be back into the hands of Ruin, where Lucario will no longer be playing Mew. Now he has an option to play another attacker or back to that speed stayer.
They're going
A
back
complete
to
switch.
Espeon.
Yeah, a complete going back to the S-Spot, but a different positioning, because previously Lucario was playing the Mew, and Ruin was playing the Espeon.
They might swap it, just like they did last game.
Right. Okay. Let's just get that confirmation.
Yeah,
Right?
we'll get it soon. I'm pretty sure they will swap it, because I think overall, I do think Lucario is better off in that central lane. Because if Lucario is playing the Espeon, then either Ruin would have to go to the central lane, or we're going to be getting a central lane Espeon. And I don't think that's ideal for your central laner, right? So ideally, this is the better setup, but I'm really surprised that Ruin is going to continue on with this Espeon. But again, the mobility, you kind of need it, because you have to worry about Betchin, Mame, and Derv that's going to be running at you. And of course, you need the bonus movement speed to actually disjoint or at least dodge all of Wafu's snipe shots.
Yeah, and the Psychic Solari just works two ways, right? You can use it offensively, you can use it defensively as well to displace people if they get too close,
To catch
especially
people.
for both Yoshifu and Betchin and the cross of normal members, okay?
Look, this Crostal pick,
This is gonna be crazy.
I actually think this might be the downfall of MJK, because we've seen so many Crostals come in and just ruin people's hopes and dreams.
No, I'm trying to figure it out, like, because I haven't really seen it that often. But if an X sees us with the clash head on with the horn leash, who gets cancelled out first? You know? I'm not too sure. I can't remember it. I remember testing it before, but I'm not too sure who really came out on top of it. But then again, back to the matter of a hand, right? This is Danelie. This is the last one. This is literally potentially could be the last one or the comeback round. But this is the selection. This is the composition that these two sides have firmly resolved to go through with it. And of course, whoever loses out here is not out of the game. We still have the semifinals lower bracket, so there is still a chance of them to really bring this back. However, it feels a lot more comfortable when you get that secure spot.
Yeah, I'm feeling very comfortable. I'm wondering if MJK is now going to be riled up because they are now behind.
Oh, with With determination, sure, maybe, but if anything else, I don't think so.
I think they'll be riled up. They've lost the first game. They have to win the next 2 games. And I think, especially for Lukapo, he's the kind of player I feel if he doesn't win that first game, a light switch just switches on. Right. And he goes into like plot armor mode. So we'll see him decide which lane he wants to assist. But I have to say though, this Yupono's been such a pain in the backside.
Oh.
They will eliminate him, but one thing he has done is actually taken both of those back berries. So if we do see any aggression from Uniteholic, MJK won't be able to fall back for that extra healing.
Which I think would be perfect, right? Because this around this time, we should be seeing a rotation coming from their central area as well, where we can already see the Yoshifu slowly making its way to the top side. Bottom side, I think it's going to be taking a couple of time especially both sides doesn't really have that level 4.
Not as of yet. It looks like MJK got most of those as well. So very happy with the engagement in that bottom lane. They're going to try their best to break these goal zones to actually break the speed flux in Uniteholic.
Taking full advantage.
Yeah, just really go for that push. Deny any kind of free farm for that Drizzle. I think that's a good call as well. In the meantime, though, Betchin going to be a pain in the backside there to Peent. Peent is just going to go come back again. He's all good. But this Gabite, though, threatening Betchin as well. And look at this though, Durr going for the aggressive central area invade. This is going to prevent MJK from going into their central area, but it's a trade. Both sides going to be stealing each other's central areas. Take their buffs. I
love it. So quick to react from both sides. Really.
Drizzle's actually engaging into this as well. And we are looking at Mew, who is at half health. In the meantime though, Peent is being attacked. We'll be able to go home though. And looks like Drizzle is able to walk on out of there. But what has happened is that Lukapo is the one that has been eliminated in that jungle fight. And Espeon trying to get out will be caught out as well. 2 down on the side of MJK, but 2 also down on the side of Uniteholic. This is Trevenant causing a lot of issues there for Uniteholic. So an even trade across the board. Both attackers going down and a support Pokemon. But yeah, I think this tree is going to succumb to a KO.
Which is totally fine for them. And
return to the earth.
And the best about this, while all this fight is happening, Gabba is still having an absolute field in that top lane. Like so far, even from game number 1, he hasn't been really like contested as much or pressured as much when he plays Gabba on that top lane. Very casually farming, and the best part about it, his team is not being pressured back either, especially with the Espeon as well. Constantly looking for a couple of fights, forcing it if necessary, and literally the result would have been forcing all this rotation back towards this bottom side, trying to divert the intention. And as snipes are absolutely beautifully assisted to get a nice KO on the Hooper.
Now, we do have Espeon coming in as well as that Trevenant. So, Ruin, is there a way he's going to be able to steal this? He does not have the Psychic Solaire, but no, it looks like that Registeel buff going in the way of Uniteholic. And goodbye, Ruin. Sent back to the Pokemon Center. Wicked blow. Wicked blowing Espeon. In the meantime, though, Joe actually going a little bit too deep there. The punishment from MJK was very swift, and they will continue here.
Yeah, for sure. And the thing is, he really loves his time in the sun as well. So any kind of action just like this, he's totally fine with it. But again, here comes the rotation. The Gabite comes in, doesn't really have the guard charm just yet, but he's still totally fine with this. He's trying to get some form of intel, tell the rest of the squad, are they invading, are they rotating? It's going to be a good time to secure as many of these wild Pokemon as possible. However, I believe he overstayed his welcome a little bit, my friend. Completely blasted away from the Solar Beam. That just means top lane is free for the taking in terms of points for the goalpost and even towards the Regineki. Bottom lane on the other hand, a lot of aggression with the X's, trying to force the Trevenant back. Woodhammer trying to sustain, trying to lock them down for as long as possible to allow the Mew to go for the necessary amount of damage here. Crosser, unfortunately, not be able to sustain, but here comes the Hooper with the reinforcement with the Hyperspace Portal. The Cavalry has arrived here, and the rest of the squad has no choice but to disengage and completely abandon the bottom lane.
Yep, and Hooper is going to use that Hyperspace Hole to send his teammates into that top lane and fight against Durr as well as Betchin, but okay, yeah, there was a cliff table. So, looks like it's just going to be Lukapo. Oh, he doesn't get a wicked blow. Just too good of a secure move here, but they will punish Durr in the process though, so no push from the Uniteholic, just a deny of that Regieleki from MJK. They're going to deal with this swiftly as they do have a Garchomp, one of the best Pokemon to shred some of these objectives if necessary. The game is slowed down a little bit. We're seeing a lot of pressure with these lanes. They're trying to constantly break these lanes. But the thing that's hurting Uniteholic the most is this Hooper support. The Hyperspace Holes make it so easy for MJK to actually move from top lane to bottom lane. If you're Uniteholic, you're going to have to break them at some point, and these objectives will make it much easier, but they can't promise that they're going to get them here.
Oh, wait. Oh, no, he's still able to get out of it. So I thought for a second that he was able to push him out of the Hyperspace Portal for sure. But of course, a KO and a secure with the Red Ice here is totally fine for them. But that just means for the fact that top lane could be free for the taking there. So it's a goal for EXP trying to slowly build up as well. I think they were able to gun on top of the Clefable once again. So many times we've seen our dear friend able to get to the back line.
So cheeky.
Like, I don't know how many times he got this chaos, like just to dunk in a couple of more points, steal a couple of parries in the process.
Yeah, it's a little bit worrying here, unfortunately. I think they're just trying to buy time for Unite Holic to focus on their macro game. It's just with all this aggression coming in from MJK, Unite Holic have not really had much time to breathe to actually go and continue on farming their central area and just wild Pokemon in general. Dur, though, trying to push back that Trevenant. Oh, he actually Horn Leeches into the wall. A minor misplay there, so it's going to be on cooldown for a short moment. Their Rock Tomb X-Scissor connects onto 2. We do see the Phantom Forest, but I think MJK might have been completely dismantled here. Lucapo just not enough damage with that Espeon to finish off that Clefable. Espeon has arrived, though. Sabine, who's managed to get that experience. Psychic Soleil onto Dur. Does connect. They don't have the damage yet to finish that Urshifu. Wicked Blow to finish off the tree. They will get rid of Dur finally, but here comes Betchen, the X Factor, the Dark Horse. This Lucario, he is a menace. They do bring back 2 of their Pokemon. They've used the Unite on that Hooper, but is this enough reinforcements? We've got the Livid Outrage, does connect onto that Inteleon. No more snipe shots, but they're going to keep on going.
Definitely still trying to find an opportunity as well. Although yes, the fight has seemed to have ended here, but not going to be too overzealous about it, not too overconfident about it. Trying to secure as much XP as much as possible. However, Trevenant not cheeky for the takedown. Will fall back, will willingly give away the arterial for the EXP here on the sidelines. For the rest of the squad, a couple of trays against Clefable, popping the Moonlight will not fall to the side of the hands of Mew unless the Trevenant decides to join the fray. Regideki, of course, very comfortably secure for the side of Unite Holic here as they buy their time. Danelie, we have still 40 seconds left before the side here for the records are spawned. In terms of points, MJK of course is slightly ahead of curve. Also in terms of the level racing as well. However, this was the exact same conditioning from the first game.
Yeah, hang on a minute, we do have a fight in that bottom lane, and because Unite Holic know that Garchomp is in that top lane, they can't really defend it down here, so that's going to be another goal zone eliminated. The Trevenant does connect onto 2. Really nice follow-up with the Solar Beam, but they've lost their poor Espeon. Ruin going to have to wait 10 seconds before he can jump into this central area fight. Oh, but they do have the Dragon Rush connecting. Livid Outrage not really finishing anybody off, just connecting onto the Crustal. Incredibly low. X-Scissor almost finishing him off, but they're going to finish off the Crustal instead. MJK with the numbers advantage, 5 versus 4. This Hooper trying to catch out Dur. They're playing with their food. They're playing with this game. MJK is hungry. They need to bring this to game number 3, or they are going to drop to the lower bracket and have to play for that 3rd place matchup. They want to be guaranteed 2nd place. Betchen playing with fire. He does. He wastes the Psychic Soleil. That's not going to be available for Ruin at all. It's going to come down to execution, but Garchomp in the top lane, he's going to score 100 points, forcing Unite Holic to have to fight into MJK. They've still got a minute to go. They have to pick their fights carefully, because if they lose this here, this might just be it. Espeon is gone, and Inteleon has done his job. Now the numbers advantage tilting in favor of Unite Holic. They catch up to Espeon. Trevenant is gone. 3 Pokemon left. Lucapo is gone. Garchomp all on his own in front of 4 Pokemon, and that's going to be it. It's down to a tiny little Hooper. Poor little Pete going to be going down to this Crustal. Unite Holic have done it. They've gotten the Rayquaza, and I think at this point they have solidified the position in the grand final.
I can't believe it as well. It felt so dire at one point, even though we've seen a couple of points being back cap as well. They lost the Crustal relatively early as well. But the fact that one big play from Betchen, forcing out the Psychic Solare, forcing out a lot of members to really get into those fights. They had no choice but to answer that call. A call which is probably not the most advantageous for the side of a team MJK. And they just ran and rolled with it. Unite Holic had an absolute thrill about it. Betchen, an absolute crazy Lucario, man. That is ridiculous.
Unite Holic is a completely different beast, even though they went slightly behind in terms of levels. That doesn't matter, especially when it comes down to that late game team fight execution. The baits, the plays. Betchen might actually start receiving respect bans here because Mame, sure, his Hooper is a nightmare, but after looking at this game, I think you have to be giving Betchen a bit of a side eye and say, should we really give this guy this Lucario?
You know, the crazy part about it as well is that it's such a beautiful thing for Unite Holland because they actually lost out to Team MJK during the Japanese opening as well, in the Winter's opening, so it's been really great for me as he really brings it to the mix.
MVP.
MVP.
Is it Betchen?
Yeah, it has to be Betchen.
Betchen.
Like-
I kind of want to also give it to Dur for game number 1 because the coordination between those two
Those
for that
two?
first Rayquaza,
Right.
perfect. But Betchen, again, this
Well,
man.
The thing is this, right? Dur played a little bit more of a support frontal role. He just tried to create the space and opening necessary for Betchen. Betchen in this case is more destructive here. Hence why I'm going to be giving him that man of the match for sure, at least for at least those 2 games.
But respect to Yupono as well. He has been silently the backbone for this team, just keeping everyone topped up in these fights. Yes, they don't have a Hooper, but they have the sustain.
I don't know. I totally agree with you, right? Because when you're fighting against, when you're challenging against another Hooper, is that kind of battle of attrition? You need to find some way to try to counter it, right? Like, sure, the team is resetting. How can we keep ourselves up to date to continue for round 2 here? That's where Yupono comes in with a bunch of heals. Although I believe you agree with me, Danelie, but we're a bit concerned when we see Yupono time to time they try to sneak in towards the back enemy lines to target a couple of points. But you know,
It was obviously he had a purpose.
Yeah,
for
there
doing
was a
it.
purpose
It
for
wasn't
sure.
just him doing it for no reason.
Of course
but
not.
at the end of the day, I mean, Yupono did his job. 120k healing for the team wasn't really the priority for these fights as well because MJK, they were more focused on dealing with the big guns, right?
Yes.
You're dealing with that Lucario, you're dealing with Dur, and even to a certain degree, even Mame was actually pretty annoying on that Crustle. He got some fantastic connections in those late game fights with the X Scissors, couple of Rock Tombs, also preventing the retreats.
Right.
But let's have a look at the highlight for that previous game as we do close things out for the upper bracket, the semi-final matches for today, because we are now down to our final 2 series. It is going to be the lower bracket final, the 3rd place. 1 team down there going to Thailand, and then of course the grand final, who is going to be considered the champion for the playoffs here before we head on over to the finals in Thailand next month.
I'm in absolute tears. Let's be honest. Like right now, I'm in absolute tears. It's been such a great run for all of these guys as well. Although yes, while some couldn't really make the cut, really couldn't pull all the way to their intended positioning, but I feel like everyone really just gave it their all. They really gave it their best. Pokémon Unite has done as well, and the players also did as well for the viewers and for the fans as well. But throughout this entire game, man, like, Mommy, I just love the fact like he understands because he plays so much Hoopa. He just knows like what can he do to play around this Hoopa, what can be destructive. Like he always timed the X Scissors, the mini Scissors, hyperspace ball.
Ultimately, Crustle is being picked up a lot in the Hooper games, right? Because Crustle is essentially a semi-counter to Hooper because you X-Scissor them out of the hyperspace hole. You can also use the hyperspace hole to set up a rock tomb in case a team comes back, so then they're trapped, and then you go in for the X-Scissor again. Like, I think this is the solution that the Asian teams have suddenly realized, especially when dealing with so much Hooper. Crustle doing so much that really prevents Hooper from just doing what Hooper does previously, right? We didn't see as much Crustle, especially with today's matches. Now we're starting to see it practically being first pick material.
Yes. And I guess it's mainly because of the fact that there's just so many other core defenders also being banned and removed from the pool as well at the same time, right? It's either it's stolen from you or removed for you, right? That kind of thing. So really the next best thing that really isn't much, but I'll be honest here. There's really a lot of high priority defenders.
Jeez, look at that X-Scissor.
It's crazy.
Mommy.
Three people locking them to the wall, man. And our dear friend Mew just didn't really have the necessary support at all. The antenna was just constantly on him the entire time.
I feel very conflicted going into the grand finals because, again, what do you ban? Everything is on the table and you can't ban any single strategy because something's going to go through. You're going to have to deal with something. And I think up until this point, we really haven't seen too much innovation from our teams. No cheese strats. Like, that was something that I was expecting today, to see some anomalies, some Pokemon that haven't previously appeared because maybe these teams have discovered that XYZ counters ABC. I'm not sure if they're saving it for the finals, or maybe they're saving it for Thailand, because remember, Thailand has the lion's share of that prize pool as well. and you're also dealing with other regions.
I'll be honest, if the fact that they're able to keep it a secret, you know, their true picks and everything until this stage
But
and
what
still make it true.
But what about the teams that have secrets and they're not even qualified to play in Thailand?
I know, that's what I'm saying. On the theory that they are actually still like keeping certain secrets for themselves to utilize in the finals and still made it through with what they have. Seriously, that is absolutely cool to see.
Yeah.
But of course, we just got a good call from our production team. So let's quickly bring up our man of the match here to his highlight reel as we quickly walk through with you guys. Why is he the man of the match?
This man.
Oh, this is the one. I believe this is the first game. Yes, this is the first game.
This was a amazing combo that came in from the Urshifu and the Lucario. I'm going to let you explain what happened here to the audience here, Leonard. Or do you want me? I can do it as well. That's totally fine.
I'll go for it.
All right, let's go.
So mainly speaking, right, Dur had a role. He understood for the fact that it's a 2v5 scenario, right? Mammoth just spawned, but even if he gets there in time, he's not too sure whether he's going to be able to commit as much as possible. So allowing not to, I guess you could say, to Betchin, hiding himself here, gives them the false impression of the fact that he is not going to be trying to fight in this 2v5 scenario. And I think at this point, Team MJK sort of realized that the fact that, okay, now they're desperate. This deer is here in front of their faces here, and they're just trying to keep him at bay with just the Traveler and the Hooper alone.
Let's play this in slow motion as well and walk us through.
So he decided, the comms was absolutely clean, right? He decided to commit the Unite move, with the intention as they both threw themselves in at the same time. You could not ask for a more synchronized ability usage on the exact same people. And I love the positioning, right? It's from the left to the right. It feels like absolutely prime.
I love the timing too, because you can see the Wicked Blow, it's charging, almost hit the threshold. So as soon as it hits the threshold, we'll see Betchin come in.
Yeah.
There's the threshold.
And it just...
Betchin is coming in.
And they had nothing they could do to stop this at all. One hit, that's all it took. And the best part about it is, like, in a way, you could say that the MJK also somewhat assisted because they also started getting worried, right? Rayquaza is getting low, they see skills being charged up, they see abilities being set up as well. So they throw in their own ability to somewhat assist them in a way. Maybe it could have been a little bit more different if they tried to actually control it a little bit more outside, but like I said, they just didn't expect them to really commit.
Yeah.
It was definitely one of that X Factor moves, execution, which they could not expect.
Yeah. So that coordinated play single-handedly saved game number 1 for Uniteholic, bringing them to game number 2. And of course, they won that game number 2 off of some fantastic plays, meaning that Uniteholic is going to be going to the grand finals. MJK, though, going to have to play in the losers bracket. Let's have a look at the brackets just to give you guys a quick update on what's been happening in all of today's matches. So let's start up at the top here with the semifinals. We have already concluded that game. Zoro Tigers Gaming dropping to the losers finals, with Kabi-chans being the first team to lock in their spot in that grand final. Uniteholic beat out MJK in a 2-0 fashion, locking their place in the finals, meaning we already have our 2 finalists that will be representing the teams going to Thailand. Now, the next match coming up is Zoro Tigers Gaming versus MJK, the losers of those 2 previous matches. Unfortunately, between the 2 of them, only one is going to qualify to go to the offline finals. So everything is at stake. It's not just pride, it's not just prize money, but it's flight tickets to the finals for a chance at the lion's share of the prize pool, because we have a separate prize pool over there, and that's what everyone is waiting for. So really excited to see what happens for these next 2 upcoming matches. It's going to be great.
It's fantastic, but at the same time, we are slowly getting towards the finale here. And throughout the entire playoff, throughout the entire group stages, we've seen so many great talents, so many great teams. I know you say we didn't see much innovative composition, but we did see 1 or 2 here once in a while coming into the mix. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, all great things must have a little bit of a break before the actual grand finale. So don't go away for too long. More Pokemon Unite action coming to you guys right after this.
Objectives. There's only 4 players here. There's no BKZ trying to come in with the Buzzwell. Now Shindy going to come in with the Icicle Spear. Going to dish out enough damage to get a single KO. But the buff is still going to go in the way of Kabi-chans. It's a defensive buff. off as well, but here comes BKZ wanting to catch out this Venusaur. Almost surviving, but just not coming in for a surprise attack from the top side. Gonna try and break that golden with 40 points, but they're not gonna give him any opportunity to do so. Trying to jump onto the Inteleon as well, and it looks like they immediately lose their support. No more healing on the side of Shinarune, but does it really matter? The team is still hanging on. They're still pretty tanky. Buzzball gonna be eliminated there by the Urshifu. And it looks like Xingdi trying to do some damage, but Mew getting on top of him, trying to go for the cutoff. And Glaceon in the meantime, though, trying to dish out some damage onto this pairing in that top lane, caught by the X's are on that Crustal. Unites as well with the stun. The team is lining up. Can they get a big KO with the Wicked Blow, the cancel? They do get Xingdi, though. And look at this, the Rock Tomb, the X's are again. Tomato is on fire with it 1-1 on the brink of elimination. Can they hang in there? Or is it going to be Kabe-chan? They do manage to pull back that Crustal. They're done with Tomato, and Tomato is gone. It's a repeat from game number 1, but it's a twist of team. Inteleon, though, caught by that Mew. Shinarune, there we do get that slow beam. I think this might just be the comeback that Shinarune are looking for. This Buzzball. BKZ going to be taken down by that Venusaur. It's Mew and Venusaur. But Shinarune going to turn onto the attackers. Venusaur is gone. Mew standing. Oh, he's caught by the crab.
Can he get picked up? And he will. Tomato completely sandwiched by the massive hermit crab.
But look at the top.
Rayquaza, the Inteleon slowly getting picked up from the top side. There's no one really to get into it as well. But the Mew getting ready for the Electro Ball, but they want to try to go for the pickup. Buzzball
the snipe. He got it.
They secured the Rayquaza.
Like a juggling ball, it's really hard for you to navigate, and now your own central area is just being taken away. I'm worried because even if the mosquitoes come through, they're facing up against some of the best early skirmishers. Here he goes! Slices them straight through. He's in a 1v3 situation, might be finally able to punish the Zoroark and need to bide their time. Watch out for the initiation. A beautiful thunderstorm coming through, doing so much damage. The mosquitoes are able to get the objective. Can they capitalize on it though? For now, they'll start out with 1 KO. They lose one member. MJK coming through, trying to contest. They're taking a lot of damage, and S4L able to just deliver with the ice crystals. The snipers are doing exactly that. And
but not quite doing the damage they're looking for. At MJK, they're not 100% sure what they want to do here.
What is going on? MJK, they're just getting broken apart, and like the entire fight splits up.
It's so messy.
You got some people trying to go for Kala. He's still fine. You finally finish him off with Lucapo, and maybe this is the Zoroark's chance to clean up. You're facing up against this Glaceon who's just delivering so much damage, and MJ.
They're gonna just leave him here. They do have that Madness Swine. Oh, Thunderstorm coming in from the Pikachu. They're trying to catch out that Lucario, but they just can't find him. They will eliminate the Glaceon in the process, though. Hydro Typhoon being used, but Blastoise taken out of that fight.
Still haven't really been able to finish off Kala, but as these fights get messier and messier, you might find the opportunity already starting out, taking out the Glaceon. Uh-oh, looks like the Mosquitoes in some trouble. And I'm not talking about the team, I'm talking about the Buzzball now. The Mammoth Match coming through as well. Beautiful stuff to try and set up, but Pikachu is still doing damage. It's not going to be enough to shred through. The Clefable still standing her ground, healing up the rest of the team.
We've got it back. Ignite got committed. Oh no, that's not going to be available for the team fight at all. But it looks like we are seeing a fight. Pikachu ejecting forward with the Thunderstorm. Is this damage going to be enough? Can MJK finish this off? Is this the end for Mosquitoes? 2 Pokemon down, 3 Pokemon down on the side of MJK. It's back to Buzzwole and that Mamoswine. They're tanky, but can they catch up onto these very squishy Pokemon? Inteleon is doing work. This Mamoswine is trying to juke. He's too big.
He's going to get a last shot. Chaos Streak of 4. This... right now chasing down. This is still a Gabite that we're talking about. Not too ready to fight just yet, but has the passive fully stacked up, trying to live steal away. Not enough. And you've just found another opening for Lucapo.
Do have a big snipe actually connecting onto the Trevenant. So Trevenant's going to have to back up a little bit. Zoroark coming into the fight. He can continue. Glaceon Icicle Spears going to connect. Oh, look at that. Glaceon is out of the picture. And
that's the thing. The Gabite can't really defend by himself. He's just going to get hammered down and ripped apart from his own goal zone. The puzzle will finally come through, but you don't really have any way of defending. You'll try your best with the X-Scissor, come through with the support as well, but now Mosquitoes, they're split. They're finally bringing resources here to try and hold the Regieleki back, but it's so much damage. MJK starting to mount up Ruin. Spirit Shackle after Spirit Shackle finds another KO streak of 2, and they're diving back in. This Gabite not involved, just get the last bit of HP. Right now as MJK setting up for the Regis. Some snipes coming through, Trevenant dropping so low. And he comes, living outrage. He's angry about that early game secures it. That is exactly what they were waiting for. 2 levels alone from those pickoffs. You'll get the Rubble Rouser. There's the Crustle just holding them back on. I mean, you had such a dominant early stage, but here's Glacial stage, ready to ice your entire team. It's a beautiful Phantom Forest though, starting out with the damage increase, and they finally take down Karla. For what feels like the first time this series, you're still staring down a very angry Garchomp who looks to want to get into the frame. Ruin finishes off the Crustle on the sidelines, and you're finally chopping them down to size. Last remaining member is S4L. Beautiful Shedinja doll, no.
So much damage, and the slow sets up for the Buzzwole as well. Here comes that Garchomp connecting onto 2. Again, the combo. It's the Bliss Assist into the Livid Outrage, but nothing connects. They do manage to catch Lucapo, but hang on a minute though. I think this might just be it. MJK sticking around for a little bit too long. Glaceon just doing so much damage, but the Shedinja doll, beautiful snipe, denying the Glaceon from finishing them off, and now Blissey sticking around.
You know he's
Don't
waiting
let
for
the
those
Dragon
snipes.
Rage connect.
Yeah, you got that guard. You can't afford to come closer, and they'll be able to finish off the Registeel. Dropping very low, the follow me, the shields are enough. They bait in the guard on Karla, forcing him to back up. And incoming with the Wound Hammer. No, the Fell Stinger fishes him out of them. Lucapo in the backside, committing a Unite move. He's able to snipe down the Glaceon. And with that Phantom Forest, they've melted Garchomp as well. Suddenly, they're all filtering in.
There is still a chance for this Inteleon to get that steal off, but no! Ruin coming in with the secure. MJK wanting to tie this series and force a game number 3. They're going to get it. They're not happy after what happened in game. So much secure.
So much secure, so much burst damage. You're not going to get anything, but right now, Lucapo right on top of S4L, and even with the jet can't get out. Slices him down. We'll get a cute, cheeky reset as well. Set up by PNT, but not able to get out himself. Another slice, another KO. Lucapo starting to pop up.
Mean look as well as that snarl just to slow them down. Here comes Ruin though. With those Spirit Shackles, they don't quite get the cancel though, as they do have the invincibility from the animations. But hang on a minute though, that Buzzwole as well as the Lucapo almost cutting into the backlines, doing quite a bit of damage here. MJK struggling to defend. It's just the Desi and caught it.
Is going to be that second objective coming in soon enough, but they first want to take down this tier 1 Rose set up on the first Blossom. Doesn't stand a chance with the knock-knock backing you up, and Karla can't really contribute to this cause.
Are they going to continue on though? The knock-knock has ended. Emerald 2-step, but they managed to get the connection onto that Leaf Field. They do get the Emerald 2-step at the end of the day. Double, triple KO on MJK. Quad KO. That Red Ice on the side of MJK, and Mosquito is going to be on the defense here. But can they defend against a full lineup? Knock-knock from long range. Inteleon even going in for the Unite as well, but do they have the damage to actually push them off? Pokemon dropping on the side of this half health. They do quite a bit of damage onto the Buzzwole. Those Spirit Shackles, very threatening. Lucapo coming into that fight. It doesn't connect. Absolute whiff, and they even go for the knock-knock as well. Hydro Typhoon almost gone. Ruin so low. Thankfully, the snipe does not fully connect. They will get the reset with the Desi and that Hooper, but the initiation just not quite connecting for MJK. But Buzzwole is out, as well as the Eldegoss. It might come down to the final 3. Blastoise, Inteleon, they do lose the Blastoise. But this Umbreon is going to cause so many issues for Karla. Can Karla finish him off with that basic attack? Desi trying to work on this Rayquaza. Inteleon could be problematic.
Look at Sal.
Slowing him down. Sal trying to slowly dish him out, but Sal is gone. There's just a Leafeon against 3 Pokemon, and this might just be it. And
now, but another beautiful Rock Tomb just forcing you into such a weird spot. You're trying to commit for the Registeel, but this looks like a scary, scary fight. Anger coming through, so much damage, sliced down. The Glacial stage is just gonna set the stage for your demise as the Bliss Assistance comes through on the Venusaur, just carving through their opponents there. Kami-chan, they're not letting the Tigers prowl. Zora Tigers Gaming, you need to make a decisive move. In they go, jumping in, Mew straight onto the Inteleon, but he's fine for now. The Ice Crystals, they aren't enough. You need to force the side of Kami-chan back, but they just turn around, snipe you down. Finally, they get their hands on the Rob, and he's left all alone. Verdant Anger from the backside connects onto 4, and slicing through them again is the Zoroark. They're able to clean up more. This could be their time to strike.
speaking of time, strike. They need to try to not get picked off first in the first place. Boswell comes to the line side, finds the cross. They need to get rid of Iron Tomato, but he's just so tanky in this kind of situation. Rock comes down the Rock Tomb. They find a lot of players who's relatively down low. Hydro Typhoon was able to reset the situation, allowed them to get a nice pick out on the Venusaur here. But then again, damage is still coming onto the Rayquaza. They got Rock Tomb, locked them in place. They couldn't even try to find.
Hello Pokemon trainers and welcome back to the Pokemon Unite Asia Champions League 2024 East Asia Playoffs. We are down to our last 2 games today. I'm going to kick things off first with our 3rd place matchup. And yes, that's going to be a really exciting one here because only one of these 2 teams is going to be heading over to Thailand, meaning the other one is going to have to sit home together and watch the games together.
He came all this way just to lose out on that chance. We have the rosters available.
Ooh,
MJK versus Zoro Tigers Gaming. Let's see what we got here. Now, Zoro Tigers Gaming.
Can I quickly point out here, we have both of the first place teams from Korea and Japan.
Yeah, and they're the ones fighting for a final slot. This was not what we were expecting. I think especially from Zoro Tigers Gaming, they came through. I think myself and Leonard were talking about it. Very, very dominant stuff. Now, weird thing is, in that matchup up against KS, kind of
2-0. I think that's probably the best story.
Where were they? I didn't see a single thing that was, you know, you talk about Zhong being a great top laner, you talk about Ward always holding it down on the tanks, and Mule and Chobo, these guys have been here, right? And that was the first big fat 0 we saw.
A big beating. I think that's probably the best way to put it for Zoro Tigers. I think, yeah, because what could potentially happen here, based off of that performance alone, is that I think a lot of people are predicting all 3 representatives for East Asia to be from Japan, because that's what's predicted to be happening here. Now, the exception to that rule is Zoro Tigers Gaming, who is the only other team left, and they're the first place team from Korea. Let's introduce them very quickly here. For Zoro Tigers Gaming, we have Ward, Zhong, Sabi, Mule, and Chobo, and on the side of MJK, we have Sona, Pinty, W Green, Ruin, and Lucapo. Both teams deserve to be in Thailand, but they've been knocked down to the 3rd place match, so only one of these 2 teams will make it through. What do you think is actually going to happen here, Permasneeze? Do you think there is a comeback potential that we could possibly see from Zoro Tigers?
I literally think we haven't seen real Zoro Tigers. I don't know what happened, whether they, you know, they were all woozy after afternoon tea break or something like that.
Or they got Kabi-chan.
Yeah, they got Kabi-chan.
I think that's what happened.
Right, but the thing is, we didn't even get to see any of their full potentials. I feel like they didn't get any semblance of any initiation or engagement where it felt like they even stood a chance. There was no area for skill expression because there was not even an opportunity. And I think that's kind of what's scary, because MJK, we did see them struggle a little bit against Mosquitoes, right? Mosquitoes did sort of pressure them quite a bit, put their backs against the wall, which they ultimately did win out, but it wasn't without some struggling.
Zoro Tigers, I mean, they've got a lot of expectations to meet here. Last team from Korea standing in at the tournament who could represent the region at the finals, or we are potentially just going to be seeing 3 Japanese teams. Now, to be fair, I think the 3 Japanese teams deserve to be where they are. They played spectacularly in their games. None of them was a flick. Everything was coordinated. Everything was well executed. But Zoro Tigers, can they maybe pull something out of their sleeve? Because this is their last game, right? Both of these teams, it's their last game. If it's time to pull out the cheese, I think it's time to pull it out. Because
it's not to take away from a grand finals matchup, because obviously that's very important for securing a preferred seeding as well as prizes. You basically get almost double the prize money by coming in first. But this lower bracket 3rd place match almost feels more important. This is for a whole opportunity to continue competing amongst some of Unite's best. Now, even if it does, even if it does end up being an all-Japanese affair, it's still suddenly you get to face off against some of Southeast Asia. Suddenly you get to face off against some of India's best and Thailand's best. That's an opportunity that's very hard to come by. And I think both these teams, they're going to have that at the front of their mind. Now, Zoro Tigers Gaming, another thing they'll have at the front of their mind is that beating that we talked about. Are they going to be able to bounce back from that?
Well, hopefully they've had enough time to sort of think, recoup as a team and sort out what the issue is, because according to MJK, Zhong is the problem. So no Buzzwole for this man, and I think this is the correct decision. We've seen a lot of Zoro Tigers Gaming success from the group stage actually come off the back of Zhong's Buzzwole. So to actually take that away from him, we're going to have to see what other Pokemon will be a priority here for Zhong. We've seen the Mimikyu before. Unfortunately, not the best. I think we've actually seen him play Blastoise as well.
Yeah.
But maybe something to consider a little bit later on. MJK, they're going to have a pretty favorable opening here as Pete gets that Clefable and Ruin gets Inteleon. This is a Pokemon that perfectly matches Ruin's playstyle, and it looks like it's going to be the Blastoise here for Jong. So true defenders, you've got your support defender in Ward, you've got your top laner in Jong, and Subheen. Oh, they're not going to go for Subheen's Pokemon, so they're going to go for Eldegoss instead. Something I want to talk about is Subheen, because this player, I have a bit of a question mark on him in regards to his pool of Pokemon, because his primary Pokemon that he's had the most success with is Espeon. Now, the issue I have here is that he is essentially a one-trick at this point. And for MJK, I don't think they really care if it is that Espeon, because you take a look at what they have. You have an Inteleon that could potentially snipe Subheen, because if you Psychic Solaire, you're setting up to get sniped.
You're standing there.
Yeah, you have a Crustle who could potentially catch you up with a Rock Tomb as well. There's also a Garchomp who could just live an Outrage on top of you as well. You don't have enough mobility with stored power to get away from that. And now you have a Zoroark who's just going to jump on top of you as well.
This just feels like you just gave MJK everything they want. You could argue to say the same thing about Zoro Tigers Gaming other than that Buzzwole, but I guess that's kind of where the question mark comes in for Subheen, because yes, he's getting his one-trick Pokemon, yes, he's getting the Espeon, but the Espeon just hasn't really matched up to some of these other attackers that we've seen the whole of today. You're always relying on that extended damage. In a way, Zoro Tigers Gaming, they can't really afford to take a straight-up fight. They need to drag it out, they need to rely on these repeated ins and outs from both their tanks. It's going to be a tough affair though. Lucapo has shown that if he's not shackled by the gravity, he will tear you apart.
Yeah, that was the thing, right? You take the gravity away, and that's literally the only thing holding Lucapo back.
He's going to fly.
He will fly, because look at what Zoro Tigers Gaming have in their comp. The only thing that would technically keep him under wraps is a Hydro Typhoon, which Lucapo will never jump into a Hydro Typhoon.
No.
Alternatively, Ward. If he goes for Mean Look, that's the only other thing that could potentially negate Lucapo's mobility. Outside of that, Mule, Subheen, these two are going to struggle to take him out of the equation. Because it's not just Lucapo that you have to worry about. You've got a Crustle that's going to be in your face. You have a Garchomp that's going to be coming at you with the Dragon Rush as well. So many things Zoro Tigers Gaming have to worry about. But there is one thing that I think might work in their favor, and it could be the early game. Because you are running a lot of quick evolving Pokemon. If Zoro Tigers can snowball from the get-go, that might be what wins them this game.
Yeah, I want Mule to get involved, because you know the Zoroark is going to try and tide over some of that weaker early game from at least MJK's side. If he can get rolling, as Lucapo usually does, MJK are going to be in a pretty good spot. Now, your only full evolution Pokemon is going to be Jong on that Blastoise. He's going to want to stay up here as long as possible. Already getting a bit of an advantage. Blasting out that water gun, I mean, putting that onto your ranged support Pokemon in the top side, that was more of an old school strat that we're seeing come to fruition here for Zoro Tigers Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, you pick the Eldegoss, it's one of the best harassing supports in the game, but we're already seeing Lucapo in action here as he eliminates the Umbreon. Excuse me, there's too many Eevees.
No, there's so many Eevees.
There's so many Eevees.
I understand.
Yeah, eliminating Umbreon, it's just a support, so I don't think it really hurts Zoro Tigers Gaming as long as Subheen is going to be okay. And Mule, their early game is still practically secured, but here we go. This might be the fight that turns things around. So Lucapo, again, starting things off, not too much damage, and now they're going to turn things around, maybe taking down this poor little Crustle. They will finish him off with the Eldegoss, though, and Lucapo actually not finishing him off. Wartortle with that water gun, and that's going to be enough. Oh my goodness, Lucapo punished.
This guy getting in a bit too far, and really, really good defensive maneuvers coming out from Zoro Tigers Gaming. I won't lie. If he still managed to chain up 2 more KOs there, the early game's dusted, right? Like that just feels like the reason why I said nice is because I feel like if he gets those 2 KOs, the rest of the game, MJK are just
I think it's over.
I don't want to call it so soon, but it feels like it's such an uphill climb. This keeps Zoro Tigers Gaming still in the mix. The fact that the Glaceon was able to contribute to that, still get some levels up. I mean, you look at Lucapo, he's still level 7. He's ready to get going. Starting to slice on the Eldegoss, trying to do her best to keep Mule up and running. And it's just going to be enough. Yeah, a bit of a switch up, but it ends up helping her out there. Still slicing and dicing, coming through, but not enough damage again and again. The defensive maneuvers from Zoro Tiger, they prove to be just barely enough. One little Rock Tomb, the final snipe, Subheen able to sidestep that. They're starting to aggress on though, they need to be careful. Coming through again. The X-Scissor and the Crushes, the Claw, it's enough! MJK just surge forward. And Ward, he's a bit too late to the party.
Oh, Ward might even go down here. He is so incredibly low. But MJK focusing on breaking that goal zone. So that's going to deny Zora Tigers Gaming any kind of protection in that bottom lane. And Blastoise, wow, actually getting a solo pick up there onto the Gabite. That's going to slow down the progress of that Garchomp. And this is actually really great news too, because that means Zhong is going to be incredibly helpful if they do decide to go for either of these objectives. And it looks like Reggie and Lecky is going to be the priority for Zora Tigers. They're going to leave bottom lane. They don't want to deal with that Zoroark. They're going to try and take a victory in a different lane.
Yeah, I don't mind this too much. Play around your Blastoise, which is the point of power for you. He's going to get that Unite move relatively soon, and that is not something, like we mentioned, Lucapo will want to commit to. Suddenly, you need to think about this Hydro Typhoon coming out at all times.
They're coming.
Yeah, they're advancing. They know where Chocobo is, and they're running forward, but the additional move speed, he's out of there. Surf coming through. The Rock Tomb is so annoying, cutting up the fight into 2 segments. The slices through again. Lucapo, he can't be stopped on this Zora. Continues to go forward. There's the Clefairy as well. The Surf trying to lock them out. Psychic Solaire, Subin. There's a reason why this is a Siggy for him. Turns around and burns them to dust. Zora Tigers Gaming, they fight back.
Oh, they fight back, they bite back, and they didn't even need to commit a Hydro Typhoon for this as well. They can't even get the Glaceon!
Oh, Meow's gonna escape. That Dragon Claw's gonna go wide, and they control up the Garchomp. Disaster for MJK in this top side.
Zora Tigers Gaming?
What
a turnaround. I kind of feel at the same time, MJK did overstep their bounds. They were playing pretty aggressively on Zora Tigers Gaming's turf, but they get punished. They don't get the Glaceon. I actually think the pivot to Icy Wind here was a really great choice for the Glaceon, because you get that little bit of bonus movement speed if you need to quickly dash in a single direction. It really throws things off for Lucapo, because he might have to dive deeper than he would like to try and commit for that KO. And Zhong, with these Hydro Pumps, catching Lucapo is so important. So I think now going into these fights, Lucapo is going to have to identify that you can't jump on top of Zhong anymore, because he will prioritize that the Hydro Pump on top of you.
Psychic Solaire holding you in place. Once again, it's another situation where Lucapo comes through, but misses out on his mark by just a bit. Ward will go down, but Meow's here to clean up. Glacial Stage, it's an easy twofer, turning it back around. This is starting to get really scary for MJK here. They're not really able to control this Glaceon and this Espeon. They aren't fully connecting in the way that they need to. And if this keeps up, they're going to be in a world of hurt. Now, contesting for this Regice, both teams fully focusing here. They're bringing the squad.
We're bringing the squad here. Now, Zhong is pretty low. They're going to have to heal him back up with the Eldegoss, so maybe not at all. Instead, Eldegoss going to commit the Unite Hydro Typhoon in the front as well. Zora Tigers trying to advance very aggressively, but then now I think they've been trapped. They're too low. And look at this MJK turning onto them, not hurt at all. This Glaceon and this Eldegoss on the run. This Umbreon teleporting in the wall. Alrighty.
Okay, well, Ward is going to get out of there, but that entire fight was such a mess from Zora Tigers Gaming.
Oh, look at this in the top lane. 40 points.
40 points with like 100 HP, he doesn't even care. But it's just such a mess because Subin tries to commit for the Inteleon, who just pops the Unite move and gets out. What is even going on, Zhong? Who's going to drive by? What is this game, Danelie? I'm so confused.
This is called wanting to qualify for the finals.
No,
you do whatever it takes to win. But hang on a minute. Psychic Solaire catching out the Zoroark. Oh, Lucapo.
Beautiful.
So, I mean, this is the Sabine I was expecting earlier today. He's had a much better game, but of course we also have to say props to Mule. I think Mule has done a really great job in recovering in this second game. Zora Tigers in general, I think the team has just really made a great comeback. I don't know what happened in their first matchup today, but if there's a game where they're going to try and get that third place, it might be this one. At the same time, though, I kind of feel like MJK have been a little scrappy in some of these engagements, fighting not together as a unit. Or the eject!
Oh, coming through Lucapo once again. But that's been the story of this entire game. Every single time where Lucapo has found success in these jumps, in these aggressive moves, he's just been shy of a little bit of HP, one more slash forward, any sort of follow-up, but it's not there. The Inteleon can't get in range to help because Ward's right in his face every single day of the week.
Oh my gosh, Ward being such a pain. They're going to finish the Crustal there. Very, very low Zhong. Luckily, he's going to be able to teleport back home if he needs to. Clefable going to go down as well. MJK, this team is crumbling. I have to say, this is probably the least coordinated we've seen MJK up until this point. do you feel like they might just be investing in the late game now because they've tried to fight multiple times with their team? I know the Garchomp has been focusing more on getting his experience, but Lucapo, anytime he gets on top of Zora Tiger's gaming, he just gets immediately shut down.
Yeah, they are just so aware of these jumps coming out. They're not getting caught off guard. I think one of the reasons why MJK was able to defeat Mosquito in the end is because they forgot about their key factor as Registeel gets cleaned up by Zora Tigers. 10 seconds left until the Ray.
Is this a
MJK,
bush of KO?
Oh, this ambush might come in clutch, but Chocobo able to get himself out of that rock tomb. Just barely the XP, like you mentioned, and that is gonna save them from certain disaster. The Garchomp doesn't stand a chance. Zhong just finds him. 4v5 situation now as MJK, they need to strike. Starting to charge in, but another beautiful Unite move, holding up the Zora, and the Clefable goes down again. The Blastoise comes up big for the Zora Tigers gaming lineup, and Zhong is just holding the line. You're gonna pop a Zero Spy Vision, trying to get the snipe off. You'll find one. KO streak of 3. MJK, they're not out just yet.
Glacier Mule, he's going to have to try and buy time for his team, but he can't afford to get sniped. The Crustle almost getting that basic attack in. The snipe, though, doesn't connect onto the Umbreon. Now the team is coming back in. They're all filtering one by one. It's going to be a 3v3. We do have the Zorak coming in as well with the numbers disadvantage. Zora Tigers Gaming, do they have what they need to win this fight? The Live It Outrage connecting onto multiple Pokemon, including the Glaceon, but the heals are there. Rayquaza, though, incredibly low. Who can get the last hit in? Is it going to be the Italian? He got stunned! Italian didn't get it, and Sabine securing Rayquaza. MJK not able to get the secure, and the Koreans are going to score their points, lock in game one, and say, guys, that first game that we lost was a fluke. We are going to Thailand.
This doesn't have every single point in the game. As soon as he hears a snipe shot being charged up, Ward is like, hit me, buddy. Every single time, the Umbreon's just right there. You can't do a damn thing. The Garchomp just giving over that first KO slowly but surely spelled disaster for the Japanese side, and they really couldn't recover. It was a valiant attempt, really valiant attempt from Ruin to just try and hold it back, buy his team more time. But as soon as the Garchomp came in, as soon as Lucapo came in, it wasn't coordinated. They ran into their certain doom. Once again, the Umbreon with the mean look, you can't let it come into play.
Oh my gosh. I think another thing that really came into play too was the fact that Garchomp really tried to focus down Mule, but the healing that came from the Eldegoss Cotton Crash saved Mule. And I think without Mule, that actually might have gone in the way of MJK. It was so close, that last second clutch healing, just buying the time that Zora Tiger Gaming needed to just clutch out that fight, secure the Rayquaza, and grab this first win. Zora Tigers Gaming are one match away, one win away from locking in their tickets to fly to Thailand to represent Korea at the finals. But for MJK, though, I think this is a devastating game number one. They need to reverse sweep these next two games. Otherwise, it's game over for this team.
You gotta feel a little uncomfortable. Your two other representatives from Japan that you bested locally have already secured their spot. For you to lose out here and get denied that full Japanese showing, that's gotta hurt the pride a little bit. But we really gotta give props to Chobo, because I feel like the entire game, we're talking about Zhong, Subin with some beautiful Psychic Solaires, but the entire time it's all these clutch heals. I don't really chalk Eldegoss up to be such a burst healer, but the way that Chobo played it, always coming in clutch right in time with the shields, right as Lucapo's trying to strike. It's just every small margin that they survive by, it's all thanks to this Eldegoss, who's level 14.
It's the Eldegoss. It was Mule coming in with the moveset change-up as well on that Glaceon.
That was cute.
Icy Wind, great. Zhong's Blastoise, that might have to be banned. Or Lucapo's going to have to play a different Pokemon, because his Blastoise was phenomenal. Getting solo KOs in that top lane, guaranteeing his own level 7 at a really great timing, getting some great Hydro Typhoons. Oh my goodness. I think there's a lot to talk about if you're MJK, and I'm not sure if the Zoroark is the way to play anymore, because it seems like Zora Tigers, they have that under wraps.
I don't know what's going on, because if you take a look at this game, or this particular engagement, Ruin is missing an uncharacteristic amount of snipe shots. I'm not sure whether it's the pathing from the side of, I think, Zora Tigers that's throwing him off, but you just imagine at any point in time, all these low HP targets get hit by a snipe shot, even once. that makes Lucapo's dive more than worth it, but every single time they're just able to retreat, clear out the way. Yes, you get the Eldegoss here, but you're able to just kind of turn it around. This is one of the few fights that they have success in, but they don't account for Zhong, they don't account for Subin coming through, lifting them all up in the sky. Once again, Mule from the backside, cleaning everybody up. And this is just the story the entire time. Every time you try to jump in, look, this commitment, it's what, a 1v4 situation? Sure, even if you get 1 KO, is it really worth it?
Yeah, I mean, it's on Mule, so you would be getting a big boost of experience, but I honestly 100% agree with everything that you said. But I think it's the Blastoise. I actually think Zhong is not allowed to play Blastoise.
This is crazy. This Hydro Typhoon is insane. The Surf...
Not just the Typhoon, I actually think the Surf before that, eliminating the Garchomp, that connecting, and the fact that he's nailed multiple Hydro Pumps to actually force the Zoroark to stay in place.
Yeah. Zhong try and land an unimpactful move challenge, difficulty impossible. Every single Surf you throw out, very comparatively to some of the sort of, I guess, weaker Blastoise showings we've seen throughout the day, where the Blastoise feels like they're just fishing or second too late.
I want you to look at Ruin here. Ruin, I believe he actually got hit by a stun from that Snarl. If he didn't get snarled, if he wasn't so close,
dude,
I think he actually would have gotten the snipe.
I don't know, because Ward is still in his place blocking the snipe shot. So, I mean, Ward is just doing everything in his Umbreon power to put that to rest. And just like that, MJK on a bit of a back foot now. Zoro Tigers Gaming.
2 games. They have to win 2 games
reverse
back to back. And I'm kind of wondering if maybe nerves are starting to kick in for the team, because again, this is the 3rd place matchup. Winner of this goes to Thailand and also gets 3rd place. Loser, they're going to stay put. They won't be able to go to the finals. And so I think what you said was actually pretty correct there with Ruin, because he actually did miss quite a few of his snipe shots. Before this, he was landing quite a few of them, and I'm kind of wondering if it might be the jitters, you know, because they already know they're in a very dangerous situation. They don't have 2 lives, they only have this 1. And now they literally only have 1.
Just 1.
Because if you lose this next matchup, this team is done for.
Look, MJK, you've got to lock in. And I think it's worth noting that throughout the games we've seen so far today, some Decidueye, some Inteleons, they have been missing their shots, but there is reason for that, right? We see some repositioning from your own team, a bit of counter synergy. Not so much this game. This game just kind of felt like he was a bit late to some of these snipe shots. But yeah, changes-wise, you already mentioned it, although I don't know whether I chalk that up to be the problem. You mentioned Lucapo Zoroark needing to be switched out. I wasn't very inspired by the Garchomp, because if you can play the Garchomp in the top side and you can get a decent amount of EXP, I feel like you have no business getting solo KO'd by Zhong. I don't know how that happens.
It wasn't just the KO. It was also in multiple team fights. We saw Zhong just lock up the Garchomp, right? Like the surf animation is incredibly long. And even in the late game fights, right? We saw him surfing Garchomp into his team. So he wasn't even able to contribute to the team fight originally. And he still had Livid Outrage. Like to still have your Unite as a Garchomp when your job is to initiate for the team, that's a disaster in itself. So I kind of feel like if you want to keep the Garchomp, you can. But you need to consider, how do you deal with Zhong in that top lane? Because at first I thought he may have just been a Buzzball specialist.
Yeah.
He's definitely a Blastoise specialist as well. He's not stuck with playing 1 Pokemon. I was also impressed with Sabine, because I was quite surprised that he was able to do so much in that game as well, because I was expecting him to just be food for Lucapo. And that wasn't the case. And I'm kind of wondering, was it because of Sabine, or was it because his team was there to always catch Lucapo when that happened?
I feel like Sabine just had so much time to work in that bot path, just quietly getting that EXP up, quietly getting up the levels and farming those wild Pokemon, that when he finally did show up in the fights, it almost feels like us, they forgot a little bit about that. He just shows up with Psychic Select, you're like, wait, who's this guy?
Who's this guy?
Who's this guy?
I've never seen it.
I know Evolution, oh, we got Leafeons, we got Umbreons, who's this purple?
Who's this purple?
Yeah, who's this purple dude? Mew will be the ban again, but they don't want to deal with Zhong's Buzzwole, so similar situation here. Let's see whether MJK actually change anything up draft-wise.
Yeah, this is also going to force Lucapo to potentially play that Zoroark again, unless he's going to have to dip deeper into his pool of playable Pokemon. But since he's been so confident with that Zoro, I'm not sure if he's going to have, if he wants to change.
Yeah.
I think they are going to be expecting at least anticipating what Zora Tigers is going to do in lane. So maybe the fix here for MJK is to pressure different lanes.
Yeah.
Focus more on Zhong. Don't really worry about Sabine because it's just an Espeon. But we're actually going to be seeing a draft change here potentially with a Goodra being highlighted for that top lane. Now, we did see Goodra earlier today, and
It wasn't too
it
nice.
wasn't the best. And I'm kind of wondering, what's the idea behind this Goodra? Is it just to sit in front of Zhong? Is it to face tank the evolutions? Because again, we are looking at Mule and Sabine playing their signature picks yet again.
Yeah.
And also, what's Lucapo picking?
Look, I have, oh my god.
Scyther!
What?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I mean, if they go out, they're gonna go out in style.
I'm gone.
If
I'm gone.
they are gonna go out, they're gonna go out in style. And let me
Yes.
tell you why this is cool, okay? With Mule and Sabine, you're taking extended engagement.
Yes.
The Scyther, or rather Scissor, is one of the objectively worst Pokemon right now to run because it's so hard to execute. But
Yes.
but
But
if PT can get right beside him, keep him peeled up, starts getting those stacks off, jumping forward, there might be an angle. And who is the perfect person to buy him that time? Goodra. Okay, Goodra up against these two. Leonard talked about it as well. Chobo, they don't really have any significant weight. You're already seeing some of the adjustments coming in. Look at the cursed incense coming out from Chobo on a support Eldegoss. They know they need to cut this guy down in the top side, and
Oh
Zhong
my
can't
gosh.
afford to do a switch up to try and address that. This Goodra, we haven't been impressed by it.
Lucapo.
I want to believe.
Lucapo.
believe.
Look, this man is literally coming in as the white knight for the team. He says, guys, I'm pulling it out. We've got to
Yep.
pick out the Scyther. And we've actually seen him, I believe, play a extremely aggressive Scyther at Worlds last year. So
Yep.
Lucapo, he's got to put on a performance of a lifetime to force this game number 3. Can he juke and jive all of these Pokemon for Zora Tigers? Because we do need to talk about what could potentially block him here, right? Zhong,
Yeah.
Blastoise can always be a massive threat. Umbreon is
Yeah.
also going to be a massive threat. The potential of me, look, I think this game is pretty high.
Yeah,
Even foul play would actually be pretty
I mean,
problematic
suddenly
for
Mean
Scyther.
looks so amazing because you're dealing with, I mean, eventually a Sobble, Inteleon as well. If you just get actually Mean look onto it. That fell stinger under there.
Yeah, oh gosh, this is such a scary game. But I mean,
We'll
if
see.
there's a player that's going to be able to pull this off, it might be Lucapo. So let's see what's going to happen in this early game. As both teams are not going to see any central area invades, we're just going to be seeing some pressure. Although it looks like this poor little Crystal is going to step back to base for now. This has been pretty unfortunate though, because you're speeding up the progress of Zhong. Like again, I'm really surprised that MJK is content to leave this Blastoise as is. I really think the fact that Zhong has had a relatively free game up until now is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
And both central laners are rotating to that top lane.
You
So
have to.
it could go either way. If they can finish him off instantly, they'll be great. But no, they don't quite get it yet with the dual wing beat.
It's a little bit awkward now. You can see sort of the split priorities
Glaceon.
here as they shout.
Cloak.
Just
Eject!
eject button out, and
Oh!
Lucapo, not the turnaround. Arguably even more than the Zoroark, the Scyther suffers in these situations where you're not able to connect on your first gang. And that is exactly what happens. Mew is starting to run away with it again. You're still a sad little
The
goofy. You're
Fable's
gonna come
coming.
through.
It's so bad. They're bringing 4 Pokemon
And
into
you're
that
still
top
gonna
lane.
get KO.
Oh
You're not
my
getting
goodness.
anything. You're just giving more and more over to Chobo, who's done a great job. They're setting up on the Dwebble. This is not the look that MJK wanted. They're gonna get taken down. Lucapo finally coming through to try and stop them, but
Clefable.
you're just gonna watch your Clefable go down. You've left the Sobble out there, Drizzle rather, alone. And he's just trying to desperately farm up.
And
But
look at this
again,
Sabine!
Lucapo, they're going in again and again. What is going on? Pull out, MJK! This top side, you can't do this anymore.
I am in utter disbelief at what I'm seeing happening in this top lane, and I actually think this might be MJK really faltering under pressure here. They
They're
are
really-
so dead set on trying to pressure this top lane because again, right, they are respecting Zhong, but if you see Mule there, I just don't see them being able to win the engagement, especially after you've lost Lucapo twice. So then they're going to rotate down in the bottom lane, but again, the dual wing beats are just not connecting.
You have literally a 2-level advantage on your opposing top side. And your Crustle isn't even involved. This man, he's gonna dunk in 4 points just to get to that Crustle stage, but you look, your top side is gone.
Look,
This has
Zhong-
completely fallen into
Zhong
disaster.
is 7
Yeah.
at 7 minutes.
You're gonna run through and bring Ruin in here, finally take down Chobo, and at least for the first time this game, MJK put out some sort of meaningful pressure. I say that, but Mule melting them down with the ice crystals. Is it going to be enough? W Green desperately trying to X-Scissor back towards his own goal zone, but so much pressure, they've locked up Lucapo.
And look at it, it's Mean
in comes the
Look.
surf, yeah. I mean, Lucapo, he has no choice but to turn and fight, but this is not the engagement you can hold on to. You've brought so many resources from MJK up here, and what have you gotten so far?
Maybe it's coming down to Ruin, because we have to talk about Ruin. Ruin was in the bottom lane for the entire time, just going in that 1v1 matchup. He is level 8, so maybe they're going to fall back to Ruin. They're using Lucapo as a bait to pull attention to that Scyther, and maybe Ruin can come in to potentially get those steals in. The great thing with Scyther is that you can get objectives relatively quickly, so they're going to quickly take that attack buff there for MJK. Look, you got to pull out some magic out of this Magic Hat, MJK, because if you don't, you are not going to Thailand, and it's going to be Zora Tigers to send you home. This Crystal is trying to do their best to deny them from jumping onto Lucapo.
He's going to give up his own. I mean, it's an easy KO, but at the same time, Ruin's doing a great job in terms of holding things up here. Fell Stinger out, but it's not enough. He managed to hold on just for so long, but when you leave a poor Inteleon up there all alone, follow me back to the Citrus Berries, trying to deny these dunks. Okay, I mean,
coming back.
Yeah, he's doing a pretty good job. Crustal's going to come through as well, and they'll at least relent some of the pressure. I really like this move from MJK. That little swapperoni, bringing that Inteleon up to the top side, really the only one who had the levels to contest them. And suddenly things are feeling a bit more even.
Wait, he's gonna see this. He sees the Glaceon eject though. Gonna get Mule, but look at this Mean Look. They just turn onto Scyther.
Glacial Stage just pops right on top of his head, and yeah, you can get all the levels in the world in level 10, but you're still gonna get easily taken down. The curse of the Scyther here is coming through desperately back onto your own goal zone, but there's nowhere for you to run. Psychic Celeste not even gonna connect, but it doesn't even matter. Right as Rain desperately trying to keep the Gudra up and running, but you're in the midst of 4 opposing Pokemon. Zoro Tigers Gaming, they're bangled and incensed up as well. You don't really stand a chance. You finally get the Elder Gods, and starting to clean up is this Scyther. Has he finally come online? Lucapo, is this his time to strike? He gets juked just a bit, and the evolutions look to be finishing him off. Those ice crystals, they do a big bit of damage. Hydro Typhoon actually holding back this Crustle as well, forcing the ejectile, but it doesn't even matter. The lingering burn from the frost will finish you off. In a moment where MJK felt like they might have had a chance for just a bit, Mule just slaps them right back to the ground.
The thing that's really hurting Lucapo here is all the sure hit moves, right? You're dealing with Stored Power that's going to connect. You're also dealing with the Icy Wind, which if you're targeted, it will connect. If we were looking at targeted moves, for example, snipe shots coming out from Zoro Tigers game where you required aiming, I actually think Lucapo would have had a much easier game, but it's just him not being able to get the connections off, and unfortunately the Gudra and the Crustal, they're just not great initiators for this team. They would have loved to have had something like a Blastoise for themselves. But in the meantime though, Lucapo going to try and do something beneficial for his team as they do delay that bottom lane take. They're going to take that Reggie Alecki up top. Crustal is running up there with some assistance. Ruin is doing his best to try and buy some time down here, but I don't really think you're going to be able to do anything. This goal zone, it does eventually break. Psychic Select going to connect onto 2 to stop them from coming in to take this Regice. Zoro Tigers get the experience as well as that health regen buff.
I actually think it's not too bad of a trade for MJK there, given the fact that they were able to dunk in this Reggie Alecki, give the Scyther a bit more space to work, and also get a KO relatively scot-free as well, right? MJK, they're going to be able to secure a pretty decent small size over dunk here for their Gudra. Unfortunately, it's going to cost them with Crustle. Oh, Jong once again setting up. Scyther doesn't stand a chance, just melted in the middle of the entire Zoro Tigers gaming lineup. I feel like that's been the story this whole game.
Jong, this man cannot play Blastoise. This always feels illegal the way that he's playing Blastoise. We're going to see Zoro Tigers Gaming. They did consider pushing, but they do have to back up as Eldegoss is relatively low. And unfortunately for MJK, there's only 3 of them. Not going to put enough pressure onto Zoro Tigers to really send them back. I'm kind of looking at this game and I'm thinking, does MJK pull off what Lucapo did at Worlds last year? Do you get level 15, focus on the experience on that Scyther, and hope you explode during that Rayquaza fight? Can you force out Psychic Solaires? Can you force out Mean Looks? Can you force out those Unites early from Zoro Tigers to create the opening for the team to come in and clean up?
You have one thing going for you right now, and it's the fact that the Crustals, these Rock Tombs, have not scared Zoro Tigers Gaming at all, right? In some previous matches, we've seen this Rock Tomb really just sentence someone back to the Pokemon Center. This time round, Zoro Tigers Gaming, they They aren't bothered. They see a Rock Tomb, they're like, oh, you want to fight? You're going to suffer for it.
If I was Zoro Tigers, I look at Gudra and I say, we don't need to deal with this. Because Gudra's doing nothing to us.
Yeah. And Gudra, he's going to have to find a way to do something here. Final stretch. Final chance for MJK to make it an all-Japanese sweep from the East Asia side. Snipes coming through. This is where the Inteleon can do his most work. But Zoro Tigers Gaming, they're under no pressure.
Sabine at the top lane. He's ready to go in for the surprise Psychic Soleil. Now, we are level 14 on this Scyther, and there's a time to go crazy. It's going to have to be now. Now, it looks like he's actually run into Sabine in that top lane. Sabine, I think that was an eject out of there. So Lucapo is going to be out. That means no eject on Espeon. They could potentially come in for the catch here. So no defensive items on the Espeon. Again, such a delicate fight. They caught out Jong, but they're too scared to commit. We've seen what's happened if you jump on top of that on the Blastoise. Hydro Typhoon, definitely a possibility. Oh, look at this. Lucapo so patient.
This is getting tense. 1 minute, 15 seconds left on the clock. Both these teams just dancing around the pit.
They're whittling them down.
Nobody really wants to go. The Rock Tombs starting to inch forward. MJK taking more and more ground in this Rayquaza pit. And Lucapo is waiting for his time to strike. Sabine shows himself, but the connection not able to land. They actually use the Umbreon Unite move. A lot of commitment being forced out by Zoro Tigers Gaming right now. They're slowly but surely being pushed away. There's the connection. Is it going to be enough? The Scyther, he's dropping so low. Ready to jump away, but the mean lock holds him in place. And Ward says no. You might be level 14, but you have nowhere to go. X-Scissor holding down Chobo, but you can't get the last touch. You need to get the Ray. You're 100 points down. You have to try and make this commitment. But Zoro Tigers Gaming, they're still standing strong with 5. Here comes Sabine from the back line, straight onto Ruin. And they stand a chance. It's a sub. It's a Hydro Typhoon. Straight back to Japan you go. You don't stand a chance. One last member standing and one last one to fall. Zoro Tigers Gaming will cement their spot in Thailand as the only South Korean representatives from East Asia.
MJK, they tried to play a dance with Zoro Tigers Gaming. They thought they were the better team to tango, but unfortunately, in 1 microsecond of a moment in that team fight, they whiff the initiation. They weren't able to get the initial KOs, and everything absolutely collapsed. Zoro Tigers, their patience, winning them that game. We are seeing South Korea being represented at Thailand. I am thoroughly impressed with this comeback that came in from Zoro Tigers. I think there were a lot of people supporting this team. I've seen so much support on Twitter. But we have to say goodbye to MJK. Unfortunately, they will not be going to Thailand, and they will have to just be there, support their brothers in arms as they compete at the finals.
That's painful. That is painful, especially for Lucapo and Ruin. I think they really must have had high
Look at the
hopes,
damage Ruin did.
It's disgusting. I mean, honestly, for me, it has to be
Jong.
Jong. It has to be Jong. We were talking about some of his other performances on that Buzzwole being amazing and really impressing us. This Blastoise was a level apart, right? Or literally, Jong tried and land a useless move challenge. He could not. Every single surf found at least 2, every single Hydro Pump, pushed back a key target, got them a pick off. How do you even deal with this guy? He's just up in your face. You're trying to blast him down. He's getting endless heals, endless backup, and every single time you're caught by any hindrance, you're just gone.
Ban Jong's Blastoise. I fear this is actually worse than his Buzzwole. I think he's been keeping this in his back pocket, and he's just sitting there during draft,
the Buzzwole's
smiling.
the bait. The Buzzwole's the bait.
The bait wall at this point.
Yeah, the bait wall. Literally.
Oh my gosh, but what a way to end the lower bracket finals here for our Pokemon Unite teams. But we have concluded our 3rd place team. Zoro Tigers Gaming going to be our first, it's like technically our last confirmed team to play at Thailand. But we're not done today here, right? Permasneeze, we've got the grand finals coming right up. But before that, though, I think we do need to have a quick rundown at what happened in that series, because, oh my goodness, if you missed it, go back and watch the VODs.
Yeah, I mean, we'll show you a bit of the action right here. I mean, it really comes down to the fact that I feel like these 2 games in particular, Lucapo wasn't able to cut down his opponents. This is a man who loves playing razor sharp speedsters, gets in the back line, picks off key targets. He finally, this clip that we're seeing here was one of the first times that we actually see him come alive, but it doesn't last for long, right? Immediately both the evolutions able to turn back around. And would you look at who's on the front line, dealing damage, holding the opposing team back? It's just Jong. Jong's there again, and you're coming through.
Yeah.
How do you even deal with this?
it was so difficult, and I think you have to agree with this, everything started collapsing during that first rotation in the top lane. We had both central laners, we had both top laners, and everything that went wrong,
Yeah,
for MJK.
If you sort of buy the Scyther handbook, you'll see in the first stage that apart from getting an insane clear,
Don't get KO'd.
don't get KO'd in the first 2 minutes. How are you can't be affording to lose that first gank or first rotation fight to the Glaceon of all people, that extended whole 2 minutes where they continue to run up there, filtering member after member. They weren't ready to fight at all, but they still just threw bodies. It wasn't their time, and the lack of recognition for that really, really cost them.
It really cost them, and it's just this was their last game. This was their last chance to make this comeback happen, and I don't blame them for trying to go for this high risk, high reward composition as well, because I think that's ultimately what happened. Scyther is unpicked for a reason, and it's because it is a very delicate Pokemon.
Oh.
You like we saw, right? You fumble during the laning stage, and then things just absolutely go out of control.
Yeah.
And you're also having to worry about so many Pokemon that essentially counter Scyther.
Yeah.
It is absolutely insane. But we are going to go for drawing with Danelie or drawing with Permasneeze.
Nice.
As we do have the tablet back, so
Yeah.
we are going to go back through. We've got a couple clips here for our first two games. So we're going to watch the first one together here, Permasneeze. So we are at the Rayquaza pit. This is game number 1 for Zora Tigers versus MJK. And remember, we were looking at almost a complete roster for Zora Tigers. Sorry, only 3 Pokemon for Zora Tigers. And MJK, they tried to jump the Glaceon.
Yeah.
But the Glaceon just did so much damage. And I think this was probably one of the saddest moments.
Yeah, you paused it
for
at the
Ruin.
perfect. Look at those. Draw the little stars over his head just to show you how stunned he
I
is. Okay,
don't
you gotta.
know if there's color. I'm gonna try and figure this out
Yeah.
because we haven't done this for a while. But
Yeah.
the Inteleon, Ruin, he was the one that was supposed to save the game, and as you can see, he is. Oh, I still can't draw. Wait, there we go. He is stunned. He is stunned because of the snarl.
Yeah.
And I actually kind of question, why did he need to be so close to the wall there? Why wasn't he trying to come in from a bit of a wider angle?
I kind of feel like he
with
was
the snipe shot?
auto-attacking because, realistically speaking, take a look at who's near the walls over here. You got Ward right over here. You got Chomo right over here. This entire angle is just blocked off for any snipe shot. You essentially either have to reposition with the Fell Stinger up here or go for some crazy off-angle upper.
Well,
and you don't have the time at that point. You're just
yeah.
hoping you crit with an auto-attack, and from there you're hoping for the best because Ward has just eaten every single snipe shot for the entirety of the game, it feels like.
Yeah, so I want to play that again, right? Because I want to look at the pathing for Ruin, because Ruin was hugging the wall. He wasn't going for a wider angle. So my question here is that, was Snipe Shot on cooldown, like for such a long time, he actually had to be that close to get the Snipe Shot off? Because Snipe Shot is a very reliable skill. He's hugging the wall.
Yeah, and the thing
I
is,
think it must be on cooldown. That's the only thing I can think of.
I mean, honestly, apart from this, you're just trying. You take a look at, because we have a zoomed out vision as an observer, right?
Yeah.
But you take a look at Ruin's perspective at this point in time. All he sees is Ward. He has 2 allies around him. They want to finish off this Umbreon as soon as possible. If he's just backing up, waiting out the shots, I don't think he'll be actually able to take down Ward before he starts healing up or mean looking, healing off of. We already see the Zoroark is mean look. There's nowhere for Lucapo to go, so he just probably felt a bit desperate. Everyone banding together trying to finish off this raid. At least if they got that secure, they'd be able to try and take the game from there. But realistically speaking, I mean, Ward, he just bought so much time, and yeah, Lucapo didn't stand a chance.
I mean,
Just
he took most of the damage actually from Rayquaza. The AoE from Rayquaza. It just really cut him down. So it was a devastating game. I think that it was a really tough game to swallow for MJK. They almost got it. It was just time and time again, the connections coming in from the team. Let's go to the next clip here, because we do have 2 clips. This is game number 2.
Oh, this one's I can't even watch. I can't.
You can't
watch. Yeah, I can't. This was so messy. It felt like they had an.
This was perfect.
Look, this you have to remember that even though we're seeing this clip right now, this is the byproduct of 1 full minute of work. The fact that they got into this beautiful position from MJK was because they slowly pressured with snipe shots, slowly forced resets. Zora Tigers Gaming, if you look at this snapshot right here, they look like they're toast. They look like they're gone.
They should have been.
They should have been, but watch for Jong as he comes back in. As we play it right here. And we pause it again. we pause right at this moment. Where 2 members should have been gone, suddenly Lucapo on this side
sliver
because
of
he
health.
has no HP.
And then Ward,
Yeah.
this man on the hunt. I believe he actually ejects to Lucapo to
Yeah.
say, no.
Yeah, yeah,
Luca, no.
yeah.
It was a really, really tough game. But MJK, the setup was almost there.
Yeah.
It was almost there. It was just
okay.
that
Let's
ending.
keep watching this. I have to show something. Right, he ejects, takes down Lucapo, which is just nasty stuff, and then from there,
He just couldn't finish off Chobo.
Yeah, look at. I mean, they think they have it. He gives up to try and rejoin his team, and Jong's back in the fight.
Jong's back.
Jong's back. I
Jong's
mean,
here
now
to
they're
play.
panicking. Here he goes. Misses the first move for this entire game. Comes through, and beautiful. What? How do you even? 4 people with the surf, another 4 with the hydro. You're just toast at that point. That was the perfect setup. This guy's riding Hang 10.
And we don't even get to see the Rayquaza drop because the game is basically
I mean, honestly, you
It
could
over.
argue that as soon as he landed that surf, it was over. I don't know how you get away with that, and especially since you have full vision of literally that Blastoise slowly whittling his way up there. You know, you see the fire helmet. He's coming up. You know where he is. You gotta know this is coming.
I hope there's no Blastoise and Buzzball nerfs because Jong's going to be riding on a high. And if I'm not mistaken, I do recall seeing clips where the team praised Jong
Yeah.
for how great of a player he is.
Yeah.
I think this series itself was just a testament to how strong, how he did so much heavy lifting. This is not to take away from the team overall, but Jong's setup really created so many openings for the team. Incredible player, but we do need to move on to the grand final here, folks.
Yeah.
So let's head on over to the brackets just so you know where we are at. Our 3 finalists from East Asia have already been determined for the finals, but it's not over yet. The only
Yeah.
thing that we do know is that Zoro Tigers Gaming will be the 3rd seeded team from
Correct.
East Asia. We are now in a position where it's going to be Kabi-chans and Unite Holic determining their seeding.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a crazy grand finals because I think, Danelie, you put it best, right? What happened to Zoro Tigers Gaming earlier? They kind of just got Kabi-chan. Unite Holic, they did have a couple of very clutch moments against MJK to ultimately win that out. We saw just what MJK can bring to the table wasn't really what we were hoping for, as Zoro Tigers Gaming able to eliminate them. And we'll decide, even though both of these teams will continue to meet each other in Thailand, who will walk away with double the prize money and way better seeding between Unite Holic and KS, or rather Kabi-chan. These are 2 teams that will be very intimately familiar with each other, don't you think, Leonard?
Definitely for sure. Of course, great to be back for the very finale.
Welcome back, welcome
the
back.
grand finale. But of course,
True.
the most important thing was to ensure that we have our top 3. We already have
Yeah.
our top 3 going to straight to Thailand to represent East Asia.
Yeah.
Really happy about it. Especially coming from Zoro Tigers. They really redeemed themselves.
Yeah, after
in
that first
last
game,
series.
man, that first game, we don't talk about.
Yeah, we
We
don't talk about it.
They're going to Thailand, yeah! That's all we talk about.
It was a forgotten age, no one wants to remember it.
Yeah.
But of course, now back to the last agenda of the day. Even though, yes, we have our top 3, but we still need to decide who was the best of the 3 here. Or I guess between the 2 here, Team Kabi-chan and Team Unite Holic. You guys know it, you guys love it, but the best part about it is Team Kabi-chan so far, if you're looking straight from the bracket itself, they have one of the best dark horses or Cinderella story. A new team coming to the roster, making their way straight to the top here, into the playoffs here. Although yes, they did not start in the first round, they started in the second round itself because of their seeding advantages from the group stages. But you cannot deny the fact that they have been fighting their way all the way to this very moment here. Although yes, both these 2 teams has already solidified themselves in Thailand, but we still want to know who is actually the true king between the 2.
And both of these teams really have such a unique way about going about
Right.
Pokemon Unite, right? I think Vitopo, that's a top laner that we've been talking about this entire time, busting
Yes.
out the Venusaur. Even though it's largely been this, either it's the Eldegoss or we see some, I guess generally the mainly picked one is Clefable.
Yeah.
We haven't, KS, they've been completely fine. Noda just picks up the Blissey every time and they're still able to split the kills nicely. Flip side, Unite Holics, you look at Betchin, bringing out that Lucario, Mame with a must-ban Sableye and a back pocket Mammoth. What is going on? Like, these 2 teams, they're cooking. I mean, I love Japanese food, but this is a whole different flavor altogether.
Which is why I'm trying to say it's so horrifying in the fact that how versatile these players are. Right?
Yeah.
And the worst part about it is it was slowly coming back to what Danelie was worried about initially, right? Which was, what do you ban? What can you remove? And you also complained about it as well. Why is there only one ban when there's so many options to actually try to remove?
I mean,
you're so limited. Yeah.
I think it works out in the past when people are specialized and have very small pools of Pokemon. We're getting to the stage where everyone is so insanely good at Unite.
I think the right term is not just about small pool. I think the right term would be the fact that they are more dedicated to the role.
Yeah.
Now we have like so many multi roles now. Right? We have like sometimes you see a composition where there's only one defender, one support, but suddenly out of the blue you have a variety of double all-rounders, double attackers. Then with an additional unique role for himself here. Even Blastoise, who's being paid, even though yes, by actual right, he is a defender.
Sure.
But you see people playing Blastoise like an all-rounder.
Yeah. All these all-rounder transformations. Everybody wants to carry the game. Everyone wants to have that nice moment, and they're doing it. They're doing an absolute great job. I mean, that performance from Jong, the earlier performances from Vitopo. I mean, hell, Betchin on that Lucario, that was perfect coordination along with his Dark Style. What is going on?
This is why I was telling Danelie, I said that back in the group stages, I said the one matchup, the one lane matchup that I want to see going head-to-head is Vitopo versus Jong. I feel these two top laners going head-to-head with each other. And the best part about it is that both of these two players have their own separate beliefs.
Sure.
One is an all-rounder focus. The other one is believes in the fact that, yeah, sure, I can play all-rounder, but he can also play attacker. And the way he plays attacker is usually a very contact play with the Venusaur. Even if he just pick up the Sylveon, which he did at one point, he also played a very frontal Sylveon. He really rolled with the Sylveon.
Yeah.
So I'm really excited how they want to go in this best of 3.
I get that you're looking at the top side. I get you're looking at Vitopo. I think we all will be. But my matchup that I'm looking at is these tanks. These tanks. Mame and I'm Tomato. How can... Perhaps Mame, one of the most iconic names in the Japanese Unite scene, period, right? Transferred from being a top path laner, has made a brilliant sort of transition into more of the disruptive role. He's always finding ways to be annoying. And when you think of annoying, really, all you think about is I'm Tomato. That guy is everywhere.
I know. And the worst part about it is that if you felt like you did your part, like, okay, I banned one defender, I stole one defender, but guess what? There are still other defenders.
Yeah, this guy just busts him out. He's fine. And we thought, oh, Crustle, oh, cool Ikura niche pick. Nope, I'm Tomato can do that as well. Oh, you know what else I'm Tomato can do? Trevenant, Lapras, Blastoise, anything under the sun. As long as it has green background, he's fine.
You know, and the crazy thing about it is we talk about Mame, right? Now, now it's definitely guaranteed Mame will be the defender because with the Hoopa being removed from the pool here,
understand,
there is no longer going to be a Mame support here. I mean, there is an off chance with the Saberlight, but the fact that he actually locked in the crossover, but then again, there is still an opportunity to swap roles here, swap Pokemon.
We'll have to see. I mean, Mame, look at those health items along with the...
Wow.
He might just go in there for early invade. It looks like Kokata is securing that. It's an early Zoroark this time.
No, this is totally fine, right?
Is it? Because can't you just pick the Clefable into Wafu and then suddenly your entire career is over?
No, but that's what I'm saying, right? Like, for them, they don't really care about it being countered or anything. They just want the damage. They want the comfort picks. They want the ones that they know for the fact that not only can they roll with it, but same goes for Unite Holic. They secure all this back. Like, look at it. Everything, all the secure. They are basically getting they're getting all the Pokemon they ever wanted for sure. They're sending a saber to Unite Holic. We're coming at you guys with our best. There's no secrets here, nothing to hide. We're coming at you at our strongest. Show us what you got. Because remember, we're talking about two teams where no longer the top one of Japan is no longer here, but we're still trying to figure out who's coming. Yeah, this is what I was telling you. This is what I was telling you about, right? What can Deer play? Danelie was asking what can he play. I said Dodrio was an option if he wants to go for it, and he is gonna go against. It's gonna be a Zoroark versus the Dodrio. It is gonna be an
the instant quote-unquote counter, the slow roll. These guys, they're playing some Unite. We have an insane grand finals lined up for us. Betchin going back for that crazy Lucario that he's just looked phenomenal on. Mame at least is gonna swap out to that eject button, so no fluffy tail, early invade shenanigans. But you can bet your bottom dollar this dojo is gonna be all over the Inteleon.
It's so crazy, right? Because like, if you think you had the damage, you just can't. There's just so much beefiness that's gonna be coming up from the Team Kapichan. But at the same time, Unite Holic, so much early game aggression. Does it have not so dependent on multi-evolution level as well. Unlike the side here for Antalya and the Venusaur,
Look,
they still have the final with the
look,
It's insane.
I'm worried, Leonard, because
Okay, what are you worried?
similarly to the Scyther,
Tell me.
Dodrio, you know, you can do a little backcap shenanigans, but another Pokemon that if you just get controlled up a little bit, you gotta get KO'd. I don't really know.
I know, but this is...
Okay, is Dur different?
Yes,
Okay.
Dur is just absolutely
Okay, I'm
different.
just gonna have to take your word for it.
But no, trust me. When
I
Dur
trust you.
when Dur first came in, I told Danelie, this guy is an exclusive Dragonite player, and she's
Damn.
like, she's not too sure about it. Then when he started playing it, that's when she said,
Damn.
"Yup, that's a Dragonite." East Asia just
That's a-
loves Dragonite for some reason,
Damn.
but that's
Damn.
a Dragonite.
Okay.
And then when the opportunity didn't look good for Dragonite, because he is still a central player, right?
Sure.
Then the Dodrio came in.
Okay.
I told Dodrio there's a chance Dodrio comes in. That's also one of his few go-tos. And he absolutely rolled with it. Whether it's it for backcapping, whether it's it from hitting from the back lines, like especially since they did not expect it at all, or stealing the Quasar, he nailed everything. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last series of day number 3, the grand finals between Unite Harley and Kami-chan. Who takes top 1? We will know after this first very crazy game.
I do wonder how the Dodrio is gonna interact, whether it's gonna be try attack or drill peck or whatnot. Because I'm trying to figure out how that interacts with the Rock Tomb that we've seen a lot of today. Dodrio less so. Are you going to abuse the Rock Tomb to go on other targets? Are you going to try and nail them further inside the Rock Tomb and put them in place, set up for X-Scissor? I mean, there's a lot of crazy positional plays that they can find here as Dodrio starting to make that first rotation on the top side. Meanwhile, it's Kokata from Kabe-chan starting to slice away, threatening up on that poor Dwebble, but able to make his way to the Citrus Berry. Should be fine, just lose out on a couple of dunks, but at least keep their lives intact.
I love it. They weren't so dependent on the defensive guild boss. They understand this guy is very aggressive with the Zoroark. Positioning him all the way back towards the berry, so even if with the overextend, they can still recover and try to go for the punish. So totally an amazing read and follow-up. And I love you actually brought up the question between the tri-attack and the drill pack coming from the Dodrio. There was a slight nerf to the drill pack, but then again, we've seen actually Deer actually pull it off pretty phenomenally as well. But like I said, there's just one of those few speedsters where it just depends on your scenario and situation, right?
Whoa, what
well
is-
positioning. Just Dwebble, wow!
Yeah, what is going on here? He's
This-
on a speed run with like 100 HP.
This man is he is blessed by God. He can't fall here. He knows he can't
Dude,
fall.
what? Okay, wait. Look at the map positioning from all of Unite Holic. Where are they going? Like you have Upono who's just sort of gone through the back lines, stolen up a Citrus Berry, standing in front of 2 members on the side of Kabe-chan who can't really do anything to him. He stole yet another last hit,
Right.
and he's just dunking. I think he's eventually gonna go down here once the moonlight ends. They're chasing him down, but this is a lot of space being bought as the entire Swablu and Altaria stack just gets cleared up by Kabe-chan here. Unite Holic, they are on a very, very funny trajectory here.
The thing is, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of rotation, especially from Pokemon's parents from the bottom lane, mainly because of the fact that both Dribble and Mew not really easily to pick up from each other. Like they can't pick off each other either way.
Yeah.
So that gives an opportunity for their actually supporters
Yeah.
or front or defenders to actually free roam. That's why
Yeah.
we see a little bit of jungle, like central area invasion, the prep for the central Altaria spawns as well. Then we might even see some confrontation to the top side because I feel that lane is going to someone decide whether this Venusaur is going to pop off a lot more earlier than supposed to be as well.
Yeah, starting a contest already for that Swablu coming in though. Starting to show their face already, and he knows that there's danger on the horizon. He immediately starts running towards the bot side. He would love to get an angle on this Inteleon who has done a good job in terms of keeping himself out of harm's way for now, relying on I Am Tomato as a bodyguard. It's actually going to be a scalp build over the surf, so
Interesting.
yeah, just some long-range harass trying to pair up with the team, not really wanting to commit in with that move.
By the way, I didn't get to see the items coming from the Ivy Sword. Is it the Battle Dance one or the Solar Beam?
I thought it was Solar Beam based on what I saw, but we'll have to see as the fight breaks out here. Registeel easy secure there from Mame. Another day in the office for this Crustle as they come forward. The snipe shot couldn't really connect on the objective. Instead, kind of got body blocked by one of the Unite Holic members. It's kind of one of the byproducts of just having such large bodies. Mew able to just snipe down that Clefairy with the long range auto attack and the Electro Ball for sure. KO streak of 2 as Unite Holic take control in this bot side.
Yeah, this is definitely a lot more lost.
Oh,
than-
Petal Dance, okay.
Yeah. Okay, so he went for the
Now, because he's already with the Inteleon, right? He wants to frontline him on that.
you know, I mean, it depends, right? Sometimes.
I
right?
guess so.
But like I said, that's why I was asking what was his health item. Because that usually somewhat
Yeah, if the
dictates-
muscle band, you know this guy's going in.
Yeah.
Right.
But then again, Battle Dance is pretty great as well because like if there's gonna be a lot of contact rate for both the Lucario, the Crustle, and also the Dodrio. So like I said, Giga Drain along with Battle Dance, you basically get the best of both. You get sustain, you also get that damage on contact plays. It's gonna be a really fun round for their side here. But because we see Vitopo with the Battle Dance of Venusaur, he has not failed me now. I don't think he'll fail me in the future. But then again, different slow bro. Nice to inject button into the Inteleon. Wow! Barely sustaining for the Solar Beam too. Does pop the ultimate as well, trying to sustain as much as possible. But unfortunately for the slow bro, just too many people. 5 members committed for the bottom, and they will get our good friend Inteleon at the same time. But of course, with that being said, they did lose the goal post. They will have to divert their attention for their own personal first goal post on the top side, and even the Regieleki.
Good stroke of luck there from the Fable, rolling the Wonder Wish block, able to just hold off. Even the Inteleon with a Zero Ray Vision just ends up committing a bit too far forward, gets zapped down by that Electro Ball. And I mean, Mew has done such a great job in terms of pumping out that damage. I think, you know,
it's so crazy because it's like, it feels like, because like, although yes, point-wise, Kami-chan is slightly ahead by a few points, right? But in terms of level racing, there isn't really like a very significant difference. Like no one is currently like snowballing or anything. It felt so even between both sides.
I mean, points-wise it's even, but it really feels like Unite Holic, they have quite a pretty good grasp of this game. Mame coming through, another beautiful Rock Tomb coming through. The engage, it's not clean enough, and they can't actually get any KOs other than Zoroark. The Crustle dropping low as well. They're starting to come through Mystical Mirage, keeping them safe. But the Venusaur, Vitopo, this is his favorite area to play. When you like to run in, he'll pedal dance and tangle right with you. Dodrio coming for the wraparound, like you mentioned, looking for an angle, but they haven't presented themselves just yet. So smart to stay in that grass. Dropek is not going to connect, and Bliss Resistance able to help the Inteleon. Not really what they wanted in terms of initiation. Here comes Zoroark, but understands already he can't commit any further. They'll start poking away at this goal zone. Triple trample away, actually gets the safety. They left the Venusaur high and dry, and he gets picked off. Now it's Kabe-chans who need to back up.
Slowly trying to find an opportunity. Rock to completely area denial. No way for him to run at all, and they are going to be facing the full brunt of the might of Unite Holic as they pick up more chaos one by one. 3 will fall. Snowball also following down in soon. But guess what on the top side? Zoroark is on the hunt for the Dodrio because he knows for the fact that he needs this ball. He needs to secure his central area as much as possible. But this Dodrio, dear, is just constantly on ahead of things, ahead of the curve in terms of EXP, trying to get more control, more security for his side. And there's just so much intel as well.
I mean, the thing is, he's doing a pretty... Okay, we're going to pretend we didn't see that. He's doing a great job in terms of juking out danger, right? He has a very keen sense of it. He's not finding himself in troublesome situations, even that triple trample to get out. But he hasn't really accomplished much for the team just yet either.
Right, because like I said, they're currently in a state where a very massive mistake can really change the tune of this game.
Sure.
So they're fine with small skirmishes. They're fine with 1 or 2 KO pickups, right? But anything massive, they will not really entertain it too much.
I understand.
If they have to commit Unite Move to escape, that's totally fine with them. It's not a big loss.
Okay, Leonard. So with that being said, they don't want to get into the mix. At what point do they try and make that game-winning move? Does it have to be a... Okay, you're about to tell me, huh?
You see, this is the interesting part.
Okay.
It's either this Reggie fight. Let's see how greedy they are for an opening, right? Because both sides are very interested to fight. They are very keen to fight. The adrenaline is currently running. They're using all of their wits and will to keep themselves back because Rayquaza is gonna spawn right here. So anyone who oversteps, anyone who misclicks or misplays here, that will pretty much determine how this round is gonna be.
You need to watch out for that slow beam. That's exactly what that last pick was selected for. Locking up one important target. If you get your touch on the Mew or perhaps even the Lucario, that savior in Betchin's Aura Sphere. Just gonna get eliminated. Oh, Mame playing with fire a bit here, trying to Rock Tomb them out of hiding. They're already starting to push and pull beautiful Solar Beam. Rock Tomb onto 3 and straight in, but the Aura Sphere, they're trying to connect onto that Inteleon, but it's not enough Bliss Resistance, and they've already lost Betchin as well as Mame. 3 members remain, and he can't stand up against that. Once again, Unite Holic try and commit, but they don't have the damage to clean things up. The Blissey, you say this time and time again, oh, you want to focus one target? That is exactly what I wanted. just like that, Kabe-chans, once again they will secure the Rayquaza and they'll start pumping in those goals.
Oh, it was such a very risky bait as well. They knew for the fact that they understand the positioning coming from Unite Hollywood. They played around the brush. They stick so close to each other as well because they know they're quite durable. But there's an off chance they can actually get picked up one by one. And Leonard almost lost his life in that scenario as well. He got really, really low in that kind of situation. That's pretty much why the Deer committed to get as close as much as possible, but they just couldn't. The bait worked out. They forced that fight out so perfectly for Kabi-chan. And once the Unite move was completely off, they just went all in and just cleared up out.
The tricky thing about it for Kabi-chan's lineup is I feel like with Unite Holic as they just kind of get wiped out here, I don't see an angle for you to commit in like that. You're running into Petal Dance, you're running into Zoro, just slicing you around. This Dodrio, I mean, he's gonna get a KO or two with some jumps and whatnot, but it hasn't really felt the most inspiring. I didn't see a single moment this game where it felt like, oh, you know, here comes the Dodrio, able to clean up the back line. Even that fight, it was very much the Lucario and Mame who were trying to set up first, and it took a while for Dur to really get into the picture. So I know it's a signature, I know you hyped it up. Color me unimpressed, because even though he's sort of the MVP in this situation, we know for a fact that it was very hard for him to have an impact. And I don't think that's a slight on the player. It's just kind of one of Dodrio's main issues.
No, I think it's mainly because of the fact that of that fear coming from I Am Tomato, right?
Yeah.
Like once again, just denying any opportunity. Maybe it would have been a lot slightly more different if he didn't actually opt in for that last big slow roll.
Yeah.
I think just mainly because of the fact that there was a slow roll in the round. I think he wasn't too scared of the Venusaur. I don't think he wasn't too worried about the Blissey or the Zora either. Especially since he actually was ready to dive into the mix as well.
Sure.
I think he was just a lot more cautious of the fact that if he gets slow beat in any scenario, because he's the softest guy.
Yeah.
And we're talking about a game where both sides are pretty equivalent, both in levels and in terms of damage as well, and in potential. So if he gets caught even once, I think that's pretty much like done so for the map. I don't think he's going to be able to walk out of it.
No, I get it, but at that point in time, when you're up against a slow bro, somebody has to be slow beam.
Correct.
Right? So if it's not Duh, and somebody else gets slow beam like Betchin, and then he goes down, what are you doing to try and impact the fight? We'll see exactly what that Dojo was up to as we get back to some replays here of that first game. A pretty couple of significant engagements here from the side of Unite Holland, but I don't know, it just...
No, like you see, right? A lot of these fights, it's mainly just how the team can just want to really call it out, right? Do they want to come in for the objective? Do they want to back up for the objective? You really see coming from the side of Deer, right? Just trying to find an opportunity to really dive in, but also being very defensive at the same time.
Yeah.
Like he does understand like what's his role in this round here. I think the only difference is the fact that there's a lot more comfortability coming from the side for the Zoroark here on the side of Kabi-chan, because you have a lot of people that can sustain by themselves. You have a lot of people can have a lot of presence in a lot of these team fights, right? So it comes to a situation where when you have a lot of these options, a lot of targets to prioritize, right? You don't really have that kind of opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this fight now, and again, I'm looking at people run straight into the Petal Dance. This is, I don't know. I just feel like we talked about it during the draft. We said, okay, MJK, sorry, not MJK, I'm getting confused, Kabi-chans, they're going to come at you with their best strategy.
Yes.
Right? And surely, somewhere down the line, Unite Holics, they must have had some sort of consideration for what they were gonna do against the top half Venusaur, what they were gonna do against this Blissey. But time and time again, you're running straight into this Venusaur, the Blissey's getting the Bliss assistance off on the one target that you focused. This is another day in the office for Kabi-chans. Right? This is similar to every single successful game they've played. You've just given them that free recipe again, and I think you need to mix things up if you're trying to come out on top.
You know, after looking at the entire game as a whole again for this highlight, right? What if there's an off chance? There's an option, because I know there are some teams who do their drafting, whether it's to counter pick or to adapt to against the competition. What if this comp was more designed to actually just pick off and snipe in that Rayquaza? I felt like there was a lot of burst potential coming from all three, both the Mew. Although yes, not the best secure compared to the Intellion Snipe Shot, but we're talking about both really fast-paced attackers, like Lucario, the Dodrio, and the Mew at the same time.
Yeah, it honestly felt to me like they were meant to sort of play a bit more, not so much the Ray, but their lineup would have really benefited from being able to split up their opponents across the map and get those singular pick-offs, maybe 2 versus 3 sort of skirmish situations. You take advantage of the Dodrio's passive where he's able to really run around and be everywhere on the map, but that never really was the case. DIR spent most of that game running away from the Zoroark, running away from the Venusaur, because none of them were really viable targets. The only person he really wanted to go on was that Inteleon, who never showed his face. Rom was just chilling, right? And
Never could be found.
you ended up getting KO'd on that Inteleon like what? 2 times that I saw in that replay over there. Other than that, perfect game overall. And I think the Slowbro last pick really just caught them off guard.
Yeah, it really did, and it just like further, like I guess you could really like stamped out their positioning. Right? Like, hey, you know, out of all the options, right, all the plans you can do, now there's a Slowbro. Now I'm just gonna be even more of a menace for you guys.
I think it also goes back to something that we just saw in the Zoro Tigers gaming versus MJK game, where yes, MJK pick a Crustle, but they don't exactly have the lineup to capitalize on that Rock Tomb, right? You're thinking about some of these Pokemon that, okay, you Rock Tomb a Venusaur, you're gonna walk up into it.
Yep.
Like what are you doing here? Like what's the plan? Okay, you Rock Tomb a Slowbro, you're coming in with Disable. I can't remember that because I have amnesia. I'm not affected at all. It's just a very awkward attempt when you're locking someone in and they're completely fine with fighting you and standing their ground. That's not how Rock Tomb is supposed to be capitalized on.
My theory would be because of maybe the order of the draft, right? Because if you think of it this way, they actually first locked in that.
There's a Crustle first.
Yeah, they locked in the Crustle first, then which follow up with both the Inteleon and the Zoroark, right? Yeah. Which then leads into the fact that they didn't, by the way, they didn't really pick into the Venusaur, right? It's more like the Venusaur was already picked into them, right? Because it was their turn to go for their next 2 picks. Sure. So the Venusaur came in, I think that's the part where they just realized like, alright, great. Because the picks that we went for, which by the way, it was Lucario entered into the Clayfield Walk right after the Crustle for them. So it was like somewhat a bit too late already because they're already like halfway through of their composition. And then suddenly the Venusaur comes in. Now the fact that
and you're like, okay. But it's also weird because when you think about it, you kind of should expect it. Literally, Vitopo, that's most of what he's been playing all day today. Now, I do want to give a special shout, and this is not really MVP performance or anything crazy like that, but I do want to give a special shout to Kokata on that Zoroark. Because I feel like throughout the whole of today, when we've seen Zoroarks, they've always been very aggressive, trying desperately to make moves. But I like his recognition that he doesn't have to do that. If he dives a bit too far, he's giving up very important positioning. Whereas if he sticks next to his team, he'll always be fine because of the AoE healing and just kind of sustain that they have, and that puts him in prime position to deal damage to some of these divers coming in, trying to capitalize. I thought that was a great switch up.
I think that was actually pretty much possibly maybe even the main reason why they had a really tough time, because mainly the fact that they decided to go with a very slow and defensive, like very proactive combination strategy here, because they have two, like I said, they have 2 Pokemon that require like that final stage, two evolution stages, right? Yeah. So they need to buy the time, buy the EXP, but at the same time, they cannot be too passive until the point where on the side here for team MJ, sorry, not MJK.
You got caught up in my situation. Unite Holic.
Unite Holic to constantly be aggressive towards them. Hence why the Zoroark is popping in and out, but not fully committing it for those pickoffs here. Just trying to keep them at bay, just try to create the necessary amount of space here. Even those objective fights, if you notice, they weren't really too all in with it either. They wanted to see if there was an opportunity to snipe, opportunity to go for the pickup. If they can't, that's fine with them. They lose a couple of KOs, a couple of skirmishes, that's also fine with them because the main people are not being taken down here. That's pretty much the goal for them. And I think because of this defensive opening, defensive strategy, they just could, the Dodrio, the Lucario, Betchin, couldn't find that necessary opening to actually engage because there was no engagement in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, the whole time, I think it's very characterized by one moment that we saw where it was essentially, if you remember, the top side, Lucapo's level 7. Right, you're facing up against the Ivysaur, who's just standing there, hitting a camp. He's hitting the Swablues, but because the Zoroark and the Blissey are just waiting in the wings, they're not aggressing, they're not pushing, they're not even farming the Swablues. They're just sitting there. It really sums up the whole game where the whole team was always ready to respond if you jumped Inteleon, if you jumped Venusaur. But unless that was the case, they're just happy to stand their ground and really bully you. I mean, I think, to be honest, that's a very, very convincing game plan for me, at least from Kami-chan's. I think it's worked out perfectly for them throughout today. They've shown that they know how to make the most of their defensive tools. Not a single eject button gone to waste. Right, and I think they've done a great job.
And the best part about it, they didn't even really need the committee eject pattern unless it's really necessary. I think only Inteleon had the committee unless when the scenario, when the situation really called for it. Venusaur and the rest of the squad, I don't think they were too worried about it. I felt like they were able to use it very aggressively, very offensively, and I think I'm totally fine with that because that just totally works for them here.
Okay,
but
quick
then
question.
All right.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Okay, Unite Holic, do you switch back to that Dragon?
In the hands of Betchin,
Let me think.
I think they shouldn't have locked in the Lucario too early. I'm
Yeah.
fine if it was a fourth or fifth pick or maybe even a last pick if they want to go for it. But I don't think Lucario should have been like a priority locked in, like instant lock in. Like, hey, we don't want them to have the Lucario.
Yeah.
But at the same time, Kabi-chan didn't really like bring up too much of the existence of the Lucario. Sure, they can play the Lucario.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean like it's gonna be like a constant stable pick. For
Yeah, I mean, we'll see exactly what went on in that final fight, and it really just goes back down to the Lucario and Dur having a little bit of struggle engaging as we play this clip. This final stretch, and take a look at, I mean, let's just pause it right here. You get a killer. This is killer, I think. Look at this. This is not very good. Look at this. Once again, blocking them into a house. But who have you caught? Let's have a think. Right? Which one of these people? Okay, here, let's number them.
Right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a multiple choice question, Leonard.
Yes.
Which one do you think cares?
You mean which one?
Which one, from 1 to 4,
Yeah.
which Pokemon cares about this situation that they're in right now?
Oh, actually, no one.
Absolutely. It's a trick question. None of them care. They're all just like, what's up, buddy? You trying to fight us? And then we play this clip. Keep it going. Just stand their ground. Okay, come through. Now, we do have to mention that it's a very, very clean initiation from Ame.
It was.
Right, he jumps in, gets the X-Scissor. By all intents and purposes, it should have been curtains. But take a look at this fast reaction. You see these two little hands already on top of the Inteleon, who is on a sliver of HP. If he didn't get these shields, it would have been a big problem. Bliss Assistance coming through. Immediately, the Venusaur turns around. This giant explosion they are seeing, it's an Aura Sphere coming from off the screen from this Lucario, but it doesn't connect in time to eliminate anyone. Look at the difference that makes before and after it connects. Right here, just that sliver of HP, and he makes it over at the same time. That's the body barrier coming into play. Suddenly, this Inteleon, you committed everything in the kitchen sink onto him, and he is fine. Pop the Unite, ready to pop some hits.
I think the only fighter that they were so confident, very comfortable with this. You could not get this. You cannot get this very swift reaction, or unless the fact that you guys already pre-planned how is it gonna go.
Exactly. You've already discussed it.
They already called it out. Let's say you're just gonna drop your ultimate on a different Italian. No one else gets it, just an Italian. Don't think anyone else will fall for that kind of confrontation, for that combo, because they're just durable enough.
Exactly. I mean, we saw Vitopo, who just stands his ground. He's like, Giga Drain.
Yeah, exactly right. He's just,
Giga Drain.
and
lol.
the best part about it, they threw everything. And that was after the solo beam as well. So they don't really have any other follow-up damage for it. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, finally, we're back again to the draft pick here. This is the second game. Could be the finisher for Kabi-chan to be the grand champion of all three.
Kabe-chan, what a story for them, right?
I know.
Look, I mean, if you look at the standings, okay, it goes according to expectations because Kabe-chan was second, Unite Holic was third. But Unite Holic have really shown some convincing performances thus far.
Yes.
And to see how they kind of got handled by Kabe-chan, to put it simply, they got Kabe-chan. Yeah, that's about it. I don't really know how else you can describe it as. We'll see. Perhaps a similar focus coming through. It looks like Mame is going for the Crustle again. They're not too worried about the counterplay of picking Pokemon that don't care.
Yep, of course. And since, of course, they are definitely have the opportunity to be first pick as well. Still locking in the Crustle a little bit of a danger, when especially in the hands of Iron Tomato, but they are going to lock it exactly what they want. So in other words, it's pretty clear cut.
Damn.
It's already clear cut of what they're going to be running already. But still, they are still going to be locking in the Lucario on their side. But this time, bringing in a lot more durability. A lot more damage, but able to be durable in the fights against the Venusaur, against everyone else that's going to be coming to their face. Yeah. They bring in the Yoshiba. I'm fine with the switch up here. They're still going to bring in the Venusaur, especially. But the thing is this time, Unite Holic has already anticipated. It's a guaranteed Venusaur. They're fine with two all-rounders in their lineup. They're more durable. The only difference this time, you bring the Trevenant. But all these kind of fighters, what's the one thing that fighters hate the most, Mike? Exactly. control. And
Oh,
Trevenant has been one of the most nuisance things. If you think Wood Hammer is a problem, there's still the Horn Leash, there's also still the Phantom Forest.
This was so smart. This was so smart. But now, take a look at this switch up.
Wait,
Unite Holly.
No support?
Is there a single support?
Wait, no,
on their
it's a
side?
support Mew, is it?
I actually don't know what to
Wait,
say
let
for
me
this.
see. EXP
Surely
share, yeah.
not. Are you okay? Are you going for some sort of crazy invade tactic where you're putting down Kolkata early on and then you're trying to dominate the early game from there? Because that's what it looks like to me. There's a lot of Pokemon, the Lucario and Dur specifically, that can get in there early. Eupono's actually going to be playing it up next to Wafu. And there's no switch up. Okay, EXP share Mew.
That's what I was saying. It's a somewhat of a support Mew here. But here's the interesting thing, right? It won't be like following up with your statement, right?
Sure.
I won't be so surprised to see a Lucario being a very aggressive invader because let's be honest, it's something Team MYS actually started utilizing last week.
Sure.
But it was paired alongside with their Sableye here, so they had two person who can really run in pretty deep, pretty aggressive as much as possible, and it was somewhat of their playstyle. There is no Sableye here, but there is still an opportunity for them to be as aggressive as much as possible if they choose to go for it. However, I am concerned, do they have the damage to follow up with it?
Bruh, Unite Holic were literally like, last game we don't have enough dive to eliminate the Inteleon immediately.
everyone's
Now everyone's diving. Full squad diving, we're going on a trip, everyone get your snorkel, everyone get your oxygen tank, we're diving it up. One final game to potentially decide the winner of East Asia. Now, they both are going to Thailand, like we said, over and over, but it's a thing of pride, you know, you want to come out on top, you want to be that first seed, you want to get that double prize money, $5,000 US in first place, 2,500.
That's a lot of
That's a big difference.
Yeah, that's a lot of grocery money, you know. Grocery is hard to come by nowadays, you know.
That's a lot of hollowware money, if you think about it.
True,
If you really want to get dressed up on the Unite Battlegrounds already. We're seeing Mame come through, but it almost seems like Kabi-chan. They know what's up. Look at that Chansey right next to Zora. They want no part of these shenanigans.
I think they really somewhat anticipated who gets the steal, who gets the pick up. Oh, he managed to get it actually!
I don't know whether he gets out alive though, but
Oh, no,
the focus ban. I mean, I'm not sure whether you saw, but I think that was actually a fluffy tail coming out from Mame.
Right.
So he's just fully tagged for this annoying, abusive, come into your jungle, invade, you know, get as much as possible. We'll see whether that pays out for Unite Holly.
I mean, for now, but of course, that's not going to last for too long. He still needs the necessary, he still requires the necessary EXP as well to get that cross it out, and now it's finally here. The greatest monument for our house. You couldn't ask for more better building, a better hollowware building for himself here. Guy needs a home. It's a hermit crab.
Eupono suddenly, what is going on? I mean,
You know,
I mean, this is the last game. This could be the potential last game,
True,
right?
true.
I think one thing about Unite Holic, even in that previous game, is that the way they choose to allocate their Pokemon and roles on the map has been quite unorthodox, quite interesting. Suddenly, we're seeing DIR get to that early level power spike with that Leafeon, and then you're suddenly allowing the focus to go over to the Urshifu, get that level 5 instead.
You know, interestingly as well, like this is, I believe this is going to be one of those few times where Eupono gets to actually go over with the other. Usually he's actually being the supporter for the squad.
Yeah.
Of course, first KO. But the sideline is going to be absolutely fantastic. Now the whole team's converging for that goal post. But guess what? Reinforcer comes in for a quick rotation. Yeah, the Zora is definitely intending. But then again, the goal post was able to save it from that last slash spin.
Oh my goodness, and Mame makes his way towards the Citrus Berry. He
Nah,
will more than likely go down and give those buffs back over to the Zoroark, but not a lot of time here on Unite Holic, grabbing themselves a pretty decent early advantage, but that's a solo KO. The Drizzile, not even fully evolved just yet, able to take down that Urshifu. That's not what you wanted.
Which makes you really curious, like how did that happen in the first place here? But regardless, this is really fantastic. Now we got the Inteleon out here. And this is perfect, right? Because this is exactly 30 seconds before the Reggie, the first objective spawns. So you're going to be having this snipe shot damage capability here. But what is that damage? I just talked about it and instantly, very massive coming in from the Mew. Only one KO, unfortunately, but hey, you know, if the fact that you're able to force him back, that's pretty great too.
Coming through for these family of Swablu and Altair. That's really disjointing. The fact that you call them a family because they just get eliminated so instantly. It brings a tear to my eye. Love Swablu, love Altair.
But you know, for the sake of training the
For the sake of going
Pokemon,
to Thailand,
right?
For the sake of going to Thailand.
No, they're already going to Thailand, but for the sake of becoming the ultimate Pokemon master, you need the EXP from somewhere.
For the sake of having a bit more shopping money in Thailand, let's put it that way.
Regice though, going to give them a lot more shopping EXP for them to potentially fish up more pickoffs here in this bot side. Not a lot of support in the area, it's just Yukono as well as Mame and Yukono. I think he's going to be knocked down here. Nice dash away, preserving his light. Oh, is that Stealth Rock? That's a bit of a different build from Mame coming in here. Emerald 2-step Solar Blade. Not going to connect though. DIR actually missing the mark on that potential pickoff on the Blissey. It's been a very awkward game so far, Leonard.
Well, it's been fun and all, but of course, you know, the thing is we just love how professional players start to show us something new, right?
True.
Something off meta for a while. The thing is, we may feel and may know like the fact that, okay, maybe this is the way to go, but there are just some times where they come in with some really unique.
There's a reason why we're commentators and all.
Exactly.
That's how I always like to say.
But
Well, for now, even though there's a bit of a point disparity, it does feel like Kabe-chan's, they're once again not really disjointed from their game plan. Everything going according to how they like it. They haven't really been threatened on the key Pokemon.
Yep, not so far.
Just one pick-off onto the Ivysaur early on when they brought 4 members, but other than that, both him and Rom are just farming up a storm.
Yeah, it feels like we're going to be finally going down to that final showdown. It requires a bit once again. Since both sides been pretty passive about it, and when you have this kind of early count, you would somewhat expect a little bit more aggression, you know, try to snowball out of it. But I think they just lost that window, that window of opportunity. Now it's just slowly dependent on that Rayquaza. Or maybe they can try to go for pickups, right? Like go for those 1v4 scenario, trying to pick up at least a couple of players. Does it have to be a full team fight though? But again, just pop out the Unite move. Massive damage is also going to be committed as well alongside with the Blissey. Blissey was trying to think if he wanted to commit the Unite before it. However, for our dear friend Venus on the other hand, instantly get melted away by the combination attack from both of their all-rounders.
Yeah, they just have more than enough burst damage physically to melt you down and turn around, get a second. I mean, this might be what Unite Holic are actually playing for here, just in these tag team duo squads, forcing the Bliss assistance out. And that's all just Betchin. He did so much work up here in this top side, even dodging one more snipe shot out. It's a lot of attention for essentially nothing. Turn around, you Pono! Soloing out the Venusaur. The one thing about this Urshifu is he hits hard, and you can tank up an extended engagement, but when half your HP is chunked off in one shot, no, that's not where a Venusaur can survive.
I mean, that's why we were saying, right? It was a really good switch coming in from their side here. But then again, you do need to remember, they have no supports here. So in terms of a battle of attrition, especially against a ranged poker like the Italian, it's going to hurt a lot for them because they just constantly need to go back just to get fully healed before coming back into the fight again.
Yeah. And I mean, this switch up has been so interesting as coming forward, looking for the secure. They haven't been able to find it. Just a little bit off the mark as Betchin needs to retreat and give up this top pressure with the Regieleki. Shell Smash, Stealth Rock, not really a build we've seen from Mame. Popping the Rubble Rouser just to try and hold this goal zone while the Mew peppering away from the side. A bit of a weird one, forcing the eject button out. They actually take down the Venusaur again as Wafu should be able to finish off this Trevenant. Oh, last shot, the Solar Beam, the Phantom Forest. He still manages to get out. The Soft Bell keeps him away, but the last little bit of an auto attack.
I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either as Betchin here in this bot side. Again, this Lucario is just being so annoying, coming through with the Bone Rush, able to create the distance. Unite Holic, they are taking Kabe-chan's for a spin right now.
They really are, and also if you're talking about the level race, they managed to outrun them as well in this race. Point wise, of course, they're also ahead as well, but not too much. Still able for them to really turn things around, and I think that's pretty much why we see Zorok just holding that 40 points, just finding an opportunity to sneak in for that back cap here. But of course, Waffle a little bit ahead of the curve here. Felt something might be the miss here. Standing not too far from where their allies. That's why you can see the positioning really well done by Unite Holic. If they were to be engaged upon, it was very fast for Waffle to just rotate down to really go for that damage assist. However, big initiation coming to the mix as well. Mame will barely sustain, pops in the Shell Smash, won't be able to get out of the mix. But what about Waffle on the other hand? Currently in the clutches of the members of Kabe-chan here and will completely be removed. How can no one? Okay, yeah, they spotted. I was just to say, like, how can no one walk on the
what was he doing there? Like, who was he trying to get a pick up on? Perhaps the Italian, but not going to show his face as we are 30 seconds away from that big objective. Unite Holic, they have the advantage of splitting the map so heavily. It's largely been Betchin out and about on his lonesome, creating so much pressure with that Lucario. Yeah. But we'll see how things pan out. All things considered secure-wise, it feels like Unite Holic should have the advantage with the Leafeon, Mew, and the Urshifu. But you never know. Yeah. Kabe-chan, they've pulled out miracles before. Oh, this could be a good one, but no, he doesn't fall for it.
Yeah, he
He's inching forward. That blast, is it going to be enough? They come forward and force the button anger. They can't finish off in time now. Betchin's in some trouble, gonna get run down, force to turn around the Aura Sphere. But Lucario's already down. Coming through Mami. Is this how Unite Howling fall? They just get obliterated, but they manage to get the Rayquaza. Can they get the dunks in time? Do they even need the dunks at this point? Kame-chan, they need to close the distance between themselves and their opponents. Is someone gonna come back and defend? Looks like Wafu will be able to get a dunk off. Meanwhile, Leafeon able to block off that score from the poor Trevenant as he tries to desperately unleash his opposition away, but there's nowhere to go. The dunks are in. You're 100 points down, Leonard.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely no way. There's literally right now Unite Holics will be playing full defense. 1 minute, honestly, let's be honest, this 1 minute is possibly going to be the longest 1 minute for Unite Holic here as they will hold down the line. It's not that Kapitan has no points, they do. But the problem is they just need to find a way to get into it here. And now this might be a prime opportunity because a lot of their members will be somewhat split up, except for the Lucario. He's getting ready to jump in for the reinforcement if necessary.
And look at Wafu, he still has the shield. He's looking for a potential sneaky dunk. As soon as Kabe-chan's try and aggress upon this point, they're just immediately going to pop the Mew out, getting another dunk out, full 50. But the Stealth Rock, look at that. It just keeps all of them in place. Mami, he's an immovable object. The Solar Blade's coming through. You're desperately trying to snipe shot, desperately trying to find any angle you can, but there isn't any. The poor Venusaur gets chopped down by the Solar Blade. That's not how you wanted to ride it. As Wafu comes back for the defense, it's a KO streak of 2, and no more time, no more members, and no more shots. Kame-chan will get slapped back to the curb. We're going to a Game 3 for this Grand Finals, Leonard.
I can't believe it, man. I really cannot believe it.
Wafu's gonna get another score. Are you kidding me? His shield is not even broken. The Holly's desperate. He's just gonna come through, get another 37. I mean, crown on this Mew's head for the amount of work he's done this game. Amazing stuff. Even in that Ray fight, when things look dire, Unite Holic able to come out on top with that just advantageous secure.
It's exactly what you said as well. Like, even though yes, they got rid of the Lucario, that's great. It ended up in a 4v5. But because how low Rayquaza the HP started to drop, everyone's priority just shifted. Everyone's just like, we're gonna get this. But in a battle between securing, it's already Unite Holic by the book already. On paper, it's already their win for it. So, and Kabi-chan just understand this. That's pretty much why they started throwing everything upon it, but it just didn't work out as well as what they hoped for here.
The thing is, we've been talking about this plan from Kabe-chan throughout the entire day. You put Noda Wajo on this Blissey, all he really needs to worry about is Rom, because Rom just gets into a rough position. Oh, eject button out, oh, Bliss assistance. This time round, Vitopo wasn't in any position to survive these fights. Not nearly the impact on the Venusaur. And this is why, at the end of the day, in Pokemon Unite, this Pokemon is classified as an attacker. It can sustain if you're doing chip damage. A little bit of Espeon Star power here and there, just a little bit of Icicle Spears here. He doesn't care. But if you're still able to bring him toe-to-toe, face-to-face with an all-rounder, that all-rounder will work him every day of the week. That's what happened there.
Yeah, I think that's just one of those few scenarios, right? There's also the problem of the fact that the team was just trying to find a way to get around it. But first, ladies and gentlemen, let's quickly go through the highlight to see if anything we missed or something we can really talk about here. But seriously, this is now I'm slowly coming back to what I was like. The question I asked you just now. Right? Was this composition designed mainly just to try to secure objectives here? Because if we look at their whole gameplay as a whole, right? Yeah, it was very somewhat objective driven.
Sure. I would dare say that this entire lineup was designed to do what we're seeing right here. Burst down the Venusaur in one fell swoop. It didn't necessarily work out as, unfortunately, Betchin just gets KO'd there. But in this absolute mess, take a look at the Urshifu just winding up that fist. Unstopped by any hindrance. He just sees the tick damage coming out around him. And it seems like in that moment, the Inteleon ROM is a bit too busy trying to comprehend what's going on, who he should target to land a snipe shot on that key objective, and it's the Urshifu that beats him to the punch, quite literally, and there's not much you can do about that from that point. I mean, I think Yupono, he did an amazing job having to basically off-roll into Urshifu, a bit of struggles against Rom in the lane, but still managing to find that tag team with Betchin, make things happen on the map in off angles and push that advantage.
And the crazy part about it is because everyone's focus was on that Rayquaza,
Yeah.
everyone just started group up and it was just perfect.
Yeah.
It's perfect for the Solar Blade, it's perfect for the Yoshifu, everyone just grouped up for all of that damage to just be a collateral here.
He didn't just hit the Ray as well, but talking about the Ray,
Everybody.
he also punched everyone there. It's an AoE move, and you stand in the AoE, you're gonna get knocked down.
Look, they got punched. They got slashed by the Solar Blade.
Yeah.
And then there's also the beauty of the Solar Blade if he wanted to go for
Correct.
it as well. But he chose not to. But
He went for a 50 dunk just to secure the game even more.
right, exactly.
Crazy. I mean, honestly, I'll be real here. As much as we're complimenting Unite Holly, I kind of feel like that could have lost them the game.
Yeah.
I really feel like that was a really risky move from the Mew, but you immediately see why Kabe-chan started to aggress because they realized, okay, we need to take advantage of this 4v5
Yes,
situation. Didn't end up panning out their way, just outmaneuvered by Unite Holly in that last moment.
It felt like suddenly the decision coming from the side for Vitopo, right? Because he had two choices: either to continue the gunning on the Yoshifu, or get the closest one, which is Lucario, because both of them actually somewhat appeared before him.
Sure.
So someone like
I mean, in hindsight now, you're thinking about, oh, you know, if you ran towards the Urshifu, maybe that secure potential would have been available.
I'm not too sure about that.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Because Lucario can do that as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm like, suddenly the thought just come to my mind is like, now, do you want to try to get rid of the people who's more like, because like we've seen some teams who's really prioritized, right? Like,
Yeah.
we've seen teams like they're like when they see like what's on the field,
Yeah.
who's the target, and towards the regard of it, we see some teams who are very quite visible with their intention.
Sure.
Go for those who are actually really great at securing those objectives, right? But in this case, it was relatively hard for them because
Yeah, there's too many.
yeah, there's
I
too
mean,
many.
this entire time we're talking a lot about Betchin as well as Yukono.
Mhm.
Leafeon exists.
Mew
Wafu
exists.
I mean, yeah, you got an EXP share, but you're still pumping out insane amounts of damage.
Right.
And I think that game, to me, it felt like that Kabe-chan plan. We keep joking about, oh, they got Kabe-chan. They couldn't pull off the plan because their plan all along was this whole, okay, we get the hang back. If you dive us, we don't care.
Yes.
But suddenly, you got 4 things to care about because if any 2 of those, you see the top 4 Pokemon, Lucario, you see Lucario, you see Urshifu, you see Leafeon, and you see Mew. If any 2 of those Pokemon pair up, someone's KO.
Yep, definitely.
And unless the Blissey is there. And the Blissey, we know, is conjoined to the hip at birth to rob. So you know anyone else you see, whether it's the Zoroark, whether it's I'm Tomato, who will have his own sustain, but they tried for that plan. They tried for that idea of, okay, we're still picking Pokemon that can sustain themselves. Yeah, not to the burst.
Yeah.
Not to the burst. It's not going to happen. So now Kabe-chan, this has been their signature. It's like what you said in the draft. Look, we're going to play our Siggies. We're going to play our default strategy. We're going to go with the plan that has seen us success so far. What are you going to do about it? This is what we're going to do about it. So now the switch up, it almost feels like the pressure in this final game is on Kabe-chan's shoulders. How do you address this unique lineup that Unite Holic brought to the table?
Yeah. There was also the part where they had that additional points also against them as well. Like, so because of that, they're just pressured on the fact that, okay, we have to get this Rayquaza.
Yeah.
But then, and then literally played, like, I guess you could say, if they had, like, I guess you could say in a way, Unite Holic had a list. A win condition list.
Yeah.
A checkpoint that they set, right? Said, okay, we need to be able to do something to pressure them into engaging opponents or engaging for those objectives, right? Which was, yes, they had more points, and it was towards the end of the game as well. That's one checkpoint set already.
Yeah.
We also need to have Pokemon that's really good at security.
Sure.
You have 4.
Yeah,
great!
yeah. Literally, they had a little textbook. They just went down the list. Okay,
They're just checking things out.
You know, early point advantage check. 4 easy secures check. I mean, okay.
You know, like,
We didn't mention this a lot, but
Right.
I think the switch up from Mame was crazy, right? You're thinking about all these crossels we've seen the entirety of today. X-Scissor, Rock Through.
Yep.
Oh, so much lockdown potential. Oh, and then suddenly we saw in that replay just now as well. Okay, you lock in everyone. Who on Kabe-chan even cares? Nobody. So you're like, okay, you know, if my first 2 moves ain't gonna work, let me just pick the other 2. Every single time the Zoroark was trying to commit, every single time you're trying to get a KO onto Mame, he shows his face a little bit, he's like, haha, look at me, I'm a crossel. The move speed from Shell Smash just gets him zip out of that. He's fine every single time.
Yep.
Gets out of range of the Petal Dance, dodges out snipe shots, and they're so much harder to land when there is a little crab is ducking and weaving.
Yep.
I mean, it just felt like they were so much harder to grab onto on this entire lineup.
which is definitely for sure, right?
Yeah.
And I guess you could really say, like, in a way, that the lineup coming in from the side here for Kabe-chan, right, is more designed to get to have prolonged fights and fights head on.
Yeah.
But if it's a fight, if it's more like a hit and run,
Yeah.
hit and run kind of scenario, I don't think they have an opportunity to really to really catch opponent unless they really commit more than they're supposed to commit, which is not practically not really ideal for them.
You know what's crazy?
What?
You know what's crazy?
What?
This is where Kabe-chanism ends up biting them. Because they're so hard-pressed on picking the Blissey every single time. And that is what Unite Holic banked on. Do you know that if they pick the other very meta pink support, one gravity ruins the entire career of the one gravity? That's what we've seen just do people in so far. But they're like, okay, you know, we played with the Blissey. Unite Holic knew. They knew their opponents were going to try and get back to their comfort. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But to a certain extent, you need to see what you're dealing with on the field here. Dealing with on the field, that adaptability is what makes a champion. And right now, we have one more game that might make us a champion.
This is why I was telling Danelie, now I'm going to tell you again. I can never get enough of the drafting phase because it may seem simple on paper. It sounds simple on paper, but there's a lot of things that's happening.
I feel like it goes by too fast. I feel like every single time I'm watching, like I'm watching now, as we'll see the Hoopa band, respect onto Mame. Oh, sorry, not Mame. I'm getting confused here. No, it is respect onto Mame, right? You don't want to let him have that.
You just don't want to let him have this, but at the same time, since this time is their loss, they decided to switch up or switching up on first pick priority, and they unlock in the Crustle. We talked about the Clefable, and now the Clefable is coming into the mix as well. No, you know that's not allowed.
He's just playing. He's just playing. We'll see. We'll see what he
is.
going for.
As we just said that, he just casually swapped into the Azuma Reel and swapped back out to the Mew. But now it's great, right? Because depending on this blaster, it's rapid spin is really fantastic. You got the serve for the setups.
We've seen this before. This is the Kabe-chan's B strategy. When they can't hit hard with their first Petal Dance, they go to Solar Beam instead. The Topo takes that central lane earlier on, gets that EXP right until he gets that Solar Beam, and then gives more of the priority over to Kokata. Let's see whether that's the case or whether Vitopo for the first time feels like plays an actual all-rounder this time.
I think that's why. I think that's pretty much why they opted to go for the boss fight, right? You see a lot of this front line. You see the Mew as well. You just feel like, okay, we just need someone to really like just smack them around for a bit. And as you know, most attackers as well cannot withstand the damage coming in from the boss fight. There's no longer the Blissey to really save you with the Blissey sisters as well. Don't get me wrong, Elder Goss, decent amount of healing, decent amount of shields, but I don't think he will be able to withstand the damage coming from Betty. However, Win is exclusive with the Dragonite. Danelie's not here. I'll share her excitement for her.
Sure.
This is going to be an absolute thrill.
I always believe this. Now, Leonard, I don't know about you. I've never played competitive. I've never felt what it feels like to have all the stakes lined up against you. The chance for doubling your prize money, the chance for pride in your own region.
It's
to overcome. I mean, Unite Holic, for them, this is about proving people wrong, right? They finished third, 2 Kabe-chans. It's been some time since then. And now they want to show that they're ready for the stage or ACL. They're ready for that international play. No better way to do that than bring out your best weapons. That's the Dragonite. I mean, I'm ready to be impressed because you've hyped it up. You hyped up the dojo. I wasn't really feeling it. I want to see some sick Dragonite gameplay.
So, dear, this is your redemption for me. I've been here with you. Now it's here to prove. Now it's time to show the might of the Dragonite here. You have been blessed by your king with the blade here. Please bring up through to the rest of the squad. But then again, this is the moment, right?
This is the moment.
I'm concerned. There's a lot of requirements. Multiple evolutions. Don't forget, do take it to the count as well. Rest of the side here with Team Kabe-chan, they have a lot of early aggression if they choose to opt to go for it. But then again, they also need to try to keep in check with this boss. He gets level 5 and starts snowballing. I don't think there's anyone in this game that can really stop him here.
I'm a little bit worried altogether because you talk about the Buzzwole snowballing, sure, but both the Dragonite and the Buzzwole can get to that point where they're just absolute great bosses, where they stand their ground and start punching you down. It kind of feels like for the side of Kabe-chan, they need to rely on a bit more coordinated play. If Unite Holic can do what they did in that previous game, get things a bit zany, split up the map, start applying pressure, you send one defender in, they tag team up on you. That could be their route to success here, but just to remind everybody watching, this is our final game of the night. It's Japan Open 2nd place against Japan Open 3rd. Unite Holic, they have something to prove here. They've taken things the distance up against Kabe-chan's, looking to complete this reverse sweep after what seems like Very crazy draft. They sort of normalized it a little bit here. Lapras for Mame. Also, another factor that we haven't really talked about yet, a very strong, stable front line.
It is, and at the same time, like, while we're talking about like each other positioning, look at Hero, all grouped up. They didn't really try to secure this much to EXP. How much competition can they get really out of this? But of course, it's a skirmish, it's not a commitment, they want to go for it. But now it all comes from that century. It was able to get that control. It's able, if anyone wants to go for that contention, I do love the fact that we actually forgot to kill United Holic and Kabichan regarding the positioning as well. It works both ways. If Kabichan wins this, it's absolutely fantastic and it's going to be a great feeling for them. A good motivational builder. Unite Holic wins this, it's also great for them because it's a redeemable lot. Because they were third place in their settings here.
Yeah. I mean, Kabichan all along, the story has been so amazing from them to come out of what feels like nothing, facing up against world's attenders in Mame. This is no schmuck here. Captaining a team at this point. We already talked about his transition to a captain role, leaving behind some of his sort of teammates that he was successful with, and instead going with this new stack that have got so much promise and have really impressed us throughout this tournament. But now Mame desperately trying to score here, facing up against the Mew. Maybe understanding that his teammates are around the area, but forcing that eject button, yeah, you better get out.
Yeah, definitely, sure. Definitely felt like they overstayed their welcome here, trying to find a way to evade away from the coming danger here. But the Rock Toe will be the one to area deny him entirely here. No route to escape, and that's going to be the first KO for our side here. Kudos to the coming from the side of our team Kabichan here, as they will be able to try to secure a couple of points in their first goal post. However, reinforcement is coming in, a couple of pokes here and there, a couple of frees, a couple of slows. They want to get a couple of pickoffs. They're testing and they are continuing to aggressing here, but will not be able to get any more pickoffs or even try to secure majority of that Arteria family.
I mean, that entire situation, I just gotta give props to Yupono because comes in clutch with that follow me, right? Draws the attention away from the Dragon Knight, allowing a very smooth level A. Now, this is where Durr can do the most work. I'm not really sure what the build is. Looks like it's gonna be Hyper Beam. Such a good objective secure. Is it enough though? It's Mew who finds it. He doesn't actually target it onto the objective, and that's gonna help. Kabichan actually secure it for himself. They even get the KO onto Mame. Desperately trying to get a dunk off with this Clefable, but more than likely going to go down. Another KO going Kabichan's way.
Oh, that's a little bit too many people, my friend. But of course, it's going to be Diata to try to dunk a couple of points for Diata. Going to be taking a moment of opportunity, just dropping a couple of hyper beams here. Not going to be able to break the goalpost just here. However, that doesn't mean that they cannot try to get a couple of trade backs. Can't believe it. That heal at the very last second. Snipe shot, not going to be able to connect it at all. But then again, while all this action happening to the downside here, the Basu has been having an absolute field day when it comes to the farming and EXP here. But same goes with the Blastoise. Both sides, although yeah, Basu was slightly ahead in terms of level, but here comes the rotation. If one ain't enough, you bring in three. The Rapid Spin, pretty decent amount of damage, but while buying the decimal time for the rest of the squad to come in for the reinforcement. Anticipating or at least figuring out that maybe they are coming in quite close, would not fully come in for their Blastoise.
Yeah, one thing about this Kabichan team, they know how to play around their Eldegoss. This is one of Noda Wagio's favorite, and the amount of healing he's able to dish out in what you don't really think about as a very burst heal Pokemon can really catch you off guard. Unite Holic, they're still playing around this area. Beautiful crash in by Mame, with the Kindred's resistance coming out from that rapid spin helps him out. The block actually pushing back so many. Wonder Wish popped, but Buzzwole in some trouble. It's enough space for Unite Holic to secure that Regieleki. Do they lose Yupono? The last punch finds him, and now in the midst of this Rock Tomb, the Dragon Knight tries to unite out, but loses himself to the KO. The Urshifu able to set up a dunk, and even though the Regieleki goes into the goal zone, it's Kabechans who are able to break that top tier 1.
Just the crazy thing about this entire situation, Permasneeze, is the fact that they didn't even need to copy the Hyper Drive. Yeah. Just all they required was just normal abilities, Rock Tomb, complete hero denier, just completely keep them nice and compact to get a massive collateral damage coming from the rest of the squad here.
I think my main problem is nobody's dealing with Rock right now.
Oh yeah.
We've seen it time and time again. Unite Holic, they feel a bit more desperate for scores at this stage of the game right now. Here comes the Dragon Knight, looking for a secure with the Hyper Beam, going to find it. And they're going to start restoring HP, but that's not going to matter if you're knocked out. The Buzzwole going down. Lapras on the backside, but it's a Mystical Mirage committed for the Mew, able to bring his team forward and search over their opponents. Their Unite Holic just don't stand a chance in these engagements.
Oh man, and the best part about it, because they were in such a positioning to actually fully come back with the re-engagement. They just figure out, you know what, fine. You want the objective, you can have it, but we will take all these KOs. 4 KOs for the price of 1 objective. This is totally fine for them with this trade. They're absolutely satisfied with it. And now even with that newfound confidence as well, completely invading, trying to get head count, trying to see if they can try to force them out of this array. But guess what? Wafu being a little bit quick on his toes here. Not going to be joining in any of these skirmishes. He knows for the fact that nothing can come out of it. Especially with his team playing really defensively, just trying to get those points, trying to get those AOS energy, trying to get those EXP out here.
Yeah, like we mentioned, straight off the bat, Unite Holic, it feels like with this Dragonite and this Buzzwole, they're gonna have to rely a lot more on these skirmishes, but those aren't the ones they've been winning so far, right? This Urshifu has done such a great job at hammering them down with those just strikes, hitting straight into the core of the entire lineup. Here comes the wraparound, trying to get the touch onto Noda Wagio. There's the Hydro Typhoon breaking up the engagement. In comes the Buzzwole as well, but they aren't able to connect in a meaningful way. Now they need to retreat back up. Mame in some trouble, spinning forward, secure the objective yet again. Can you find more this time, or are you going to lose it? They're just going to be fine giving this top tier 1 goal zone up. Ends up being for the better, so no sneaky dunks or over dunks can come through. Overall, I don't think Kabi-chan are too sad about that.
They're totally fine with this. They're still ahead of the points as well. So, in other words, especially since Rayquaza going to be coming on in exactly 40 seconds, right? They will have... it's going to be there to pressure Unite Holic into the points, right? Because they, for sure, for the fact, they don't necessarily have to pick the take down the Rayquaza. The points will dictate that Unite Holic will require it a lot more than them here. So now I'm going to be a little bit more defensive play. However, because we dealt the existence of the first goal post, right? Now the defense of the second goal post is a little bit too far from the rest of the squad. Hence why you see the Blastoise playing around between the second goal post and towards the Rayquaza pair. At least that way, he's going to be able to reposition himself to try to counter it if anyone wants to try to go for any sneaky back cap here. But Dragonite, getting those intel, he wants to get to the wraparound.
He's so deep here, but you gotta be careful. So easy. If you miss Dragon Dance one time, I'm Tomato can ruin your whole career.
Lapras.
Double dunk. Okay, managing to even out the scoreline now. They are going to be 2 points ahead, forcing Kabi-chan to try and aggress upon this Rayquaza.
Oh, no.
The positioning's a little bit awkward here. Unite Holic have the advantage. This is for the first spot in the East Asia ACL right now. Rayquaza dropping a little low. Mame coming through, breaking up the fight. The Hydro Typhoon connects onto 2. Here comes the Urshifu trying to walk down Yupono. They finish off the Clefable. She goes down for now, but Azure Spy Vision Wafu starting to do the damage. Who's going to secure the objective to win it all? You're already losing members on Unite Holic, but you're able to get the shields. Now you need to survive, but there's no more members. Mame, he's buying as much time as possible, but Kami-chan, they've done it. You can come through and try and interrupt, but already members coming to the top side. Can you get a defense off? Desperately trying to dunk. It's 2 points the disparity, but they need to find an opening. 1 minute left. Any single bit of points to this extent, you might even just want to get KO'd so you lose some points because you know you're not going to dunk in those huge amounts.
The crazy part about it as well, because 1 minute is still around, they can try to find the attempt. It's full defense on the side here. Unite Holic ahead by 2 points. That kind of disparity can really break you.
Do you think they know? Do you think they know they're behind with that 100? Surely they must feel a little bit pressure because they don't seem to be, you know, bothered about trying to score at all.
You're kidding me. Are you telling me that the fact that there's an off chance they felt like, you know what, we are still ahead? Did they miscalculate the situation?
I don't know, but right now they still want to pressure up. They understand their situation that they're in. But look at where Mame is going. That Lapras going in for another sneaky situation. Can you at least get a dunk off everybody with 50, 40 points in their pocket? You can't deposit it in time. You've lost the Crustle. You've lost one. But Mame with another 72 finds them the Hydro Typhoon. Not all of you up, but you can't get a single dunk off. The poor Blastoise being smacked around into the ground, and Unite Holic, they'll overcome their demons this time round. Finishing 3rd place, not gonna matter. They'll be the champions. Mame tasting a bit of his former glory here. This is a world player that we're talking about, proving his mettle on this stage.
Unite Holic, and absolute solid as a rock. Seriously coming for these guys here. I really can't believe it. And the crazy thing about it as well, like, I'm really surprised that none of them actually really tried to sneak for the wraparound, right? You got a lot of head counts, you have a lot of people engaging for the side here, but you know, but in the end, I felt like both teams really just gave their all for that final fight. Even though despite the fact that they wasn't able to secure the Rayquaza, that last dunk to the backline, that was crazy. That's what I'm saying, right? This is just one of the few craziest moments that really just breaks a man sometimes.
This is an easy answer,
right?
But MVP for me easily Mame. I think the first game it was really, really tough for him to play the Crustle. That's where he realized, even though you consider that situation, it didn't look very impressive, but he still landed crazy setups for his team. All these 4-man rock tombs, all these X-scissors into the wall, it didn't end up mattering, but in game number 2, when he switched it up with the pick, Shell Smash, and just the stealth rock, able to at the very end defend the goal zone. Once you have that down, nobody can score. They need to slowly work their way around it. They're slow, they're damaged. And in this final game, the Lapras finding the connection, preserving his teammates, allowing them to take advanced positions, and the 2 sneaky dunks that secured this victory for them.
It really broke the side. It really broke the momentum coming from Team Capitan as well, because like, they felt they had the lead, they felt they had the control, especially, and the best part is he timed that dunk right after the recourse response as well, right?
Perfect.
So he gets that double points advantage, right? And instantly everything just went out the window. Capitan's whole plan, they said their comfortability, say, you know what, it's fine, we'll be defensive, we'll slowly check things out. Suddenly, when the points came in, they're like, alright,
you gotta go. You gotta go. It's go time.
Yeah, you saw everyone, right? They just went for the record.
Yeah, they have to. And it's weird because suddenly you're so used to that play style. Some of you guys are like, okay, no, look, we're 1 game away from being the champions. We need to get this done. And then everyone else is like, no, whoa. Don't we know how we want to play? Don't we want to back up? Let's chill. It's like, no, I'm not playing Venusaur. You can't imagine the pure chaos that happens the second that double dunk comes in. Suddenly you're not sure anymore just how far ahead or how far behind you are.
Which is what I'm saying, right? Like, Mame and Betchin just probably studied from the exact same book, right? Because them just back-cap, like, they really are the kind of players that really just keep you on your feet, right?
Yeah.
You felt things are a little bit too quiet, a little bit too good. That's exactly the perfect time to ask yourself.
Look at this play. I gotta cut you off here because the follow me was insane. I think if Dur's trajectory on this Dragon Knight gets slowed down, it's a very different scene. And take a look at that block. I mean, Yupono, he's had to throw his life away for so many engagements, but it ends up for the greater good. And it feels like you mentioned, Kabe-chan, after these initial engagements, you've got to feel good, you've got to feel ahead, but it slowly just starts falling apart under your nose.
I think it's even worse when you're ahead. Suddenly out of the blue, you currently have your back against the wall by a very small margin here.
Yeah.
Because they really had everything playing, they had everything going out for them, right?
Yeah.
They had the secure, they had the engagement, they had the initiation. They're not so dependent on abilities, especially when you have both defenders on your lineup. The Blaster can be as offensive or defensive if they want to. The Crustle will be the one to lead the charge for your squad here. Yeah. But you see, the minute they got that points in, everyone just rushed in for the fight. Yeah. Everyone started going individual here. Everyone tried to go for their own separate pickups, try to secure as much as possible. But Mame,
there's no, realistically speaking, I believe there is no reason why he should have been able to secure that. That he already used the Unite move. I don't know what kind of insane madman he's got to be to time his move just right. It must have been a water pulse or I don't know. I don't know what he used there.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that the very person who created this chaos, discord, is also the one to secure the record.
Yeah, it's perfect. You couldn't write it any better. I mean, Unite Holic coming back in that 2-1 reverse sweep just to secure that championship. Now you already know, all of them are going to Thailand. It's fine, but this is a statement win for sure.
It is a pride, definitely massive pride.
Definitely.
They came from the bottom of their winter's competition.
Correct.
And now look at where he stands right now.
Yeah,
It's not MJK. It wasn't like Team Kabi-chan. It was them. Themselves.
Yeah.
They earned that win. They fought for that win.
Yeah.
So it's really fantastic coming from him.
Okay. So we'll start going through some of the craziness and we'll find out exactly how Mame pulled off that crazy heist. Now, I have the beautiful Telestrator right in front of me. Let me just...
It's basically the arts and crafts session.
Okay.
Permasneeze and Leonard.
Yes. Okay. So let's play this. Do I have a way of slowing it? Okay.
Oh, yeah,
this seems to be how it is. We're gonna have to keep a real eye on this as I play it first. Let me just slow it down right here. Okay. So the Hydro Typhoon connects onto 2 targets over here. But Yupono, this is his past 9 minutes. He doesn't really care. He's like, okay, you're gonna focus me down, so be it. Things start to get a little bit hairy though, because suddenly this starts looking like a fight that Unite Holic have no business winning. Yupono goes down at first. You look at Mame desperately in there trying to do as much damage as possible as his allies are just falling behind him. He understands there's only one way that they win this game, and that's a Ray, but nobody's focusing on it. fast forward a little bit, everyone's already going down. You're Inteleon desperately wafu right in their face, and they'll just work him down easy, right? It's an easy burst. All you have left is Buzzwole and yourself. You come through, and we really have to watch here. I literally have no... I'm going to have to rely on your eyes, because I actually have no idea how he even secures this. I wish we could slow it even more, but...
Yeah.
Okay. Damn,
Yeah,
did you even see that? I did.
Dude, it was... I believe it was...
Okay.
Let's just see one more time. Let's just see one more time.
Okay.
Because
Really slowing it down here.
It felt like there was like a tiny gap where a base attack came in here. Okay, you see the Electro Ball came in.
Yeah, the Electro Ball, the thing is, it's targeted, whoever is targeted on it does AoE damage. If you pause and show this screen to anybody who plays Unite, they're like, oh, this is an easy Kabi-chan win.
But there's
right?
also the Whirlpool active, right? Is that the
Yeah,
Whirlpool?
I mean, it has to be. Maybe just miscalculating just a bit, bam, that last bit of damage.
And it's still active as well.
Insane.
Unless
It has to be the world. It has to be that sort of world.
my
I mean, Water Pulse, right?
my assumption sorry, Water Pulse. Yeah. My assumption would be the fact that the Electro Ball didn't really connect it on the recover. I felt like it came in a little bit late. It felt like someone else actually did the damage, and the Water Pulse just pretty much finished it off. The Electro Ball just connected at the very last second, right after it got picked up. That's how it seems to be.
It had to be. I mean, the main thing here is that even though that fight looks so disastrous for Unite Holly, Yupono, he's going to be grateful that he kind of submitted himself and allowed himself to be KO, because that allows him to actually come in right in time for this defense at the bot side. By the time the rest of the Pokemon from Kabi-chan reach the top, I mean, Inteleon's back, Dragonite's back, right?
Yeah.
You're not standing a chance anymore. And we'll see the second clip here. This is that last hurrah, but realistically speaking, there isn't much to draw here, Leonard.
Yeah,
you want to know why?
Why?
That's it.
Exactly, yeah, that's it.
It's over. I mean, it's such great presence of mind.
It really is, right? Because like that's what I'm saying. Although yes, we have so many amazing teams here in the ACL regional stage, right? But I can only really count on by my hand alone that certain players are able to see this entire game from a very third person point of view.
Yeah.
They see the entire board.
Yeah.
From a third person point
You
of view.
zoom out, right? You zoom out and you understand what it takes to win.
Exactly, and they someone with just getting enough intel, they know what hurts. They know where's the next engagement. They know where to come into the lineup. But at the same time, I felt like there was a lot of, there's a lot of panic, right?
Yeah.
Because like there were situations once the dunk come in, right? It felt like they didn't really figure out like who they want to engage on after that. Because let's be honest, they got a really nice pick off on the, I believe it was on the table first, right?
Yeah.
That they tried to gun on top of the Buzzwole, but for some reason, the minute the Inteleon pop in the Unite move, that's when everyone started diverting their attention. Members of Kabi-chan decided to divert their attention towards the Rayquaza. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, sure, Inteleon can do decent amount of damage to the Rayquaza, but the Rayquaza wasn't that low yet when the Unite move was committed.
Yeah.
I felt like that was an opportunity because he was on top of the Ray Pit. So I felt like that was an opportunity if they want to divert their attention towards the Inteleon, they can actually try to pick them up. But I believe that's only possible if they were calm and collected. That's why my assumption would be that a little bit of panic, a little bit of chaos. That's why they tend to forget the fact that, oh wait, Rayquaza wouldn't have been picked up by Inteleon Unite move alone. We could actually try.
I mean, none of this went according to plan at all, right? Kabi-chan, I think to a certain extent, even in that last moment, even in this defeat, there is a bit of a bitter taste, because it feels like even when we watched this clip, Mame had no business stealing that win. he actually had no business. You look at the amount of HP that was left. That is a clear Electro Ball, but Rom will be reliving that moment for a little bit.
It really was the icing of the cake for Mame to conclude this grand final for the ACL East Asian side. Yeah. It was really the icing of the cake.
You sort of honestly come like full circle, right? As Mame, I keep talking
Literally,
about
he
this
went full circle.
Yeah, he literally went full circle, both physically as well as a player, going from perhaps one of the most micro zoomed in, mechanically intensive roles back then. Even in the top side, it's always about outmaneuvering. I mean, gone are the days when we see Lucario, Machamp face off against each other, stack attack weights first 2 minutes. You know, it's all about those mini outplays. You go from that to having such a macro view of the game. He's really evolved into such a formidable captain, and I think not just at ACL in Thailand, but on the world stage, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
which is why I'm going to say it again and possibly again in the future as well. Pokemon Unite has done us well and will continue to do well for us as the game grows. So with the players and how they see the game as a team battler as well, I think everyone will just continue to get stronger. Like I feel like compared to last year's ACL, I believe everyone is just so good at the game right now.
The skill level is insane. I mean, I didn't get to cast any of last year's ACL. I was just watching from home.
I also didn't get cast. I was just watching.
Yeah, we were just watching from home. We're like, damn, these guys are good at Pokemon Unite. Now we're here casting. We're like, damn, these guys are good at Pokemon Unite.
So much change, especially from the World Championship Series
it's
as well.
crazy.
It's been absolutely such a good run for the East Asian side.
Absolutely.
I'm excited for Southeast Asia now.
Correct. That's going to be tomorrow, but we got to one final celebration, one final giant congratulations to none other than Uniteholic, our champions here for the East Asia League. It's been a grueling run for them, some ups and downs throughout the group stage. Didn't really have to do a whole haul through the first, second rounds and all that.
Right.
But yeah, of course, beating MJK in that honestly,
Not an easy feat.
It was not an easy feat, and then coming through full 3-game series reverse sweep. And even then, honestly, I can't even say that it looked convincing. It was just those clutch moments where they came out to play.
Yes.
Right, Uniteholic, and that's kind of what you need.
I think that's just one of the few beauties, right? Like, what's the priority, right? Because as the game gets towards the end, it doesn't feel so simple on paper anymore. Right?
Yeah.
Suddenly out of the blue, a single action, a single play, individual play, a single decision can really change the outcome of the battle.
Yeah.
Even though you somewhat feel like, okay, they're in a lead, they have so much control, they have so much damage, that should have been the story, that should have been the plot for that round. But suddenly when you have players like Mame just completely blowing your mind, it ends up in an entirely different ending here. But of course, besides a massive congratulations to Uniteholic, a big shout out to our top 3 to represent us here. Uniteholic, Team KS in second place, and Zora Tigers Gaming to be the third and only Korean team to represent in the ACL finals.
East Asia on top. I got high hopes for these guys. I think they performed amazing.
I agree.
I think some of these other regions, Southeast Asia, India, Thailand, you guys better watch out. I hope you had a good feel on some of these VODs, because some of these strategies that this region is bringing out, I don't know if you're going to be prepared for. I mean, Uniteholic adapting in such a big way to Kabi-chan's in that game number 2. Full-on burst, objective secure lineup. That is not something every team can pull out. Not every support player can play Dark style Urshifu casually and crush you with it. That's exactly what they bring to the table.
That's what I'm saying, right? The drafting now, it's no longer just a very simple one-way drafting. Now there's a lot of things to really think about, like what kind of composition you want to run along. How can you make that composition really come to life in the round itself? There's so many strategies and there's so many ways you can really play around it. There's counter picks, there's the diving team, there's the counter dive team, there's the aggressive liner, the early game liner, the late game liner. I could go on for hours with this, right? But yeah, but in the end, it just really comes down to just like what is your comp and how do you really make it work. I think of all the teams that we've seen, I think so far these 3 are the only team who are able to show not only their versatility, their flexibility, but their grand knowledge of this game.
Yeah, just able to, I mean, each of these come with such a different story, right? Zora Tigers Gaming coming through with that representation for South Korea, as well as just that comeback after that really rough game. Kabi-chan, we already know they have such a solid game plan. Uniteholic, on the flip side, insane levels of adaptability there.
Yeah. Man, I just, honestly, of all the teams, I am a big fan of Kabi-chan. That amount of flexibility is a little bit too scary for me. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, one last thing to let you guys know, we actually have a new rule, a very specific rule for the actual finals itself. So what happens is, they have a very unique rule, by the way.
Yeah.
Right? So what happens is, in game 1, if let's just say there's a specific amount of Pokemons they have already selected for their game, and including bans, that team specifically will not be able to play that in game number 2. Okay. It is currently banned out and locked away for them. So in other words, it's going to be another set of composition and another set of bans for themselves.
I just want to say, which one of Kabi-chan's enemies paid for this rule? Like this is great. I mean, Kabi-chan spent the entire tournament dominating on one lineup. Now you're telling me they need to switch it up. They're going to have a lot of homework to do if they want to sort of step up to the same place.
Which is why I was trying to tell you, right? Why I'm a big fan of Kabi-chan is because of the This is the kind of scenario which they will somewhat thrive, right? They
You think
they're
so?
they're not restricted like some teams who are very comfortable with their staple picks.
I
their
okay.
go-to picks.
I
Still unites as well with the stun. The team is lining up. Can they get a big KO
Oh, no.
with the wicked blow, the cancel? They do get Xing Di though. And look at this, the Rock Tomb, the X's again. Tomato is on fire with this.
on Carla, forcing him to back up, and
Oh, they
incoming
caught
with the
Italian.
Wound Hammer. No, the Fell Stinger fishes him out of them. Lucapo in the backside, committing a Unite move. He's able to snipe down the Glaceon, and with that Phantom Forest, they've melted Garchomp as well. Suddenly, they're working on it. It's dropping low already. With quarter HP left. They're trying to dance around and buy time for the Pokemon to come back, but it's not enough. Kame-chan in a huge...
But Garchomp in the top lane, he's going to score 100 points, forcing Unite Holic to have to fight into MJK. They've still got a minute to go. They have to pick their fights carefully because if they lose this here, this might just be it. Espeon has gone and Talion has done his job. Now the numbers advantage tilting in favor of Unite Holic. They catch up to Espeon. Trevenant is gone. 3 Pokemon left. Can Lucapo is gone. Garchomp all on his own in front of 4 Pokemon, and that's gonna be it. It's down to a tiny little Hooper. Poor little Pete gonna be going down to this Crustal. Unite Holic.
Forced out by Zora Tigers Gaming right now. They're slowly but surely being pushed away.
They
There's
got
the connection. Is it going to be enough? The Scyther, he's dropping so low. Ready to jump away, but the mean lock holds him in place, and Ward says no. You might be level 14, but you have nowhere to go. X's are holding down Chobo, but you can't even get the last touch. You need to get the Ray. You're 100 points down. You have to try and make this commitment. The Zora Tigers Gaming, they're still standing strong with 5. Here comes Sabine from the back line, straight onto Ruin. And he stand a chance. It's a sub. It's a Hydro Typhoon. Straight back to Japan you go. You don't stand a chance. One last member standing and out of hiding. They're already starting to push and pull beautiful. Which Pokemon cares about this situation that they're in right now?
Oh, actually, no one.
Absolutely. It's a trick question. None of them care. They're all just like, what's up, buddy? You trying to fight us? And then we play this clip. Keep it going. Oh, beautiful solar beam. Rock Tomb onto 3 and straight in by the Aura Sphere. They're trying to connect onto that Inteleon, but it's not enough Blitz assistance, and they've already lost Betchin as well as Mame. 3 members remain, and he can't stand up against that. Once again, Unite Holic try and commit, but they don't have the damage to clean things up. The Blissey East Asia ACL right now requires a dropping a little low. Mame coming through, breaking up the fight. The Hydro Typhoon connects onto 2. Here comes the Urshifu trying to walk down Yupono. They finish off the Clefable. She goes down for now, but Azure, Spy, Vision, Wafu starting to do the damage. Who's going to secure the objective to win it all? You're already losing members on Unite Holic, but you're able to get the shields. Now you need to survive, but there's no more members. Mame, he's buying as much time as possible, but Kame-chan going in for another sneaky situation. Can you at least get a dunk off everybody with 50, 40 points in their pocket? You can't deposit it in time. You've lost the Crustle, you've lost one, but Mame with another 72 finds them the Hydro Typhoon. Not all of you up, but you can't get a single dunk off. The poor Blastoise being smacked around into the ground, and Unite Holic